Chapter 541 Forging Weapons. A day later, Hua Qiu had already brought Tong Yu back to the capital. Walking on the streets of the capital, no one recognized him. Hua Qiu was very satisfied with this. As he requested, the Martial Alliance deliberately downplayed his presence and did not publicize it extensively. Now everyone in Xia Kingdom knows that a man called the Medicine Saint saved the entire northern border from a terrible plague, but ordinary people do not know the Medicine Saint's true identity. For ordinary martial artists, Hua Qiu's reputation was limited to before the war between good and evil. They only knew him as an extremely powerful martial saint. The important figures who went to the Divine Physician Sect's martial god ceremony were all instructed not to casually tell others what happened at the Divine Physician Sect. This effectively prevented Hua Qiu from becoming the center of attention wherever she went. If they knew that he could easily kill even a god of war, countless admirers would follow him, which would be a great annoyance to him. As soon as Hua Qiu returned to the capital, he went straight to the Xian Yuan family. When he first arrived in the capital, he destroyed the Xian Yuan family's clan weapon and promised to help Xian Yuan Qing reforge the Xian iron hammer in his spare time. From afar, you could see a large group of people standing at the entrance of the Xian Yuan family's main gate. Mr. Hua, welcome back to the Xian Yuan family. The core members of the Xian Yuan family all greeted them with restraint and deference. Not only them, but also key figures from the Dongfang and Zhuge families were present. This was a direct order from Hua Qiu. When everyone thought he was doomed and desperately tried to distance themselves from him, only Dongfang Lan, Xian Yuan Qing, and Zhuge Haoren stood by him, unafraid of the threats from the Divine Doctor sect. Hua Qiu, clear about his grudges, decided to forge a weapon for each of the three major families. At this moment, the members of the three major families greeted Hua Qiu with anticipation. Today, Hua Qiu is the supreme ruler of the 9 provinces. His strength is so great that he could instantly kill even the legendary martial arts masters. Such an invincible being would surely forge weapons that are anything but ordinary. Even if they have no practical use, the weapons he forges still hold extraordinary significance. Like a golden edict bestowed by the emperor. Mr. Hua, everything is ready, the old martial saint of the Xian Yuan family said to Hua Qiu, bowing respectfully. Hua Qiu nodded. He specifically instructed that no one should address him by the title Supreme. Upon entering the courtyard of the Xian Yuan family, one finds a pile of refining materials and furnaces. Xian Yuan Qing took out the fragments of the Xian iron hammer. Hua Qiu once gave her a weapon to use temporarily. However, it was a weapon comparable to a martial god's weapon. Although it was extremely powerful, even the old martial saint of the Xian Yuan family had difficulty using it, so it was even more difficult for her to use. Do you still want a hammer? Hua Qiu asked. Xian Yuan Qing nodded with a smile. Hua Qiu smiled faintly and shook his head. A girl who likes those violent and bulky weapons. He opened the refining furnace, formed a hand seal, and spat out a crimson flame that burned inside the furnace. In an instant, the furnace melted completely. Upon seeing this, the members of the Xian Yuan family couldn't help but show surprise. This furnace, made from the hardest metal in the world, melted in an instant. They stared wide-eyed. What kind of flames did Hua Qiu spew out? They were so powerful. Hua Qiu frowned slightly, letting the flames burn in the air. The intense heat caused everything around them to melt, and the three families quickly and fearfully moved far away. Hua Qiu threw the fragments of the Xian iron hammer into the flames and began to control the smelting process. He doesn't need to hammer it, he uses spiritual power to shape it. Before long, a hammer was formed. However, it is much smaller than it used to be. Hua Qiu glanced at the metal materials prepared by the Xian Yuan family, his face showing disgust, and took out 2 magical swords from his storage bag and threw them into the flames. The weapon he was to forge for the 3 major families was a divine weapon that martial artists could use, which could be easily activated by a martial artist's internal energy. The intense heat melted almost everything around the courtyard. If it weren't for Hua Qiu's control, even the exquisite pavilions of the Xian Yuan family would probably have been melted down. Summon the thunder from the heavens to temper my weapon. Hua Qiu shouted. Boom! In an instant, the sky above the Xianyuan family was filled with turbulent winds and clouds, and thick bolts of lightning were summoned down and crashed into the flames. This extraordinary sight left everyone speechless. As expected of a supreme being, he can summon the power of thunder at will. This is beyond the skill of a martial artist. They marveled. After some time, Hua Qiu waved his hand to extinguish the flames. A hammer, a sword, and a knife suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. The cold light flashing on the swords and blades sent chills down everyone's spines. The black iron hammer exuded a heavy aura that was awe-inspiring. Hua Qiu had Dongfang Lan, Xian Yuanqing, and Zhuge Haoren step forward and give them the weapons. The Xianyuan family obtained the hammer, the Zhuge family obtained the sword, and the Dongfang family obtained the knife. These three weapons are all powered by a martial artist's internal energy. You can try them out now, Hua Qiu said. The three of them couldn't wait to infuse their internal energy into the energy. The next moment, all three weapons unleashed astonishing power. Lightning crackled on the black iron hammer, wind blades swirled on the longsword, and flames surged on the broadsword. Each sword contains a unique divine power. Great, that's amazing! Dongfang Lan shouted excitedly. With a powerful slash, a long stream of flame flew out, blasting a long trench that melted everything within it. Zhuge Haoren raised his sword to the sky, and with a single strike, the force of the gale cleaved everything in the courtyard into pieces. With a single blow from Xian Yuanqing's hammer, the three-story pavilion of the Xianyuan family was reduced to ruins. The three were pleasantly surprised, excited, and extremely satisfied. The faces of the Xianyuan family members all darkened. These three were just testing their weapons, and they almost destroyed the Xianyuan family. At the same time, the members of the three major families were also extremely shocked. This is only what the three of them used, and it's already this huge. Its power is no less than that of a powerful martial saint. If the martial saint were to use it, what would that be like? Weapons are merely external forces in the future. I hope you will not rely too much on these three weapons. True strength still depends on your own efforts, Hua Qiu instructed. All three nodded. With divine-level martial arts techniques taught by Hua Qiu and divine weapons to aid them, dominating the martial arts world would be no problem. These three families will become increasingly powerful, undergoing a qualitative change. Hua Qiu looked at the three people who were beaming with joy. Although they lack spiritual roots, their future mastery of divine-level martial arts techniques will be enough to bring about a transformation, allowing them to embark on a different path of cultivation. He will give you further guidance at that time. These three weapons will be passed down to three families. If any of them encounters difficulties in the future, they can use these weapons to find me, Hua Qiu, or my lineage. No matter what the problem is, I can solve it for you, Hua Qiu said. Thank you so much, Mr. Hua. The core figures of the three families were moved to tears. A promise from a supreme being is far more important to them than those three divine weapons. In these extraordinary times, no one can predict what will happen next. But with such a godlike figure supporting us, what is there to fear? 542, Chapter 542. A mere mortal. The three families each received a divine weapon, and they were all overjoyed. Hua Qiu was instructing Dongfang Lan and the other two on the correct use and precautions for the three divine weapons. At this moment, a high-ranking member of the Martial Alliance rushed into the Xianyuan family. Mr. Hua. As soon as he entered the door, he anxiously called out to Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu glanced at him, noticed his expression was off, and walked over. What's up? An envoy from the immortal realm has arrived and is currently at the Martial Alliance headquarters. The Alliance leader has sent me to invite you over. The Martial Alliance member quickly said. Hua Qiu frowned slightly. Since the last time the envoy from the Hidden Moon sect was killed by him within an ancient martial arts family, the immortal realm has now sent a new envoy. The other four major sects are probably still completely baffled by the envoy of the Hidden Moon sect and the sect's destruction, and don't know what happened. They actually dared to send envoys. The Immortal Realm envoy actually entered the Martial Alliance headquarters. The people from the three major families were extremely surprised upon hearing this. Aren't the people of the Immortal Realm always very wary of the martial ancestor bell of the Martial Alliance? In the past, when the Immortal Realm sent envoys, they would send high-ranking officials from the headquarters to pay their respects in places far from the capital. Now they actually dare to walk into the headquarters of the Martial Alliance? Could it be that they are no longer afraid of the martial ancestor bell? The crowd wondered. Let's go, Hua Qiu said calmly, heading towards the Martial Alliance headquarters. People from the three major families also followed. Facing the Immortal Realm, all warriors of the Xia Kingdom are on the same side and should share a common hatred for the enemy. Before long, the group arrived at the Martial Alliance headquarters. In the reception hall of the Martial Alliance headquarters, a cultivator from the Immortal Realm was sitting in the main seat, enjoying the finest tea from the Xia Kingdom. The leader of the Martial Alliance and a group of high-ranking members stood silently below. They looked at each other, equally puzzled. Why did this person dare to enter the Martial Alliance headquarters? Moreover, the martial ancestor bell did not make any sound at all. Logically speaking, as long as a cultivator from the Immortal Realm with a high level of cultivation approaches the Imperial capital, the martial ancestor bell will react, and if they dare to approach the Martial Alliance headquarters, they will be attacked by the martial ancestor bell. Unsure of what to do, the Martial Alliance's higher-ups dared not act rashly for the time being, and treated this envoy from the Immortal Realm as they had always done. Let me ask you, when that envoy from the Hidden Moon sect descended upon the mortal world some time ago, did you not know? Why did you delay in reacting, or are you trying to disobey orders? The envoy from the Immortal Realm put down his teacup, his face turning cold as he demanded. The group looked at each other in bewilderment. What envoy from the Hidden Moon sect? We have no idea. Before your arrival, no one from the Immortal Realm contacted us, they quickly said. The higher-ups actually knew that the ancient martial arts families were only participating in the martial arts tournament under the orders of the Immortal Realm, with the aim of suppressing the geniuses of the righteous faction. Unfortunately, their attempt to steal a chicken backfired, and they were all killed by Hua Qiu. They also knew that the person behind it all was most likely dead at Hua Qiu's hands. Now, the higher-ups are playing dumb, insisting they know nothing. In fact, the envoy from the Hidden Moon sect had never contacted the Martial Alliance. The envoy from the Celestial Realm coldly surveyed the crowd, his brows furrowed. Not long ago, the Hidden Moon sect, one of the 5 major sects, suddenly suffered a devastating disaster, causing a huge shock throughout the Immortal Realm. The envoy from the Hidden Moon sect also lost contact. Those who escaped from the Hidden Moon sect were terrified, recounting in fear the story of a fearsome expert who massacred the entire sect. The sect leader, who was at the core formation stage, was instantly killed without any power to resist. This information stunned the cultivators of the 4 major sects. The nascent soul cultivators speculated that it was highly likely the Hidden Moon sect had offended a top-tier late-stage nascent soul expert who had been in seclusion for a long time, leading to the sect's annihilation. Unfortunately, no matter how hard they tried to investigate, they could not find any trace of that powerful cultivator. This made the 4 major sects feel uneasy, and their desire to control the Xia Kingdom became even more urgent. Only by completely seizing the fortune of the Xia Kingdom can they be unafraid of those powerful cultivators. Therefore, after discussion, the 4 major sects quickly dispatched new envoys. This time, their stance will be even tougher. You really don't know? The envoy from the Immortal Realm asked, his gaze fixed on the faces of everyone present. I really don't know. The Martial Alliance's higher-ups concealed their true intentions very well. Although the envoy from the Celestial Realm was displeased, he had no choice but to give up. What brings you here, envoy? The leader of the Martial Alliance asked cautiously. The envoy from the Immortal Realm revealed a cold smile. I don't want to say anything more unnecessary, he said coldly. You've been outwardly compliant but inwardly defiant for so many years. Do you think the Immortal Realm doesn't know? We're fully aware of all the little tricks you've been up to behind the scenes. The Martial Alliance's high-ranking members remained silent with grim faces. Everyone is aware of the behind-the-scenes power struggle between the two sides, but it has not been made public over the years. You're only relying on that bell left behind by the martial ancestor, aren't you? The Immortal Realm envoy sneered. Unfortunately, that bell is powerful, but it can no longer make us wary. We have already found a way to counter the Martial Ancestor bell. What? The Martial Alliance's high-ranking officials were shocked. That's why I'm still sitting here. I am right under the nose of the Martial Ancestor bell, so what can it do to me? The Immortal Realm envoy sneered. The expressions on the faces of the Martial Alliance's higher-ups were rather grim. They were puzzled as to why the Martial Ancestor bell did not react at all. If the cultivators of the Immortal Realm find a way to counter them, then they will lose their long-standing reliance. Nonsense, I don't like to talk about it. I am here to inform you that the Immortal Realm is going to absorb 70% of the Xia Kingdom's fortune. The Immortal Realm cultivator said coldly. What, 70%? The executives turned pale. Previously, even with the Martial Ancestor bell as a deterrent, the Immortal Realm still forcibly absorbed 40% of its resources. Now they're asking for an exorbitant price again. With 70% of its fortune gone, the Xia Kingdom is destined to decline. How could they agree to that? That's not all, the envoy from the Immortal Realm added. I also want you to hand over that brat called the Medicine Saint. I will take him back to the Immortal Realm and hand him over to the Great Cultivator. The soldiers will handle it. The Martial Alliance's top brass turned cold. The thoughts of the cultivators in the Immortal Realm are crystal clear. Hua Qiu was too conspicuous. They learned about him from the ancient martial arts families and wanted to get rid of him as soon as possible to prevent him from growing stronger. Heh, you want us to hand over Hua Qiu? The leader of the Martial Alliance suddenly laughed. He already knew Hua Qiu was coming, and his attitude changed immediately. Do you know that he is more important than 70% of the Xia Kingdom's fortune? The envoy from the Immortal Realm's expression grew even colder. What, you want to disobey orders? He said disdainfully. Hua Qiu is already here. If you really have the ability to take him away, you can do as you please, the Martial Alliance leader said mockingly. The envoy from the Immortal Realm's expression hardened. At this moment, Hua Qiu and his group entered the hall. He is Hua Qiu, but I'm afraid you don't have the ability to take him away. The leader of the Martial Alliance said, pointing at Hua Qiu. The envoy from the Immortal Realm looked over, his brows furrowing. Heh, a mere mortal martial artist, no matter how powerful, is still just a lowly mortal. How could I not take him with me? He said with a contemptuous look. 543, Chapter 543. The messenger is terrified. Hua Qiu's aura remained as calm as ever. The envoy from the Immortal Realm couldn't discern anything special at first glance, and regarded him as just a martial arts genius from the mortal world, thus showing great contempt for him. Upon hearing his words, the high-ranking members of the Martial Alliance all wore strange expressions and revealed mocking smiles. The Immortal Realm has found a way to restrain the Martial Ancestor bell. In the past, they would have had no choice but to compromise. But now, Hua Qiu is an even more reliable support than Wu Zuzhong. Hua Qiu glanced indifferently at the envoy from the Immortal Realm who sat high and mighty in the main seat. Like the envoy from the Hidden Moon sect, this person's cultivation level was also at the pseudocore stage. They are even weaker than those of the Hidden Moon sect, and not even as good as Yu Shuzi. How dare you, you mortals, why do you not kneel before this envoy? The envoy from the Immortal Realm was furious when he saw Hua Qiu and his entourage staring at him without any restraint or respect. Kneel before you? Before Hua Qiu could speak, Dongfang Lan laughed first. You bastard, who do you think you are to dare make him kneel? If you knew what he was capable of, you'd probably pee your pants in fear. The envoy from the Immortal Realm's gaze turned icy, and his killing intent immediately erupted. You lowly mortal, how dare you offend this immortal? You're courting death. He immediately unleashed a spiritual attack with a wave of his hand. Such power would kill even a martial saint on the spot. However, the spiritual energy vanished instantly upon approaching, leaving only a wisp of green smoke. The envoy from the celestial realm immediately changed his expression. What's going on? He was bewildered and didn't even understand what had happened. Hua Qiu took a step and leisurely walked to a chair next to him and sat down. How dare you, did this immortal grant you a seat? The envoy from the Immortal Realm rebuked. Hua Qiu gave him a cold look. Boom! In an instant, immense pressure descended upon him. Bang! The chair he was sitting on turned to dust. Immediately afterwards, the envoy from the immortal realm was forced to kneel on the ground in a very strange posture, and the floor also shattered. His face was deathly pale, he was sweating profusely, and he was having difficulty breathing. This was an overwhelming pressure he had never felt before, which terrified him. The power was so great that he had no power to resist and couldn't even lift his head. In an instant, his heart was filled with terror. Even the strongest cultivator in their sect couldn't exert such immense pressure on him. Beneath his pale face lay a deep sense of horror. He couldn't believe that such a powerful person existed in the mortal world. And this powerful figure was none other than the worldly martial arts genius he had looked down upon. Could it be that you have achieved the realm of martial god in martial arts? He asked with difficulty. The immortal realm knows that a martial arts legend has emerged in the mortal world, but that person should be an old man. Ha, a martial god, my older brother just killed one 2 days ago. Dongfang Lan sneered. The envoy from the immortal realm shuddered. Could it be that another figure like the martial ancestor and the evil ancestor has emerged in the mortal world? The thought of how the evil ancestor killed 2 great cultivators and seriously injured another one made it difficult for him to remain calm. If that's the case, the immortal realm's plans will fall through again. You're so young, yet you're already comparable to the evil ancestor? He was quite shocked. The evil ancestor, he was also killed by my elder brother, Dongfang Lan said again. The envoy from the immortal realm was stunned. They also learned some things about that battle between good and evil through the ancient martial arts families. The evil ancestor appeared in the world, but then mysteriously disappeared. He came out this time on orders to investigate that matter. After all, the evil ancestor was too powerful and posed a huge threat to the immortal realm. I never imagined that even the evil ancestor would die at this person's hands. He found it hard to imagine what level this young man had reached. His body began to tremble. Which sect are you from? Hua Qiu asked casually. Immortal cultivation sect, the immortal realm envoy answered in a low voice. A bunch of low-level cultivators who are ignorant and narrow-minded dare to call themselves immortals, Hua Qiu said sarcastically. That tone sent a chill down the spine of the envoy from the immortal realm. What kind of being would refer to a cultivator from a major sect as a low-level cultivator? I ask you, where is the supreme elder of the hidden moon sect now? Hua Qiu asked again. The envoy from the immortal realm paused. The supreme elder of the hidden moon sect has been missing ever since the sect was destroyed. His voice was even softer. He was puzzled as to why a secular martial artist would inquire about the supreme elder of the hidden moon sect. Hua Qiu frowned upon hearing this. Fine, there will be plenty of opportunities to kill him later, he said calmly. Upon hearing this, the envoy from the immortal realm froze, his mind racing, growing increasingly shocked with each thought. You? Could it be that powerful cultivator who destroyed the hidden moon sect was you? He asked incredulously. It's me, Hua Qiu answered decisively. Upon receiving the answer, the envoy from the celestial realm was dumbfounded. His mind went blank. A storm raged within me, and I was unable to calm it down for a long time. The destruction of the hidden moon sect shocked the entire immortal realm. All factions speculated that the person who destroyed the sect was an extremely powerful late-stage core formation cultivator. The late stage of core formation holds extraordinary significance in the immortal realm. In the immortal realm today, the only cultivators know of is a late-stage core formation cultivator. This is something no one could have predicted. The one who destroyed the hidden moon sect was actually a young martial artist from the secular world of the Xia kingdom. The envoy from the celestial realm was filled with unprecedented terror. With such a powerful presence, who would dare to usurp the destiny of the Xia kingdom? The 5 major sects are practically pulling teeth from a tiger's mouth. He immediately realized that he had to let the 4 major sects know the truth and quickly give up their covetous thoughts. We didn't know that the Xia kingdom had a powerful figure like you. Let me go back. I'll immediately warn all cultivators in the immortal realm that from now on, they will never again extend their reach into the mortal world, and will never again have the slightest thought of the Xia Kingdom's destiny. He hurriedly said anxiously. The expressions of the Xia Kingdom's high-ranking officials shifted. If that were really the case, they would be quite happy meaningful. No need, Hua Qiu said indifferently, raising his hand slightly. The next moment, the envoy from the immortal realm stared wide-eyed and breathless, his life taken away by the sword intent. The high-ranking members of the Martial Alliance exchanged bewildered glances. Is this the kind of guarantee you want? Hua Qiu said coldly. When I am here, I can deter them. When I am not here, they will come back with even greater force. Now that I have the dragon seal, there are some things I will naturally take care of. A promise from the immortal realm is meaningless. I will ensure that they will never be able to offend the Xia Kingdom in the slightest. We'll do as Mr. Hua says. The Martial Alliance's top leaders were overjoyed and said in unison. What a pity if we had killed him later, we could have gathered a lot of information, the leader of the Martial Alliance sighed. They also wanted to know what method the immortal realm had found to counter the martial ancestor bell, and what their next steps were. There's no need, Hua Qiu said noncommittally. In the face of absolute power, all schemes and tricks are fragile. And I am that absolute power. 544, Chapter 544. Another martial arts nation. Inside a villa in the capital city. Hua Qiu sat on a deck chair in the garden, waiting for someone. Senior Hua, I've arrived. Excited shouts echoed from the sky. The person who arrived was Yu Shuzi, who had been secretly protecting his family in Beishan City at Hua Qiu's behest. Now that Hua Qiu has made protective magic artifacts for each of his relatives, even core formation stage cultivators are helpless against them, so there is no need for Yu Shuzi to protect them anymore. Therefore, he called him back. Yu Shuzi happily descended from the sky. These days, he was extremely bored and kept hoping that Hua Qiu would summon him. Senior Hua, are you preparing to storm into the immortal realm? Yu Shuzi asked, looking eager to try. Cultivators from the immortal realm can't cause much trouble. I called you here for something else, Hua Qiu said calmly. Please give your instructions, Senior Hua. Yu Shuzi said, bowing. Having been idle for a long time, he had been wanting to stretch his legs. I want you to go back to the immortal realm, Hua Qiu said. Yu Shuzi's face stiffened. You mean, I'm going back by myself? He asked tentatively. Hua Qiu nodded. Yu Shuzi's face immediately fell. Go into the immortal realm and find out about those materials. Notify me immediately if you find anything. Hua Qiu took out a piece of paper. The things on the paper were the very materials he had been searching for to sculpt a physical body. He has already used the authority of the Black Market Inspector General of Xia Kingdom to search the black market globally, but with little effect. The immortal realm is, after all, a higher level of existence, so the chances of finding it there are greater. He then planned to send Yu Shuzi to the immortal realm to gather information. Also, keep an eye on the whereabouts of the Supreme Elder of the Hidden Moon Sect. Notify me as soon as he appears, Hua Qiu added. He was busy and too lazy to go to the immortal realm to look for someone. Senior Hua, I'm afraid it won't be easy for me to go alone. Yu Shuzi looked troubled. As you know, I still have enemies in the immortal realm. They have been hunting me down for the past 100 years. Although my cultivation has been restored, my enemies will not stop there. Moreover, that Supreme Elder of the Hidden Moon Sect is a powerful expert at the mid-stage of core formation. If I were to encounter him, I would only face certain death. Alright, Hua Qiu waved his hand, telling him to shut up. He flicked his wrist, and a pill flew over. Yu Shuzi chuckled and quickly accepted. Eat it, Hua Qiu said. Without hesitation, Yu Shuzi swallowed it in one gulp. Instantly, his spiritual power surged. He showed a look of surprise and immediately sat cross-legged on the ground to practice his exercises. He understood that he was about to form his core. In the immortal realm, forming a golden core is a very difficult and extremely dangerous process. Many cultivators at the pseudocore stage fail at the crucial moment of core formation, perishing and disappearing from their cultivation. With Hua Qiu around, Yushuzi had nothing to worry about. Hua Qiu casually sent over a burst of spiritual energy, which immediately calmed the turbulent spiritual energy in his dantian, causing it to quickly condense into a pill. However, a short while later, Yushuzi broke through to the core formation stage and truly became a core formation cultivator. I've become a core formation grandmaster? Yushuzi stood up, somewhat incredulous. It's like a dream. No cultivator in the immortal realm has ever broken through to the core formation stage so quickly and easily. There was no risk whatsoever, everything went smoothly. The immense power within his body and the far more powerful aura emanating from him clearly demonstrated that he had reached the core formation stage. If it weren't for following Senior Hua, I might have already died and disappeared, and I would never have been able to reach the core formation stage in this lifetime. Yushuzi said with emotion, once again thankful that he had made a wise choice back then. Thank you so much, Senior Hua. He knelt down and expressed his sincere gratitude. At that moment, someone arrived outside the villa. Inspector Hua, are you there? The man called from outside. Come in, Hua Qiu said calmly. Only then did people from outside dare to come in. The person who arrived was the head of the Xia Kingdom's black market. With his status, he rarely goes out, and even important figures in the capital rarely get to pay him a visit. But he was very respectful to Hua Qiu and personally went to see him. The leader of the sect was also accompanied by a martial artist. As soon as the two entered, they saw Yushuzi, whose aura was overwhelming. Instantly, their expressions changed drastically. This aura is so strong. This is the aura of a core formation grand cultivator from the immortal realm. The Grand Master exclaimed in disbelief. Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow slightly. This reaction indicates that he has had contact with a core formation stage cultivator. Aren't you Inspector Hua's attendant? He was even more surprised after seeing Yushuzi's face clearly. The black market's intelligence system is unparalleled. He knew, of course, that Hua Qiu had a formidable follower. During the martial arts tournament, Yushuzi made a move that shocked everyone present and was regarded as a supreme martial saint. But now he has become a core formation grand cultivator. This is something that rivals even martial arts legends. Such a being is merely Hua Qiu's follower. Even someone of the Grand Master's status and insight couldn't help but feel extremely alarmed. Making a fuss over nothing, Yushuzi said unhappily. Sorry, I lost my composure. The Grand Master quickly regained his composure and said. You said you have information about the main materials I need, tell me about it, Hua Qiu said. The Grand Master bowed to Hua Qiu. Chief Inspector Hua, the materials you requested are being investigated by black market organizations worldwide. Persistence pays off. We've finally made a discovery, he said in a deep voice. He showed Hua Qiu several photos. Hua Qiu took it and looked at it, his expression slightly changing. The photo shows the coastline of a seaside city. At night, the seawater near the coast emits a three-colored glow, which is very beautiful. This is very much like the omen when one of the main materials needed by Hua Qiu is about to appear in the world. To facilitate finding them on the black market, he provided descriptions for each type of material. This phenomenon is very similar to the signs that appear when a precious pearl appears, so I immediately brought it to you to see, the Grand Master said with a smile. Where? Hua Qiu asked. The Yi Kingdom, one of the four great kingdoms of the eastern continent, is located in the coastal city of Shihai. Yi Kingdom. Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow. The Yi Kingdom was one of the neighboring states of the Xia Kingdom. In recent years, the two countries have had occasional frictions. Chief Inspector Hua, Yi Kingdom is also a country where martial arts are flourishing, the Grand Master said, seemingly casually. Are you planning to go there yourself? Of course I'll go myself, Hua Qiu said. If we let someone else do it, they probably won't even see the pearl. The Grand Master had anticipated this. Chief Inspector Hua, this man is also from my black market. He has some influence in Shihai City. When you get there, if you need any instructions, just look for him. The man behind the Grand Master quickly knelt down on one knee before Hua Qiu. Your subordinate, Yang Qinglin, will obey any orders from Inspector General Hua, even at the cost of my life," he said emphatically. Hua Qiu waved for him to get up. "A barbarian country," Hua Qiu murmured. He has never been abroad in his entire life, even though he is still living on Earth. Yi Kingdom, one of the 4 great kingdoms of the Eastern continent. I heard that the martial arts there originated in the Xia Kingdom and are still very popular today. Now that the precious pearl has appeared in the world, I am determined to obtain it. I am sure there will be others who come to compete for it. But the pearl can only be mine. 545, Chapter 545. This person is dangerous. Yi Kingdom, Shihai City. Hua Qiu strolled leisurely through this seaside city. Having received intelligence from the black market yesterday, he is now standing in this foreign city. Originally, according to Yang Qinglin's plan, Hua Qiu was to be welcomed into Shihai City with utmost respect. However, Hua Qiu disliked being ostentatious and was annoyed by the so-called cumbersome procedures of cross-border travel, so he simply took off from the border of Xia and entered Yi Kingdom. Strictly speaking, he is now considered an illegal immigrant. Walking through Shihai City, Hua Qiu sensed the presence of many martial artists. As they said, the Yi Kingdom was also a martial arts nation. The 4 great nations of the East all possess martial arts civilizations. The Xia Kingdom is the birthplace of martial arts, and the martial arts of the other 3 kingdoms are more or less related. The martial arts of the Yi Kingdom developed later, and the number of martial arts experts is not as large as that of the Xia Kingdom, but the number of martial artists seems to be much larger than that of the Xia Kingdom. Before coming here, Hua Qiu had heard Yang Qinglin say that the Yi people valued martial arts and that the practice of martial arts was very popular. Even in this coastal city, Hua Qiu discovered quite a few martial arts schools. Walking down the street, it is common to see young people carrying weapons. With the arrival of the great age of martial arts, the Xia Kingdom Martial Alliance has planned to promote the development of martial arts. To this end, the alliance leader specifically consulted Hua Qiu for his opinion. Hua Qiu told them to decide for themselves, he wouldn't interfere. It's a good thing for the nation to become stronger, but it will also come with various problems. The great martial arts era also influenced neighboring countries, with the number of martial artists in foreign lands surging and breakthroughs becoming increasingly common. Hua Qiu arrived at the coast shown in the photo. The scene here made him frown slightly. There were many people working on the construction site along the coast. It looks like a building being constructed as a fighting arena. In the area where the 3-colored light appeared in the photo, there were also martial artists lingering and occasionally looking into the sea. They were likely also there for that precious pearl. Those men looked wary, and anyone who approached them would be glared at. Hua Qiu concealed his presence, making it difficult for people on the shore to notice him. He stepped towards the sea, and an aura appeared around him, preventing his body from touching the seawater. He sank into the sea. He could move freely even in the sea. As he approached the seabed, he spotted several more people. They were wearing diving suits and carrying diving equipment, searching around a small area. These people are probably in cahoots with the people mentioned above. The sign of the birth of a precious pearl is that it emits a 3-colored light, which is normal and will be noticed by people. Hua Qiu did not approach, instead, he stood above them and looked down. Under his divine perception, everything below was exposed. It is indeed the resurrection pearl. The unusual aura made Hua Qiu's expression change. This is a precious material that is indispensable for sculpting a perfect body. This substance contains powerful vitality and can mold human skin. It is truly rare for something like this to appear in the mundane world. The resurrection pearl is hidden deep beneath the seabed. It will take several more days for it to truly take shape and emerge into the world, Hua Qiu said, frowning slightly. Having realized this, he left without lingering. Given the geological stratum where the resurrection pearl is located, no matter how hard those people search, they will never be able to find it. He returned to shore quietly. But one sharp-eyed person spotted him coming up from the sea. Stop! Stop! The man's expression hardened, and he immediately shouted. As he shouted, he gestured to the people around him, who immediately rushed towards Hua Qiu and surrounded him. The person who shouted was a young man in his early 20s. He walked over with a cold face and looked Huaqiu up and down. Soon, his expression changed. He clearly saw that Huaqiu came up from the sea, but Huaqiu's body was not wet at all. "Who are you?" the young man asked in a deep voice. "Tell me, what is your purpose in coming here?" His tone was completely interrogative. Huaqiu glanced at the man indifferently, too lazy to pay him any attention. He lifted his foot and walked away. "How dare you?" The young man was furious upon seeing this. He was a well-known figure in Shihai City, yet he was ignored by some nobody. He immediately wanted to order his men to capture Huaqiu. However, the group only felt a blur before their eyes, then they missed their target and crashed into each other, howling in pain. Huaqiu had already appeared on the other side and walked away without looking back. The young man couldn't help but show surprise. Although his subordinates weren't particularly strong, they were all martial artists who had reached the rank of martial artist. That kid actually broke free in an instant, and he didn't even see him clearly. He became even more suspicious of Huaqiu. This kid is definitely after the divine artifact. His face was grim. They were even more reluctant to let Huaqiu leave. "Boy, did I say you could leave? How dare you leave?" He shouted coldly and attacked Huaqiu directly. The commotion attracted the attention of those at the arena. There were a few martial artists over there who recognized the young man. "Isn't this Wu Lingfeng, the martial arts prodigy of the Wu family? Why is he fighting with someone here?" Several martial artists were somewhat surprised. The youth elite tournament hasn't even started yet, and they're already having matches? The young man is no ordinary person. He is the young master of the Wu family, a top-tier martial arts family in Shihai City, and his strength is quite good among the younger generation. The other unfamiliar young man was someone no one recognized. Wu Lingfeng was also very confident and wanted to teach Huaqiu a lesson and subdue him. But Huaqiu didn't even turn around to look at him. Only when he got close did he vaguely hear the word "get lost." Boom! The next moment, Wu Lingfeng suddenly felt a tremendous force on his body, and he was blasted backward. He was stunned. The martial artists standing by the arena were also stunned. Without seeing what the strange young man did, Wu Lingfeng was sent flying. This scene was unexpected and bizarre. When I looked again, Huaqiu's figure had already disappeared. The martial artists looked at each other in bewilderment. Could it be that's a master? They were somewhat uncertain and dared not draw a conclusion. He recalled all the famous young geniuses in the Yi Kingdom, but couldn't find anyone who matched. Wu Lingfeng fell heavily onto the beach and it took him a long time to regain his senses. It's only because Huaqiu doesn't care about such a weak ant, otherwise, if he really made a move, he would definitely be dead. "Young master!" His men rushed over and helped him up. Wu Lingfeng quickly looked ahead. "Where is that person?" he asked. "I didn't see clearly, they probably ran away." The men weren't too sure either. Wu Lingfeng's face was extremely ugly. Although he didn't understand what was going on, he felt that the person was not simple and was very dangerous. When did such a person arrive in Shihai City? Does the Yi Kingdom have such a young martial artist? He frowned and thought for a while, but had no clue. This person is no ordinary individual, he's definitely here for that divine pearl. Go back to the family immediately and tell the elders that someone has come to steal the divine pearl. Their identity and strength are unknown, but they are extremely dangerous. Tell them that this person is very likely a martial arts genius of rank 8 or above. 546, Chapter 546 The Little Flower Seller. After leaving that coastline, Huaqiu casually found a restaurant not far from the sea and settled down to stay. From here, you can see the coastline in the distance. The resurrection pearl will take several more days to fully form and be born. Until then, he can only wait patiently. The Yi people value martial arts, and their warriors are known for their chivalry. As a result, these hotels by the sea are decorated much like inns. Huaqiu sat at a table by the window, ordered 2 small dishes and a pot of wine, and ate slowly. Feeling a little out of place in a foreign land. Inside the restaurant, some martial artists were playing drinking games and displaying their heroic spirit. Unfortunately, their skill level was too low, preventing Hua Qiu from sensing the true aura of the martial arts world. "Big brother, would you like to buy flowers?" Suddenly, a timid voice sounded from the side. Hua Qiu looked down and saw that it was a small, thin girl. Her face was rosy like an apple, her eyes were clear, and she was looking at Hua Qiu timidly. She was carrying a flower basket filled with bright red roses. That flower basket was almost half the size of her body. Such a small, thin, and weak child, yet he has to go out and sell flowers. It's hard not to feel sorry for him. "Big brother, buy a flower, it's very pretty," the little girl said to Hua Qiu with a forced smile. Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow and casually picked a flower from her basket. The little girl immediately smiled happily, and 2 dimples appeared on her face. Hua Qiu took out a 100 yuan bill and put it in her flower basket. This area is bordered by the Xia and Yi states, and both countries' currencies can circulate here. A Xia coin would not attract attention. "Thank you, big brother, here's your change." The little girl awkwardly rummaged through her pockets. "Keep the change, I don't like carrying loose change," Hua Qiu said casually. The little girl paused for a moment. "Thank you, big brother, you're such a kind person," she said with a smile. Hua Qiu remained expressionless. He never considered himself a good person. Countless people have died at his hands. "Big brother, grandma told me that one should not accept a reward without merit. You wait, I will definitely give you change later," the little girl said with a smile. After saying that, she carried the flower basket to another table. She still timidly called out to others to sell roses. "Most people love this chubby pink little girl and will buy one." She carefully tucked away every penny she received from selling flowers and smiled at Hua Qiu. She wanted to sell flowers to save enough money to find Hua Qiu. Of course, some people found her annoying and yelled at her to go away. Faced with this, the little girl could only fearfully continue to the next table, without giving up. Hua Qiu remained expressionless as she watched her sell flowers, but a slight ripple stirred within her. This is a delicate yet strong little girl. At the same time, she possesses spiritual energy and has the spiritual roots for cultivating immortality. Unfortunately, this is the mortal world. Hua Qiu shook his head. In the mundane world, no one could discover her talent, and her fate would not change. Although she felt pity, Hua Qiu had no intention of meddling in other people's business. There are so many people suffering in the world, he can't possibly take care of them all, nor did he intend to. The little girl went to another table of customers and started selling her roses. A man smiled and bought several of her roses, which made her jump for joy as she went to the next table. However, the man stared at her back, his smile quickly vanishing, and pulled out a photo to compare. The person in the photo looks just like the little girl, except that he is dressed in luxurious clothes. The man became somewhat agitated, but he suppressed his emotions and quietly got up. "Keep an eye on her," he instructed the 2 men at the table, then quickly left the restaurant. After a while, the little girl's flower basket was almost empty. She had finally managed to gather enough change to give to Hua Qiu, and her little face beamed with a smile, much more cheerful than before. Xiao Shi, an elderly woman, also carrying a flower basket, appeared at the door and called the little girl's name. "Grandma, I've sold them all," she exclaimed happily as she ran towards the old woman. "Xiao, she is really amazing," the old woman praised her. "Grandma, I still need to go find that big brother for money," she said with a smile, clutching a handful of loose change as she walked toward Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu frowned, because he saw a group of people walking aggressively behind the old woman. "That's them," the man leading the way shouted, pointing at the 2. The old woman's expression changed drastically when she saw them. She opened her mouth as if to shout. One of them, with a fierce look in his eyes, immediately strode forward and stabbed her in the chest with a knife. The old woman opened her mouth wide, her breathing became rapid and weak, and her gaze became unfocused. The little girl heard the sound and turned around. "Grandma!" Her flower basket fell to the ground, and she felt as if she had been struck by lightning. "Grandma," she cried and ran over desperately. "Oomph, You little beast, you've really given me quite a search. The leader, dressed in fine clothes, had a cold expression and kicked out directly. The frail little girl was kicked away and fell to the ground. Many people in the restaurant couldn't bear to watch this scene. What kind of skill is it to bully an old person or a child? Some people stood up. The leader's face darkened, and his eyes flashed with a fierce light. How dare you good-for-nothings interfere with the affairs of the Hong family of Shihai? He sneered disdainfully. What, the Hong family of Shihai? The expressions of everyone in the restaurant immediately changed, revealing fear. The Hong family of Shihai is a top martial arts family in Shihai City, a ruthless force with connections to both the legitimate and criminal worlds. The person who had stood up sat down again. They dare not get involved in this matter. The little girl quickly got up and bravely rushed over again. But before she could even touch the Hong family member, someone grabbed her by the neck and lifted her up. You little bastard, let's see where you run this time. The little girl bit down hard. The man, in pain and anger, threw her violently to the ground. He fell and landed at Hua Qiu's feet. At this time, the Thinchi was barely breathing. Hua Qiu frowned. Big brother, here's your change, she said weakly, waving her small hand as the loose change she was holding fell to the ground. Hua Qiu's eyes flickered slightly. It's already this late. This child. He picked up all the loose change. You don't need me anymore, Hua Qiu replied. The little girl gave a faint, wan smile, her eyes gradually blurring. She is about to die. You piece of trash, who told you to use such force? The Hong family member roared in anger. Hey kid over there, throw that little bastard over here. He coldly ordered Hua Qiu. Mind your own business, or you'll die a horrible death. He saw that Hua Qiu was showing signs of pity and coldly threatened him. In the Western Sea, my Hong family is the leader here. Even if you are a dragon, you have to obediently coil up before me. Hua Qiu smiled slightly. He casually channeled a burst of spiritual energy into the little girl's body and slowly stood up. What Shihai Hong family, never heard of them, he said indifferently. Upon hearing this, the other person narrowed their eyes. 547, Chapter 547. What kind of existence is this? The other martial artists in the restaurant looked at Hua Qiu with admiration. The Hong family of Shihai is someone they can't afford to offend, and they dare not step forward, but Hua Qiu, a young man, dared to stand up, which is quite remarkable. But can he be a match for me? The martial artists were very worried. You've never even heard of the Hong family of the Western Sea? The leader of the Hong family sneered. So, it seems you're going to get involved in this matter? His gaze grew even fiercer, and his ruthless expression frightened those around him. Hua Qiu remained expressionless throughout. His gaze was nothing but cold indifference. The little girl, who was on the verge of death, suddenly made a sound and woke up. She touched herself blankly, somewhat bewildered. At that moment, everyone's eyes widened. Everyone saw it clearly just now. Such a small girl, if thrown so hard by a martial artist, would be half dead even if she didn't die. But now she acts as if nothing happened, and even seems to be in better condition than before. This is absolutely incredible. How could this be? The Hong family members were all very surprised. Master Hong, I saw that kid pat that little bastard on the shoulder, and then she inexplicably came back to life, a lackey said. Master Hong was shocked. A single tap can make someone energetic and lively, how is that possible? He found it hard to believe. This was beyond their comprehension. Grandmother. As soon as the little girl recovered, she ran to the old woman, crying loudly and heartbroken. The old woman was stabbed in the chest. This is a fatal injury. At this moment, she was barely breathing, clinging to life, lying on the ground and looking sadly at the little girl. Xiaoxi, she said, her eyes filled with tears, her voice brimming with reluctance. Grandma, grandma, the little girl cried and called out, watching helplessly as the old woman's eyes slowly closed. The little girl quickly looked at Hua Qiu with pleading eyes. Big brother, please help me save Grandma, I beg you, please help me save her. She quickly kowtowed repeatedly to Hua Qiu inside. The scene was so heartbreaking that the martial artists in the restaurant couldn't help but sigh. The person was already in that state, how could we save them? Humph, save him, even a god couldn't save him. Master Hong sneered, revealing a cruel sneer. But the little girl wouldn't listen and kept kowtowing to Hua Qiu, until her small forehead was covered in blood. And her injuries healed quickly. It's all because there's a source of creative spiritual power within him. Alright, Hua Qiu raised his hand, preventing her from kowtowing any further. He walked over slowly, ignoring the people next to him. Get up, he said to the little girl, I will save your grandmother. Thank you, big brother, thank you, big brother. The little girl was overjoyed and got up while wiping away her tears. Haha, what utterly arrogant talk. Master Hong and the others burst into laughter, their faces full of mockery. You can bring the dead back to life, aren't you more powerful than a god? How dare you say such a thing, it's utterly ridiculous. Hua Qiu ignored them, only glancing indifferently at the lifeless old woman. For him, as long as the person wasn't completely dead, it wasn't a problem. This time, he didn't use his spiritual power. Instead, he dissolved the pill in his hand and sent its medicinal power into the old woman's body. A powerful vitality began to revive. A moment later, she suddenly opened her eyes and slowly stood up. Grandma! The little girl cried out in surprise and rushed over to her. Oh my God! This scene startled the men next to Master Hong so much that their hair stood on end and they jumped up. Even the people in the restaurant turned pale. Who wouldn't feel a chill when a dead person suddenly stands up? The fact that she still has a short knife stuck in her chest makes it even more frightening. The little girl wasn't afraid, but everyone else was terrified. The old woman was also bewildered. She blankly pulled the dagger out of her chest and threw it on the ground. This left everyone stunned, their faces filled with horror. Xiao Shi. She hugged the little girl in her arms, and the old woman and the little girl embraced and wept. Is this really alive? The people in the restaurant stared at it for a while before finally realizing what was happening. They can even bring the dead back to life. What kind of miracle is this? A miracle doctor, this is a miracle doctor. They gasped in surprise. Master Hong and his companions were greatly shocked, looking at Hua Qiu with suspicion and uncertainty. One was half dead, the other had already breathed his last. He miraculously saved them all in the blink of an eye, and they're all full of energy. This is a situation that would be difficult for anyone to remain calm about. Without a doubt, this is a true miracle. Even the most famous and skilled doctor in the entire E Kingdom could never possess such abilities. Who exactly are you? Master Hong's imposing aura was no longer so strong, and he became weak as he was unsure of Hua Qiu's background. A person with such incredible medical skills could not possibly be an ordinary person. Hua Qiu finally looked at the group properly for the first time. Get out of here, all of you, he said coldly. Instantly, Master Hong's face turned cold again, becoming extremely ugly. In a place like Shihai City, the Hong family wields immense power and influence. They have never been looked down upon. You think you're so great, don't you even know where you are? This is the Western Sea, this is the Hong family's territory. Who do you think you are, how dare you tell me to get lost? He pointed at Hua Qiu and cursed angrily. Hua Qiu looked at him indifferently. Master Hong was about to order his men to teach Hua Qiu a lesson. Third Master. Suddenly, the people behind him looked at him with horror, their faces pale. What are your names? Master Hong scolded impatiently. Your hand. Someone exclaimed in horror. Only then did Master Hong notice something amiss and turn his gaze to his hands. After just one glance, his face turned deathly pale, filled with extreme fear. The hand he was pointing at, which was gradually turning to ashes. That speed wasn't slow. Blink in an instant, one of his arms disappeared completely. Aha! Master Hong was so frightened that he screamed. After losing one arm, the loss didn't stop, it spread to other parts of his body. Help me, help me! He roared at his men, his expression crazed. But those people were so terrified that they didn't dare to approach. And so, in full view of everyone, Master Hong's body quickly turned into a pile of dust, leaving nothing behind. His men had long since disappeared. Everyone present was stunned into silence. Just moments ago, the ferocious Master Hong was cursing and swearing loudly. In the blink of an eye, all that's left is a layer of ashes. The crucial point is that nobody even knows how he died. Everyone stared at Hua Qiu. Although we didn't see him take action, this matter is definitely related to him. A question lingered in the minds of the martial artists. Who exactly is this young man? Just how incredible is he? 548, Chapter 548, Risking my life for this thing? The entire first floor of the restaurant was silent for quite some time. The old woman, holding the little girl, stared blankly at Hua Qiu, her gaze shifting uncertainly. Hua Qiu casually tossed out a few Xiaogua RMB notes, which flew directly to the table where he had been sitting. Then he turned and prepared to leave. This move was made on a whim. But that's all. Young master, please wait. The old woman hurriedly called out to Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu turned around. If you don't want to suffer again, you'd better leave as soon as possible, he said calmly. Bang! The old woman knelt down directly in front of Hua Qiu and pulled the little girl to kowtow to Hua Qiu as well. We have no way to repay your great kindness, she said in a trembling voice. It's nothing, Hua Qiu waved his hand. The more nonchalant he appeared, the more at ease the old woman felt. She was quite certain that she was already dead at that point. Even so, this person in front of me can be saved. Such a person must have a very unusual background. Especially his complete disregard for the Hong family of Shihai and his ability to destroy Master Hong at will, which further convinced her that Hua Qiu must have a very powerful background. She felt as if she had grasped at a straw. Young master, this old woman has a request, please, do me a favor and help me out, okay? The old woman pleaded, kneeling on the ground. Hua Qiu frowned. He understood all too well that a person suffering hardship will cling to any glimmer of hope. But he doesn't like to meddle in other people's business. I've already helped you once, don't push your luck, Hua Qiu said coldly. Young master, look at this child, she's so pitiful. The old woman cried out quickly. Although Master Hong is dead, the rest of the Hong family will arrive soon. I really can't protect her. You've seen how ruthless the Hong family is. That you won't show any mercy. She definitely won't survive. Please help her one more time. She kept kowtowing to Hua Qiu, attracting the attention of some people outside, who began to whisper among themselves. Grandmother. The little girl knelt to one side, looking embarrassed and at a loss for what to do. She felt very sorry for him. Grandma, my older brother has already saved us once. We can't trouble him again, or he'll be in danger too, she said, crying. Hua Qiu's expression shifted slightly. This little girl's age is completely inconsistent with her resilience and maturity. Tell me, how do you want me to help? Because of her understanding nature, Hua Qiu decided to help her one more time. Let me state in advance that if your demands are excessive, I will turn around and leave. Thank you so much, young master. The old woman quickly said, tears welling up in her eyes. Hua Qiu told them to get up and led them to a less crowded place. Young master, I beg you to protect Xiaoxi's safety for now. I have already contacted her family, and someone will come to pick her up soon. Then you won't have to worry about her anymore, and they will repay you handsomely, the old woman said. Why would a harmless little girl be hunted down by the Hong family of Shihai? Hua Qiu asked casually. Actually, Xiaoxi is not an ordinary person, the old woman said with a complicated expression. She told Hua Qiu about the little girl's background. The little girl's name is Tongxi, and her family, the Tong family, was originally a top martial arts family in a city in the Yi Kingdom. The Tong family has had many enemies over the years. A few years ago, they were framed by another equally powerful martial arts family, which led to their decline, massacre, and the destruction of their family. The old woman was Tongshi's mother's wet nurse. She was entrusted with the care of the child during a time of crisis and was taken away to escape. But no matter where they fled, they were always hunted down. The powerful families that issued the kill order were among the strongest in the entire Yi kingdom, and countless people wanted to capture them to claim credit. The Hong family was no exception. Not long ago, they fled to Shihai City, thinking it would be safer since it was far from the inland, but they were still discovered by the Hong family. I have already contacted Xiaoxi's relatives, and they will be here soon. Then you won't have to worry about it anymore. I guarantee you will receive an extremely generous reward," the old woman said. Hua Qiu chuckled softly. Generous rewards. There's not much in this mundane world that can move him, and he doesn't care. With so many people chasing after me, things can't be that simple, can they? Hua Qiu said with a half smile. He could tell that the old woman was hiding something. The old woman's face suddenly turned ugly. You asked me for help, and you still dared to hide it from me, Hua Qiu sneered. Young master, please don't be angry, I'll tell you the truth right away, the old woman said anxiously. Actually, the destruction of the Tong family and our constant pursuit are all because of one thing. The old woman slowly took out a small package, opened it, and revealed a roll of parchment. Miss said that this is a very high-level technique, which was obtained by the Tong family from an ancient tomb. If it were made public, it would cause a great upheaval in the martial arts world of the foreign country. She observed Hua Qiu's face and her expression tightened. She didn't want to reveal her cultivation technique unless absolutely necessary. These were all entrusted to her by Miss Tong. Miss Tong instructed that unless there was truly no other way, Tongshi and his cultivation technique must be preserved. Now that she's in a foreign land on the coast, where the Hong family wields immense power, she really has no choice but to accept it. If you can protect Xiaoxi, you can copy this set of techniques, the old woman said in a low voice. Hua Qiu smiled knowingly and picked up the parchment to examine it. The old woman was very nervous. She feared that Hua Qiu would be greedy and would try to seize the cultivation technique, preventing others from obtaining it, and would not care about Tongshi's life or death. She was gambling out of desperation. Oh! Hua Qiu glanced at it quickly and almost burst out laughing. Young master, what are you laughing at? The old woman asked, puzzled. According to her expectations, Hua Qiu should be deeply entangled in it and unable to extricate herself. What was the meaning behind that somewhat sarcastic laughter? Hua Qiu's expression quickly returned to normal. He believed that the merit that could cause a great upheaval in the martial arts world of foreign countries was law, in any case, should be something close to the heavenly realm. Even if it's not the best, it should at least be of the earth rank, right? To my utter surprise, it was just a high-grade Xian-level cultivation technique, not even reaching the D level. While a high-grade Xian-rank martial arts item isn't bad in the Xia Kingdom's martial arts world, it's not enough to cause any major upheaval. Perhaps the superior grade of earth has that kind of appeal. No wonder the martial arts of the Yi Kingdom are so prosperous, yet still can't compare to those of the Xia Kingdom, Hua Qiu finally understood. In terms of heritage and profound history, none of the four great eastern nations can compare to the Xia Kingdom, the land of origin. Why risk your family's ruin for a single Xian-rank cultivation technique? Hua Qiu scoffed and threw the parchment back. Young master, the old woman looked at him with a face full of shock and disbelief. This was something she never expected. This young man in front of me doesn't seem interested at all? This is the treasure that caused the Tong family's destruction. Hua Qiu's disdain left her somewhat bewildered for a moment. Does the thing you're risking your life to protect really have any value? 549, Chapter 549 Ingratitude? What, a young martial artist with an 8th grade cultivation level? The Wu family, including the family head, were greatly surprised when they received the message sent by Wu Lingfeng. In the Yi Kingdom, there are very few young martial artists of the 8th rank or above. They can be considered top geniuses. Most importantly, behind such geniuses is often a powerful and extraordinary force. This means that other major powers are also eyeing the upcoming Divine Pearl, putting them under considerable pressure. Have Ling Feng keep an eye on things, and notify us immediately if anything happens. the Wu family patriarch ordered. His expression shifted between light and dark. The divine pearl is extraordinary. Even if a more powerful force than the Wu family were to vie for it, we cannot give it up. If that young genius insists on competing for it, our Wu family will have no choice but to take the risk. The core members of the Wu family revealed a fierce glint in their eyes. At the same time, the Hong family was also greatly shaken. Master Hong holds a very high position in the Hong family and is considered one of the most powerful members. Today, he inexplicably died in front of a young martial artist, and his body was never found. The Hong family was both shocked and furious, but also extremely wary. Give the order to search for those three throughout the entire area. Furthermore, immediately send someone to contact the Feng family in Yidu and ask them to quickly send a master to help. While the two families were in turmoil, Hua Qiu leisurely strolled along the beach with Tongxi. The old woman followed behind, carrying a flower basket, looking worried. Hua Qiu's behavior both frightened and puzzled her. "Young master, you're being too conspicuous. What if the Hong family comes to attack?" she asked with a pained expression. "The Hong family is nothing, no matter how many people they send," Hua Qiu said noncommittally. This made the old woman extremely anxious. But she couldn't change Hua Qiu's mind. And so, she followed along with trepidation, while Tongxi had a great time. After years of hiding and fleeing, enduring wind and rain, the little girl has never been as happy as she is today. This made her feel even closer to Hua Qiu, calling him big brother sweetly every time. Oh dear, what if the Hong family really sends someone? The old woman was constantly worried, her face tense. Unbeknownst to her, the Hong family had already been searching the coastline. While Hua Qiu appeared to be casually taking Tongxi around the beach, she actually managed to avoid the Hong family members every time she moved around. In Hua Qiu's eyes, the martial arts masters of the barbarian kingdoms were not even as good as ants. But he also found it troublesome and was too lazy to interact with those people. And so, the day was drawing to a close, and the sun was setting. Tongxi was tired from playing and sat by the sea drinking the beverage that Hua Qiu had bought for her. Big brother, thank you, you're so kind, she said to Hua Qiu with a smile, her dimples appearing. When I grow up, I will definitely marry a good person like you. Hua Qiu was both amused and exasperated, and gently patted her head. Although this child is young, he is much more mature than other children. They're here, they've finally arrived. The old woman suddenly ran over with a look of surprise on her face, calling out. After saying that, she went off to pick up the person on her own. Big brother, I don't want to go with anyone else, Tongxi said reluctantly, shaking Hua Qiu's hand. Those are your relatives, you should go with them, Hua Qiu said calmly. In a short period of time, Tongxi developed a dependence on him. But he didn't have the time or inclination to worry about anything else. Tongxi fell silent. Before long, the old woman came quickly over with a man and a woman, followed by several servants who looked like bodyguards. The two people, a man and a woman, were both handsome and beautiful, about the same age as Hua Qiu, and exuded an air of nobility. Tongxi. When the girl saw Tongxi, tears welled up in her eyes. She rushed over and hugged Tongxi tightly. Tongxi, I am your dear Aunt Yi Qingqing. The girl cried, hugging Tongxi tightly. Do you know, your aunt has been looking for you all these years, poor child, you've suffered so much. Yi Qingqing was almost in tears. Seeing Tongxi was like seeing her deceased sister. The old woman was also wiping away tears. The Yi family wasn't very powerful, and for years she hadn't dared to take Tongxi to seek refuge with them, fearing that the Yi family would suffer the same fate as the Tong family. If she hadn't recently heard that Yi Qingqing had become famous and had a very powerful master, she wouldn't have made the contact. Hua Qiu's expression remained calm. At this moment, the young man next to Yi Qingqing was staring intently at him, his gaze seemingly unfriendly. Yi Qingqing hugged Tongxi for a while before letting go. Clearly, Tongxi was somewhat unfamiliar with her. Xiaoxi, from now on you'll stay with your aunt. Your aunt will definitely protect you, okay? Yi Qingqing said, touching her little face. Tongxi glanced back at Hua Qiu, and seeing Hua Qiu's indifferent expression, nodded weakly. Nanny, thank you for all these years, Yi Qingqing thanked the old woman. I'm not tired, the old woman said with tears in her eyes. As long as Xiaoxi is safe and sound, I will have not failed Mrs. Trust, her voice trembled. Grandma, this is for you. The young man took a safe from his subordinate and handed it to the old woman. Here is 5 million, enough for you to live comfortably for the rest of your life. The old woman didn't take it, waving her hand in refusal. Take it, it's all you deserve. The young man was slightly impatient, but he managed to maintain a forced smile. Yi Qingqing repeatedly persuaded the old woman before she finally sighed and accepted it. She was very reluctant to part with Tongxi. But it was clear that the young man was cold and didn't want to take her away with him. Xiaoxi survived today entirely thanks to that young master, the old woman pointed at Hua Qiu. She briefly recounted how Hua Qiu had taught the Hong family a lesson. Yi Qingqing looked over, her expression showing surprise. Senior brother, I am Yi Qingqing, a disciple of the Xingyi Quan King. I am very grateful for your help in saving Tongxi. She walked up to Hua Qiu and bowed. Express your gratitude. Hua Qiu neither agreed nor disagreed. The people have arrived, there's nothing more for me to do, he told the old woman. Goodbye. With that, he stood up and left. His dismissive attitude made the young man frown. Wait a minute, senior brother. Yi Qingqing quickly called out. You've helped us so much, how can we feel at ease if we don't properly thank you? Yi Qingqing said with a smile. The young man gestured for one of his men to walk up to Hua Qiu and place another safe in front of him. There's 5 million here too, take it, the young man said calmly. Hua Qiu didn't even glance at the box. No need, he chuckled. The young man frowned even more deeply, and his expression turned somewhat cold. Hua Qiu's refusal to accept money immediately aroused his suspicion. Seeing Hua Qiu turn to leave again, his face darkened. Stop! He shouted. At the same time, several of his men walked towards Hua Qiu and blocked his way. What do you mean? Hua Qiu's face also turned cold. Tell me, what exactly is your purpose? The young man pressed. 550, Chapter 550 Unbearable. Huang Tao, what are you doing? Yi Qingqing looked at the young man in confusion and questioned him. Qingqing, you're still too naive, Huang Tao said, his eyes fixed on Hua Qiu. This person isn't after money, yet he dares to risk his life to provoke the Hong family, a top-tier martial arts family in Shihai City. It's impossible for him not to have some ulterior motive. Upon hearing Huang Tao's words, Yi Qingqing's expression froze. You mean? That's right, he's most likely after the Tong family's martial arts techniques. Huang Tao's face was grim. Yi Qingqing hesitated. The Tong family's martial arts techniques were of great importance, and Hua Qiu was indeed suspicious. She dared not let her guard down. Miss Qingqing, that's not how it is. The old woman quickly stepped forward and said. That young master definitely wasn't after that thing, she said with certainty. Nanny, why are you so sure? Yi Qingqing asked, puzzled. To be honest, he has already seen that set of techniques, the old woman said softly. In order to get his help, I had no choice but to offer him the cultivation technique, promising that if he could protect Xiaoxi, I would let him copy it, but he only glanced at it and threw it back at me. Her words caused their expressions to change. Yi Qingqing was extremely shocked. How could someone look down on a precious martial arts technique that could cause such a stir in the martial arts world of foreign countries? The Tong family was destroyed because of that cultivation technique. The allure of a high-grade Xian-level cultivation technique is self-evident. The young man named Huang Tao's face turned even uglier. You mean he's already seen that set of techniques? He asked with a stern face. I did see it, but only glanced at it, the old woman replied. Heh, just one glance? Huang Tao sneered. Old woman, you're not a martial artist, you don't know how dangerous the martial arts world is. Some people can remember something at a glance, and they can even easily switch things out. That young master isn't that kind of person, is he? The old woman said, shaking her head. You're talking nonsense, big brother isn't that kind of person. Tongxi said angrily. She believed that Hua Qiu must be a good person. Otherwise, there would be no need to save them at all. it would be much easier to just take them from the Hong family. Little Tongshi, you're too young and too easily deceived. Some people appear kind on the surface, but they're actually beasts in human clothing. Huang Tao said with a smile. You're not allowed to talk about your big brother like that. Tongshi said angrily. Huang Tao frowned again, losing his patience. Qingqing, you don't believe me either, do you? You must understand, people can be wicked, I would never harm you. He looked at Yi Qingqing and said sincerely. Yi Qingqing hesitated. Huang Tao was her loyal suitor and always treated her very well. If things continue to develop, she might accept Huang Tao. Men, search me. Huang Tao gave the order directly. Yi Qingqing hesitated, then remained silent. You'd better not resist. Huang Tao's men barked menacingly at Hua Qiu. But they weren't actually searching people. With just a glance from Huang Tao, someone maliciously turned and attacked Hua Qiu from the side. On the surface, it seemed like they were controlling Hua Qiu, but in reality, they were taking drastic measures. Hua Qiu's face was cold. He could see right through Huang Tao's thoughts. I can't be bothered with ants, yet they take advantage of me? He gave a cold laugh. He glanced indifferently at the person who was attacking him from the side. The man was initially aggressive, but just as his hand was about to touch Hua Qiu, his expression suddenly changed, and his face became extremely ferocious, almost contorted with rage. Because that endured immense pain. Ami hand. He pulled his hand back in terror and screamed. What? This? Everyone present was shocked. They only saw the man reach out to Hua Qiu, and the next moment, his hand suddenly exploded in blood and flesh, and one hand was completely destroyed. This bizarre scene immediately stunned everyone. The other bodyguards hesitated to act. Huang Tao looked surprised, his brows furrowing together. He had never encountered such a situation before. What did you do? He stared at Hua Qiu and questioned loudly. He knew that Hua Qiu must have done something to it. Hua Qiu gave him a cold look. In an instant, Huang Tao froze. He couldn't help but show an expression of extreme terror. That one glance felt like being stared at by a ferocious beast, sending chills down his spine and causing cold sweat to pour down his back. That terrible palpitation made his blood circulation stagnate, and his face turned blue and red. Huang Tao, what's wrong? Yi Qingqing asked quickly. Huang Tao finally caught his breath. Take him down. Take him down now. He roared frantically. Because he was filled with fear of Hua Qiu, he dared not look directly into her eyes. But he was unwilling to admit that just one look from the other person had frightened him. Huang Tao's men exchanged glances, gritted their teeth, and swarmed forward. Bang! Suddenly, a burst of energy erupted from beneath Hua Qiu's feet. 7 or 8 people were immediately blasted away, thrown about in all directions, wailing and howling in pain, some crippled, some injured, and unable to get up again. Huang Tao opened his mouth wide, but couldn't make a sound. He became even more terrified. Such strength. Yi Qingqing was stunned, her pretty face filled with astonishment. 9th rank, this is definitely a 9th rank martial artist. She exclaimed. Her heart was in turmoil. Within the barbarian kingdom, a young martial artist of the 9th rank. Those are the kind of people who stand at the pinnacle of the younger generation. Even though she became the disciple of a renowned martial arts master, and even though Huang Tao came from a prestigious family and was known as a martial arts genius, their cultivation levels were still far from the 9th rank. Clearly, the person in front of them was much stronger than them. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Hua Qiu appeared in front of Huang Tao. Bang! Huang Tao was so frightened that he immediately fell to the ground. His fear of Hua Qiu had reached its peak, his face was ashen white. Huang Tao, what's wrong with you? Yi Qingqing asked, frowning. Huang Tao's despicable behavior was beyond her comprehension. Even if the other party is a 9th rank expert with superior talent, they shouldn't be so frightened, right? She had no idea how much pressure Huang Tao was under. What are you going to do? Get away from me! Huang Tao shouted in terror. Hua Qiu's face turned cold, and killing intent gradually surfaced. He usually ignores ants, but if he is truly angered, he will not tolerate it. Huang Tao sensed the approach of death and immediately lost control of his bladder. Big brother Tong, she called out weakly. Hua Qiu looked at her and found her little face filled with fear. Hua Qiu's murderous aura affected her. Hua Qiu frowned, and his aura quickly calmed down. Looking at Huang Tao, who was terrified, he felt disgusted and walked away, pinching his nose. Can you really protect this child? He asked Yi Qingqing indifferently. Yi Qingqing was stunned for a moment. I can do it, she said earnestly and firmly. Hua Qiu chuckled softly, said nothing, and drifted away. It took Huang Tao a while to get up from the ground. His face looked extremely pale. Qingqing, he called out. You stay away from me. Yi Qingqing frowned and pulled Tongxi away, looking somewhat disgusted. Huang Tao's expression was stiff. Yi Qingqing stared at the spot where the figure had disappeared, her expression slightly stunned. Who exactly is he? 551, Chapter 551, Ungrateful. That night, Hua Qiu stayed at a restaurant by the coast. He sat on the first floor and looked out, where he could see the place where the resurrection pearl was about to appear. Hua Qiu discovered that the number of martial artists on the coast had surged, and most of them were young. He glanced at the arena by the sea, it was almost finished. It seems that a martial arts competition for young talents is about to be held here, similar to the youth group of the Xia Kingdom Martial Arts Tournament, attracting many young martial artists to participate. He glanced to the side and saw that the Wu family's martial artists had also set up a small house at the spot where the resurrection pearl was about to appear, with a sign hanging on it that read Qingying Tournament Martial Artist Consultation Office. The Wu family is trying to keep their secret by staying there day and night. Hua Qiu didn't take such a competitor seriously at all, he glanced at them and then paid no more attention. Young martial artists frequently entered the restaurant, discussing the youth elite tournament and debating who had the higher probability of winning. A short while later, Hua Qiu glanced at the doorway and frowned slightly. He saw Yi Qingqing and Tongxi again. Yi Qingqing pulled Tongxi into the restaurant and immediately spotted Hua Qiu. Big brother. Tongxi immediately called out happily and ran towards him. Yi Qingqing's expression changed, and she also walked towards Hua Qiu's table. As for Huang Tao behind them, Huang Tao looked at Hua Qiu as if he had seen a plague god, and his face turned pale with fright. Hua Qiu had become a psychological shadow for him, filling him with extreme fear. He dared not follow them. Huang Tao, looking timid and hesitant, led a few of his men to another table, trying to stay as far away from Hua Qiu as possible. Big brother, I knew I'd see you again. Tongxi smiled and sat down next to Hua Qiu. Facing Tongxi, Hua Qiu didn't continue to give her the cold shoulder and smiled at her. Yi Qingqing sat next to Hua Qiu, her eyes fixed on him. Yi Qingqing is considered a celebrity in the martial arts world of Yi Kingdom, and is one of the best young martial artists, attracting a lot of attention. Naturally, some people became curious about Hua Qiu's identity. May I ask your honorable name, senior brother, and which sect you belong to? Yi Qingqing asked Hua Qiu with her hands clasped in greeting. Hua Qiu, no faction, Hua Qiu said indifferently, as if he didn't care much. Yi Qingqing looked somewhat embarrassed. She was of high status and a beautiful woman, yet no one had ever treated her with such indifference as Hua Qiu. Judging from brother Hua's strength, he is probably among the top in the younger generation of the Yi Kingdom. It is truly astonishing that he is unaffiliated with any sect or school, Yi Qingqing said with a smile. Hua Qiu remained silent, and an awkward silence immediately fell over the table. Well, brother Hua, you're here to participate in this youth elite competition too, right? With your skills, you're sure to get a good ranking. She complimented. Hua Qiu then glanced at her. You came to pick someone up, and now that you've picked them up, why aren't you leaving? He said in a deep voice. It's obvious to anyone with eyes that Yi Qingqing and Huang Tao are preparing to participate in the youth elite competition. However, Tongxi is the last surviving member of the Tong family, and that cultivation manual is coveted by others, putting them in a very dangerous situation. She actually had the mood to linger here. Yi Qingqing also understood what Hua Qiu meant. Brother Hua, you may not know this, but my master is a renowned expert in the martial arts world of the Yi Kingdom. With him in charge, no one dares to act recklessly, she said confidently. Moreover, Huang Tao and I are both quite powerful, and we are not people that ordinary villains can offend. Don't worry, I will definitely be able to protect Xiaoxi. Hua Qiu did not speak again. Her promise seemed laughable in front of Hua Qiu. But he and Tongxi are not related, so there's not much to say. Brother Hua, were you also attracted by the rewards of the youth elite competition? Yi Qingqing asked again. I'm not participating, Hua Qiu said. Yi Qingqing was taken aback. She found it somewhat unbelievable. That's such a pity, she said regretfully. With your strength, as long as the 3 strongest people from the Yi Kingdom don't come, you have a very good chance of winning the championship. Don't you know, the reward for this youth elite tournament is an extremely rare breakthrough pill produced by Xiaogui Yume Makeup, which can help martial artists below the martial venerable realm break through two minor realms. If a peak 9th grade martial artist were to consume this, they might even be able to directly break through and become a martial venerable. This is just the Youth Elite Tournament. There are even more valuable rewards when you advance to the Yi Kingdom's All Martial Arts Tournament. Moreover, the champion of the Youth Elite Tournament will be summoned by a legendary martial artist and receive his instruction and guidance. Yi Qingqing spoke excitedly, while Hua Qiu remained indifferent. Brother Hua, I suggest you also participate in the Youth Elite competition if you can catch the eye of that legendary figure, she tried to persuade Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu showed an impatient expression. I have absolutely no interest in any youth competitions. It's just a bunch of kids fighting. Yi Qingqing's expression froze instantly. She never expected Hua Qiu to say such arrogant things. Sure enough, some young martial artists around them cast their gazes over, their expressions hostile. Among them are many well-known young masters. Yi Qingqing felt immense pressure. Everyone, my friend had too much to drink and was talking nonsense. Please don't take offense. She quickly stood up to apologize. The crowd stopped arguing, but they became more hostile towards Hua Qiu. My friend, you're quite arrogant. If you're not just spouting nonsense, then you must really be capable. Just then, a sound came from near the door. 2 young men walked in through the door. The man in front of me, holding a folding fan, is dressed like a refined gentleman and is quite handsome. The person behind him was extremely aloof, and no one could get him to look him in the eye. Young Master Qi. The young martial artists in the restaurant all recognized the man in front of them, so they quickly stood up and bowed to him. His influence is evident. Young Master Qi has arrived. Upon seeing the man, Yi Qingqing's pretty face immediately changed, and she became distressed. Because this person was the strongest of the younger generation from the Yi Kingdom that she had mentioned one of the 3. Miss Qingqing, it's been a long time. Young Master Qi cupped his hands to Yi Qingqing, smiling broadly, and was about to sit down at the table. There are empty seats on the side, Hua Qiu said coldly. Young Master Qi's smile faltered slightly. The young martial artists inside the restaurant also showed surprise. Who is this Prince Qi? With such a powerful background and immense strength, how dare an unknown nobody disrespect him in public? I was being presumptuous, young Master Qi said with a smile, appearing very easygoing, and stood up. Judging from this brother's astonishing tone, he must be an extraordinary person. I decided to befriend him since my friend doesn't like being disturbed. I won't force him. After saying this, he and the aloof young man walked to the table next to them and sat down. Now, all the young martial artists in the restaurant disliked Hua Qiu. Young Master Qi was already very popular and admired by many. Damn, who does he think he is? It's an honor for young Master Qi to want to be friends with him, and he's not even grateful. Where did this hothead come from? He has no sense of propriety at all, and he seems to have mediocre strength, yet he speaks extremely arrogantly. Now he even dares to disregard young Master Qi. Someone like him is only spared because young Master Qi is magnanimous, otherwise, he could have been slapped 108,000 miles away. Hua Qiu frowned, revealing his displeasure. 552, Chapter 552 High-Grade Spirit Pills. Everyone, I was indeed presumptuous. I hope you won't blame that friend. Young Master Chi stood up, cupped his hands in greeting to those around him, and said. The murmurs then subsided. However, the young martial artists grew increasingly disgusted and repulsed by Hua Qiu. His lack of manners and rudeness contrasted sharply with Qi Gongxi's politeness. This person is very famous among the younger generation of martial arts practitioners in Yi Kingdom. He has reached the martial venerable realm at a young age and is one of the 3 strongest new generation practitioners in Yi Kingdom. Yi Qingqing whispered to Hua Qiu. He is known for his gentlemanly conduct. You should not belittle him even if he does nothing. His admirers could drown you in their spittle. She shook her head. Hua Qiu neither agreed nor disagreed. He couldn't be bothered with this so-called young Master Qi. However, it was the aloof young man with him who made Hua Qiu's expression change slightly. His demeanor was calm and composed, and no one present could see through him, assuming he was just an inconspicuous companion of young Master Qi. But in front of Hua Qiu, all his hidden secrets were exposed. Great perfection of Qi refining, Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow slightly. I never expected to encounter a Qi cultivator in this barbarian country. That young man's bone age was no more than 40. Even in the immortal realm, his Qi refining perfection realm would definitely be considered genius. A cultivator from the immortal realm, doesn't seem like it. Hua Qiu couldn't sense the special aura of the immortal realm from him. Although this person is inherently aloof, there is still a significant difference between him and cultivators from the immortal realm. Even barbarian countries have families that cultivate immortality, Hua Qiuming realized. Perhaps the other 3 kingdoms also have reclusive immortal cultivation families. Since seeing the 9 provinces dragon seal, Hua Qiu has realized that Earth's cultivation civilization was once prosperous and no less powerful than that of powerful immortal cultivation planes. Although it has disappeared for some unknown reason, there should still be some traces left behind. It's not impossible that there are cultivators at the core formation stage or even higher hidden in the mortal world. Hua Qiu kept a watchful eye on things. If we want to explore the secrets of the dragon seal in the future, including finding other main materials, these reclusive cultivation families might come in handy. At this moment, young Master Qi and the aloof young man huddled together. So, what level of cultivation is the person who's with Yi Qingqing? Young Master Qi asked with great interest. I can't see through it, the aloof young man said in a low voice. What? Young Master Qi almost exclaimed in surprise. He knew what kind of person his companion was. His strength goes without saying, he is comparable to a top martial arts master from a foreign country. Their vision extends far beyond the realm of martial arts. But he actually said he couldn't see through that person. This greatly shocked Prince Qi. Even you can't see through it, that's unlikely, isn't it? He was somewhat incredulous. That person's aura was very flat, without any fluctuations. I can't tell anything from him, the aloof young man said, frowning. Either his cultivation is above mine, which is why I can't see through him, or he's just an ordinary martial artist as he appears on the surface, he concluded. It's impossible for your cultivation level to be above yours. Young Master Qi shook his head with a smile. I thought he was some kind of hidden master because of his arrogant tone, but it turns out he's just arrogant and conceited. Young Master Qi lost interest. Forget it, let's focus on that matter instead. If I can find the divine pearl, I can also worship at that place like you. The two spoke in a combination of words and telepathy, and their conversation reached Hua Qiu's ears. His expression was slightly cold. It seems there are quite a few people eyeing the resurrection pearl. The reclusive immortal cultivation families of the Yi Kingdom have all been drawn here. He didn't want to complicate things. If anyone interferes before the pearl is fully formed, he will fail at the last hurdle. Brother Hua, what do you think of Shaoxi's potential? Yi Qingqing asked from the side. Hua Qiu snapped out of her daze and looked at Tongxi. I'm planning to teach her martial arts, but I don't have enough experience and I don't know what would be most suitable for her. Could you give me some advice? Yi Qingqing looked at Hua Qiu expectantly. Big brother Tongxi looked at him expectantly. Hua Qiu's expression remained indifferent. Tongxi possesses spiritual roots, and his comprehension naturally surpasses that of 99% of ordinary martial artists. No matter what martial arts she is taught, she can learn them very quickly. However, that would be a waste of her talent and potential. Whatever, Hua Qiu uttered. Yi Qingqing's expression froze. Tongxi's face was filled with disappointment. Big brother, do you hate me now? She whispered. Hua Qiu was slightly taken aback. Perhaps he really is a bit too cold-hearted. Hua Qiu raised his hand, and a red pill appeared in his hand. If you are truly determined to embark on the path of martial arts, take this pill after you have entered the sect. He handed the pill to Tongxi. Tongxi held it in her hands, stunned. Until we meet again. With those words, Hua Qiu got up and walked straight out. Yi Qingqing and Tongxi looked at each other in bewilderment. Yi Qingqing picked up the small red pill with a suspicious look and examined it closely. What kind of medicine is this? Does it really work? He's not just using it to fool kids, is he? She said, pursing her lips. Bang! Suddenly, a sound came from the side. It was the aloof young man who suddenly stood up after seeing the pill. Knock. Knock knock knock. He strode up to Yi Qingqing, his eyes fixed on the red pill. What's wrong? Young Master Qi followed over, puzzled, and asked. This is a top-grade elixir. The aloof young man stared intently, his expression becoming extremely excited. What kind of high-grade elixir? Yi Qingqing and young Master Qi both looked puzzled. A top-grade elixir, this is the grade of this pill. This is the first time I've ever seen a top-grade elixir. The aloof young man said, panting heavily. Young Master Qi's expression immediately changed drastically. Something he's never seen before must be incredibly extraordinary. If I'm not mistaken, this pill's effects, once ingested, will cleanse one's marrow and bones, enhance one's natural talent, and make one's cultivation path smooth, without any obstacles. Young Master Qi and Yi Qingqing looked surprised, but were still somewhat bewildered. If this pill contains enough medicinal power, even someone who has never practiced martial arts can instantly advance to the martial venerable realm. He put it in a more accessible way. Instantly, the two of them gaped open. The fact that the Qingying competition could raise the cultivation level of those below the martial venerable realm was enough to attract so many people. The pill that Hua Qiu casually gave away was actually so powerful. This is a treasure. How could he bear to give away such a precious elixir? Young Master Qi asked in astonishment. Yi Qingqing was speechless. Hua Qiu gave away such a treasure without hesitation. Her shock was indescribable. The understanding of Hua Qiu has become even more mysterious. That's just the most insignificant side effect of this pill. The aloof young man took a breath. He did not provide a specific explanation for these worldly martial artists. Even he was incredibly tempted by this pill, and even wanted to snatch it. However, he forcibly stopped himself when he thought of how casually Hua Qiu had given him the pills. Who exactly is he? Why can he so easily give away top-grade spiritual pills? With these questions in mind, the aloof young man vanished from the restaurant in an instant. He's going to find out what's going on. 553, Chapter 553 Supreme Existence. The aloof young man chased after him at top speed. But after he left the restaurant, he could no longer sense any trace of Hua Qiu's presence. At this moment, he could not possibly regard Hua Qiu as an ordinary person. They're willing to give away top-grade elixirs so casually, they can't be ordinary people. The most respected person in his faction even treasured mid-grade spiritual pills like the finest treasures. Unable to sense anything, the aloof young man persisted, searching for Hua Qiu's whereabouts along the coast like a gust of wind. But despite his best efforts, he couldn't find a single clue. This left him feeling incredulous. Even with my qi refining perfection cultivation, I can't find a single person? He found it hard to accept. Are you looking for me? Suddenly, a voice came from the side. The aloof young man was startled and quickly backed away. He saw Hua Qiu, who had disappeared, sitting under a parasol, looking at him indifferently. How did you get here? The aloof young man was still in shock. I've been sitting here the whole time, you just couldn't see me, Hua Qiu said calmly. What? The aloof young man was unbelievable. He then realized that, in his perception, even though Hua Qiu was sitting right in front of him, he couldn't sense anything at all. This bizarre scene, where inspiration and vision contradicted each other, deeply shocked him. He immediately became alert. He didn't know what kind of being was standing before him. All he knew was that this person was incomprehensible. You're a qi refiner, right? The aloof young man asked. Hua Qiu did not answer him, but looked into the distance. That place is where the Pearl of Resurrection was conceived. The aloof young man's expression tightened. Could it be that you've come here for that thing too? He frowned. No matter what faction you belong to, the pearl will definitely fall into my hands, Hua Qiu said coldly. Anyone who dares to steal it will face certain death. If you don't rob, you can save your life. Hua Qiu's words were very calm. But it exudes an irresistible domineering aura. Such an attitude startled the aloof young man. You're being far too arrogant, he said, his face darkening. Do you even know what kind of power I come from? How dare you speak so arrogantly? The world is vast, and undeniably, you may have a powerful background, but to make such boastful claims suggests that your abilities may not be sufficient. Hua Qiu smiled faintly. This person achieved the great perfection of qi refining at a young age, so naturally he was extremely confident. Hua Qiu placed her hand on the table under the parasol. At that moment, he raised a finger. Despair. He tapped his fingers lightly. Buzz. In an instant, it seemed as if the sky itself had roared. The aloof young man began to experience tinnitus, his whole body tensed up, and he lost all sense of sound from the outside world. An immense pressure descended upon him, threatening to bend his body down. What's this? He was terrified and instinctively wanted to fight back. But his strength was too weak to be of any use. Bang! He was pinned to the ground with one hand, veins bulging on his forehead. The immense pressure made it hard for him to breathe. He forced himself to look up, only to see Hua Qiu staring at him indifferently. At that moment, he was terrified. This person's mere pressure was enough to overwhelm him. I am a qi refining master at the great perfection. He roared inwardly, unleashing all his spiritual power, but to no avail. Bang! He finally couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed completely onto the beach. How can it be so strong? He was incredulous and extremely frightened. When he left, his master told him that almost no one in this mortal world could pose a threat to him. Even if he were unlucky enough to encounter a Foundation establishment cultivator, with his strength and methods, he could still protect himself. But who is this person in front of me? It made him appear incredibly weak, without the slightest power to resist. Mid-Foundation establishment stage? No, I've seen mid-Foundation establishment stages before, and none of them were nearly as terrifying as this. Perfect Foundation establishment or core formation grand cultivator. His eyes widened, and his heart nearly exploded. If this terrible pressure isn't relieved soon, he will die. Call. Just as his consciousness was fading and he reached the critical point, the terrifying pressure suddenly receded like a tide. The aloof young man gasped for breath and coughed violently a few times, almost coughing up his bile. His eyes were bloodshot, and it took him a long time to catch his breath. In that short time, he felt as if he had just escaped death. When he faced Hua Qiu again, he was filled with awe. I was unaware of your greatness, Senior, please forgive me. He quickly bowed deeply to Hua Qiu, speaking with utmost respect and trepidation. Even now, he still doesn't know Hua Qiu's true level of cultivation. But that one aura alone was enough to make him revere it as a god. Am I strong enough to say that? Hua Qiu asked. Enough, absolutely enough. The aloof young man nodded in agreement. Senior, rest assured, I will never covet that divine pearl again. I will also warn the forces behind me that we would never dare to be your enemy. Hua Qiu nodded with a faint smile. This person was not a bad person, so he only gave him a warning to make him back down. Even after leaving the restaurant, his consciousness remained connected to it. At that time, if this person had dared to try to snatch the pills he gave to Tongxi, he would have been instantly annihilated. Go ahead, Hua Qiu waved his hand. The aloof young man bowed deeply once more, stood up, and turned to leave. In fact, he had many questions and was full of curiosity about this powerful cultivator. But he dared not disobey, fearing that he would incur displeasure and be killed on the spot. Such a powerful cultivator has appeared in the barbarian country, just who is he? The aloof young man thought to himself as he walked. In the entire Yi kingdom, there are not many Qi cultivators, and the various factions all know each other well. No one can be matched with this person. Could it bet had he came to from that ethereal immortal realm? Suddenly, he was startled. He returned to the restaurant, feeling unsettled. Well, have you found the person? Young Master Qi quickly stepped forward to ask. Don't ask, he said coldly. That person is unknowable, inviolable, and an unparalleled being. Upon hearing this, young Master Qi was stunned and stood there dumbfounded. He didn't understand much, but he was deeply shaken. The aloof young man glanced at Yi Qingqing and Tongxi. That elixir is extremely precious. It is a great blessing for you to have obtained it. You must hide it carefully and never let outsiders know about it, otherwise the consequences will be unimaginable. He warned with a stern face. Yi Qingqing nodded blankly. The aloof young man's attitude forced her to take him seriously. This pill is far more precious than your so-called top-tier cultivation techniques, the aloof young man added meaningfully. In an instant, Yi Qingqing's expression changed. She looked at the aloof young man warily. But the other party chuckled lightly, revealing a disdainful expression. This single pill is more precious than a high-grade Xian-level cultivation technique? Her heart surged with intense emotion. 554, Chapter 554, Seeking Death. More and more martial artists are gathering on the coast of Shihai City. The place had become noisy and chaotic, which made Hua Qiu unhappy. Back at the restaurant, Hua Qiu found it extremely crowded, packed with a large number of martial artists. Looking inside, I saw several young martial artists gathered around a table, exchanging compliments and toasts, clearly enjoying themselves immensely. Yi Qingqing and young Master Qi were both there, along with a few other people. They all seemed to be outstanding young people from the Yi Kingdom, gathering together to exchange pleasantries and reminisce. Seated in the main seat was a young man of similar age to young Master Qi, who exuded the aura of someone in a superior position. Organized by him, a group of talented young people gathered together. Hua Qiu wouldn't even bother to glance at such a gathering. I had originally planned to have a drink on the first floor, but it was so crowded there wasn't even a seat. Hua Qiu frowned but didn't say anything. She walked to the only empty seat away from the crowd and sat down. Senior. A cold and aloof young man appeared, and he bowed respectfully to him with his hands clasped. Hua Qiu nodded. Senior, may I sit with you? He asked tentatively. Hua Qiu glanced at him and waved casually. Thank you, Senior. The aloof young man was overjoyed and quickly sat down next to Hua Qiu. Having witnessed just a fraction of Hua Qiu's strength, he now held Hua Qiu in the utmost awe. The young Master Qi invited him to sit with those talented young men from the barbarian states, hoping to elevate him, but he showed no interest whatsoever. Talking to a group of so-called ordinary martial arts geniuses is a waste of time, and it's nothing compared to discussing things with the strongest. My name is Chang Feiyu, you can just call me Xiaoyu, Senior. He introduced himself with a smile, completely losing the aloofness he usually showed to others. Senior, you're not from the barbarian country, are you? He asked. A person from the Xia kingdom, Hua Qiu said calmly. I knew it. Chang Feiyu's expression was slightly shaken. He became even more certain that Hua Qiu came from that so-called Holy Land of cultivation. The legendary immortal realm is located within the territory of the Xia kingdom. I know every corner of this foreign land well. If you need my help anywhere, please feel free to send me, he said ingratiatingly. Hua Qiu remained indifferent to Chang Feiyu's enthusiasm. But Chang Feiyu was not discouraged and continued to try to get closer to him. He longed for the immortal realm and wanted to learn some information from Hua Qiu. On the other hand, young Master Qi had been keeping a close eye on the movements of Chang Feiyu and Hua Qiu. Seeing Chang Feiyu acting like a completely different person, fawning over Hua Qiu in every way, he couldn't help but show a look of surprise. With his status and power, Chang Feiyu was cold and indifferent to everyone. This was the first time he had seen Chang Feiyu behave like this. Is that guy surnamed Hua really that remarkable? He was deeply troubled. Most of the young geniuses around him noticed his absent-mindedness. Brother Qi, why don't you invite your friends over too? Let's discuss martial arts together. Wouldn't that be wonderful? The person in the host's seat said with a smile. Thank you, Brother Lu, but it's no need. They are solitary by nature and prefer peace and quiet, said young Master Qi, clasping his hands in greeting. When their gaze fell upon Hua Qiu's table, two people's expressions changed slightly. One of them was Wu Lingfang, who had met Hua Qiu once before. When Hua Qiu emerged from the sea, he saw her and tried to capture her, but was frightened. The other one is the genius from the Hong family in Shihai City. He glanced at Hua Qiu, his gaze turning cold. Because Hua Qiu's appearance and clothing were almost identical to the person the Hong family was investigating. Now that Tongxi is under Yi Qingqing's protection and the Hong family is wary of the people behind her, they have not made any rash moves for the time being. But the hatred for the death of Master Hong could not be let go easily. Hong Jiatian suddenly stood up. Hong Yi, what's wrong? The young man in the main seat asked. I saw my Hong family's enemy. Hong Yi said, squinting his eyes. He exuded an undisguised killing intent. Everyone looked surprised. Everyone has heard that a young martial artist offended the Hong family and killed the Hong family's third master. Through his gaze, they also realized who it was. It turns out he's a friend of young Master Qi? Young Master Qi frowned. Yi Qingqing's expression tightened. Young Master Qi, we have a blood feud, so don't blame me for not giving you face. Hong Yi said coldly. The group looked at each other in bewilderment. Neither side is easy to deal with. Is this going to escalate into a fight? Young Master Qi suddenly laughed. That's not my friend. If you want revenge, you can go ahead. Good. Hong Yi sneered, kicked the chair aside, and strode over to Hua Qiu's table. Bastard, prepare to die. Without uttering a single word, he unleashed a powerful punch, the violent force creating a gust of wind and a loud bang. The martial artists inside the restaurant looked surprised and hurriedly made way for them. Hua Qiu and Chang Feiyu's expressions both darkened. A chopstick slipped from Hua Qiu's hand. Whoosh! The sound of something cutting through the air rang out, and Hong Yi's expression suddenly changed. His frenzied energy was easily broken. The chopsticks pierced his palm, forcing him to stop his punching motion. In an instant, all the young geniuses present showed surprise. Hong Yi was a respected figure among the younger generation in the Yi Kingdom, but before his punches even touched his opponent, he was already injured. A master! The group's hearts sank. Yi Qingqing and young Master Qi seemed to be gloating. They all knew that Hua Qiu was not weak. Wu Lingfang's expression turned serious. Despite the pain, Hong Yi glared angrily at Hua Qiu. Where did this fly come from? Don't you want to live? Chang Feiyu rebuked coldly. Just when he felt he was about to get to know Hua Qiu well, someone ruined the whole thing, and he immediately flew into a rage. You dare call me a fly? Hong Yi's veins bulged, easily provoked. Who are you? Hua Qiu asked, frowning. This person inexplicably attacked their tablites, still unclear who they're targeting. Who am I? Hong Yi's eyes turned red. You bastard, you killed my third uncle, and you still have the nerve to roam freely here? This grudge will be avenged by my Hong family. You won't leave Shihai City alive. Hong Yi threatened angrily. He knew he was no match for Hua Qiu, but this was Hong family territory, so he wasn't afraid. What's more, the strongest martial arts genius here will help him. Upon hearing Hong Yi's words, Hua Qiu's expression turned cold. Once he was identified as a member of the Hong family, there was no need to ask any further questions. Now even an ant that hasn't even reached the martial venerable realm dares to threaten me? Hua Qiu laughed self-deprecatingly. Whoosh! The next moment, another chopstick flew out of his hand, so fast that no one here could catch a glimpse of it. Well! Hong Yi, who was not far away, suddenly froze. His throat had been pierced by a chopstick, and blood was gushing out. He looked at Hua Qiu in astonishment and knelt down. He probably never imagined that he would die so easily. What? This scene startled the young geniuses, who all stood up. This sudden and unexpected scene was too abrupt. In the blink of an eye, Hong Yi, who was of the same rank as them, was killed. The young man surnamed Lu, sitting in the main seat, was momentarily stunned. His face quickly turned grim. Because of Hong Yi, they had a good relationship. 555, Chapter 555 You've got into trouble. The genius of the Hong family of Shihai was actually killed by him just like that? The young martial artists inside the restaurant were quite astonished. Because of what happened with young Master Qi, many of them were quite disgusted with Hua Qiu. Unexpectedly, his skill astonished everyone present as soon as he made his move. Moreover, he directly killed a genius martial artist from a first-rate martial arts family in public. What audacity this is! For a moment, everyone looked at the young man surnamed Lu. Lu Qingji and Hong Yi had a very close relationship, and the Lu family and the Hong family were old friends. He couldn't possibly stand idly by while his friend was killed. Lu Qingji is undoubtedly the number one genius among the younger generation of our kingdom. Even young Master Qi is somewhat inferior to him. If he makes a move, that kid will surely be killed on the spot. The young martial artists began to discuss it. Young Master Qi, your friend is over there too, aren't you going to do anything about it? Yi Qingqing panicked and said to young Master Qi. I'm no match for Lu Qingji, don't count on me. Young Master Qi shook his head and laughed. He wasn't worried at all. Neither Chang Feiyu nor Hua Qiu are people Lu Qingji can control. Even if he is the number one martial arts genius in the foreign country. Under the watchful eyes of many, Lu Qingji walked towards Hua Qiu and the others. State your names and where you're from, he said coldly, his face grim. I, Lu Qingji, do not kill nameless people. He possesses strong self-confidence. That confidence came from his title as the number one martial arts genius in the foreign land. He is different from Hong Yi, he is a martial venerable expert. Although Hua Qiu was able to kill Hong Yi, he was not enough to make Hong Yi wary. Here's a piece of advice, get out of here right now, Chang Feiyu said with a mocking expression. How dare an ant challenge a giant? He found it utterly ridiculous. Without Hua Qiu even lifting a finger, he could easily kill this so-called mortal martial master. In this barbarian land, no one can make me get lost. Lu Qingji said coldly, his anger rising. In broad daylight, how dare you kill the heir of a first-rate martial arts family in public? Who gave you the audacity? As a candidate for the future president of the Martial Arts Association of the Yi Kingdom, how could I, Lu Qingji, ignore such a matter? He said righteously. You self-righteous fool. Chang Feiyu frowned deeply, still trying to make Lu Qingji back down. Although he was a Qi cultivator, he came from a secular background and did not want to see a young genius from a foreign country, on whom great hopes were placed, die an unnatural death. Unfortunately, the other party couldn't understand his good intentions. Stop talking nonsense, even if you are young Master Qi's friend, don't even think about protecting this murderer. Say another word, and I'll punish you too. Chang Feiyu was utterly speechless. Hua Qiu stood up. Seeing this, Chang Feiyu looked anxious. You're courting death. Hua Qiu's face darkened. Senior, please allow me to teach him a lesson again, so that he will back down, he said with a forced smile. Hua Qiu glanced at him indifferently. Chang Feiyu's expression froze, and he dared not speak again. He saw coldness in Hua Qiu's eyes. He's really asking for it, there's no way to stop him. Chang Feiyu said with a look of disappointment. Humph, looking for death, we'll soon find out who's looking for death. Lu Qingji sneered, his tone somewhat contemptuous. Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard an unusual buzzing sound in his ear. The next moment, his face stiffened. Lu Qingji stopped abruptly and stood motionless. Hua Qiu, however, sat back down. The group looked at each other, confused and bewildered. Brother Lu? Wu Lingfeng was closer, and he wanted to pat Lu Qingji, who seemed to be frozen in time, in confusion. Bang! With that one slap, Lu Qingji collapsed to the ground. Only then did a bloody hole appear on his forehead. In an instant, everyone's expression changed drastically. Wu Lingfeng's hand trembled as he placed it under his nose to test it. Lu Qingji is dead, he swallowed and said slowly. What, dead? The group of young martial artists were extremely shocked. Lu Qingji actually died just like that. He is the #1 martial arts genius in the Yi Kingdom. His cultivation level has reached the martial venerable realm, just a hair's breadth away from the title of Great Martial Venerable. Such a brilliant young genius, a candidate for president of the Martial Arts Association, met such a bizarre end here. Few people could accept that. They all looked at the man in horror. It's obvious that no one here had a motive to kill, except him. But how did he do it, and what methods did he use? Killing Hong Yi is one thing, everyone can see the cause of death. But Lu Qingji's death was truly inexplicable. Before this, the young martial artists here were full of resentment towards Hua Qiu, and no one thought he was a master. 2 people were killed in a row, even the #1 genius of the barbarian kingdom was instantly killed. What kind of existence is this? Many martial artists began to feel fear. Call. Yi Qingqing finally breathed a sigh of relief. Hua Qiu's strength far exceeded her expectations. The fact that even the top genius can be defeated in an instant is enough to describe their unfathomable strength. But she quickly became worried. Lu Qingji has a very powerful background. He was still the most favored candidate for the Yi Kingdom Martial Arts Tournament. He was killed, and the forces behind him and the Martial Arts Association will surely turn against him. Will Hua Qiu survive? This matter has gotten a bit out of hand. Young Master Qi tapped his forehead with his folding fan, his brows furrowed. He thought Hua Qiu would only give him a minor punishment. What are you all standing there for? Go and report it. Someone suddenly shouted. The crowd suddenly realized what was happening and immediately fell into chaos. Hua Qiu did not stop their actions. He sat there calmly, drinking. Why? Chang Feiyu sighed and sat down as well. He tried his best to stop them, but they wouldn't listen. Hua Qiu, why aren't you leaving yet? Yi Qingqing ran up to Hua Qiu and said anxiously. We've already reported it. The Hong family will be here soon, as will the martial arts experts. Do you know how much trouble you've caused? Even if I call my master, he can't protect you, you'd better run. Yi Qingqing said with a hint of reproach. You're too noisy, Hua Qiu said, glancing at her and frowning. How can you be so calm? I'm so worried. Yi Qingqing paced anxiously. Because Hua Qiu had saved Tongxi and given her such precious medicine, she didn't want to see anything happen to Hua Qiu. But given the current situation, there's nothing she can do. Little girl, be quiet, or you'll be sent away, Chang Feiyu snapped, his face dark. Miss Qingqing, don't worry about it, young Master Qi said, pulling Yi Qingqing aside. Don't worry, there aren't many people in this barbarian country who can do anything to him. Yi Qingqing couldn't help but show a puzzled expression. How could someone who killed a candidate for the Martial Arts Association president possibly get away with it? After all, even someone like her master wouldn't dare to do such a thing. 556, Chapter 556. No one can investigate. Hua Qiu and Chang Feiyu remained very calm. In the entire restaurant, only the 2 of them were able to remain calm. The young martial artists did not leave, they remained there, watching. The news of Lu Qingji's death has been reported, and the Shihai Martial Arts Association branch will definitely take action immediately. The Hong family, having received the news, will also mobilize all their resources. They all wanted to stay and see how things developed. What tragic end will a person who dares to kill even a martial arts tournament candidate have? What's the point of this youth elite tournament? It hasn't even started yet, and we've already lost a seeded player and the champion is already decided. In the tense atmosphere, young Master Chi said with a wry smile. The youth elite competition in Shihai City attracted many people. This is a grand event that has attracted widespread attention. However, before this session even started, it was completely overshadowed. Knock knock knock. Not long after, the sound of hurried footsteps could be heard outside. Surround it, I want this place completely sealed off, not even a fly can get out. An angry voice shouted. The Hong family is here. The martial artists parted to make way for them, looking outside the restaurant. Almost all of the Hong family's martial artists were mobilized, completely surrounding the restaurant. Yi Qingqing was dejected. She thought about it for a long time, but still couldn't come up with a solution. I'm sorry, I can't help you, she could only apologize helplessly. Hua Qiu and Chang Feiyu ignored her, which made her feel even more frustrated. The Hong family warriors have arrived, and the Martial Arts Association's forces should be on their way as well. Wu Lingfeng glanced at the Hong family's formation and was secretly delighted. Hua Qiu's power terrified him, it posed a formidable threat to the Wu family's struggle for the Divine Pearl. If the Hong family and the Wu Association, with their combined strength, still can't subdue you, then my Wu family will immediately withdraw from the fight for the Divine Pearl. He thought to himself. Bang bang. The group entered the restaurant, their terrifying aura causing the surrounding martial artists to retreat. Those were some of the strongest members of the Hong family, including a great martial venerable. The Hong family has connections in both the legitimate and criminal worlds. These people are all ruthless characters who have lived on the edge of death, and ordinary people dare not look them in the eye. As they entered the restaurant, they immediately saw Hong Yi's body on the ground. Ear. The leader rushed over and helped up Hong Yi's body. The body was already cold. His eyes were bloodshot, and he let out a terrifying roar. How dare you kill my son? Unforgivable, he deserves to die, I want to eat his flesh and drink his blood. Hong Yi's father was like a madman, which was very frightening. Damn it, damn it. The other Hong family experts also turned ashen-faced. 2 days ago, Hong Laosen was killed, and now another heir has been killed. They can't help but be furious. Without anyone pointing it out, they all looked at Hua Qiu. I'll tear you to pieces. Hong Yi's father's eyes turned red as he angrily attacked Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu's gaze turned cold and sharp, and he was about to deliver another fatal blow. Those below the martial god level are nothing but ants, easily killed with a flick of the wrist. Senior, please rest first, don't get your hands dirty. Chang Feiyu's expression changed, and he stood up first. With me here, none of you will dare to offend my senior. He said coldly. He was both demonstrating his abilities and giving these people a way to survive. Boom! Chang Feiyu stood still and unleashed a strike, directly blasting Hong Yi's father, who was at the Great Martial Venerable Realm, away. Everyone was shocked. Hua Qiu's instant kill of the Yi Kingdom's #1 genius shocked them and left them in disbelief. Now, Chang Feiyu has once again defeated a great martial venerable with a single blow. Each one is more outrageous than the last. Where did all these things come from? Puff. Hong Yi's father lay on the ground vomiting blood and could not get up. He was helped up by the Hong family's martial artists. Their faces looked grim. Who are you? What is your relationship with that person? Why are you protecting him? They questioned. He even killed the top candidate for the Martial Arts Association president. You still want to protect someone like that? Chang Feiyu gave a cold laugh. Even if he did something bigger, so what if he only killed a candidate for the Martial Arts Association president? With me here today, no one can afford to offend him. The Hong family members' expressions were uncertain, but they dared not make any rash moves. Your friend is actually this strong. Yi Qingqing said to young Master Qi in surprise. Young Master Qi didn't speak, but secretly glanced at Hua Qiu. If Chang Feiyu is already this strong, how terrifying must the person who terrified him be? The standoff lasted for a while in the restaurant. The martial arts tournament participants have arrived. Suddenly someone shouted from outside. The Hong family members' expressions improved slightly. The Martial Arts Association's power and influence far surpasses that of the Hong family. Get out of the way, everyone get out of the way. A group of martial artists escorted a middle-aged man as he entered. Chairman Yang. The Hong family members all bowed respectfully, as if they had seen a savior. President Yang. The surrounding martial artists all bowed to the newcomer with great respect. This person is the branch president of the Shihai City Martial Arts Association, the most influential figure in Shihai City. His arrival was truly exhilarating. They believed that with Wu Hui's help, they would surely be able to subdue that unscrupulous person. Yang Qinglin walked to the center of the first floor of the restaurant with a dark face. When he heard the report, his heart skipped a beat, and his expression remained tense ever since. Based on the limited information he had, he knew that person had arrived. Lu Qingji's body was still on the ground. Yang Qinglin passed by, looked down at it for a while, and revealed an expression of anger at its lack of ambition. And a deep sense of regret. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, he quickly stepped over Lu Qingji's corpse and walked up to Hua Qiu. Bend your waist to a 90-degree angle and bow. Why didn't you tell me you were going to the Western Sea beforehand? He said with a bitter face, seemingly complaining. If he had known beforehand, so many things wouldn't have happened, and the first candidate for president of the Martial Arts Association wouldn't have been eliminated. Unfortunately, it was all too late. The moment Yang Qinglin bowed, the entire restaurant fell silent. Voice. Everyone thought he was there to catch the murderer. Yet, this top figure in Shihai City actually bowed down and worshipped to the murderer. What's going on here? Many people were stunned and dumbfounded. This was a scene no one could have imagined, and it stunned everyone. The Hong family, who were full of anticipation, stood there dumbfounded. The surrounding martial artists were dumbfounded. Wu Lingfeng's mouth gaped open. What does this mean? Yi Qingqing's pretty face froze, and she remained motionless as if she had been paralyzed. I knew it, young Master Qi took a deep breath. How could such an existence not be transcendent? The restaurant was quiet for a while. Chairman Yang, what are you doing? Hong Yi's father looked at Yang Qinglin with incomprehension, wanting to question him. Don't say anything more. Yang Qinglin waved his hand coldly. Quickly disperse and withdraw your Hong family members. Let's pretend that today's events never happened. His words left those present in disbelief. Pretend it never happened? Hong Yi's father's face turned ferocious. My son was murdered, you expect me to pretend it never happened? The top candidate for the martial arts tournament was also killed, and you can pretend this never happened? He was furious. That's right. Yang Qinglin said with a cold gaze. Whether it's your son or Lu Qingji, they're dead, and no one has the right to pursue the matter. The restaurant fell silent once more. Shocking, unbelievable. No one could understand it. Who exactly is that person? How could killing the top candidate of the martial arts competition not be investigated? Why is that? Everyone was filled with questions. Who is he? Hong Yi's father roared out the question. A person beyond your imagination, a supreme person. Yang Qinglin said coldly. If the Hong family doesn't leave, then let them be destroyed. The Hong family members looked dazed. They understood that Yang Qinglin was not joking at all, his words were filled with intense murderous intent. The Hong family fell silent. Withdraw. After a long while, Hong Yi's father, with a stern face, roared out a single word. They left dejectedly, carrying Hong Yi's body. 557, Chapter 557. They're all just ants. You should all disperse now. Be careful what you say about what happened here today, or Wu will not let you off the hook. After the Hong family left, Yang Qinglin looked at the martial artists around him and said. The group of young martial artists looked at each other in bewilderment. Yang Qinglin is the branch president of the Shihai City Martial Arts Association. He not only didn't pursue the matter of the murder of the top candidate in the martial arts competition, but he also forbade people from discussing it. Is the identity of that murderer so taboo? The martial artists from the martial arts tournament watched and forcibly drove them away. Even though these young martial artists were extremely unwilling, they had no choice but to leave. But it's impossible to silence public opinion on this matter. The fact that Liu Qingji died at the hands of an unknown young martial artist will surely cause a great uproar very soon. By then, the Martial Arts Association should at least give an explanation. Watching the martial artists leave, Yang Qinglin remained frowning. Mr. Hua, it was my oversight that caused you to be offended in Shihai City. He bowed to Hua Qiu again, looking as if he was apologizing. It's none of your business, Hua Qiu said calmly. Mr. Hua, please come to the Shihai City Martial Arts Association with your status. How can you stay in this small restaurant? If I neglect you, I will not be able to explain it to my superiors, Yang Qinglin said again. No need, this place is fine, Hua Qiu refused. You can leave too. There's no need to bother me unless it's absolutely necessary. Yang Qinglin looked slightly taken aback. A moment later, he cupped his hands in greeting, ordered the martial artists to quickly clean up the scene, and then led his team away. The restaurant quickly returned to normal. Yi Qingqing stared blankly the whole time. She could hardly imagine Hua Qiu's background and identity. It's astonishing that it could make a powerful martial arts association branch president treat him with such utmost respect. He killed Liu Qingji. The Martial Arts Association can forgive such heinous crimes? Young Master Qi seemed to be deep in thought. He thought things through more thoroughly. The top candidate was killed, and the Martial Arts Association not only dared not pursue the matter, but the Shihai City branch leader also humbly begged for forgiveness. There is only one possibility. Even the Yi Kingdom Martial Arts Association has to respect Hua Qiu's identity and dare not offend him. Thinking about this, his emotions were in turmoil. This person is definitely from the same world as my cousin, and at that level, he is also a top-tier individual. Young Master Qi's mind began to race. He had always wanted to join a sect of immortals like Chang Feiyu. Hua Qiu, you wouldn't happen to be the son of the president of the Yi Kingdom Martial Arts Association, would you? Yi Qingqing stared at Hua Qiu and suddenly asked. In her view, such a grave sin could only be forgiven in this way. Hua Qiu glanced at her indifferently. She quickly shut her mouth. After leaving the restaurant, Wu Lingfeng returned to the Wu family with a very solemn expression. Upon meeting the elders of the Wu family, he recounted everything that had happened at the restaurant that day. The elders of the Wu family also turned grim upon hearing this. This person's background is far more powerful than we imagined. He killed Liu Qingji so easily, and Yang Qinglin was still extremely respectful to him. The deeper meaning behind this is increasingly chilling. Our Wu family has absolutely no hope of competing with such an existence for the Divine Pearl. The elders of the Wu family sighed repeatedly, their brows furrowed in worry. Venus, our Wu family just going to give up like this? Wu Lingfeng asked unwillingly. After a moment of silence, the elders of the Wu family. Our Wu family alone is not qualified to compete with him, the Wu family head said in a deep voice. Since that's the case, let's make it a situation that even he can't control. Patriarch, could it be that you intend to? The others were surprised. That's right, I will make the news of the Divine Pearl's birth public. The Wu family head said coldly. At that time, all the major powers will be alarmed, and many powerful figures, whether living or reclusive, will be attracted by that Divine Pearl. Not to mention that person, even if the entire Martial Arts Association mobilized all its resources, it would be impossible to control the situation. When the time comes, everyone will be scrambling for it, so what can he do? And our Wu family can take advantage of the chaos to join in, without being targeted individually. After listening, everyone in the Wu family agreed. This is their only option right now. That afternoon, news quickly spread throughout the martial arts community of the foreign country. A divine pearl is about to appear on the coast of Shihai City. That pearl possesses incomparably powerful energy, capable of bringing people back to life and possessing strong vitality, making them virtually immortal. The martial arts world of the foreign country was in an uproar. Countless martial artists immediately set off for Shihai City, and many reclusive experts also emerged from seclusion to compete for the supreme treasure. Hua Qiu learned of this news from Yi Qingqing. Have you heard? A divine creature is about to be born in the sea off Shihai City. Even my master has been alerted as on his way after hearing about you. He said he really wants to meet you. Hua Qiu's expression darkened. He immediately realized that it was that family that had spread the news. Hua Qiu knew what they were thinking. This is completely unnecessary. Hua Qiu's expression turned cold. Wu family. Did they think that by mobilizing the entire martial arts community of the barbarian kingdom, they could have a chance to obtain the resurrection pearl? Such behavior seemed presumptuous and ridiculous to him. Although he disdained it, the Wu family's actions also displeased him. He wouldn't go so far as to question that Wu family now. But if he were to encounter Baozhu at the time of her birth, he would not be so polite. The restaurant, which had been somewhat deserted due to the martial arts event, quickly became lively again that day. The first group of martial artists arrived, and the coastline of Shihai City was bustling with activity. Hua Qiu saw that there were always many martial artists exploring the coastline outside. Martial artists would occasionally dive into the sea, turning the area upside down. Unfortunately, they were destined to gain nothing. With the surge in the number of martial artists, the rooms in the restaurants and hotels along the coast became scarce, and fights broke out among those vying for the closest spots to the shore. Although it was noisy here, it wasn't that bad. That's too outrageous. When news of the divine pearl spread, the news of Hua Qiu's annihilation of Lu Qingji also caused a great stir. He attracted the attention of various forces in the Yi Kingdom, and many people wanted to find out his identity and origin. For now, no one dares to offend us here. These people, don't they even know their own limitations? Do they think they're worthy of competing for the divine pearl? Chang Feiyu frowned as he looked at the excited martial artists outside. He also came for the divine pearl, but after witnessing Hua Qiu's formidable strength, he chose to give up without hesitation. These people were merely ordinary martial artists, many of whom had low cultivation levels and came with only a sliver of hope. Senior, should I go out and chase them all away? Chang Feiyu asked Hua Qiu for his opinion. With his qi refining perfection realm, it wouldn't be difficult for him to drive away these scoundrels outside. They're nothing but ants. No matter how hard they try, it's all in vain, Hua Qiu said disdainfully. 558, Chapter 558. I can't afford to offend. The number of martial artists along the coast of Shihai City continues to increase. The next day, Hua Qiu discovered that some martial artists at the martial venerable level had appeared. Among them, some are truly hidden. Even the martial saint has been spotted. In a country like Yi, martial artists at the martial saint level are equivalent to masters among masters, and their numbers are very small, far fewer than in the Xia kingdom. Each and every one of them is a towering figure in the martial arts world of the foreign lands, revered as a legendary master. Hua Qiu still didn't take it seriously. Unless a group of martial gods appear to compete for it, he might be slightly moved. But that's impossible. Qi cultivators from foreign countries have also appeared. Hua Qiu also discovered that the martial artist had the aura of a Qi cultivator hidden within him. Seeing that Chang Feiyu had no reaction at all, it was clear that he was not from the same faction as him. Hua Qiu sat on the first floor drinking morning tea. Chang Feiyu and young Master Qi sat to one side to keep him company. After guessing Hua Qiu's identity, young Master Qi followed her around like a leech, trying to win her over, but Hua Qiu completely ignored him. If Chang Feiyu hadn't reminded Hua Qiu that he would suffer the consequences of annoying him, he would probably be nagging incessantly right now. Hua Qiu, Hua Qiu. At this moment, Yi Qingqing appeared and excitedly ran into the restaurant. My master is here, come quickly, let me introduce you. You. She called out with a smile. Hua Qiu frowned slightly. He knew what Yi Qingqing was thinking. Yi Qingqing's original intention was to introduce him to the so-called strong figures in the martial arts world of the foreign country, so that he, who was in the eye of the storm, could have more help. But Hua Qiu doesn't need it at all. No need, Hua Qiu said calmly, without getting up. My master is quite an extraordinary person, very powerful, okay? she said with dissatisfaction. She knew that Hua Qiu's identity was extraordinary, but her master was no ordinary person either. Has Wu Xiu, the boxing champion, arrived? Where is he? Let me go and pay him a visit. Young Master Qi stood up. Yi Qingqing's master is a big shot in the martial arts world of the Yi Kingdom, with extremely strong strength, and he has to give him face. Chang Feiyu and Hua Qiu were both cultivators, so naturally they wouldn't take a mortal martial artist seriously and wouldn't even flinch. Qingqing, who are you going to introduce to your teacher? A hearty laugh came from outside the restaurant. A tall, elderly man walked into the restaurant. Greetings, Wu Xiu, the boxing king. Upon seeing this, some martial artists in the restaurant quickly stood up and bowed. Just like in the Xia Kingdom, martial arts masters in the Yi Kingdom also enjoy extraordinary titles and status. Greetings, senior. Young Master Qi stepped forward and bowed in greeting. Very good, kid, your skill has improved again. Wu Xiu, the boxing king, patted Qi Gongzi with a smile, making him grimace. Hua Qiu. Yi Qingqing blinked frantically at Hua Qiu, signaling him to get up quickly. No matter what, her master was a senior. Qingqing, who is it that you want to introduce? Wu Xiu, the boxing champion, asked with a smile. Yi Qingqing felt a little awkward and looked at Hua Qiu without saying anything. Wu Xiu, the boxing champion, looked at Hua Qiu. Is it him? He frowned slightly. He already knew that Hua Qiu was someone of great importance, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to kill Lu Qingji without any consequences. It's normal for someone like that to be proud. But the other party didn't seem to take him seriously at all. This made Wu Xiu, the boxing champion, somewhat unhappy. No matter what, he was a big shot in the martial arts world of the Yi Kingdom, and his status was not ordinary. Master, this is Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu, this is my master, Wu Xiu. The boxing king Yi Qingqing awkwardly stood in the middle and introduced. Hua Qiu nodded slightly, as a matter of politeness. It's already quite remarkable that a King Wu would even give any response. Wu Xiu, the boxing champion, frowned even more deeply. You're quite young, but you're really quite capable. It's a pity you're so arrogant. His expression darkened slightly, and he rolled his eyes. He decided to teach this young man a lesson and show him that there are always people more capable than himself. As a powerful martial king at the peak of the 8th rank, he had that kind of confidence. This young friend is truly remarkable. Wu Xiu, the boxing champion, said with a smile. At such a young age, you've already reached the martial venerable realm, and you can even easily kill the #1 martial arts genius in my Yi Kingdom. I presume your cultivation has already reached above the great martial venerable realm? He wore a smile on his face, but in reality, he had already secretly activated his internal energy. Buzz. An imperceptible aura extended over and enveloped Hua Qiu's head. This is the overwhelming aura of King Wu. He wanted Hua Qiu to realize the real gap between them and to respect him. Because it was done discreetly, even someone as powerful as Yi Qingqing wouldn't notice it. Young Master Qi noticed something amiss and his expression changed. Chang Feiyu frowned, a playful smile appearing on his face. A mere martial king tries to suppress a top-level cultivator with his aura. That's interesting. Despite Wu Xiu's imposing aura, Hua Qiu remained unmoved, as if the aura had no effect whatsoever. Wu Xiu, the boxing champion, frowned deeply as he watched. He even doubted that he had actually used his power, otherwise how could things be so calm over there? Hua Qiu took a sip of tea, put down the teacup, and then glanced at him. Boom! In an instant, the air buzzed. Bang! Wu Xiu, the boxing champion, was suddenly sent flying backward, landing hard on his backside at the entrance of the restaurant. It took him a while to come to his senses, his face full of disbelief. A deep sense of horror filled his heart. Master! Yi Qingqing exclaimed and rushed over to help him. Master, what's wrong? What happened? Yi Qingqing asked, puzzled, and helped him up. Wu Xiu, the boxing champion, looked embarrassed. It's nothing, I just lost my balance and tripped, he said with a dark face. Young Master Qi almost couldn't help but laugh when he heard this. It's clear that Wu Xiu, the boxing champion, suffered a great loss. Qingqing, your friend is quite remarkable. I met him. Wu Xiu, the boxing champion, said through gritted teeth. Help your teacher go and rest. Yi Qingqing, completely bewildered, helped him leave. Leave behind the restaurant, Wu Xiu, the boxing champion, grimaced in pain, looking quite ferocious. That fall almost split his butt in two. Master, what exactly happened? Yi Qingqing asked, frowning. Just now, I tested that guy named Hua Qiu. Wu Xiu, the boxing champion, said through gritted teeth. Huh, so what was the result? Didn't you see it? Wu Xiu, the boxing champion, said irritably. One look from him and your master almost had his butt split open. Yi Qingqing's eyes widened in shock. Master, you are a peak 8th grade martial king. She exclaimed in disbelief. An 8th rank peak martial king is nothing. Wu Xiu, the fist king, said indignantly. If I'm not mistaken, that kid has most likely already touched the threshold of martial saint, and may even have transcended martial saint. Damn it, in all my years of wandering the martial arts world, I've never seen such a monstrous genius. No wonder the Martial Arts Association doesn't dare to do anything to him. I can't afford to mess with him. I can't afford to mess with such a monster. Why would he need my help? Wu Xiu, the boxing champion, cursed as he walked forward with his butt sticking out. Yi Qingqing was completely stunned, standing there for a long time, unable to move an inch. 559, Chapter 559 Conspiracy. A luxury hotel on the coast of Shihai City. This property belongs to the Yi Kingdom Martial Arts Association, and only those of high status and superior position in the Yi Kingdom can reside here. Using Wu Xiu's status as a boxing champion, Yi Qingqing brought Tongxi to live here. Huang Tao, who was with her, also shamelessly moved in. That evening, the group sat down for dinner. Huang Tao naturally went out of his way to curry favor with Wu Xiu, the boxing champion. But Wu Xiu, the boxing champion, didn't give him a friendly look at all. His face was full of disgust. He could naturally tell that Huang Tao's character was not very good. Qingqing, avoid associating with disreputable people in the future. I don't like it, he reprimanded Yi Qingqing directly to her face. Master, I understand, Yi Qingqing replied obediently. She did have a slight crush on Huang Tao before, and if things had continued to develop, the two might have started dating. But ever since that incident, Huang Tao's despicable behavior has made her see his true character. Furthermore, Hua Qiu's extraordinary qualities attracted her attention, which further neglected Huang Tao. Huang Tao's face was extremely grim. A sinister glint appeared in his eyes. But he quickly changed his expression, putting on a fawning smile and pretending not to understand the unspoken meaning in their words. Qingqing, this is a top-quality wine that I managed to get with great difficulty today. Since the senior boxing champion is here, I have to take it out to pay my respects. No matter how reluctant I am, he took out a jar of aged wine, which immediately attracted the attention of Wu Xiu, the boxing champion. He immediately beamed with joy. Qingqing, I'll be leaving after tonight. My family elders have summoned me back. Let this jar of wine be our farewell drink. Huang Tao opened the jar and poured the wine. He first handed a bowl to Wu Xiu, the boxing champion, who eagerly drank it all in one gulp. Huang Tao smiled, poured 2 more bowls, and then threw the wine jar directly to Wu Xiu, the boxing champion. Have a safe journey. Seeing Huang Tao's dejected state, Yi Qingqing felt a pang of pity, offered her blessings, and drank the wine in her bowl. Ha ha! Huang Tao suddenly sneered, looking at Yi Qingqing mockingly. What are you laughing at? Yi Qingqing asked, frowning. Yi Qingqing, you're such a slut. Huang Tao cursed coldly. What's wrong with you? Yi Qingqing asked angrily, and Wu Xiu, the boxing champion, also frowned. Yi Qingqing, I've helped you so much, but I still can't win your heart. And that Hua Qiu, you've only met him a few times, but you're already acting like you're going to throw yourself at him. Too bad he won't even give you the time of day. Aren't you shameless? Huang Tao cursed. You bastard. Yi Qingqing was so angry that she stood up to attack him, but her body went weak and she fell back down. She immediately changed color, realizing that she had been poisoned. You bastard, how dare you poison me? Wu Xiu, the boxing champion, roared. That's right, the wine is poison, you've all drunk it, so you're all at my mercy. Huang Tao grinned maliciously. Snort! Wu Xiao, the boxing champion, snorted coldly, suddenly leaped up, and threw a punch at Huang Tao. Despite being poisoned, as a top-tier martial arts master, he was still able to deliver a fatal blow to Huang Tao. Huang Tao's expression changed drastically. At the critical moment, a person suddenly darted out from behind him and clashed with Wu Xiao, the boxing champion, with a palm strike. Bang! Wu Xiao, the boxing champion, was sent flying backwards after landing. He spat out blood and turned pale. Master! Yi Qingqing exclaimed in shock. Wu Xiao, the boxing champion, clutched his chest, his face ashen, and stared fiercely at the old man who had appeared. Martial saint! He uttered. Not bad, the old man said with a smile. What, how can there be a martial saint? Yi Qingqing's pretty face turned pale. A martial arts master, the pinnacle of martial arts in the foreign lands. Her master was only a peak 8th rank martial king, and even at his peak, he couldn't possibly be a match for a martial saint, let alone now that he was poisoned and injured. You've come for the Tong family's martial arts techniques. Wu Xiao, the Fist King, said coldly. Indeed, the martial saint nodded, his expression playful. Yi Qingqing, you didn't expect this, did you? The reason I approached you in the first place was for the Tong family's high-grade Shen-level cultivation technique. Huang Tao laughed smugly. My Huang family is the mastermind behind the destruction of the Tong family. What? Yi Qingqing was shocked and filled with resentment. Where did the Huang family get a martial arts master? Wu Xiao, the boxing champion, asked, puzzled. You don't need to know that, Huang Tao sneered. If you know what's good for you, hand over the Tong family's cultivation technique right away, and that top-grade elixir too, don't forget any of it. Huang Tao ordered. It doesn't matter if you don't hand it in, I'll find out eventually. He stared at Yi Qingqing's shapely figure with a meaningful expression. Yi Qingqing, you are mine, he licked his lips. Yi Qingqing was filled with grief and indignation, but her body was too weak to move. Even without being poisoned, they would have no chance to resist with a martial saint in their presence. That top-grade elixir was given to you by Hua Qiu. You dare to snatch it? Aren't you afraid of him? Yi Qingqing said angrily. You should think this through. He is a figure even the Yi Kingdom Martial Arts Association respects. If you anger him, even a martial saint might not be able to escape unscathed. He Huang Tao chuckled sinisterly. That guy surnamed Hua? His face was somewhat ferocious. That time, Hua Qiu gave him a great shock, so much so that he was utterly terrified and even lost control of his bladder in public. That was the greatest humiliation of his life. Do you really think he's that powerful, that we wouldn't dare touch him? So what if he has a transcendent status in the Martial Arts Association? So what if he is revered by the association? Even if he is the president of the Martial Arts Association, we don't take him seriously. Huang Tao's words surprised Yi Qingqing. She didn't understand why Huang Tao was so arrogant. Wu Xiao, the boxing champion, seemed to be deep in thought. He stared at the unfamiliar martial saint, and as if he had thought of something, his expression became extremely solemn. That guy surnamed Hua, I'll make him kneel at my feet sooner or later. I'll let him taste the bitterness of being humiliated. Huang Tao said fiercely, but his voice was weak. Hua Qiu caused him severe psychological trauma. He couldn't swallow this anger. That obsession cannot be eliminated. Yi Qingqing, stop struggling, no one can save you today. Huang Tao glanced at Yi Qingqing secretly hiding a small knife and sneered disdainfully. The old martial arts master tapped her acupoints a few times from a distance, sealing them and rendering her unable to move. You can do whatever you want in front of me, the old man lewdly said. Senior, why don't you go first? Huang Tao smiled. The old martial saint glanced at him. Call. The old martial arts master struck Yi Qingqing with a palm, instantly blasting off all her clothes, leaving her only in her 2 undergarments. Yi Qingqing's delicate body trembled, revealing a look of despair. She looked towards the area not far outside the hotel. That direction leads to the restaurant where Hua Qiu is located. You bitch, do you still expect that person to come and save you? Heh, if he really comes, he'll only be dead. Huang Tao walked towards Yi Qingqing with a mocking smile. Yi Qingqing stared out the window, her gaze gradually settling on the view. She seemed to see a familiar figure. 560, Chapter 560 Overestimating One's Abilities. Hua Qiu. Yi Qingqing looked at the figure outside the window and called out softly. At this moment, she had been acupunctured and poisoned, and her consciousness was somewhat blurred. She thought she was hallucinating and couldn't help but smile bitterly. How could he possibly find out what happened here? Even if he did, he might not come to save me. Yi Qingqing sighed inwardly. She closed her eyes, ready to resign herself to her fate in despair. Now, she only feels immense regret. Hua Qiu once questioned her about whether she could truly protect Tongxi's safety. At that time, she was full of confidence because she had a martial arts master as her backer. If he hadn't presumptuously taken Tongxi away from him, the ending would have been different. Big brother! Suddenly, Tongxi shouted loudly. Yi Qingqing suddenly opened her eyes and found that the figure outside the window was getting closer and closer. Tongxi saw it too, which means it wasn't her hallucination. Hua Qiu, save us! She cried out as her hope was rekindled. What? Huang Tao was shocked and quickly looked over when he saw the figure. He couldn't help but tremble. What are you afraid of? The martial arts master beside him said unhappily. No matter how strong this person is, he is still a martial venerable with me here. He will only be throwing his life away if he comes. The martial saint was full of disdain and did not take Hua Qiu seriously at all. Based on the fact that Lu Qingji was instantly killed, it can be judged that the person was very strong, but should still be within the martial venerable realm. Upon hearing Wu Sheng's words, Huang Tao laughed, and the intense fear in his heart quickly dissipated. His expression turned sinister. Senior, I want this person to kneel at my feet and beg for mercy, he said in a low voice. What's so difficult about that? The martial saint laughed. Once I sever his tendons and cripple his martial arts, you can torture him however you want. Thank you so much, Senior. Huang Tao said excitedly. Looking at that person again, he narrowed his eyes. That day, you made me look terrible. I'll get my revenge today. I'll make you like a dog. No, I'll make you worse than a dog. His eyes were red. Bang! As Hua Qiu approached the hotel, the glass in front of him shattered instantly, but he continued walking in without stopping. Hua Qiu looked at Tongxi. When he gave away that pill, he guessed that it might bring Tongxi a fatal disaster. He had long since realized that the man beside Yi Qingqing was not a good person and harbored ill intentions. His divine sense was constantly focused on the shore, waiting for the resurrection pearl to be born. He was very close by, so he would immediately notice any changes that occurred. Hua Qiu, be careful, that person is a martial saint. Yi Qingqing warned helplessly. Hua Qiu is even more powerful than her master according to Wu Xiu, the Fist King. His highest level is probably the peak of the 9th grade martial venerable. Therefore, Yi Qingqing had concerns. Young brother, this person should be a strong member of the Sky Eagle sect. Their moves are extremely ruthless, so you must not be careless. Wu Xiu, the Fist King, also warned. The Sky Eagle sect. Yi Qingqing became even more worried upon hearing this. That day, the Hawks were a notorious and evil sect in the Yi Kingdom, which had once attracted the Martial Arts Association to lead many martial artists from the Yi Kingdom to besiege and destroy them. Unexpectedly, it has reappeared now. There must be a huge conspiracy hidden here. You've been seen through? The martial saint of the Sky Eagle sect grinned, his smile chillingly sinister. Then what can't let you live any longer? He revealed a strong killing intent, and his powerful aura enveloped the hotel, making it difficult for Yi Qingqing and the others to breathe. So strong is this what a martial saint is? Yi Qingqing felt a deep sense of powerlessness. At this moment, she had no hope for Hua Qiu and just wanted him to leave quickly so that she wouldn't die here like him. Hey Hua, did you feel it? This is the aura of a martial saint. Huang Tao stood next to the martial saint of the Heavenly Eagle sect, looking at Hua Qiu with a mocking expression. So what if you're a peerless genius? So what if you have a powerful background? Faced with a powerful, transcendent martial saint, you are nothing but an ant. Soon, he will cripple you, turning you into a useless cripple. I will make you beg for mercy like a dog. He seemed to have already felt the thrill of revenge, and his expression was crazed. Hua Qiu frowned slightly. He never bothered to even glance at such weaklings, like ants. I never expected him to be so arrogant and ignorant, acting like a mad dog. Hua Qiu was annoyed. Noisy. He uttered 2 words casually, and with a wave of his hand, a beam of green light flew out. This azure light was as fast as a phantom. Even the martial saint of the Sky Eagle sect could only see a trace of it. Watch out! He immediately shouted at Huang Tao and prepared to pull him away. What? Huang Tao asked, puzzled. In an instant, the martial saint of the Sky Eagle sect grabbed his hair and quickly pulled him to the side. The pull was surprisingly easy, as if it weighed almost nothing. Bang! The sound of something falling to the ground rang out, and only then did the martial saint of the Sky Eagle sect have time to take a look. He saw a headless corpse lying on the ground. The martial saint of the Sky Eagle sect stared blankly, then quickly looked at his hand. What he was carrying was Huang Tao's head. Huang Tao's eyes widened, his face full of confusion. Huang Tao died without ever realizing what had happened. The martial saint of the Sky Eagle sect didn't even have time to save Huang Tao. By the time he grabbed Huang Tao's hair, his body was already severed from his head. In an instant, his face turned extremely ugly. Even with his dignified and transcendent martial saint taking action, he couldn't save someone from a young man? This scene surprised both Wu Xiu, the boxing champion, and Yi Qingqing. He killed Huang Tao right in front of the martial saint, with terrifying speed, so fast that even the martial saint couldn't react in time. This young man is amazing, no wonder even I am no match for him. Wu Xiu, the boxing champion, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Kid, impressive skills. Sky Eagle sect, the martial saint spoke with a gloomy expression, his voice filled with intense anger. He was somewhat embarrassed and angry that he couldn't save Huang Tao, which showed that he was not capable enough. In the hundreds of years of martial arts history of the Barbarian Kingdom, there has never been a figure as amazing as you. Unfortunately, he's about to die by my hand. Too talkative, too noisy, Hua Qiu said impatiently again. The martial saint of the Eagle sect froze, his anger rising uncontrollably. Prepare to die. The next moment, he suddenly attacked, using the powerful eagle claw technique of the Heavenly Eagle sect to strike Hua Qiu. The powerful force shattered items all over the hotel. Yi Qingqing and Wu Xiuquan both felt their hearts sink. The Sky Eagle sect's ruthless martial arts are infamous, inspiring fear in the martial arts world of foreign countries. And this was used by a martial saint, making it even more powerful and terrifying. Overestimating yourself, Hua Qiu said indifferently, without even looking at him, and waved his sleeve. Boom! In an instant, the powerful energy of the martial saint of the Heavenly Eagle sect collapsed, and all the internal energy claw marks gathered around his body were destroyed. A residual force struck his chest, causing him to bleed profusely and fall to the ground. In the blink of an eye, the hotel fell silent. The martial saint of the Sky Eagle sect was critically injured and on the verge of death. Yi Qingqing and Wu Xiu, the boxing champion, stared wide-eyed at the scene, as if they were statues. 561, Chapter 561 I will pass on the Taoist tradition. The martial saint of the Eagle sect revealed an unprecedented expression of terror. He was in excruciating pain and was severely injured. He stared intently at the young martial artist, unable to believe it. He used the most powerful and ruthless ultimate technique of the Eagle sect with the cultivation of a martial saint, but he was severely injured and on the verge of death before he could even get within 3 meters of his opponent. That person simply waved his hand. He found this outcome difficult to accept. How could such a young martial artist be so ridiculously powerful? Who are you? Why are you so powerful? He roared, voicing the questions in his mind. He was horrified. They were completely unaware that the Barbarian Kingdom possessed such a terrifying young martial artist, and were even confidently plotting their scheme. How could this possibly succeed? Hua Qiu did not answer his question. He looked at the martial saint of the Sky Eagle sect with an indifferent expression and slowly raised one hand. This expression made the martial saint of the Eagle sect immediately understand his motives. Wait, the martial saint of the Sky Eagle sect hurriedly shouted anxiously. Don't you have anything you want to ask me? I can tell you anything, including the Eagle faction schemes and their hidden moves over the years. To survive, he didn't care about anything else. Because it was too difficult for him to cultivate to the level of martial saint, he did not want to die young. What does it have to do with me? Hua Qiu asked coldly. I can tell you something else. Do you want the Heavenly Eagle sect's ultimate techniques? I can give them to you. The Heavenly Eagle sect's martial saint said urgently. Hua Qiu ignored him and flicked his finger, sending out a beam of spiritual light that instantly pierced through his brow. The martial saint of the Eagle sect, unable to reveal all his secrets, collapsed in resentment. The swift and decisive method of killing left Yi Qingqing and Wu Xiu, the boxing champion, stunned. A powerful, transcendent martial saint, a titan of the martial arts world, was killed just like that. Unbelievable, even the martial saint of the Heavenly Eagle sect is no match for him. Just how powerful is he? Wu Xiu, the Fist King, said in a daze. At such a young age, to be so terrifying is beyond the realm of common sense. Yi Qingqing stared blankly. She didn't know what to say. Looking back on everything that had happened, I suddenly realized how incredibly foolish all my actions had been. Big brother, you're so amazing. Tongxi said with a grinning foolishly at Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu smiled faintly, and with a casual wave of his hand, he released his spiritual power. Soon, the three of them felt completely relaxed, and the poison in their bodies had been eliminated. Yi Qingqing's acupoints that had been sealed were also released, and she regained her freedom. I'm sorry, I failed to protect Tong Xi. I was too presumptuous, Yi Qingqing said to Hua Qiu, her face flushed, somewhat afraid to face him. Hua Qiu glanced at her but said nothing. This silent reaction made Yi Qingqing feel even more upset and ashamed. Young friend Hua, you are truly a hero among the young. You are the most amazing person I have ever met. I admire you to the core. Wu Xiu, the boxing champion, patted his clothes, stood up, and cupped his hands in greeting to Hua Qiu. I will remember your life-saving grace today, thank you. Hua Qiu waved his hand. What's going on here? Came a commotion from outside. Yang Qinglin, the branch president of the Shihai City Martial Arts Association, arrived late with the association's martial artists. Greetings, Mr. Hua. He quickly bowed. Given his status and position, he didn't need to bow to Wu Xiu, the boxing champion, he simply nodded. Wu Xiu, the Fist King, walked up to the corpse of the Sky Eagle sect elder, stared at it for a moment, and then reached out and tore off the disguise from his face. The Grand Elder of the Sky Eagle sect. Both of them changed their expressions. It's him. Has the Sky Eagle sect made a comeback? Yang Qinglin exclaimed in surprise. This is one of the three top experts of the Sky Eagle sect. Even the martial arts experts can't do anything to him. It's a pity he had to provoke Mr. Hua. He really doesn't know what's good for him. Yang Qinglin sneered. He didn't even need to guess. He knew this person must have died at Hua Qiu's hands. The two were discussing matters concerning the Sky Eagle sect, but Hua Qiu had no interest in listening. He walked over to Yi Qingqing and Tongxi. Where is the pill I gave her? He asked. Here it is. Yi Qingqing unbuttoned her clothes and took out the pill from her chest. Take this pill now, and I'll help you refine it, Hua Qiu said, handing it to Tongxi. Tongxi nodded obediently. Yi Qingqing hadn't taken it before because she was afraid a small child wouldn't be able to withstand the strong medicinal effects. Tongxi swallowed the pill and sat cross-legged on the ground as Hua Qiu instructed. Hua Qiu sent a burst of spiritual energy to help her refine the medicinal power. A blue light emanated from her body, and her entire being underwent a transformation. Cleansing the tendons and marrow lays the foundation for cultivation. However, a moment later, she exuded an aura comparable to that of a martial venerable. Those present were stunned. A 7 or 8-year-old martial arts master. If this got out, countless warriors from foreign lands would be terrified. There is no precedent for this in the world. Others may spend a lifetime cultivating their skills, but the effect of a single elixir from her is far greater. Yi Qingqing looked on with envy. She was only a peak 7th rank martial artist. She knew perfectly well that the aura of a martial venerable was merely a negligible side effect of the pill. Don't practice that high-grade Shin-level cultivation technique anymore, Huaqiu said, frowning. But that's the most powerful technique that the Tong family protected with dozens of lives, Yi Qingqing said. A high-grade Shin-level item, utter garbage, Huaqiu said calmly. Everyone in the room was stunned. I'll give you a cultivation technique you can practice according to it from now on, Huaqiu said, pointing at Tongxi, and the technique was directly transmitted into her mind. At that moment, he had an idea. I will pass on a lineage to the world. From now on, you will be one of my disciples, Huaqiu said. Tongxi is still young and doesn't understand much. Young lady, this is an incredible stroke of luck for you. Yang Qinglin exclaimed excitedly. Quickly thank Mr. Hua. Oh, Tongxi gave Huaqiu a proper bow, looking bewildered. Mr. Hua actually wants to take a person from my Yi Kingdom as a disciple and pass on his teachings. This is truly the greatest honor for my Yi Kingdom. Yang Qinglin bowed to Huaqiu with tears of gratitude. Rest assured, our Yi Kingdom will do everything in its power to protect your disciple. From now on, she will be the most important person in the entire Yi Kingdom. Yang Qinglin's unusual behavior left everyone present looking at each other in bewilderment. Everyone knows that person is very powerful, an extremely powerful martial saint. But what is the relationship between him and Yang Qinglin? Why is he so agitated? No one could understand Yang Qinglin's feelings at that moment. As one of the high-ranking members of the Yi Kingdom Martial Arts Association, even though he held a high position in the black market organization, he, like the high-ranking members of the Xia Kingdom Martial Alliance, loved his country and was willing to dedicate himself to it. Only he knew Huaqiu's true identity and strength. At this moment, Huaqiu's decision to pass on the Taoist tradition in the Yi Kingdom excited him immensely. He knew what that meant. 562, Chapter 562 Reclaiming the Immortal Name. President Yang, is what you just said true? Yi Qingqing asked Yang Qinglin with some disbelief. Just because he became a disciple of the Huaqiu Taoist lineage, Tongxi would be treated as the most important person in the entire Yi Kingdom? Every word I have said is true. From now on, this little girl will stand out above everyone else in the Yi Kingdom. She is the hope for the future of the Yi Kingdom. I can make this decision on behalf of all the senior members of the Martial Arts Association. Yi Qingqing opened her mouth wide upon hearing this. Wu Xiu, the boxing champion, also looked surprised. To become a disciple of Huaqiu is truly extraordinary. Why is that? Big brother, I don't understand, Tongxi said to Huaqiu with a pained expression. She was still young and couldn't even recognize all the characters in the martial arts manual. Take your time to understand, and one day you'll get it, Huaqiu smiled. Actually, this child has spiritual roots and is suitable for cultivating immortality. However, Huaqiu had no intention of passing on his cultivation techniques to her. He decided to pass on his lineage and establish an incomparably powerful force in this world. As the supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, there are certain things I should take care of. With these forces present, he can save himself a lot of trouble. He will use his self-created martial arts techniques as the means of passing on the tradition. If someone can cultivate to the highest realm, it will not be too late to pass on the method of cultivating immortality then. Mr. Hua, may I ask, is the one you passed on to this child the one you created? Yang Qinglin asked cautiously. That's right, Huaqiu replied. Bang! Yang Qinglin bowed deeply once more. This is truly a great fortune for the barbarian country. On behalf of this child, and on behalf of the barbarian nation, thank you, Mr. Hua. Everyone watched in silence. It was easy to tell from their expressions that they couldn't understand such behavior. Some people thought that the branch president was trying to flatter Huaqiu. President Yang, why do this? Wu Xiu, the boxing champion, said with a complicated expression. My actions were not excessive at all. Yang Qinglin said excitedly. If you knew how extraordinary Mr. Hua's lineage was, and what level of cultivation techniques he passed down, you would be even more pathetic than I am. President Yang, please explain in detail. Wu Xiu, the boxing champion, became interested. Yang Qinglin glanced at Hua Qiu cautiously. He dared not tell these people too much about Hua Qiu. Can you guess what grade of the cultivation technique that Mr. Hua passed on to that child? He asked. Everyone started to ponder it. It should be an extremely rare earth rank item. Yi Qingqing said softly. Hua Qiu called the high-grade Xian rank item trash, but what he passed down would definitely be better. Only the earthly rank. In the Yi Kingdom, there are very few earth rank martial arts techniques, and only 2 or 3 have been passed down to posterity, all of which are controlled by the most powerful martial arts forces in the Yi Kingdom. As a result, high-grade Xian-level martial arts techniques have become treasures, capable of causing turmoil in the martial arts world. The Tong family was wiped out because of this. Earth rank, too low. Yang Qinglin laughed. The earthly rank is still low? Everyone was shocked. It can't be the legendary heavenly rank, can it? Impossible. Even in Xia Kingdom, the birthplace of martial arts, heaven rank techniques are extremely rare. Someone exclaimed. Yi Qingqing and her master, Wu Xiu, the boxing champion, exchanged a glance, their hearts filled with turmoil. If Hua Qiuzhen truly passed on the heavenly rank cultivation technique to Tongxi, Yang Qinglin's reaction on behalf of the Martial Arts Association is not unreasonable at all. But how could Hua Qiu possess a heaven rank cultivation technique? Heavenly rank, this is the limit of your understanding, isn't it? Yang Qinglin laughed smugly. Everyone looked at him with confusion. Isn't the heavenly rank already the highest rank? Yi Qingqing asked. No. Yang Qinglin shouted. Everyone knows about the martial ancestor of the Xia Kingdom 800 years ago, right? The cultivation techniques he created are beyond the comprehension of the heavenly rank. These words shocked everyone present. Martial ancestor, the progenitor of martial arts, a legendary martial god. Not only do the martial artists of the Xia Kingdom revere him, but the martial arts nations of the East also worship him as the god of martial arts. Could this be a technique passed down by the martial ancestor? God rank, the only god rank, my god. The crowd erupted in excitement. At this moment, they became completely excited. The significance of Hua Qiu passing on the divine-level cultivation technique to the Yi people is self-evident. This planted the seed of a martial god. That's right, it's the god rank. However, it's not the martial ancestor's technique, but one that Mr. Hua created himself. Yang Qinglin said. In an instant, the hotel fell silent. Nothing else. What Yang Qinglin said was too shocking. For nearly 1,000 years, apart from the controversial evil ancestor of the Xia Kingdom, no one has been able to reach the heights of the martial ancestor. Now someone has actually created a divine-level cultivation technique just like the martial ancestor. Is he still a young martial artist? Who can believe it? Who dares to believe it? This is absolutely true. Yang Qinglin exclaimed. Shut up! Hua Qiu gave him a cold look. Yang Qinglin broke out in a cold sweat and turned pale. He was so excited that he almost forgot the instructions of the Xia Kingdom's Grand Master. I was momentarily carried away by my own pride. Please forgive me, Mr. Hua. He said nervously, quickly kneeling on one knee. Hua Qiu ignored him. Yang Qinglin did not dare to get up on his own. Tongxi, I will pass on the cultivation technique to you. You must practice diligently from now on, Hua Qiu instructed. I understand, big brother. Tongxi nodded obediently. Hua Qiu then looked at Yi Qingqing, who was filled with envy, and frowned slightly. You are Tongxi's guardian, so you should educate and guide her properly. I definitely will. Yi Qingqing quickly replied. This woman is unreliable. Hua Qiu doesn't trust her. If you can guide her to practice diligently, when she is able to comprehend the technique, you may allow her to teach it to you. Yi Qingqing looked up, her face showing a deep sense of surprise and delight. Really, really? Then can I also be considered a disciple under your lineage? She quickly asked. We'll talk about it later, Hua Qiu replied dismissively. Thank you, sect master. Yi Qingqing bowed to Hua Qiu with her hands clasped in delight. She never imagined she would one day be able to cultivate divine-level techniques. Don't be too happy yet, my Hua Qiu lineage is not so easy to enter, Hua Qiu said in a deep voice. Yes, sect master. I will definitely work harder and perform better to earn your approval. That's fine then. Sect leader, what is the name of our lineage? Yi Qingqing asked expectantly. Hua Qiu pondered for a moment. Our sect's lineage is the Emperor Immortal sect, he said, uttering a name. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Emperor Immortal. Although I don't understand the meaning of those two words, I always feel that they contain a different kind of implication. Hua Qiu gazes at the distant sky, silent and still. Emperor Immortal. In the nine heavens celestial realm, there is no supreme immortal. It once made countless beings in all the heavens and myriad realms tremble, it once conquered countless planes and was invincible. He is both an emperor immortal and an immortal emperor. Today, I establish my lineage in the mortal realm and reclaim the title of Emperor Immortal. This path leads to an unlimited future. 563, Chapter 563 The Legend of the Barbarian Kingdom arrives. On the coast of Shihai City, a three-colored divine light appeared and lingered for a long time. This unusual phenomenon further excited the barbarian warriors who came to search for the treasure, who believed it must be a powerful and magical artifact. This stretch of coastline can almost be described as being packed with people. Hua Qiu remained remarkably calm. The reappearance of the resurrection pearl indicates that it will soon take shape and be born, either as soon as one day or as late as 2 or 3 days. His divine sense was constantly focused on the place where the power of the pearl manifested, and once the pearl was fully formed, he would seize it immediately. No matter how many foreign warriors came, he didn't take them seriously. Martial arts experts continue to arrive in Shihai City, and some masters who have been in seclusion for many years have also appeared here. The coastline was especially noisy that day. The arrival of a great figure caused a sensation among the martial artists. Hua Qiu was sitting in the restaurant drinking tea when his expression suddenly changed slightly. A sharp and powerful aura entered the range of his divine sense. Sharpness is the sword, this is the power of sword intent. Hua Qiu put down his teacup and said calmly. This sword intent is not bad, he nodded. Such a powerful aura. Chang Feiyu also sensed that sharp aura and his expression changed. The depth of this aura is comparable to that of the sect leader of my Qianghua sect. He exclaimed in surprise. The cultivation faction he belonged to was a small, secluded cultivation sect. The most powerful Qi cultivator in the sect is their sect leader. I can actually sense an aura here that's no weaker than the sect leaders. Could it be that a powerful Qi refiner has also been attracted here to try and seize the treasure? Chang Feiyu stood up in surprise and doubt. He was about to go out and check the situation. This person is not a Qi cultivator, but merely a martial artist, Hua Qiu said calmly. What, a martial artist? Chang Feiyu was even more surprised. How could there be a martial artist with such a powerful and sharp aura within the territory of a barbarian country? He could hardly believe it. He was even more eager to find out what was going on. Mr. Hua. At this moment, young Master Qi and Yi Qingqing excitedly ran in. Sect Master, a legendary martial artist from our kingdom has arrived in Shihai City. Would you like to go out and take a look? Yi Qingqing asked curiously. A legendary martial artist? Chang Feiyu frowned. When did the barbarian kingdom acquire such a figure? He left the secular world at a very young age and joined the Qianghua sect to cultivate at that time. He had never heard of any legendary martial artist in the Yi kingdom. Cousin, it's normal that you don't know, young Master Qi said with a smile. That lord's cultivation level was already at the martial saint realm in his early years, but at that time he was not well known and traveled the world, rarely returning to the Yi Kingdom. Later, that man received guidance from a peerless master while he was away, and mastered unparalleled swordsmanship. After he returned to the Yi Kingdom, no one was his match, not even top experts like the president of the Martial Arts Association, who could withstand the power of a single sword strike. The divine sword he wore was indestructible, it was a true divine weapon. He is now known as the Sword Saint. He is recognized worldwide as the strongest swordsman, a legendary martial artist of our Yi Kingdom, and the strongest martial artist in the Yi Kingdom. I never expected such a legendary figure to come to Shihai City. He is the idol of almost all martial artists in the Yi Kingdom. How can everyone not be excited? Qi Gongzi's words caused Chang Feiyu to show a strange expression. Sect Master, I know you are powerful and don't take ordinary martial artists seriously, but surely you'll be interested in the arrival of a legendary martial artist from our Yi Kingdom? Yi Qingqing said with a wicked smile. That sir's swordsmanship is unparalleled. I refuse to believe that even he cannot move you. Yesterday, Hua Qiu belittled the warriors of the Yi Kingdom in his words, which made the group somewhat unhappy. The legendary warriors from the foreign lands have arrived, hoping to change Hua Qiu's opinion. This legendary martial artist from your barbarian country is barely passable, Hua Qiu said. Is this barely acceptable? Yi Qingqing pouted. Mr. Hua, why don't you go out and meet him yourself? Young Master Qi suggested. It's time to meet him, Hua Qiu said calmly, standing up. The two quickly followed behind him. They were confident that the great man could change Hua Qiu's view of the barbarian warriors. On the outer shore, a middle-aged-looking martial artist, sword in hand, walked slowly forward amidst the admiring gazes of other martial artists. Greetings, Sword Saint. Wherever he went, the warriors of the barbarian kingdoms bowed down, their faces filled with deep reverence. He was like the faith of the barbarian warriors. He is incredibly powerful and is considered the strongest warrior by the Yi people. Yang Qinglin, the branch president of the Shihai City Martial Arts Association, along with the martial artists of the branch, respectfully welcomes the Sword Saint. Yang Qinglin and his many martial artists knelt down on the road, showing the utmost respect. Get up, all of you, the Sword Saint said, raising his hand. Thank you, Sword Saint. The martial artists by the roadside finally stood up. Sword Saint, are you also here for that divine pearl? Someone asked curiously. If you insist on making a move, then we have no choice but to give up. Divine objects are only worthy of being possessed by a powerful individual like yourself. The Sword Saint shook his head. I have come to the Western Sea only to see one person, he said solemnly. Oh, who is so influential that the Sword Saint himself would come to see him? The martial artists were astonished and their curiosity was piqued. Xin Wushang. Suddenly, a voice rang out from the entrance of the small restaurant behind the crowd. Instantly, all around fell silent. The martial artists all looked in that direction. Several young martial artists were seen standing at the entrance of the restaurant. Sect Master, what you're doing? Yi Qingqing was speechless. Young Master Qi also looked tense. The Sword Saint's prestige in the barbarian kingdom was unmatched. In the entire barbarian kingdom, who dared to call him by his name? That is a highly disrespectful act. Leaving aside whether the Sword Saint would pursue the matter, the sheer number of warriors who worshipped him would be more than they could handle. As expected, many martial artists showed signs of anger. Who is it? How dare you address the Sword Saint by his given name? How audacious! Presumptuous! They have offended the Sword Saint, they cannot be let go. In an instant, the crowd was filled with indignation. Yi Qingqing and young Master Qi were already in a panic. They couldn't understand why Hua Qiu dared to be so bold. Hua Qiu smiled faintly as he calmly gazed at the Sword Saint from the barbarian country. Shut up, all of you! The Sword Saint suddenly roared, instantly silencing the warriors present. Sword Saint, the warriors from the foreign lands looked at him in bewilderment. The Sword Saint solemnly placed his sword on the ground, then did something that shocked everyone. He bowed down to the young man. I only learned of your arrival late last night, so I rushed to Shihai City overnight. Qin Wushang has come to pay his respects to Mr. Hua," he said, prostrating himself. At that moment, the entire venue was completely silent. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone's faces were frozen in a daze. 564, Chapter 564. A legend bows down at his feet. This stretch of coastline was as silent as a no-man's land, with no sound for a long time. A profound sense of shock and disbelief filled everyone's hearts, leaving them speechless for a brief moment. What is a legend? Revered by thousands, high above all, a being akin to a spiritual belief. He is a god in the hearts of the barbarian warriors. Such a person is bound to be extraordinary. But what did they see now, and what did they hear? Their legendary martial artist traveled thousands of miles overnight to Shihai City, only to pay homage to one person? A young man who killed the top candidate of the Yi Kingdom martial arts tournament, and was secretly hated by many people. This scene completely stunned everyone. Because it was so shocking, many people were almost stunned and found it hard to accept this fact. Some people are hostile towards Hua Qiu. They had hoped that the arrival of the legendary martial artist would teach that unruly person a lesson, but they never expected such an unbelievable scene to unfold. That's a legend. How could he possibly worship people? Some people even felt that their faith had collapsed. What's going on here? Yi Qingqing and young Master Qi looked at each other, completely at a loss, their minds blank. They were eager to call Hua Qiu out, wanting him to see the strongest person in the Yi Kingdom. You are indeed very strong, but we do not agree with your statement that warriors from the barbarian kingdoms are incompetent. See the legends and you'll know there are always people better than you. But they never expected this to happen. The legendary barbarian king has actually come to pay his respects to Hua Qiu. Why, on what grounds? Even if he is incredibly talented and amazing, it shouldn't be like this. Not only them, but almost everyone present couldn't understand it. Especially when faced with the worship of the legendary barbarian, the boy's leisurely demeanor only made everyone more annoyed. Get up, Hua Qiu said to Qin Wushang. Qin Wushang then stood up with his sword in hand. Sword Saint, may I ask you a question? Yi Qingqing said softly. Go ahead and ask, Qin Wushang said with a smile when he saw her standing with Hua Qiu. Why, you ought to pay homage to Hua Qiu, with your strength and status, even if he is extraordinary, it's not necessary. Yi Qingqing glanced at Hua Qiu, her voice even softer. Qin Wushang looked around and saw that everyone's expressions were similar, so he smiled slightly. Mr. Hua has shown me great kindness in guiding me and bestowing upon me the sword. How could I not bow to him? He said solemnly. What, he gave you pointers? Yi Qingqing's eyes widened. Her face was filled with disbelief. Hua Qiu's ability to kill the martial saint of the Heavenly Eagle sect speaks volumes about his strength. But to say that he guided an invincible being like the Sword Saint. That's unlikely, isn't it? Subconsciously, she still felt that Hua Qiu was far inferior to the Sword Saint. If it weren't for Mr. Hua, I wouldn't have achieved what I have today. Qin Wushang continued. I have pursued the way of the sword all my life, but I have achieved nothing. Fortunately, I met Mr. Hua in Xia Kingdom with his guidance. I finally embarked on the path of the sword, and this precious sword in my hand was also a gift from Mr. Hua. After hearing Qin Wushang's words, everyone looked astonished and incredulous. So this is how the Sword Saint mastered his swordsmanship. But they still didn't understand. What abilities does that young man possess? What makes him worthy of instructing the Sword Saint? Qin Wushang understood everyone's thoughts. Do you know what kind of being is the one standing before you? He asked. We begged the Sword Saint to enlighten us. Someone shouted. Qin Wushang smiled. This Mr. Hua comes from the Xia Kingdom and is the most outstanding martial artist in the Xia Kingdom's martial arts world in nearly 1,000 years. He has a title in the Xia Kingdom, the Sage of Medicine. He is the medicine saint of Xia Kingdom? In an instant, the surrounding area erupted in excitement. Today, the name of the medicine saint has spread far and wide, and almost every martial artist has heard of him. The miraculous alchemy techniques and the precious and wondrous elixirs were all captivating. It was he who ended the third martial arts war in the Xia kingdom, and even the previous leader of the Dao Alliance, who had touched the threshold of martial god, was killed by him. He is recognized as the strongest person in the Xia kingdom. There are even rumors that he has reached the realm of a martial god, and that the first martial arts legend in 300 years has been defeated by him. That was a martial artist far more legendary than the Sword Saint. So he was the medicine Saint Yi Qingqing was in a daze. No wonder he could so readily give Tongxi such precious pills. No wonder Yang Qinglin was so excited when he accepted Tongxi as his disciple and established his lineage. This is the legendary medicine master of the Xia kingdom. At this moment, Yi Qingqing felt like she couldn't breathe. The most legendary figure in the martial arts world over the past millennia is right beside her. Everyone was in shock. Hua Qiu, however, looked at Qin Wushang. Qin Wushang, let me see how much your sword intent has improved, he said with a faint smile. That's exactly what I was thinking. Qin Wushang replied with a smile. Please, Mr. Hua, give your assessment. After saying that, he drew his sword and slashed at Hua Qiu. He used this sword strike without holding back. To outsiders, this sword strike might not seem particularly impressive, unlike his usual skill level. But that sword energy contained all of his sword intent. This power Chang Feiyu realized how terrifying it was, and his expression changed drastically. He felt that even his sect leader couldn't withstand that sword strike. Extremely dangerous, extremely powerful. Hua Qiu smiled and extended 2 fingers to meet the sword energy. This behavior is incomprehensible to onlookers. The sword energy arrived quickly, then vanished without a trace before Hua Qiu's 2 fingers could reach it. Hua Qiu withdrew his hand and nodded to Qin Wushang. It's all right, he said, uttering 3 words. It is no easy feat for Qin Wushang, an ordinary martial artist, to comprehend a 5th-grade sword intent. It had been some time since we last met, and his sword intent had returned. It has become much stronger. Qin Wushang showed a happy expression and cupped his hands in greeting to Hua Qiu. Thank you, Mr. Hua, he said. Just now, his sword intent struck Hua Qiu, but had no effect. He knew then that no matter how powerful he became, he would always be insignificant in front of Hua Qiu. To receive such praise from Hua Qiu was already extremely difficult for him. The unsuspecting crowd was still clueless and looked completely bewildered. Chang Feiyu, who had only discerned some clues, was shocked. He was very close, and in that instant he felt the interplay of 2 forces. The swordsman of the barbarian country is very strong, he murmured. Mr. Hua, utterly terrifying. 565, Chapter 565. Insisting on picking the toughest one. Inside the restaurant, Qin Wushang eagerly sought advice from Hua Qiu. Although he was superior to ordinary people in terms of sword intent, he still felt that there were many shortcomings. After listening to Hua Qiu's guidance, he suddenly felt enlightened. This trip was definitely worthwhile. Qin Wushang was very satisfied and pleased with himself. It seems that the Sword Saint's visit to Mr. Hua was a pretense. His real purpose was to seek guidance, Yang Qinglin joked. I'm not embarrassed at all. I'll definitely look forward to learning from you in the future, Qin Wushang said with a smile. Mr. Hua, I heard that you came here for that so-called divine pearl. He looked at Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu nodded. In that case, I must lend you a hand. Qin Wushang volunteered. Yang Qinglin, could you please tell those foreign martial artists not to fight against Mr. Hua? He asked Yang Qinglin again. I warned them long ago, but few people listened, Yang Qinglin said helplessly. Qin Wushang sighed. Treasures can be deceiving. Everyone is clinging to wishful thinking, but they never consider that with their own strength, they will not only miss out on the treasure, but also lose their lives in vain. The 2 were somewhat angry. Those people have no chance of competing with Hua Qiu for it. Even if Hua Qiu didn't kill them, there were other unexpectedly powerful individuals who came to seize the treasure. I wonder how many more people will die then. Buzz. Suddenly, a buzzing sound came from outside, causing the martial artists to exclaim in surprise. The group looked up and, except for Hua Qiu, all of them showed a strange expression. On the coast, the 3-colored divine light shone brightly, extremely dazzling. Hua Qiu stood up. "The precious pearl will be born soon," he said, and then walked out. The others followed behind. At this time, the coastline was full of martial artists, so many that there wasn't enough room to stand. Even though Qin Wushang and Hua Qiu were of extraordinary status, they would have had a hard time squeezing through if young Qinglin hadn't led the way. A conflict broke out, escalating into a brawl that sparked a riot and drew a chorus of curses. "Get out of my way!" Suddenly, a loud shout rang out from not far away. Boom! The powerful force exploded, clearing out an area. The martial artists who were originally there were either knocked into the sea or blasted away to other places. Some died on the spot, and those who survived were seriously injured and on the verge of death. This dramatic turn of events attracted everyone's attention. 3 people stood in the cleared area, looking at the crowd with expressions of disgust and contempt. "These 3 are not simple," Qin Wushang said slowly, his gaze slightly narrowed. Even someone as powerful as him felt threatened. 3 qi refiners? Hua Qiu's expression didn't change much. This precious pearl also attracted some qi cultivators, but they all concealed their auras and none of them revealed their identities. Now, the 3 of them finally couldn't hold back any longer. Hua Qiu could sense that there were other hidden qi cultivators in the crowd, but they were very calm and did not take any action. Or rather, they are also observing. After all, the precious pearl has not yet been truly revealed to the public. "Get out of my way, all of you!" The 3 men coldly surveyed the surrounding martial artists and shouted. "You ants dare to covet the divine pearl, do you even deserve it?" One of them sneered. They were aloof and looked down on ordinary martial artists, treating them like wild dogs. "You're so domineering, do you think only you can take this treasure? What kind of logic is that?" Many martial artists were dissatisfied and began to criticize. The 3 men's faces turned cold, and one of them immediately made a move. He took out a fan, which quickly grew larger, and swung it hard at the crowd. In an instant, a storm swept up, blowing many people away, resulting in more injuries, deaths, and disabilities. Such methods immediately turned the faces of the barbarian warriors pale, and they became trembling with fear. "Ants are not worthy to lay a finger on divine objects," the man with the treasure fan said with a sneer. "If you don't get out of here, you'll all die here." After issuing the threat, the 3 of them each took a magical artifact and walked forward. They need to clear the area. Anyone who dares to stand in front will not escape the powerful bombardment of the magical artifact. They were ruthless and left no room for mercy. It's either death or permanent disability. The warriors on the shore were filled with fear and had no choice but to give way and stay away. This also allowed them to clear out an open area. Too arrogant. Qin Wushang's face darkened, and he wanted to make a move. However, he was somewhat wary of the 3 people's powerful magical artifacts, the nature of which he couldn't quite figure out. Acting so recklessly and tyrannically, this must be someone from the Binding family, Chang Feiyu said in a low voice. On the other side, the 3 men looked at Hua Qiu and his group with sinister smiles. Among the martial artists here, these few are the ones with the strongest aura. These qi cultivators arrived early and naturally witnessed everything that happened. A martial arts legend, huh? They cleared the area with mocking smiles. Clearly, they want to remove the obstacles here. They wanted to demonstrate their formidable strength, making other qi refining forces that were hiding their true power hesitant to act rashly. "They're trying to make an example of us," Chang Feiyu sneered coldly. "The opponent has a foundation establishment cultivator, he is no match for him." But they were destined not to get what they wanted. "You should pick the softest persimmon to squeeze, but you insist on provoking the toughest one." Chang Feiyu revealed a playful smile, crossed his arms, and prepared to watch the show. Soon, the 3 people approached. "Get out of here if you don't want to die." The 3 men stopped and shouted menacingly at Hua Qiu and his companions. At this moment, the other qi cultivators were also paying attention to this area. Hua Qiu glanced at the 3 of them indifferently and smiled faintly. He said nothing, but held up a finger and pointed at someone. The three people opposite frowned. "Looks like you're courting death." The three sneered, preparing to take Hua Qiu's life. Whoosh! The air rustled slightly. The three men's expressions changed slightly, and they immediately became alert. But very unfortunately, they were unable to capture any trajectory. Suddenly, one of them froze, his face turning blank. It was that chi refiner who wielded the precious fan and displayed its divine power. Bang! He suddenly collapsed to the ground and remained motionless. The other two were horrified. "What's wrong with you?" One person quickly squatted down to check and turned his body over. All that could be seen was a bloody hole, about the thickness of a finger, between his eyebrows, from which blood was continuously gushing out. In the blink of an eye, a foundation establishment stage expert died a violent death. And they didn't even know how their comrade died. "What did you do?" In an instant, the two were both shocked and furious, staring fiercely at Hua Qiu. They understood that it must have been Hua Qiu's fault that the man died under mysterious circumstances. The fact that they couldn't even see the trajectory terrified them, and they abandoned their contempt. Those chi cultivators who were secretly observing the situation here also looked solemn. Hua Qiu remained expressionless, then pointed her finger at another person. 566, Chapter 566 Divine Object. Upon seeing Hua Qiu pointing in that direction, the remaining two people's expressions changed drastically. Just now, Hua Qiu pointed at his companion holding the treasure fan, and he was inexplicably killed. But they were unable to detect how Hua Qiu committed the murders. Strike first, strike hard. The two were in perfect sync, realizing they couldn't defend against it, so they decided to take the offensive and eliminate Hua Qiu first. They poured a large amount of spiritual energy into their respective magical artifacts, unleashing dazzling spiritual attacks. The attack was indiscriminate, sweeping over fiercely. During the incident, a warrior from a foreign country was accidentally caught in the crossfire and was instantly killed. This powerful and terrifying force filled the inexperienced martial artists with immense fear. On Hua Qiu's side, Yi Qingqing, young Master Qi, and the others were all terrified. Hua Qiu remained calm and unleashed a burst of spiritual energy, far less dazzling than even a tenth of the power of the two opponents. However, when his spiritual energy collided with the attacks of the two opponents, it instantly annihilated them, and the remaining force continued to spread towards them. All the chi cultivators from the foreign countries present couldn't help but show surprise. The Baiming family ranks among the top reclusive chi cultivators in the Yi Kingdom. These three individuals are all top cultivators of the Baiming family, all having reached the foundation establishment stage or above, with the strongest among them possessing the cultivation level of the mid-foundation establishment stage. The two of them, working together, couldn't even withstand a single blow from that young man? At the very least, they're at the late foundation establishment stage, they might even be at the great perfection of foundation establishment. The chi refiners who were secretly observing from the shadows looked grim, their hearts filled with apprehension. The strongest chi cultivator in the Yi Kingdom is at the peak of the late foundation establishment stage. This uninvited guest appeared out of nowhere, and his cultivation level is ridiculously high. At this moment, the two foundation establishment cultivators from the Baiming family were terrified and retreated rapidly. No matter how they tried to dodge, the spiritual energy beam emitted by Hua Qiu locked onto them and drew ever closer. The two were terrified and tried everything they could to resist. They used all their magical treasures to create layers upon layers of protection for themselves. Bang bang bang. However, the next moment, the protective spiritual energy shields of those magical artifacts shattered layer by layer, proving utterly useless. Ah! As screams echoed along the shore, two foundation establishment cultivators from the Baiming family were stripped of their life force by Hua Qiu's spiritual power and collapsed to the ground. The warriors from the barbarian country cheered. Damn it, thinking he could do whatever he wanted just because he had some strength, good riddance, he deserved to die. This medicine saint of Xia Kingdom truly lives up to his reputation. Those three were definitely powerful martial saints, yet they were like children in front of him, utterly powerless to resist. For a For a time, all sorts of opinions were expressed. Hua Qiu's killing of the three men revealed little, yet it deterred some of the martial artists who were resentful of the Yi Kingdom's legend from harboring any further disrespectful thoughts towards him. Hua Qiu's indifferent gaze swept across the entire scene, pausing slightly on each Qi refiner who was concealing their aura. His expression was cold and contained a sense of intimidation. Could he have discovered us? No way. The Qi refiners who were scanned by him were all shocked and surprised. They believed they had hidden it well, and that even if Hua Qiu were strong, he wouldn't be able to see through it so easily. Realizing that they might have already been exposed, these Qi cultivators became even more fearful. They began communicating privately via telepathy. Buzz. Suddenly, a buzzing sound came from the sea, causing the waves to churn. The already dazzling tricolor divine light became even more intense. At the center of the light, the seawater gradually parted, revealing a fresh and unique atmosphere. Hua Qiu's gaze sharpened. He knew that the resurrection pearl had finally taken shape and was about to be born. The coastline fell silent, and everyone stared intently at that spot. Everyone held their breath, knowing that a fierce battle would erupt the moment the treasure appeared. The three-colored divine light in the sea dissipated, and what remained was a rich green light. In an instant, grass, trees, and flowers sprang up out of thin air on the barren coastline, full of vitality. My injury has actually healed. Those heavily injured martial artists who had survived the attacks by the Baiming family cultivators were surprised to find that their injuries were rapidly healing under the green light. Even those with severed tendons and veins or crippled limbs are miraculously restored at this moment. Such a spectacular sight made everyone's breathing heavy. The light emitted by that treasure alone has such a magical effect. Who wouldn't be tempted? A divine artifact that defies the heavens. The cultivators' eyes turned red. They understood better than ordinary martial artists how important that treasure was. Cultivation is about seizing the power and resources of heaven and earth. The slightest mistake could lead to death and the annihilation of one's spiritual essence. With that divine pearl, there would be no need to worry about any hidden dangers, and it would be no exaggeration to say that the path of cultivation would be unimpeded. At this moment, no matter how great Hua Qiu's intimidation was, they didn't care anymore. There aren't many Qi cultivators in the Yi Kingdom, and the various factions are aware of each other's existence and even have frequent interactions. They communicated telepathically, seemingly reaching some kind of consensus. Everyone was very nervous. Hua Qiu is the only place here that is truly peaceful. He possessed immense self-confidence and was determined to obtain the jewel. Mr. Hua, I've noticed some people glancing around here frequently. I am afraid they have ill intentions towards you and are plotting something, Chang Feiyu said in a low voice after looking around. When the divine pearl is born, I will do my best to stop those people. You should go and take the divine pearl as soon as possible. Although I don't know how powerful those people are, I will still spare no effort to help you seize the divine pearl. Qin Wushang said with a smile. He placed the sword in his hand before his eyes. Let's use them to test the sharpness of my swordsmanship. Yi Qingqing and young Master Qi originally wanted to say the same thing, but considering that their strength was insignificant here, they didn't dare to speak. None of you are allowed to make a move, Hua Qiu said in a deep voice. Mr. Hua, with our strength I hope this can be of some help to you, Chang Feiyu murmured. Don't underestimate the power of Qi cultivators in the foreign countries. There are quite a few strong individuals among them. No need, Hua Qiu said calmly. Some of these people are no match for you. You're likely to be injured or killed. Your inaction is the greatest help you can give me. The group looked at each other, somewhat embarrassed. Besides, they are just a group of worldly Qi cultivators. Why would I need their help? Hua Qiu said proudly, full of confidence. Well, all right. The group had no choice but to reluctantly agree. Boom! Suddenly, a large wave surged up from the sea ahead, forming a water column more than 10 meters high. At the top of the water column, a bead the size of a fist shone with a dazzling light. The pearl of resurrection has finally appeared in the world. In an instant, the entire coastline descended into chaos and turmoil. The martial artists have gone mad. Rob it! Everyone sprang into action, and a fierce battle erupted for the precious gem. 567, Chapter 567 Joining forces to kill Hua Qiu. Whether they were foreign warriors or Qi cultivators, they all took action at this moment. Even those with the lowest strength were willing to risk their lives to try and seize the divine pearl. Hua Qiu remained calm and did not take immediate action. He warned the people around him again not to make a move before slowly taking a step. In that brief moment, a fierce battle had broken out on the shore. Even companions who were drinking and laughing together not long ago are now turning against each other. Everyone wants to render those around them incapable of action and reduce competition. Some Qi refiners also joined the scramble, but their cultivation levels were not high. None of them were at the foundation establishment stage, they were all at the Qi refining stage. Hua Qiu glanced indifferently at the back of the crowd. Those foundation establishment stage Qi refining cultivators simply approached the sea slowly without attacking anyone. And their gazes were always fixed on him. Oh. Hua Qiu gave a non-committal smile. Just now, these people communicated with each other and reached a consensus. Little did they know that the content of their telepathic communication was completely undetected by Hua Qiu's powerful divine sense. Hua Qiu strode toward the column of water. Although the surrounding barbarian warriors were eager to attack him, none of them dared to actually make a move. It was not only because Qin Wushang, the legendary warrior of the Yi Kingdom, had made a prior statement, but also because his formidable strength inspired fear. This scene was witnessed by several martial artists. Those were members of the Wu family in Shihai City. The head of the Wu family's expression shifted, and he whispered a few words to several Wu family warriors. Escort the Sword Saint to retrieve the Medicine Saint's pearl. The Wu family patriarch shouted. In an instant, the Wu family members all rushed towards Hua Qiu, seemingly clearing a path for him. The Medicine Saint is going to take the pearl, anyone who blocks his way shall die. The Wu family member shouted sternly. Hearing such a threat, the surrounding martial artists were very wary and dared not attack them, letting them proceed. This is a case of someone borrowing the tiger's power. The Wu family, taking advantage of Hua Qiu's intimidating presence, wanted to get close to Baozhu effortlessly. Seeing that this tactic had indeed worked, they were delighted and smug. Mr. Hua, please rest assured, my Wu family will protect you on your journey until you obtain the divine pearl. The Wu family head said loudly, feigning benevolence. Hua Qiu gave them a cold look. Roll. He uttered a single word coldly. Boom. As the word was uttered, a powerful, suffocating aura suddenly spread out from him. Master Medicine Saint, we've come to help you. The Wu family members' expressions changed drastically, and they hurriedly shouted. But in the blink of an eye, they were engulfed by that terrifying energy. Puff puff puff. Instantly, the Wu family members all coughed up blood and flew out. After they landed, they were almost completely still, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. The head of the Wu family was still alive, lying on the ground, his face pale, barely clinging to life. His tendons and veins were all severed, and he couldn't even stand up. He was terrified. That aura was terrifying. Looking at the other martial arts families, some were dead, some were wounded. The Wu family is finished. At this moment, the head of the Wu family was filled with endless regret. Hua Qiu had ignored their underhanded tactics several times before, so they assumed he wouldn't hold it against them and became increasingly emboldened. I never expected it to end like this. He failed to obtain the divine pearl, but instead caused heavy casualties to the entire Wu family, and he himself became a cripple. The head of the Wu family couldn't catch his breath and immediately fainted. Hua Qiu withdrew his gaze and strolled leisurely toward the water column and the sea. With each step, he left the ground, walking in midair, and approached the precious pearl above. It was at this very moment, with his back to the coast, that the hidden Qi cultivators from the foreign lands made their move. Bang bang bang. A series of explosions echoed from the coastline as the Qi cultivators, who had been concealing their presence, dropped their disguises, their powerful auras even stirring up waves. Under such force, the martial artists fighting on the shore were knocked off balance and staggered. Where did so many Martial Saint-level experts come from? The Yi Kingdom warriors were dumbfounded. They had never seen a chi refiner before, but they felt that his aura was probably even greater than that of a martial saint. Boom boom boom. These chi cultivators attacked simultaneously, unleashing their respective spells in an instant. More than 10 beams of spiritual light blasted towards Hua Qiu's back. They actually joined forces to attack Mr. Hua. How despicable. Chang Feiyu cursed angrily upon seeing this. Almost every chi refining faction in the Yi Kingdom sent powerful individuals. The combined attack of these people was incredibly powerful, and even a foundation establishment cultivator at the great perfection stage would find it difficult to defend against and risk serious injury. Chang Feiyu speculated that Hua Qiu's true cultivation level was likely at this level. He wanted to lend a helping hand, but with his cultivation at the great perfection of chi refining, he was simply no match for those foundation establishment cultivators. Qin Wushang also showed resentment and wanted to make a move. So what if you're at the great perfection of foundation establishment? With our combined attack, even a great perfection of foundation establishment won't survive. The chi refiners revealed a triumphant sneer. Witnessing Hua Qiu easily annihilate the cultivators of the Baiming family, they were deeply shocked and decided to temporarily form an alliance to deal with Hua Qiu, the supreme expert. This sudden joint attack was clearly intended to kill him. Seeing that Hua Qiu was still in the air without turning his head, they laughed. In the blink of an eye, the group's attacks reached Hua Qiu. Suddenly, Hua Qiu stopped in midair and turned around. You're only realizing it now, too late. A chi refiner sneered. Hua Qiu's gaze was icy, and his expression was also cold. He didn't take the numerous attacks launched by these chi cultivators together seriously. He casually put 2 fingers together and gently drew them in front of him, creating an arc of white light that grew larger and larger in front of him. That arc of light seemed to have directly separated space. More than 10 attacks landed on the white arc of light, it was quickly swallowed up and disappeared. In just over 10 seconds, all the dazzling spiritual attacks vanished without a trace, and the sky became clear again. The white arc of light also successfully retreated and disappeared without a trace. At this moment, the chi cultivators on the shore were stunned and stood frozen in place. Shocking, unbelievable. So many people joined forces to attack, yet that person so easily neutralized it. Forget about killing him, I couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes. How could this be? This is impossible. Why is it completely ineffective? How could it be so easily neutralized? The chi cultivators panicked, their smug expressions freezing on their faces. This was something they hadn't anticipated. Is that really the great perfection of foundation establishment? Does the great perfection of foundation establishment have such abilities? Someone questioned. Which foundation establishment grand perfection cultivator could be this powerful? In the air, Hua Qiu pointed at the pearl on the water column, and a beam of spiritual light flew up and enveloped the pearl. It's not impossible to retrieve this pearl later, he said indifferently, a red sword appearing in his hand. When he turned around again, his face was filled with murderous intent. 568, Chapter 568 Slaughtering all the chi refining experts from the foreign country. Chang Feiyu stared intently at the figure in the air. Senior Hua could not possibly be at the great perfection of foundation establishment, that realm could not possibly be so powerful. Could it be that he is? Upon realizing a possibility, Chang Feiyu was greatly shaken, and his breathing became rapid. Core formation, he slowly uttered the 2 words. Core formation Grand Cultivator. A top-tier cultivator who is almost impossible to find in the mortal world. It is a realm that only exists in the legendary, ethereal immortal realm. Senior Hua, you are so strong. Chang Feiyu became excited. He felt incredibly excited and honored to have met such a powerful core formation cultivator. Core formation, he must be a core formation grandmaster. The chi refiners on the shore also realized this and exclaimed in surprise. The moment the words core formation were uttered, the faces of these chi cultivators turned pale. Core formation is already a high level of cultivation, and foundation establishment cultivators can only be described as weak in its presence. They actually wanted to join forces to kill a core formation grandmaster. Ridiculous, overestimating oneself. A profound sense of terror overwhelmed everyone, leaving them trembling with fear. Especially when they saw that Huaqiu didn't even care about the precious pearl, but instead drew his sword, turned around, and looked at them with murderous intent. These people trembled with fear. "We were wrong, great master, we were wrong." Someone immediately shouted in panic, admitting their mistake. But Huaqiu, whose murderous intent had been aroused, would not let them go. Holding a red sword, he descended from the sky step by step, each step seeming to pound on the hearts of the crowd, making them breathless. With a light, effortless swing of his sword, a crimson light descended, concealing boundless killing intent, swift as lightning. The sword light slashed down towards a chi refining cultivator in the mid-foundation establishment stage. He is one of the 2 strongest chi cultivators in this area. At this moment, the mid-foundation establishment cultivator, locked by the sword light, was utterly terrified, his soul nearly leaving his body. He desperately tried to escape using his preferred agility, but was horrified to find that he couldn't move an inch. The sword intent carried within the sword light bound him from a distance, rendering him unable to move. "Spare me." He opened his mouth, but only managed to utter one word. The next moment, his body was split in two, cleaved in two by the sword light. The coastline was quiet. The martial artists who were fighting stopped and watched the scene in shock. The other chi cultivators were terrified. In an instant, chaos erupted. At this moment, the pearl atop the water column held no further allure for them. Everyone was thinking about escaping for their lives as quickly as possible. Because that person is too terrifying. They scattered and flew off in different directions, each heading in a different direction, trying to prevent Huaqiu from chasing them all at once. Seeing this, Huaqiu's expression did not change much. He swayed slightly in the air. Buzz buzz buzz. As his body swayed slightly, one after another afterimage appeared, which strangely became solid. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen Huaqiu appeared in the air. Everyone looked exactly the same, and they all carried a red sword. The barbarian warriors below were dumbfounded. What kind of unbelievable method was that? More than 10 clones? The chi cultivators who were fleeing in all directions turned around and saw the scene. Their faces were even more terrified, and their movements slowed down. They had never heard of or seen such supernatural powers before. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, all 10 or so Huaqiu in the air acted, each flying in a different direction, with a fleeing E-Kingdom chi cultivator in each direction. Each Huaqiu is almost at its peak, even more elusive than lightning. Catching up with these chi refiners, whose strongest are only at the mid-foundation establishment stage, is a piece of cake. The chi cultivators were still terrified when they saw Huaqiu condense an avatar a moment ago, but the next moment the killing god holding a red sword appeared before them, and they couldn't help but scream in fright. Clang! Clang! Boom! Crimson sword light flashed in all directions, accompanied by shrill screams. No one could dodge Huaqiu's sword, nor could anyone withstand it. Screams rose and fell, and in just half a minute, none of the dozen or so chi cultivators who had fled survived. They all perished under Huaqiu's sword. That's terrifying. The barbarian warriors were terrified and stared blankly. Every chi refiner was a supreme expert in their eyes, yet they were all wiped out by the medicine saint of Xia Kingdom. If such a thing exists, why are we still fighting for the divine pearl? It's impossible, there's no hope. Many martial artists smiled bitterly, finally beginning to accept reality. The strong in their eyes tried to seize it, and they attacked it en masse, but they were all killed. Where would these relatively weak martial artists get their chance? After killing the chi refiner, more than 10 Huaqius flew back and overlapped into one. He stood in the air, holding a long sword, and no one dared to look him in the eye. I don't know how many years it would take to catch up to this level, Qin Wushang said with a sigh. He could tell that Huaqiu's supernatural power was related to sword intent, but that was all he could tell. He didn't know that it was a level he might not be able to reach even after cultivating for hundreds of years. They're all dead, all of them are dead. Chang Fei's expression was extremely complicated. He almost wiped out all the powerful cultivators in the E-Kingdom's chi refining faction. The martial arts of the Yi Kingdom are inferior to those of the Xia Kingdom, and their Qi cultivators are also inferior to those of the Xia Kingdom. The foundation establishment stage is the highest level of cultivation. In this one move, Hua Qiu wiped them all out. The Qi refining lineage of the foreign countries has regressed by over 100 years. Chang Feiyu shook his head and smiled bitterly. However, this may not be a bad thing. Without competition from other forces, our Qianghua sect can obtain more resources. Hua Qiu sheathed his sword and stepped back up to the top of the water column. The resurrection pearl was protected by his spiritual power, so even if someone had tried to take it away, it would have been impossible. They couldn't break through the spiritual power shield surrounding the pearl. He reached out and picked up the resurrection pearl. The water column, which was more than 10 meters high, suddenly collapsed and turned into it produced a water mist. The dazzling light that filled the area quickly dissipated, leaving no trace. A supreme divine artifact. Unfortunately, we are not strong enough. The warriors on the ground were very tempted, but they could only suppress their greed. I've obtained another main material. Hua Qiu rarely showed a genuine smile. Currently, half of the main materials for creating the perfect physical body for Yu Ziwei have been collected. That day will come soon. 569, Chapter 569. Asking the senior to take action. Inside that same restaurant, Hua Qiu gave Tongxi a few more pills and instructed Yi Qingqing to take good care of her. Having obtained the resurrection pearl, he did not intend to stay in the barbarian country any longer and prepared to set off to find the next main material. When I return to Xia Kingdom this time, I will officially establish the Dao lineage. At that time, you will be the senior sister of the Emperor Immortal Sect, Hua Qiu said to Tongxi with a smile. Upon hearing that she could become the senior sister, Tongxi was overjoyed. Mr. Hua, may I join your Emperor Immortal Sect? Qin Wushang asked with great interest. Okay. Hua Qiu nodded. As one of the secular forces, it wouldn't be a bad thing for the Emperor Immortal Sect to recruit a few martial arts experts like Qin Wushang. Young Master Qi and the others were also very interested, but they dared not speak. Firstly, they feared that Hua Qiu would look down on their abilities. Secondly, they each had their own masters and were reluctant to switch to another school. Now that this matter is settled, I will not linger any longer. Hua Qiu stood up, preparing to leave. Whoosh! Before I could even take a step, a figure suddenly rushed in like a phantom. It's Chang Feiyu. His expression was urgent, and he suddenly knelt down in front of Hua Qiu. Chang Feiyu dares to beg Senior Hua to save my life. He anxiously cupped his hands to Hua Qiu, and then kowtowed to Hua Qiu. Judging from his appearance, he seemed to have encountered some difficulties. Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow slightly. Chang Feiyu was fine just now, but he became so anxious after going out for a while. Cousin, what's wrong? What happened? Young Master Qi asked quickly. Please, Senior Hua, save my life. Chang Feiyu didn't answer his question, but pleaded with Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu looked at him calmly. Chang Feiyu is a pragmatic Qi cultivator from the foreign country, a genius in this kind of cultivation environment. These past few days, he had been serving Hua Qiu with utmost respect. Although Hua Qiu hadn't said anything, he had planned to casually reward him with a pill before leaving. Tell me, what is it? Hua Qiu sat down again. This matter may be very risky for Senior Hua, but I have no other choice but to pray to Senior Hua, Chang Feiyu said with a wry smile. As long as you agree to lend a helping hand, I am willing to do anything, even be your slave. Hua Qiu frowned slightly. Stop talking nonsense, just say what you need to say, he said unhappily. This actually put Chang Feiyu's mind at ease. Based on his observation of Hua Qiu, the fact that she spoke like that meant there was a high chance she would agree. Senior Hua, the Qianghua sect, to which I belong, ranks second among all Qi cultivators in the entire kingdom. Our sect leader's cultivation level is late foundation establishment. Chang Feiyu began to narrate with a solemn expression. But a year ago, an old man suddenly came to our Qianghua sect and broke the sect's protective formation with a single finger. He was so powerful that no one in the entire Qianghua sect could withstand a single blow from him. Even our sect leader was seriously injured by him and has not been able to recover. And that old man's target was actually the sect leader's beautiful daughter, who is also my junior sister. He actually proposed that my junior sister be his furnace cauldron. Chang Feiyu said angrily. Upon hearing the words furnace, Hua Qiu's gaze sharpened. How familiar those words are. No one in our Qianghua sect was willing to compromise, but he was just too powerful. Everyone was thoroughly humiliated by him and had no power to resist. He left some spirit stones as compensation for us, and said he would come back in 2 years to take our junior sister away, asking us to take good care of her, as he needed to go to the mortal world to meet another promising talent. That old man even threatened that if he couldn't find the person when he came to bring them, or if junior sister was injured, he would wipe out the entire Qianghua sect. After he left, our entire sect went all out to reinforce the sect's protective formation and tried to find a way to counter it. I came here this time on the orders of the sect leader to see if this soon-to-be-born divine object has any power to resist it. Just now, I received a message from the sect that the demon has arrived a year ahead of schedule to take away my junior sister. Chang Feiyu said excitedly. Our great formation, which we have worked so hard to rebuild, still could not withstand his bombardment. The sect leader had no choice but to hide his junior sister. The old demon, unable to find her, was furious and said he would annihilate everyone in the Qianghua sect. The sect leader ordered me to leave and go far away, and rebuild the sect when I become a great cultivator. Don't think about avenging them. Chang Feiyu's eyes began to fill with tears. But how can I live a life of ignominy out there? I want to go back and share life and death with them, but my strength is too weak. Senior Hua, only you have a chance to fight that demon. Chang Feiyu looked at Hua Qiu with hope. This junior begs you to save the lives of everyone in my Qianghua sect. He kowtowed to Hua Qiu again. That demon is definitely at the level of a great cultivator, extremely powerful. I know this poses a considerable risk to you, but I have no other choice. I can only beg you to take action. If you are willing to help, our Qianghua sect will be eternally grateful. You can have anything you want. Chang Feiyu didn't notice that Hua Qiu's face had already turned cold. Do you know the background of that cultivator? Hua Qiu asked. This junior doesn't know, Chang Feiyu said in a low voice, lacking confidence. We know very little about his specific level of skill and methods. Hua Qiu sneered. After hearing Chang Feiyu's description, how could he not associate that person with the Supreme Elder of the Hidden Moon Sect? The Supreme Elder of the Hidden Moon Sect, a shameless core formation stage chi refiner. He took a liking to Hua Qiu's younger sister Hua Dong's spirit body, so he kidnapped her and imprisoned her in the Immortal Realm's Hidden Moon Sect. If Hua Dong hadn't started cultivating from scratch, and if the Supreme Elder's dual cultivation technique hadn't required the vessel to have a foundation establishment stage cultivation level, Hua Dong would probably have already met his end poisonous hand. If the person who invaded the Qianghua sect really was him. It's not hard to connect these. He valued Hua Dong more and devoted himself to training him, but things took a turn for the worse just when success was within reach. Hua Qiu stormed the Hidden Moon Sect, destroyed the powerful sect, and brought Hua Dong back home. Upon learning the news, the Supreme Elder of the Hidden Moon Sect was naturally furious. Without Hua Dong, an excellent furnace vessel, he had no choice but to change his target and visit the Qianghua sect ahead of schedule. Get up, Hua Qiu said to Chang Feiyu. If senior doesn't agree to help, this junior won't get up. Chang Feiyu said through gritted teeth. He had no other choice but to beg Hua Qiu to death. I didn't say I wouldn't help, Hua Qiu said calmly. Senior, you've agreed? Chang Feiyu was overjoyed and felt a great weight lifted off his shoulders. Then I'll go with you to Qianghua sect to take a look, Hua Qiu said. If that person really is the Supreme Elder of the Hidden Moon Sect. That's like finding a needle in a haystack. He must die. 570, Chapter 570, Bringing Back a Divine Person. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The wind whistled in my ears, and 2 streaks of light flashed across the sky. These were Hua Qiu and Chang Feiyu, flying on their swords. Chang Feiyu was overjoyed when Hua Qiu agreed to help, eager to save lives. He immediately took Hua Qiu from Shihai City and headed straight for the Qianghua sect. Originally, Shihai City was far from the location of the Qianghua sect. Even traveling at full speed, it would take a whole day. He was worried that by the time the two of them arrived, the Qianghua sect would have been completely wiped out. But after Hua Qiu flew into the sky on his sword, his gaze became blank. The speed was even faster than a flash of lightning, so fast that he couldn't even see the scenery along the way, and all he could hear was the fierce sound of the wind. The excessively rapid flight made the explosion sound as deafening as thunder. As expected of Senior Hua, I have never seen such rapid flight before. I am afraid even that old devil couldn't display such skill. With admiration, Chang Feiyu's confidence in Hua Qiu grew stronger. We're here, almost there. Seeing a towering mountain ahead, Chang Feiyu became excited and restless. He feared that when he arrived at the sect, he would witness an unbearable tragedy. Atop a towering mountain ahead, the sight of a sect came into view. This made Chang Feiyu's face darken with worry. The Qianghua sect appeared completely unobstructed, indicating that the sect's protective formation had been completely destroyed. The two landed outside the gate of the Qianghua sect. At a glance, one could see the dilapidated mountain gate of the Qianghua sect, with traces of being bombarded by a tremendous force everywhere. There were several corpses beside the mountain gate. Chang Feiyu's expression changed. Those are all disciples of the Qianghua sect. Looking at those people, they hadn't been dead for long, only a day or two. The entire Qianghua sect was completely silent. Master, junior sister. Chang Feiyu was extremely anxious. He called out as he quickly ran towards the sect. He had a bad feeling that something terrible might have happened to them. Hua Qiu calmly followed behind Chang Feiyu. Based on these traces of battle, he could deduce that the cultivator who made the move was indeed at the core formation stage. On Earth, cultivators at the core formation stage are extremely rare. At this point, it could be roughly determined that the demon was the supreme elder of the Hidden Moon sect. A cold glint appeared in Hua Qiu's eyes. Master! Suddenly, Chang Feiyu's angry shout came from ahead. Hua Qiu quickened her pace and walked over. He saw Chang Feiyu standing in front of a stone pillar, looking grief-stricken. A middle-aged man covered in blood was nailed to the stone pillar. Looking to the side, there were more than 10 similar stone pillars, each with a Qi cultivator nailed to it. Everyone was seriously injured, but they did not die and remained conscious. Clearly, these were the core figures of the Qianghua school. They were all nailed here because they angered the core formation cultivator, but their lives were spared. The figure on the pillar in front of Chang Feiyu is the sect leader of the Qianghua sect, with a cultivation level of late foundation establishment. However, he was seriously injured. Master, wait for me, I'll save you right away. Chang Feiyu said with a heavy heart. As he spoke, he immediately took action to put down the leader of the Qianghua sect. No! The Qianghua sect master exclaimed upon waking up. But it was too late. Bang! As soon as Chang Feiyu touched the stone pillar, it immediately shone brightly, and a beam of spiritual light shot towards him. With that kind of power, if a Qi refining stage cultivator were hit, they would basically only have one way out, death. Feiyu! The Qianghua sect master shouted anxiously, but he was powerless to help. Boom! Just as the beam of light was about to strike Chang Feiyu, Hua Qiu waved his hand, instantly causing it to dissipate. The leader of the Qianghua sect finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he looked at Hua Qiu in surprise. This was a contingency plan left behind by that nascent soul stage cultivator. Ordinary cultivators simply couldn't withstand it, let alone dispel it. Master, you have suffered, I'm sorry, I'm late. Chang Feiyu rescued him with tears in his eyes. Feiyu, this has nothing to do with you, the Qianghua sect master sighed. You shouldn't have come back. I sent you to retrieve the divine pearl so that you could leave the Qianghua sect and be safe. Master, you, Chang Feiyu looked surprised. It turned out that he had known all along that the devil would come, and had deliberately sent him away. You have given me a second life. Qianghua sect is my home. If this place is gone, how can I go on living? Chang Feiyu said heavily. Even if I die, I want to be with everyone. The leader of the Qianghua sect remained silent. You shouldn't have come back. Your return is of no use. I order you to leave now. He said sternly. Master, don't worry, I've brought back an extremely powerful senior. Chang Feiyu said. This senior Hua is an unparalleled master I met in Shihai City. He has agreed to help us deal with that old devil. He, the leader of the Qianghua sect, looked at Hua Qiu with surprise and uncertainty. It was obvious that he had little confidence in Hua Qiu. Although he was able to break through the power left behind by that great cultivator, proving that he was not weak, to say that he could fight against a core formation stage great cultivator. He felt there was little hope. After all, such beings as great cultivators are rare in the mortal world and even in the immortal realm. Master, believe me, Senior Hua will definitely succeed. Chang Feiyu said earnestly. Because, Senior Hua is also a core formation cultivator. What? Upon hearing this, the sect leader of the Qianghua sect showed a look of shock. Senior Hua, please help me rescue my fellow disciples. Chang Feiyu bowed to Hua Qiu and pleaded. Hua Qiu nodded, waved his hand, and a flash of inspiration struck him. Bang bang bang. The remaining stone pillars all collapsed, and the power left behind by those great cultivators vanished in an instant, without even a chance to be activated. Upon seeing this, the Qianghua sect master's eyes widened, and his body trembled with excitement. Just based on this one move, it's not it is something that cultivators at the foundation establishment stage can do. He finally became certain that Hua Qiu in front of him was also a nascent soul stage cultivator. Is there any hope? He struggled to his feet, his expression changing. The remaining Qianghua sect members who were rescued from the stone pillars quickly regained consciousness. At first, they were very angry about Chang Feiyu's appearance and scolded him for coming back. But upon hearing that he had brought back a nascent soul stage cultivator, everyone was overjoyed. There's hope. There's hope. Thanks to the mercy of heaven, our Qianghua sect has finally found hope. Seeing that these people were all seriously injured, Hua Qiu frowned. He couldn't bear to waste the elixir, so he used the power of creation. A divine light enveloped everyone, causing their injuries to heal rapidly. This move astonished the Qianghua sect members. God, this has restored us all. Feiyu, you've brought back an incredibly important person. 571, Chapter 571 Surprise. In a short while, all the members of the Qianghua sect had recovered completely. This made them marvel at Hua Qiu's extraordinary abilities. Master, where is junior sister? Chang Feiyu asked anxiously. The Qianghua sect master's expression immediately darkened. Upon seeing this, Chang Feiyu turned pale, as if he had lost his soul. Could it bet that something bad has happened to her? He said in despair. It's easy to see that he has an extremely deep relationship with his junior sister. Not yet, but the outlook isn't optimistic either, sighed the leader of the Qianghua sect. Let's go, I'll take you to see her. With that, the Qianghua sect master walked further inside. Chang Feiyu, puzzled, followed with a worried expression. Soon, they entered the sect's main hall. What came into view was a light shield. Inside the light barrier, a beautiful young woman sat cross-legged on the ground with her eyes closed. Junior sister. Chang Feiyu immediately shouted anxiously, wanting to rush over. The leader of the Qianghua sect grabbed him. Don't get close, that light barrier was left behind by a great cultivator and is very aggressive. If you touch it, not only will your life be in danger, but you will also be affected, and all her efforts will be in vain, the Qianghua sect master said with a stern face. Master, what exactly is going on? Chang Feiyu asked even more anxiously. Everyone sighed. We hit her, but that demon still found her in a fit of rage. He severely injured us and nailed us to stone pillars. He also gave your junior sister a pill that she must break through to the foundation establishment stage within 2 days. If he hadn't broken through by the time he returned, he would have killed us all and completely destroyed the Qianghua sect, and your junior sister was willing to sacrifice herself to save us, immersing herself in cultivation after taking the elixir. Hearing these words, Chang Feiyu felt as if his heart was being torn apart. He couldn't bear to see his beloved suffer, but he had no power to change anything. Senior Hua, he looked at Hua Qiu with tears in his eyes, his expression pleading. Hua Qiu was his only hope. Venerable one, you must not make a move. Even if you break through that light barrier, my daughter will still be harmed, the Qianghua sect master said helplessly. The injury itself is not so bad, the real fear is that she might suffer a qi deviation and die. Hua Qiu neither agreed nor disagreed. If I take action, that kind of thing will naturally not happen. The methods of a mere core formation stage cultivator are utterly clumsy. He was extremely disdainful. This tone surprised everyone. Before they could react in surprise, Hua Qiu had already made his move. A beam of light struck the light barrier, instantly dissipating it, and nothing else happened. The group looked at each other in bewilderment. Their calm demeanor made their anxiousness seem rather dull. Suddenly, the girl sitting cross-legged on the ground frowned, and her aura became chaotic. Senior Hua, this is Chang Feiyu, looked worried, thinking that Hua Qiu had broken the light barrier and affected her. It has nothing to do with me, Hua Qiu said calmly. Her obsession runs too deep. She is eager to break through to the foundation establishment stage, and coupled with the poor quality of the pills she is taking, she is about to suffer a qi deviation. The expressions of the Qianhua sect members changed drastically. Please help me, senior. Seeing that Hua Qiu's expression remained unchanged, the Qianhua sect master knew that he must have a solution, so he quickly bowed and asked for help. A minor issue. Hua Qiu smiled faintly, extending his aura over the area. Under his aura, the junior sister of the Qianhua sect quickly calmed down, and her aura returned to normal. Immersed in cultivation, she felt warm all over, and her progress in cultivation was like a rocket. She was originally at the late stage of qi refining, and even after taking pills, it would be extremely difficult for her to break through to the foundation establishment stage all at once. She tried her best to save everyone in the sect, risking everything, but still almost failed. Fortunately, Hua Qiu's power saved her from the brink of death. Buzz. Soon after, the air around the junior sister of the Qianhua sect became turbulent and emitted a buzzing sound. This means she has finally broken through. She opened her eyes. Junior sister. The first thing she saw was Chang Feiyu's face. Senior brother Feiyu. Upon seeing his face, she was immediately overwhelmed with emotion and couldn't help but throw herself into his arms with tears in her eyes. Cough cough. The sect leader of Qianhua sect quickly coughed twice. The monk was still standing to the side, yet he dared to leave the person standing there, doing something quite indecent. Chang Feiyu was also very sensible and quickly let go of his junior sister, bowing and thanking Hua Qiu. Thank you so much for your help, Senior Hua. Junior sister, quickly thank Senior Hua. If it weren't for him, you would have already gone mad with demonic possession. He exclaimed. The junior sister looked at Hua Qiu curiously, then obediently bowed and thanked him, calling him Senior Hua. She had just felt a magical power that made her feel as if she were divinely aided, which amazed her. She paused for a moment when she saw the person who started it all. Because Hua Qiu looks very young. Junior sister, how are you feeling now? Is there anything wrong? Chang Feiyu asked with concern. I feel great, the junior sister smiled. My comprehension of the Tao has advanced by leaps and bounds, and I have successfully broken through to the foundation establishment stage. My cultivation level, I think I have reached the mid-foundation establishment stage. She suddenly widened her eyes and said in shock. Upon hearing this, everyone else also showed surprise. At the early stage of foundation establishment, he was already a powerful figure among the qi refiners in various parts of the Yi Kingdom, and breaking through to the next level was extremely difficult. For Chang Feiyu to reach the great perfection of qi refining at his age is already a genius among geniuses. The junior sister of the Qianhua sect is at the late stage of qi refining and has great talent, but she is still far from breaking through to the foundation establishment stage. Unexpectedly, she broke through to the mid-foundation establishment stage in one go. That's already at the sect master level. That demon's pills have such incredible effects. Someone exclaimed. No, it's not the effect of the demon's pills at all, said the sect leader of the Qianhua sect. He understood perfectly well that the demon's elixir would hardly allow his daughter to break through to the foundation establishment stage. The demon knew it would be difficult, which is why he threatened everyone's lives to force her to try. Senior Hua, we owe you another huge favor. Chang Feiyu reacted even faster, expressing his deepest gratitude to Hua Qiu. You gave my junior sister an incredible stroke of luck. Everyone suddenly understood, but they were even more surprised. A mere wisp of aura can grant someone sudden enlightenment and a breakthrough. This is an existence that is utterly unimaginable. Although they were both core formation stage cultivators, Hua Qiu gave them the feeling that he was several levels above that demon. Oh no! The junior sister of the Qianghua sect suddenly changed her expression. That demon left a trace of his aura on Meihe. Will sense it as soon as I break through to the foundation establishment stage. He's probably coming. The faces of the crowd turned grim. Hurry up and go! The Qianghua sect leader shouted. Where are you going? Hua Qiu asked, frowning. The leader of the Qianghua sect stopped in his tracks, looking embarrassed. There's something he didn't say. He had heard the demon himself say that the demon's cultivation level was at the mid-stage of core formation. This is considered top tier among core formation cultivators in the immortal realm. The difference between the early and middle stages of core formation is enormous. He feared that Hua Qiu was no match for him. Senior, should we make some arrangements to deal with that demon? He asked tentatively. There's no need, Hua Qiu said coldly. Besides, the person has already arrived. The words had barely left his mouth. Ha ha ha! Loud laughter echoed from the sky. Mid-foundation establishment, he actually broke through to the mid-foundation establishment stage. This is truly a tremendous surprise for this old man. My little beauty, here I come. This sound immediately threw the Qianghua sect members into disarray, filling them with great fear. Hua Qiu's lips curled into a smile, revealing a murderous intent. 572, Chapter 572. You are a great power. The person who came has a cultivation level of mid-stage core formation. The aura emanating from him was exactly the same as that of the sect master of the Hidden Moon sect. Without a doubt, he is the supreme elder of the Hidden Moon sect. Hua Qiu harbored intense murderous intent towards this person. They dared to lay their hands on his family, even trying to use his sister as a sacrificial offering. Hua Qiu wouldn't let such a reckless cultivator die so easily. He didn't make a move immediately, but stood there without saying a word, even making his aura even more inconspicuous. The Qianghua sect members were already pale and terrified. The supreme elder of the Hidden Moon sect, sensing the genuine mid-foundation establishment realm emanating from his junior sister below, beamed with joy. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he was overjoyed. In fact, he himself did not have much hope, which is why he used the Qianghua sect members to threaten her, hoping that his junior sister would go all out and break through to the foundation establishment stage. Unexpectedly, she actually succeeded, and she even broke through to the mid-foundation establishment stage. That's wonderful, that's absolutely wonderful. The supreme elder of the Hidden Moon sect was practically dancing with joy. In this way, this little beauty is more than enough to be my cultivation vessel. After cultivating with her, my cultivation will definitely advance greatly. I have a good chance of reaching the late stage of core formation. His eyes gleamed. That damned mysterious cultivator dared to destroy my Hidden Moon sect. Once I break through to the late stage of core formation, I will settle accounts with him and reclaim my perfect furnace. Hatred appeared on his face. After so many years of cultivation, he discovered a perfect furnace for the first time. Overjoyed, he brought it back to his sect to nurture, but it ended up bringing annihilation to the Hidden Moon sect. Instead of reflecting on his actions, he harbored deep hatred and vowed to take revenge and reclaim the perfect furnace. This is why he rushed to Qianghua sect. You bunch of good-for-nothings, how dare you escape on your own? Don't you want to live anymore? He saw that everyone from the Qianghua sect was present, and his expression immediately turned cold, his murderous aura chilling. Soon, he saw that all of them were in good condition and their serious injuries had all healed. This made him squint, his heart filled with surprise. How could such injuries heal in such a short time? Could it be that you have something extraordinary? He frowned. But soon, his brows relaxed. It doesn't matter anymore, everything belongs to this old man, my little beauty, including all the resources of your Qianghua sect. He fell from the sky laughing. The powerful aura was so overwhelming that the Qianghua sect members could hardly bear it, and their backs bent over. The Qianghua sect members all turned their attention to Hua Qiu, filled with anticipation. Regardless of whether there is hope or not, there is no other way but to believe in Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu smiled faintly and took a few steps forward, facing the Supreme Elder of the Hidden Moon sect alone. What are you? The Supreme Elder of the Hidden Moon sect said with a cold expression and disdain. A mere chi refining cultivator dares to stand up against a core formation cultivator, he's overestimating himself, how laughable. He completely disregarded Hua Qiu, coldly releasing his oppressive aura to force Hua Qiu to kneel. But Hua Qiu didn't move an inch, just looked at him with a mocking expression. What's going on? The Supreme Elder of the Hidden Moon sect frowned deeply, filled with surprise and doubt. A dignified core formation cultivator can't even suppress a chi refining stage cultivator? He released more pressure, but it still had no effect. This made him feel heavy-hearted. A mere chi refining stage cultivator, he stopped smiling and unleashed a burst of spiritual energy with a wave of his hand, enough to obliterate Hua Qiu. Call. Hua Qiu stood still and blew a breath. That spiritual energy dissipated instantly. The Supreme Elder of the Hidden Moon sect immediately froze. How could he not understand that this young cultivator was hiding his true abilities? You guys are really something, managing to find a core formation cultivator in the mortal world to be your backer. He glared at the Qianghua sect cultivators, his voice filled with murderous intent. Throughout the entire planet Earth, there are very few cultivators at the core formation stage. He simply did not believe that one could achieve the core formation stage in the mortal world, and immediately assumed that Hua Qiu must be from the immortal realm, just like him. Moreover, it was a reclusive great cultivator whom he did not know. Fellow Daoist, I am the Supreme Elder of the Hidden Moon sect, one of the 5 major sects. You should have heard of me to some extent, he said coldly. The 5 major sects are closely connected. Even if you achieve the core formation stage, there are some things that are not for you to interfere with. Considering the difficulty of your cultivation, leave quickly, and this elder will forgive and forget. Hua Qiu smiled faintly and shook his head. The Supreme Elder of the Hidden Moon sect had a cold and sharp gaze. I'm giving you a way out, but you won't take it. Aren't you afraid of dying and your soul being destroyed? Boom! His mid-stage core formation cultivation erupted with overwhelming force, causing the entire Qianghua sect to roar and unleash a storm that raged everywhere. As a mid-stage core formation cultivator, he possessed immense confidence that even if he couldn't kill the person before him, he could still severely injure and defeat them. Such a powerful aura made the Qianghua sect members tremble. Hua Qiu coldly stared at the Supreme Elder of the Hidden Moon sect. He wanted to inflict immense fear on this person, causing their psychological defenses to completely collapse, and then, after tormenting them enough, to make them vanish into nothingness. A mere core formation aura, he sneered, his face full of mockery. Boom! Like a violent explosion of heaven and earth, an extremely terrifying aura erupted from Hua Qiu. The sky darkened, and space became chaotic. In an instant, the aura of the Supreme Elder of the Hidden Moon sect, who was at the mid-stage of core formation, collapsed without leaving a trace. Bang bang bang! A series of explosions seemed to threaten to annihilate everything around them under this oppressive force. None of the cultivators present had ever felt such a terrifying aura before. It was as if the mighty power of heaven had descended, causing all living beings to tremble. Oh my God! The leader of the Qianghua sect stared wide-eyed, his mouth agape. Everyone in the Qianghua sect had a similar expression to him. They finally realized just how powerful Hua Qiu was. This is hardly the early stage of core formation. Absolutely terrifying, earth-shattering. Chang Feiyu was almost in a daze. He never imagined that the master he had invited could achieve such an unbelievable level. On the other side, the Supreme Elder of the Hidden Moon sect was stiff all over, his pupils contracting. The moment Hua Qiu unleashed his oppressive aura, he stood frozen in shock. His mid-stage core formation cultivation seemed insignificant in the face of such an existence. A look of terror slowly appeared on his face. You Yuri, not a core formation cultivator. You are a nascent soul cultivator, you are a nascent soul cultivator. He almost roared. Overwhelmed by fear, he felt weak in the knees. He couldn't believe that he had actually encountered a legendary powerful cultivator in a small sect like Qianghua in the mortal world. No, This is impossible. How could there be a nascent soul cultivator on Earth? Who are you? Who exactly are you? The supreme elder of the Hidden Moon sect was almost driven mad with fear. Hua Qiu stared at him with utter indifference. I destroyed the Hidden Moon sect, Hua Qiu said indifferently. What? Upon hearing this, the supreme elder of the Hidden Moon sect seemed to have lost his soul. Who are you? He pointed at Hua Qiu, his breath caught in his throat, his eyes filled with terror, and his body trembled. 573, Chapter 573 Playing Tricks. Why was the Supreme Elder of the Hidden Moon sect in such a hurry to find a Foundation establishment stage furnace? It was because he learned that the destruction of the Hidden Moon sect was related to his abduction of the perfect furnace that he felt a strong sense of crisis and wanted to improve his cultivation as soon as possible to deal with it. He deliberately left the immortal realm and came to this mortal world, thinking that the great cultivator would never find him, and that he would go back to take revenge after his cultivation improved. But what does this mean? That person not only found him. He is still a nascent soul cultivator who only exists in legends. The Supreme Elder of the Hidden Moon sect was trembling violently. If the opponent is in the late stage of core formation, he can still fight back, at worst, he can just run away. Although the differences between the various levels of the core formation stage are significant, each cultivator has various means of self-preservation, making it not so easy to forcefully kill them. Faced with an extremely terrifying nascent soul cultivator, he had absolutely no desire to fight back. The difference between nascent soul and core formation is far greater, and the difference between core formation and foundation establishment is even greater. They are not even in the same league. The sheer terror of the other party almost suffocated him on the spot. That's incredible, absolutely incredible. Why is there a nascent soul cultivator on Earth? Shouldn't a nascent soul cultivator ascend to heaven? How can you remain in this world? He couldn't understand. Earth also produced such powerful cultivators long ago, but they could not stay on Earth for long even if they could hide. They dared not release their aura, for fear of triggering the laws of heaven and earth and being forced to ascend. But the one in front of us was completely unrestrained, and nothing happened. Hua Qiu remained indifferent in the face of the questioning from the Supreme Elder of the Hidden Moon sect. The laws of heaven and earth certainly have an influence on him. However, with his immortal emperor soul, he could completely penetrate the laws and avoid causing any changes in the heavens and earth that would affect the path to ascension, thus preventing him from being forced to ascend. However, even if he explained these things, the other party wouldn't understand. You can run away, Hua Qiu said calmly, looking at the Supreme Elder of the Hidden Moon sect. What? The other person looked surprised and confused. He thought Hua Qiu was mocking him. Under the suppression of the nascent soul stage expert's aura, he found it difficult to even move. Although he had the idea of escaping, he had not yet put it into action. Could it be that the person was testing us? I'll give you a chance, Hua Qiu said with a mocking smile. As he spoke, he began to relax his suppression of the aura of the Supreme Elder of the Hidden Moon sect. The person opposite looked incredulous, wondering what Hua Qiu was up to. But he wouldn't let such a good opportunity slip by. Whoosh! In an instant, he vanished from the spot. A sonic boom echoed through the air, and he transformed into a long rainbow, flying far away in the blink of an eye. Everyone from the Changhua sect was stunned. Senior Hua, what is this? Chang Feiyu asked, puzzled. Hua Qiu didn't answer him with a flash. He disappeared from the spot, leaving everyone looking at each other in bewilderment. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The Supreme Elder of the Hidden Moon sect desperately piloted his magical artifact to fly, with the fierce wind rushing in his ears. He cherished his life and didn't want to perish now. He looked back and saw no one chasing him, which made him feel a little relieved. Too slow, you're too slow. Suddenly, a voice came from above, making his scalp tingle. He looked up in terror and was startled to see the figure that terrified him. With that kind of speed, you think you can escape from me? You're far from it. Hua Qiu said disdainfully. The Supreme Elder of the Hidden Moon sect was filled with shock and anger, and gritted his teeth. Blood sacrifice. He growled out 2 words, then one of his arms suddenly withered away, as if it had been drained dry. Boom! His flight speed suddenly increased dramatically, and he immediately soared away, putting a great distance between himself and Hua Qiu. He's risking his life to escape. Although they were injured, there was still hope as long as they could escape. Oh! Hua Qiu sneered and chased after him. After flying a long distance, the Supreme Elder of the Hidden Moon sect looked back again. Not being able to find anyone made him uneasy, so he looked around both the top and bottom. Finally, he wanted to breathe a sigh of relief. Tsk tisk tsk. Suddenly, a sound came from ahead. Not enough, still too slow, is this all you've got? Hua Qiu's voice, like a demonic whisper, reached his ears, making his face turn ashen. Without even looking, he abruptly turned and fled in another direction. This time, he sacrificed his 2 legs, and his speed increased dramatically once again. However, not long after. Slow, too slow, is this all you've got? Hua Qiu's mocking voice followed like a shadow. Ah! The Supreme Elder of the Hidden Moon sect went mad, his entire body withered and became even more terrifying than a dried corpse. He has given it his all and gone all out. Such damage would take hundreds of years to recover. His speed reached an incalculable level. This time, he completely outmaneuvered Hua Qiu. After flying for a long time, he was almost completely exhausted, and his speed gradually decreased. There were no shadows around. Finally escaped, he was panting heavily even when he spoke, extremely weak. To escape with my life from a nascent soul cultivator, I guess I'm pretty amazing, he said with a wry smile. That's not necessarily true. Suddenly, that terrifying voice rang out again. In the air, a familiar figure slowly appeared, as if it had crossed space to appear. You? The Supreme Elder of the Hidden Moon sect stared wide-eyed, his face filled with disbelief. He finally realized that the other party was just playing a trick on him, turning him into this inhuman and ghostly state. Given his mental capacity, he couldn't take it anymore. This is a terrible torture. Every time a glimmer of hope appeared, it was ruthlessly crushed by the other party. I have absolutely no hope of escaping. He showed a desperate expression, in great pain. Don't you still have an inner core? Why not sacrifice it as well? Give it a try? Hua Qiu said sarcastically. The Supreme Elder of the Hidden Moon sect glared at him with a ferocious expression. If he truly sacrifices his inner core, then he will undoubtedly die. Why are you humiliating and torturing me like this? He roared. What deep-seated hatred could possibly exist between us that makes you resent me so much? Hua Qiu's face was icy cold. From the moment you reached out to my sister, your doom was sealed. He said indifferently. What? The Supreme Elder of the Hidden Moon sect's eyes widened even more. This person is actually the older brother of that perfect furnace cauldron? Isn't her brother disabled? This is a nascent soul cultivator. How long can her brother cultivate, even if he's incredibly talented? Reaching the core formation stage in a few decades is already unbelievable. But this is the nascent soul stage. The Supreme Elder of the Hidden Moon sect was bewildered. His mental state was somewhat disrupted by the blow. You want me dead? You won't get away with this either. He roared, his voice hoarse and desperate. A red light emanated from his body, and his body began to swell. He was going to detonate his inner core and risk his life to injure Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu responded with a sarcastic smile. 574, Chapter 574. Not even worthy to carry my shoes. You forced me to do this. The Supreme Elder of the Hidden Moon sect let out a sinister laugh. Even on his deathbed, he would make Hua Qiu suffer, just to vent his anger. Did I give you permission to self-destruct? Hua Qiu said coldly. He stretched out a hand and pinched the Supreme Elder of the Hidden Moon sect. Bang! Instantly, the Supreme Elder of the Hidden Moon sect deflated like a punctured balloon, his swollen body shrinking back to its desiccated state. How is this possible? He exclaimed in disbelief, watching himself utterly defeated and completely collapsing. There's no escaping it. Is even self-destruction now a luxury? Just how desperate can people be? Where did you come from? You are definitely not a cultivator from this world. Earth cultivators could not possibly have such methods. He roared at Hua Qiu. You're not worthy to know who I am, Hua Qiu sneered, reaching out to grab something from a distance. The Supreme Elder of the Hidden Moon sect looked pained and became even weaker. I feel like something is missing inside me, an emptiness, and a piercing pain. Upon closer inspection, they were shocked to find a bloody inner core lying in Hua Qiu's hand. His pupils dilated, his fear reaching its peak. That's mine? His voice trembled. His inner core was actually stolen from him remotely. What kind of terrifying ability is this? This is the only thing you have that's still somewhat valuable. Hua Qiu took out a piece of paper, wiped his inner core, and then casually tossed it into his storage bag. The skillful technique made the Supreme Elder of the Hidden Moon sect's eyelids twitch. It seems I am doomed to die today, he sighed with resentment, completely giving up all hope. Do you think that killing me will really be the end of it all? Suddenly, he sneered and said to Hua Qiu. You think you really saved your sister? He asked sarcastically. Upon hearing this, Hua Qiu frowned slightly. Spit it out if you have something to say, he said casually. Ha ha ha, the Supreme Elder of the Hidden Moon sect laughed heartily, seemingly quite pleased. As a nascent soul cultivator, you couldn't possibly fail to see how perfect that girl's spiritual body is, could you? She is simply a perfect cultivation vessel. If one could cultivate with her, a qualitative change would surely occur, and one's cultivation level would rapidly improve. Hua Qiu's expression turned icy, revealing murderous intent. But the Supreme Elder of the Hidden Moon sect ignored him and continued speaking. Initially, I did intend to nurture her as my own cultivation vessel. The dual cultivation technique I learned requires female cultivators to be at least at the foundation establishment stage to achieve good results, but her spiritual body is extraordinary, and her cultivation speed has exceeded my expectations. If I had invested all my resources in nurturing her, she could have broken through to the foundation establishment stage very quickly. But do you know why I didn't do that? Hua Qiu's expression hardened slightly. Because, from the moment I brought her to the Hidden Moon sect, she no longer belonged to me. The Supreme Elder of the Hidden Moon sect sneered. What do you mean? Hua Qiu asked. She has caught the eye of another cultivator. The Supreme Elder revealed a playful expression. A cultivator who is not on Earth, but has connections and influence far and wide. An invincible cultivator. Even if you reach the nascent soul stage, you are still like an ant in front of him. Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Does the Hidden Moon sect still have cultivators like that? When he stormed the Hidden Moon sect, he destroyed the entire sect, yet he found nothing remarkable about it. Otherwise, would we just sit idly by and watch the Hidden Moon sect perish? I told you, that person isn't on Earth, the Supreme Elder of the Hidden Moon sect chuckled. Really, you mean the upper realm? Hua Qiu's expression didn't change much. Good. That was a god-level being who could transcend heaven and earth. Even if you are a nascent soul cultivator, what can you do against a deity transformation cultivator? You will be even more powerless and desperate than I am. You simply cannot protect your sister. She still cannot escape the fate of being a furnace, still destined to become a plaything of the strong. The Supreme Elder of the Hidden Moon sect laughed again. Buzz, a powerful killing intent emanated from Hua Qiu, causing the space to freeze. But the Supreme Elder of the Hidden Moon sect, who had a clear-headed attitude, was not afraid. Tell me everything you know. Hua Qiu said coldly. I won't say another word. The Supreme Elder of the Hidden Moon sect sneered. Just wait and see, living in fear and trembling, to face the despair bestowed upon you by the nascent soul supreme. Haha. He was laughing for a while when he lost his voice. He died by severing his own heart meridian, his face still bearing a mocking expression towards Hua Qiu. You're being too clever for your own good, Hua Qiu scoffed, immediately using the soul-searching technique. A moment later, the soul of the Supreme Elder of the Hidden Moon sect was extracted. He was stunned for a while before he reacted, looking at Hua Qiu in horror. How do you know this evil magic? His soul roared. Hua Qiu pressed his large hand on him, searching his memories without regard for the cost. He soon understood everything. By chance, I obtained the inheritance left by a nascent soul cultivator on Earth after cultivating to a high level. I sensed it, and the nascent soul cultivator used his supernatural powers to descend upon my consciousness. I thought it was something extraordinary, Hua Qiu said calmly. The dual cultivation method of the Supreme Elder of the Hidden Moon sect is a legacy left behind on Earth by a nascent soul cultivator from the upper realm. After the two parties sensed each other, the nascent soul descended with a single consciousness. When he brought Huadong back to the Hidden Moon sect, he was sensed by a nascent soul cultivator who also coveted Huadong's spiritual body. The cultivator ordered him not to touch Huadong and to nurture him properly. He declared that he would unleash his supreme divine power in the future, break through the shackles of Earth, and descend in his true form to take Huadong away. Although the Supreme Elder of the Hidden Moon sect was unwilling, he could only express his obedience. Knowing this, Hua Qiu stopped the soul searching. At this moment, the soul in his hand was on the verge of disintegration. Soul search, is this a soul search? The soul of the Supreme Elder of the Hidden Moon sect roared. You know, so what? Can you change the outcome? He shouted. Just a mere nascent soul cultivator, Hua Qiu said indifferently. What? His tone immediately startled the Supreme Elder of the Hidden Moon sect. Nascent soul stage, huh? You're not even worthy to carry my shoes. He stated it as if it were a common fact, his expression unmoved. However, this left the soul of the Supreme Elder of the Hidden Moon sect frozen in shock. This doesn't sound like boasting or making baseless accusations at all. The powerful force contained in those words left him momentarily speechless, unable to make any other reaction. It took him a long time to come to his senses. You don't even consider a nascent soul cultivator a threat? The Supreme Elder of the Hidden Moon sect said in disbelief. He can't understand it. How could a nascent soul cultivator have the audacity to look down on a divine transformation supreme? Hua Qiu was too lazy to talk to him anymore. Bang! He directly crushed the soul of the Supreme Elder of the Hidden Moon sect. If that nascent soul cultivator really dares to descend upon Earth, this will be the biggest mistake of his cultivation career. 575, Chapter 575 Revisiting the Immortal Realm. On the bare mountaintop stands a teleportation array platform. There used to be cultivators from the Hidden Moon sect guarding this place, but now it's deserted and weeds have grown around the array platform. At a certain moment, the platform suddenly emitted a dazzling light. After the light faded, a figure appeared in the center of the platform. Hua Qiu glanced around calmly. Not long after, he returned to the immortal realm. After killing the Supreme Elder of the Hidden Moon sect and leaving the Qianghua sect, he directly activated the Immortal Realm passage token on his body and teleported to this place he had been before. It's clear that this teleportation array has not been used since the destruction of the Hidden Moon sect. He has two purposes for returning to the Immortal Realm. Firstly, they wanted to see the current situation of the Hidden Moon sect and see if they could find the consciousness left behind by the nascent soul cultivator from the upper realm. Secondly, since it was difficult to find other main materials for shaping a physical body in the mortal world, he could only try his luck in the immortal realm. Hua Qiu flew through the air and arrived above the former site of the Hidden Moon sect. Now this place is a wasteland, devoid of human habitation. He slaughtered all the disciples of the Hidden Moon sect who had any strength, and he didn't care about the rest who escaped. He looked down and found no skeletons. It makes sense if you think about it a little. The 5 major sects of the immortal realm are on the same side. If something happens here, the other 4 major sects will definitely send people to investigate and, incidentally, collect the bodies of the Hidden Moon sect disciples. Even if they don't accept it, this place will be looted by other cultivators. After all, this was once a top sect in the immortal realm, with abundant resources. This small spiritual vein of the Hidden Moon sect will probably take over 1,000 years to revive, Hua Qiu said indifferently, probing the underground with his divine sense. At the time, he was determined to completely destroy the Hidden Moon sect, so he drained the small spiritual vein dry, leaving nothing behind. The spiritual energy here has been depleted, and even after hundreds of years, it remains a barren land. Hua Qiu's powerful divine sense searched the entire area of the hidden moon sect, but he still couldn't find the consciousness left behind by the nascent soul cultivator. Perhaps that consciousness has long since dissipated, Hua Qiu muttered to himself. When he came to destroy the sect last time, he also probed the area and did not detect the aura of a nascent soul cultivator. Unable to find it, Hua Qiu didn't care and left the hidden moon sect to search for the nearest cultivator. Having used the soul-searching technique on several cultivators from the immortal realm before, the immortal realm was not unfamiliar to him. According to the memories of the cultivators of the hidden moon sect, there was a small town 100 miles away from the hidden moon sect. He planned to go there to see if there was any information about Yushuzi. Under his instructions, Yushuzi entered the immortal realm a week ago and should have already broken through to the core formation stage. Perhaps he might return to his original sect to settle old scores. In this way, it is not difficult to find out about him. Hua Qiu changed into a cultivator's robe and flew towards the nearest city, Liang. With his cultivation level, a distance of over 100 miles is not far, and it won't be long before he can see Yangcheng in the distance. This city is governed by a powerful independent cultivator group, and it has its own rules. According to the memories of the cultivators of the hidden moon sect, that rogue cultivator was one of the few core formation stage rogue cultivators in the immortal realm. The hidden moon sect had to give him face and did not offend the city, tacitly allowing his existence. Liang City is a no-fly zone, and most cultivators must land at the city gate and be checked by the city guards before they can enter the city. Of course, cultivators at the core formation stage are not bound by restrictions and can move freely. Hua Qiu was visiting this place for the first time and didn't want to cause a commotion, so he stayed outside the city and chose to walk into the city. Even in a world where cultivation civilization is highly developed, ordinary people still make up the majority, and the same is true here. Hua Qiu glanced at the immortals coming and going at the city gate. Most are at or below the initial stage of qi refining, while those at the later stage are rare, and those at the great perfection of qi refining are extremely difficult to find. There have been no foundation establishment cultivators in a short period of time. Cultivating immortality depends mainly on one's spiritual root aptitude. Those with poor aptitude or no spiritual root will find it difficult to achieve anything in their lifetime. Of course, living in a place with a stronger spiritual energy is always much better than being an ordinary person. Hua Qiu strode toward the city gate. The guards' checks weren't very strict, they just asked for names and backgrounds, and it didn't matter if you made things up in the end, you were allowed to pass by paying a low-grade spirit stone. With a core formation grandmaster stationed in Liang City and guards patrolling the city regularly, they are not afraid of anyone daring to cause trouble within the city. The cultivator market in Liang City should be in the East City. Hua Qiu walked eastward. The black market in the secular world is actually similar in nature to the market in the monastic community. Hua Qiu wanted to gather intelligence, so he headed straight for the market. Similarly, the market was also guarded by cultivators from Liang City, and there seemed to be quite a few of them. After all, disputes are inevitable in places like market towns. After being questioned briefly, Hua Qiu entered the market. It's been so long since I've seen a sight like this, Hua Qiu sighed as he looked at everything familiar inside. Having lived in the mundane world for so long, coming to such a place felt surprisingly refreshing. Hua Qiu strolled along, the sounds of vendors hawking their wares filling the air, creating a lively atmosphere. He walked and looked around with great interest. It's really just something new to see. In ordinary markets, there aren't many good goods, and if you don't have a discerning eye, it's easy to be deceived and suffer a great loss. Fellow Daoist, come and take a look. These are all top-grade spiritual herbs that were just picked recently. They're excellent for both alchemy and medicine. A stall owner greeted the passing cultivators warmly. Hua Qiu stopped here and walked over. Although in the secular world, black market organizations, martial arts alliances, and many other forces helped him find various old medicines, the results were actually mediocre. After all, in the mundane world, it's difficult for many useful medicinal herbs to grow. He looked at the medicinal herbs and herbs on the stall and realized that he could use quite a few of them. Although its grade is not high, it is sufficient for refining some basic pills. Hua Qiu casually picked up a plant. What's the price of this spirit herb? He asked. When the stall owner saw a customer coming in, he immediately stood up with a smile. Fellow Taoist, this time the spirit herb was picked from the dangerous 100 Beast Mountain outside the city. As you can see, its quality is top-notch. One herb costs 1 low-grade spirit stone, the stall owner said with a smile. Hua Qiu frowned. Having the memories of several cultivators from the immortal realm, he knew that the stall owner's asking price was exceptionally high. You don't sound like a local from my accent. Are you trying to rip me off? Hua Qiu said, somewhat displeased. He never liked haggling. I'll take all 8 plants, even if it's just 1 spirit stone, Hua Qiu said calmly. The stall owner made a troubled expression, as if he wanted to say something. Hua Qiu turned and left. Hey, don't go. Okay, I'll sell it to you at a loss. The stall owner shouted. Hua Qiu opened his storage bag and took out a rather large piece of spirit stone ore. He had long since used up all the spirit stones he had acquired in his cultivation. This was unearthed and placed there when we absorbed the spiritual veins of the hidden moon sect. It hasn't been divided yet. Upon seeing such a large piece of spirit stone, the stall owner's eyes widened instantly, and a subtle change appeared in his expression. 576, Chapter 576 Robbery. The large piece of spirit stone in Hua Qiu's possession is quite valuable. Moreover, its quality was far superior to that of ordinary low-grade spirit stones. Such a large piece of mid-grade spirit stone must be worth at least 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. The stall owner stared intently at the ore, pondering to himself. But none of these are the most important. In the immortal realm, even slightly better mineral veins are all occupied by major sects, and ordinary cultivators have no chance of accessing them. The fact that Hua Qiu could produce such a large piece of mid-grade spirit stone ore at once carries intriguing implications. Major sects generally do not allow mid-grade spirit stones to circulate outside, because mid-grade spirit stones contain more spiritual energy and have fewer impurities than low-grade ones, making them very useful. In the stall owner's eyes, Hua Qiu was very likely someone who had discovered a sizable mineral vein and was digging it out. Hua Qiu looked at the medicinal herbs on the stall. He reached out and picked out about 30 plants. I'll take them all. Give me a fair price. If it's too high, I won't take a single plant, he said. All of these together, I'll charge you 8 spirit stones in total. How about that? The stall owner said with a smile. Hua Qiu nodded. The price is reasonable. Hua Qiu put the ore in his hand back into his storage bag. 8 low-grade spirit stones are not easy for him to obtain. I'll go exchange some spirit stones, he said, looking at the management office of the market, and was about to head over. Fellow Taoist, please wait. The stall owner came out and stopped him. Why go there to exchange spirit stones? I can help you exchange them. If you go there to exchange, they'll only give you a 110 exchange rate, but I can offer a 112 rate. Not only that, I also have some even more precious medicinal herbs there. I see you're quite generous, so I'm sure you can consume them all. Why don't you come with me to take a look? Hua Qiu glanced at the stall owner indifferently. The stall owner had a kind appearance and seemed perfectly normal. Lead the way, Hua Qiu said. It's not far, let me pack up first. The stall owner immediately beamed and hurriedly packed up his stall. Hua Qiu agreed to go with him, which made him overjoyed. Soon, the stall owner finished packing up and quickly led Hua Qiu out of the market. This fellow Taoist isn't from near Liyang City, is he? May I ask where you're from, and what sect or school you belong to? The stall owner asked on the way. A mere rogue cultivator, my name is unimportant, Hua Qiu replied casually. Upon hearing this, the stall owner smiled. The term freelance cultivator refers to someone who has no background or connections. Generally speaking, independent cultivators are relatively weak because they lack the support of powerful forces and the resources for cultivation. He became increasingly certain that Hua Qiu had gotten incredibly lucky and had stumbled upon a very good mineral vein. This made his mind even more active. Forgive my poor eyesight, I cannot discern your cultivation level. If your level were higher, I would have to show you all my most treasured possessions, he said tentatively. Your cultivation level is mediocre, only at the early stage of qi refining, but if you can produce it, I can afford the price, Hua Qiu said. Of course, I'll grant your wish, fellow Taoist, the stall owner quickly assured him. Looks like we've run into a real fat sheep today. He almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. The thought of potentially acquiring a mineral vein and achieving instant wealth and success filled him with uncontrollable joy. Are you that happy? Huaqiu asked with a faint smile. Isn't this about to become a big deal? Of course I'm very happy, the stall owner calmed down a bit and replied with a smile. I feel a strong connection with you, fellow Taoist, so I've decided to offer you a great discount and will also bring out some of my treasured top-grade spiritual herbs to sell to you at a low price. Huaqiu simply smiled faintly and said nothing. Following the stall owner through a maze of twists and turns, we gradually entered a secluded area. Finally, the two arrived at a private residence. Fellow Taoist, please. The stall owner gestured for Huaqiu to come in, while observing his expression. Huaqiu walked in calmly. What a hothead! The stall owner closed the door, revealing a sinister smile. Once you enter this door, you won't leave unscathed without suffering a severe beating. He sneered, secretly making a hand seal, instantly activating a formation that had been set up here beforehand. Huaqiu pretended not to know anything and looked around. Bring out whatever good stuff you have, he said to the stall owner. The stall owner didn't answer, but instead whistled towards the inner room. There was a commotion inside, and soon two tall and imposing cultivators came out. They wore malicious smiles on their faces. Brother, another fat sheep has come knocking? The two asked excitedly, their eyes fixed on Huaqiu. Easy aura, gorgeous clothes, not bad, there's potential. Seeing Huaqiu's appearance, they became even more excited. What's going on here? Huaqiu asked indifferently, looking at the stall owner. What are you doing, can't you see it? The stall owner sneered repeatedly, his expression laced with mockery. So stupid, I really don't know how a rogue cultivator like you can survive in the immortal realm, and even get such good luck. He shook his head, looking down on Huaqiu. You dare to do this kind of thing in Liang City? Aren't you afraid of being investigated by the city lord of Liang City? Huaqiu asked again. However, all three of them burst into laughter. Do you see this formation? The stall owner pointed to the array patterns under his feet, and then to the barely noticeable transparent light shield above his head. Don't worry, no matter what happens inside, it will be difficult for outsiders to find out. Besides, even if they did find out, who would care? They couldn't care less even if they wanted to. They were confident and did not immediately make a move against Huaqiu. In their eyes, Huaqiu was just a lamb to the slaughter, weak and helpless. How many of those mid-grade spirit stones do you have left? Hand them all over. The stall owner's face turned fierce as he shouted. Return, tell me where the mineral vein is, and don't hide anything, otherwise, even if you perish here, no one will know. Upon hearing about spirit stone mines and veins, the other two guys' eyes lit up with excitement. This isn't a fat sheep at all. This is a super big, fat beef. Confess now, otherwise, we have plenty of ways to torture you. The two men threatened. Here, you're helpless, you have no choice but to obey. As they spoke, the two men approached Huaqiu. If he dares to resist or makes any attempt to escape, the two of them will immediately subdue him. So far, they have not made a single mistake and are full of confidence. He. Huaqiu looked at the three of them and revealed a mocking smile. Three mere qi refining stage cultivators. The stall owner with the highest cultivation level was only at the late stage of qi refining. They actually wanted to rob him? 577, Chapter 577 hit a brick wall. Why are you laughing? Seeing that Huaqiu showed no fear and even smiled, the three of them frowned. He seems to look down on us. A burly man said. Damn it, you're about to die and you still dare to be so arrogant, I'll teach you a lesson first. Another burly man was furious. He took a step forward and punched Huaqiu in the face. His fist was enveloped in spiritual energy, making his punch look powerful and imposing. His cultivation level is at the mid-stage of qi refining. Because his cultivation technique is somewhat domineering, he often gains the upper hand even when facing cultivators of the same level. Don't kill him with one punch, he's only at the early stage of qi refining. The stall owner behind couldn't help but remind him. Don't worry, brother, I'll teach him a lesson. The big man paused briefly before continuing his attack. Hua Qiu didn't even bother to lift an eyelid at the attack of a qi refining stage cultivator. His gaze only flickered when the burly man got close. Boom! He stood still, but a loud bang suddenly erupted in front of him, and a burst of energy sent the big man flying. He smashed down the courtyard wall, and the small light shield shook violently several times, almost shattering. What? Instantly, the other two were horrified. The stall owner looked extremely displeased. How could a cultivator in the early stage of qi refining possess such power? Without a doubt, this rogue cultivator was concealing his true strength. Third brother, how are you? He quickly asked the burly man who was leaning against the wall. Boss, my hand is broken, the big man said miserably. That kid has no sportsmanship's clearly very strong, but he pretends to be a newbie is really something. The big man's voice even sounded somewhat aggrieved. Can you get up? The stall owner asked again. I can't get up, and I have several broken bones, the big man replied weakly. The stall owner's expression turned very gloomy. You little rascal, you've been hiding your true strength, I underestimated you. He said through gritted teeth to Hua Qiu, his expression becoming extremely serious. You're not even at the early stage of qi refining, and you might not even be a qi refining cultivator. But if you're thinking of playing dumb to take advantage of someone else, you've come to the wrong place. Alright, then let me have a go at you. As he spoke, he mobilized the spiritual energy within his dantian, and his aura began to surge. He was originally at the late stage of qi refining, but with the support of a certain force, he jumped directly to the great perfection of qi refining, and did not stop there. He quickly broke through the foundation establishment stage and only stopped at the mid-foundation establishment stage. Hua Qiu showed a slight change in expression, indicating a hint of interest. Even in the immortal realm, a mid-foundation establishment cultivator is considered quite powerful and can hold a place in various sects. Drink! The stall owner shouted and opened his mouth. Then, he suddenly unleashed a beam of azure spiritual light, which shot towards Hua Qiu with great speed and force. This spray seemed to concentrate all his power. Hua Qiu judged that this attack could severely injure even a cultivator in the late foundation establishment stage. An ordinary cultivator should not possess such profound knowledge. After emitting this beam of spiritual light, the stall owner's aura quickly weakened, even regressing from the late stage of qi refining to the mid-stage. His gaze was fixed intently on Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu remained expressionless and flicked his finger lightly at the spiritual light. Bang! The cyan aura was deflected, its trajectory altered, and it struck the transparent light shield, completely shattering the formation there. This. The two burly men gaped, speechless with astonishment. The stall owner's eyes widened, and he collapsed to the ground, his expression frozen. He was breathing heavily and didn't react for a while. He knew how powerful his move was. If Hua Qiu hadn't made him feel threatened, he would never have used this move. As a result, he was sent flying by a flick of his finger. He was deeply shocked. In this city of Liyang, there are very few people with such strength. Oh no, I've really messed up today. The stall owner's face fell, and he looked regretful. The wind's getting strong, let's get out of here. The only burly man still standing was very quick-witted. He ran over in a flash, grabbed the stall owner and his companion who was leaning against the wall, and tried to make a quick getaway. Hua Qiu's gaze sharpened, and the space trembled instantly. The leg he had raised could no longer be lowered. I've seen a ghost, he exclaimed in terror. The stall owner's pupils suddenly contracted. Clearly, this fat sheep was far more terrifying than they had imagined. Second brother, put me down, he said with a dark face. Senior, I was wrong. The stall owner readily admitted his mistake and knelt down in front of Hua Qiu with a thud. Bang bang. The two burly men reacted almost identically, immediately kneeling down before Hua Qiu and begging for mercy. This scene made Hua Qiu raise an eyebrow. They seemed very skilled. Do they often run into a brick wall? Brother, what kind of eyesight do you have? You brought back such a powerful figure, you dare to let us rob him, who can afford to offend you? A burly man complained, lying on the ground. That's right, this is a patriarch, you've ruined us. Another person said indignantly. What if this senior refuses to forgive us? There's no other way, I'll have to ask your cheapskate father for help. The stall owner's face darkened further. Shut up, all of you. He roared, I'd rather die here than beg for his help. The two of them reluctantly shut their mouths. Hua Qiu's expression was indifferent. It's clear that this person has some background. But he wasn't interested. Hand over all your money, he said coldly. The three were stunned. What does this mean? Anti-robbery? Senior, with your strength and status, how could you possibly care about our meager possessions? The stall owner said with a bitter face. As you can see, we've been robbed again, our money has already been stolen, what else do you have for me? Please, have mercy. If you don't hand it over, you die, Hua Qiu said coldly. A powerful force surrounded the three of them, making them feel the threat of death. We'll hand it over, we'll hand it over. The three were terrified, how could they possibly disobey? They quickly emptied out everything of value they had on them. They play the victim, but they've got a lot to offer. The wealth of these three individuals is not much less than that of a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Perfect timing, Hua Qiu can use it when traveling in the immortal realm. He waved and accepted the stolen goods that the three men had worked so hard to obtain. Hand over everything you've been hiding here, Hua Qiu said again, don't try to deny it or hide it, I've sensed it all. The three of them looked utterly dejected. What kind of living devil have we provoked? 578, Chapter 578 Dare to ask me for money? When the three handed over all their savings, Hua Qiu smiled with satisfaction. The three of them had done this kind of thing quite a bit, and they were quite wealthy, but unfortunately, it all benefited Hua Qiu. Senior, we really have nothing left, we've given you everything, can you please let us go? The stall owner pleaded pitifully. Let you go? Hua Qiu's expression turned cold. Senior, we don't have any deep-seated hatred for each other, we were blind to your abilities, but you didn't suffer any loss. The stall owner was almost in tears. All the hard work of the past years has been wiped out, this blow is too heavy. Liang City has a rule that you can't kill people randomly within the city. If you kill us, you'll get into big trouble. Hua Qiu smiled jokingly. I can spare you if you want. I'm asking you some questions, and you mustn't hide anything from me. The three of them finally breathed a sigh of relief. Senior, please ask us, we will answer all your questions to the best of our ability. The stall owner said, trying to curry favor. I have been in seclusion for a long time, isolated from the outside world. Has anything major happened in this immortal realm recently? Hua Qiu asked casually. Something big? The three looked at each other. If we're talking about big events, the most significant one is probably the recent annihilation of the Hidden Moon sect, one of the 5 major sects in the immortal realm, by a powerful and mysterious cultivator, the stall owner said. This matter has shaken the entire immortal realm. Not only the other 4 major sects, but other forces have also sent out spies to investigate, but unfortunately no one has found any clues so far. Some say it was because the supreme elder of the Hidden Moon sect was fond of women and offended the female relatives of some top-tier expert, thus causing the destruction of the Hidden Moon sect. As for that powerful cultivator who destroyed the Hidden Moon sect, no one knows who he is. Various forces have all sorts of speculations, believing that there are no more than 3 people in the entire immortal realm with such strength. Is there anything else? Hua Qiu pressed. It seems like nothing particularly serious has happened, the stall owner said thoughtfully. I heard that after the destruction of the Hidden Moon sect, the leaders of the other 4 major sects met once. I don't know what they discussed, but there are rumors that they will soon launch a joint operation. Hua Qiu frowned. He didn't care much about these things. Has a cultivator named Yushuzi appeared recently? He asked again. Yushuzi? The 3 of them looked like they didn't recognize him at all. None of you have heard of it? Hua Qiu asked, looking displeased. He didn't get any valuable information from the three men. Senior, please don't be angry. Seeing Hua Qiu's cold expression, the three of them were terrified. Senior, I have some connections in this Liyang city. Why don't you come with me to the market? I'm sure we can get the information you want. The stall owner said hurriedly. Hua Qiu looked at him with a mixture of belief and doubt. Senior, please believe me, I do have this much ability. The stall owner quickly assured him. Let's go, Hua Qiu said calmly. The stall owner quickly stood up. Second brother, third brother, you two tidy up this place. I'll take the senior and be right back, he instructed the two burly men. Brother, may you rest in peace, the two said with tears in their eyes. Shut your mouths. He glared at the two of them, then flashed a fawning smile. Senior, please, he smiled and led Hua Qiu away from there. On the way, he told Hua Qiu that his name was Lang Yi and that Hua Qiu could do whatever she wanted with him. Not long after, the two returned to the market. At the entrance to the market, the Liyang city cultivators guarding the area greeted them as soon as they saw them. Greetings, young Master Yi. The guard captain greeted Lang Yi with a bow. Go away, Lang Yi looked at him with annoyance and waved him away. The captain of the guard cupped his hands in greeting and returned to his position. The guards did not question the two of them. Hua Qiu's expression remained unchanged in response. From the moment this person used that kind of killing move that could unleash a foundation establishment stage attack with a late-stage qi refining cultivation level, he knew that this person was no ordinary cultivator. Ordinary cultivators, without a background or lineage, would find it very difficult to obtain such secret techniques. He was simply puzzled as to why a cultivator of considerable status would engage in such deceitful and underhanded acts. Young Master Yi, may I ask who this gentleman is to you? As the two entered, the captain of the guard glanced at Hua Qiu and asked the question seemingly casually. None of your business. Lang Yi retorted directly. Yes, it was my fault for being so talkative. The guard captain bowed and didn't dare to ask any more questions. Senior, please. When facing Hua Qiu, he adopted a completely different attitude, his face full of smiles. The guard captain witnessed this scene and his gaze sharpened. After the two entered the market, the captain of the guard whispered a few words to his men, and then the man left. Senior, we have a specialized intelligence exchange in Liyang City, which ranks among the top in the entire immortal realm. Rest assured, we will definitely be able to find out what you want. Lang Yi patted his chest and assured him again. He led Hua Qiu into a small building. Young Master Yi. The cultivators in the intelligence exchange department all recognized Lang Yi and bowed to him, showing no outward signs of anything amiss. Lang Yi waved to disperse them. Young Master Yi, it's an honor to have you here. Is there anything I can do for you? The person in charge came out to greet him and asked. The senior gentleman next to me wants to gather some information, Lang Yi said to Hua Qiu. You must serve him well. If you dare to neglect him, I won't forgive you. Yes, I will do my best. The person in charge nodded in agreement. I'm asking you, do you know anyone named Yu Shuzi? Lang Yi asked. Yu Shuzi? The person in charge was slightly taken aback. This person was the sect leader of the Linglong sect more than 100 years ago. His cultivation had reached the pseudo-core stage, so he was quite a figure. However, due to internal strife within the Linglong sect, he was seriously injured and disappeared from the immortal realm. He drifted to the mortal world and has not been heard from since. His fate is unknown, the person in charge replied. Go check for me. Recently, is there any news about this Yu Shuzi? Lang Yi instructed. Please wait a moment, young Master Yi. The person in charge bowed and walked away. Hua Qiu's expression turned slightly cold. Lang Yi couldn't tell. But when the person in charge heard Yu Shuzi's name, there was a subtle but noticeable fluctuation in his emotions, which he sensed with his divine sense. He was pretending not to know. After a while, the person in charge returned. Reporting to young Master Yi, I just checked the recent files and there are indeed reports of Yu Shuzi appearing, he said with a smile. Great, quickly tell this senior about it. Lang Yi exclaimed with delight. Young Master Yi, the information about that Yu Shuzi is top-tier information. Please pay me 300 low-grade spirit stones first before I can disclose it. The person in charge looked troubled. What, you want money from me? Lang Yi was furious upon hearing this, and his face turned extremely ugly. 579, Chapter 579. Where did you find this piece of trash? Lang Yi immediately lost his temper. The person in charge's behavior directly angered him and made him lose face. Are you kidding me? I came here to check some information, and you just report whatever you have. How dare you ask me for money? Who gave you the guts? He pointed at the person in charge and cursed. Hua Qiu frowned as he looked at it. He could tell that the cultivators here were outwardly respectful and polite to Lang Yi, but in reality they didn't care much about him and were just being perfunctory. Please calm down, young master. The person in charge remained calm and composed, showing no signs of panic. The trading rules of our Liyang City Intelligence Bureau are personally stipulated by the city lord. Each level of intelligence has a corresponding price, and you must pay enough to obtain it. Young Master Yi, I'm so sorry, but our intelligence department is under the leadership of young Master Tian. He personally instructed that no one is exempt from this rule, including you. Upon hearing this, Lang Yi's face turned even uglier, and he gritted his teeth in hatred. Lang Tian, you bastard! He cursed angrily. He hasn't even become the city lord yet, and he's already so unreasonable. This is outrageous. He calmed down a bit after yelling for a while. I don't care about any of that. Lang Tian hasn't become the city lord yet, so what right does he have to restrict me? I am also a qualified candidate to succeed as city lord. Do you dare to put on airs with me? He reprimanded the head of the intelligence department. I order you to go and bring me all the information about you Shuzi right now, otherwise, don't blame me for smashing up this intelligence office. Even though he was furious, the head of the intelligence department still didn't take him seriously. The other cultivators also wore subtle, mocking expressions. He's just a bastard, and he really thinks he's something. What right does he have to compete with young Master Tian? Someone said in a very low voice, but Hua Qiu heard it. Hua Qiu then realized that Lang Yi was actually the unloved illegitimate son of the city lord of Liyang City. No wonder he ended up doing those kinds of shady things. Young Master Yi, please have some self-respect. If you anger young Master Tian, you won't be in a good position, the person in charge said with a forced smile. Me, afraid of Lang Tian? Lang Yi shouted, his anger rising even higher. Even if he were here, I would still give him a good dressing down. What arrogance! Suddenly, a cold voice came from outside the door. Lang Yi's expression immediately froze, and he looked over. A handsome young man strode in, exuding an extraordinary aura. Compared to him, Lang Yi was like a thug. His temperament was far inferior. The visitor was none other than Lang Tian, the eldest son of the city lord of Liyang City. Lang Yi, I heard you're going to smash up my intelligence office? Lang Tian walked up to Lang Yi with a cold smile and asked sarcastically. Lang Yi's momentum weakened considerably, and he was speechless for a moment. Young Master Tian, the cultivators from the intelligence department all came out to pay their respects, showing the utmost deference. This is a completely different concept from the attitude towards Lang Yi. Lang Tian, when did this intelligence office become yours? You're only temporarily in charge. Do you really think you're the city lord? Lang Yi said indignantly. Is there a difference? Lang Tian asked dismissively. You don't really think you're qualified to compete with me? He sneered. Lang Yi was speechless. In the entire city of Liyang, practically no one supported him. Almost everyone sided with Lang Tian. Although he was very unwilling, he knew that he had absolutely no chance of winning. I heard that you've been looking for strong supporters. Lang Tian said, his gaze shifting to Hua Qiu. This isn't the person you found, is it? His eyes were full of contempt. Hua Qiu's aura has always been extremely ordinary, with nothing particularly remarkable about it. You searched for so long, and all you found was this piece of trash? Is this all you're capable of? Lang Tian's laughter grew even more sarcastic. Hua Qiu's expression turned slightly cold. He had no interest in the power struggle between the two brothers. But involving him would be a huge mistake. Shut up! Lang Yi shouted, losing control of his emotions. How dare you offend this senior? Do you have a death wish? I advise you to apologize to him immediately, otherwise you will regret it. Lang Yi's excessively agitated appearance made Lang Tian squint his eyes. He looked Hua Qiu up and down again, his brows furrowed. A mere cultivator at the early stage of qi refining has aroused this kid so much. Could it be that this person is very important to him? He began to have doubts. You want me to apologize to a cultivator in the early stage of qi refining? Are you out of your mind? Lang Tian said coldly. Ask him if he deserves it. Is he worthy of accepting my lavish gift? You. Lang Yi's face turned pale. Senior, I am so sorry, this Lang Tian is blind and has offended you. He quickly bowed to Hua Qiu to apologize. Hua Qiu gave him a deep look. Lang Yi, you really are as useless as ever. Lang Tian shook his head. Lang Yi's behavior made him despise him even more. He also lost interest in mockery. Lang Tian looked at Hua Qiu indifferently. You want to gather information, right? Sure. What you want to look into is of the highest level. Just take out 600 spirit stones and you can access it, he said impatiently. Hua Qiu narrowed his eyes. The person in charge only asked for 300, but he doubled the price. 600 spirit stones. There probably aren't many people in the immortal realm who could offer such a talent. Lang Tian, how dare you ask for such an exorbitant price? Lang Yi asked angrily. Because in the intelligence department, I'm the one in charge. Lang Tian said coldly. If you can't afford it, get out. Lang Yi was furious and speechless. Senior, he looked at Hua Qiu. Lang Tian was also watching this side. Based on Lang Yi's reaction, he did not believe that Hua Qiu was as simple as he appeared. He also wanted to see what kind of abilities the person Lang Yi had chosen was. Go and get the intelligence I need. Hua Qiu looked at the head of the intelligence department, he said calmly. The person in charge was slightly taken aback, but did not take any action. Instead, he looked at Lang Tian and waited for his instructions. Lang Tian was somewhat surprised and suspicious. Could it be that this person can really afford the price of 600 spirit stones? If that's the case, he could make a fortune. He then nodded to the person in charge. The person in charge left, and later came back with a sealed scroll in his hand. Young Master Tian, this is the information about that Yushuzi. He presented it with both hands. Just as Lang Tian was about to reach for it, Hua Qiu waved his hand, and the scroll flew into his hand with a whoosh. This action surprised both of them. Both of them were highly skilled, yet Hua Qiu easily snatched the scroll away, and they only realized what was happening once it was in his hands. This clearly shows that this person is no ordinary individual. Lang Tian's face darkened. 600 spirit stones, not a single one less. He said coldly. I won't give you a single cent, Hua Qiu said calmly. Instantly, Lang Tian and the others' expressions turned gloomy. 580, Chapter 580 Power and Prestige. He. Suddenly, Lang Tian burst into laughter. Interesting, very interesting. He clapped his hands, laughing as he spoke. Since the founding of Yangcheng, this is the first time anyone has dared to cause trouble at the intelligence department. Stealing intelligence from Liang City, even the disciples of the 5 major sects wouldn't dare to do such a thing. Even a core formation cultivator would have to give Liang City some face. I'm curious to know where you got your courage from, and what you relied on. He looked at Hua Qiu with great interest. If you don't pay, you probably won't leave the intelligence office alive. Hua Qiu's expression was indifferent. What you're arguing about is none of my business, he said impatiently. But they shouldn't mess with me. Oh? Lang Tian revealed another mocking and disdainful smile. What, you think you're so great? He sneered. Hua Qiu indifferently cast her gaze upon him. Lang Tian had been wearing a disdainful sneer, but suddenly his smile froze. His pupils contracted sharply, and his expression changed in an instant. The moment Hua Qiu looked at him with indifferent eyes, he felt a sudden jolt in his heart. For some reason, a shiver ran through his heart. At the same time, buzz! He felt a ringing in his ears, and suddenly it felt as if 1,000 pounds of weight were pressing down on him from above, making it unbearable. His first instinct was to resist. Bang! Under everyone's gaze, Lang Tian suddenly bent his knees and knelt down directly in front of Hua Qiu. His knee smashed the wooden floorboards in the intelligence office to pieces. This sudden scene stunned everyone. They were stunned for a long time before they could react. No one knew why Lang Tian suddenly knelt down before Hua Qiu. Even Lang Yi was stunned, his face showing disbelief. He knew how arrogant and proud Lang Tian was. He would never kneel before a cultivator he looked down upon. Unless he was forced. Lang Tian's expression remained stiff at this moment. The pain in his knee told him that this was not an illusion. He was kneeling before a qi refining cultivator, humbled to the extreme. How could this be? Lang Tian was both shocked and furious. He was shocked by the immense pressure that forced him to kneel down, which made him feel extremely humiliated. He was so angry he was about to explode. How could someone as proud and arrogant as him bear such a humiliation? He was roaring with rage inside, his veins bulging, wanting to stand up no matter what. No matter how hard I tried, it was no use, the pressure was terrifying. He has the cultivation level of the early foundation establishment stage, a genius among the younger generation of the immortal realm. Before that power, they were as weak as ants. This was unbelievable to him. Young Master Tian, what are you doing? The cultivators from the intelligence department looked at Lang Tian with puzzlement, and the person in charge asked cautiously. Lang Tian's face was ashen, and he was grinding his teeth to powder. At that moment, he was covered in cold sweat and couldn't utter a single word under the immense pressure. The crowd looked at each other, and for a moment no one dared to help him up, for fear of provoking his anger and being scolded. Oh, Lang Tian, I asked you to apologize to this senior, but I didn't expect you to offer such a grand gesture. How much sincerity do you have? Lang Yi mocked gloatingly from the side. Seeing Lang Tian's humiliated yet helpless expression, he almost couldn't help but shout out in satisfaction. That was so satisfying. At the same time, he was once again shocked by Hua Qiu's power. With just a glance, Lang Tian, who was in the early stage of foundation establishment, was forced to kneel and unable to move. How powerful must one be to do that? He had already made up his mind. Senior, should we punish him and teach him a lesson? Lang Yi asked, leaning closer to Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu glanced at him indifferently. That gaze sent a chill down Lang Yi's spine, and he broke out in a cold sweat in an instant. It was as if Hua Qiu could see right through his thoughts. Hua Qiu didn't say anything and walked towards the door of the intelligence department. The monks in the intelligence department were getting anxious. Hua Qiu possessed top-tier intelligence, worth 300 low-grade spirit stones. Did he really just take it like that? Without Lang Tian's orders, they really wouldn't dare to move. After all, this future city lord has a strange and irritable temper, and if you anger him, you will be severely punished. Seeing that Hua Qiu and Lang Yi had already left the intelligence office, the person in charge finally couldn't hold back any longer. Young Master Tian, are we just going to let them go like this? He asked Lang Tian, who was kneeling on the ground, unwillingly. Lang Tiangu glared at him with both eyes, his eyes shooting out a fierce light. The person in charge trembled in fright. We understand, young Master Tian, we dare not stop you, he said weakly. Lang Tian's eyes widened even more, and he was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. A while after the two left, Lang Tian still hadn't gotten up from the ground. Young Master Tian, shall I help you up? The person in charge asked tentatively. Seeing that Lang Tian did not object, he carefully approached and reached out to help. But as soon as he helped her up, he realized something was wrong. Even with all his might, he couldn't lift Lang Tian up. All of you, come here. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, the person in charge quickly called over several cultivators with high cultivation levels. They exerted their strength together. Boom! Suddenly, a tremendous force emanated from Lang Tian, instantly blasting the group away. Puff! All of them coughed up blood and turned pale. This. All the cultivators in the intelligence department were utterly shocked. They finally realized that Lang Tian wasn't going to kneel down and apologize to that person at all. He had been tricked. What level of cultivation is that person at? Everyone's emotions were in turmoil. It's incredible that Lang Tian, who was only in the early stages of foundation establishment, has fallen to such a state. So many cultivators went to help, yet they were all seriously injured. Incredibly powerful. It seems that young mastery is really looking for. We've found a powerful supporter. The person in charge said solemnly. Quickly, go and invite the city lord. He ordered. After a while, the city lord still hadn't arrived when Lang Tian suddenly went limp and collapsed to the ground. Only then did the bystanders finally help him up. Damn it! Lang Tian clenched his fist so tightly that blood flowed from his hands. His face was ashen, and his expression was extremely ferocious, which was very frightening. Lang Yi, and that damned cultivator! He roared, like a wild beast. The intense killing intent sent chills down the spines of the intelligence officers. Hua Qiu and Lang Yi left Liyang City. Senior, you were truly impressive just now. That Lang Tian was so arrogant and dared to insult and offend you like that. He should have been taught a lesson long ago. Look at his expression, he's in worse pain than if he were dying. Huh, that's so satisfying. Lang Yi was in high spirits, flattering Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu suddenly turned around, grabbed his neck, and lifted him up. Senior Lang Yi was terrified, struggling to breathe. A cold light flashed in Hua Qiu's eyes. Those who have plotted against me in this world have already embarked on the road to the underworld. 581, Chapter 581, Seizing the Throne. Hua Qiu's killing intent was chilling to the bone. Lang Yi felt his whole body stiffen and tremble involuntarily. Senior, I absolutely had no intention of offending you, you must have misunderstood me. He quickly exclaimed. Is that so? Hua Qiu looked at him indifferently, a cold smile on her face. Lang Yi is not as guileless as he appears on the surface. He's not stupid. Although his half-brother Lang Tian was proud and arrogant, he was no match for Lang Yi in terms of cunning. He volunteered to bring Hua Qiu to the intelligence office in Liyang City to gather intelligence, but in reality, he had already planned this all along. He deliberately brought Hua Qiu there, deliberately provoked conflict with the intelligence department, and deliberately brought Lang Tian into the scene. He knew that, given Lang Tian's temperament, he would definitely offend Hua Qiu verbally. In that way, he achieved his goal. But he probably didn't just want Lang Tian to be taught a lesson by Hua Qiu. If Hua Qiu's guess is correct, Lang Yi mainly wants to see just how strong Hua Qiu is. Because he was isolated and lacked competitiveness in Liyang City, he sought the assistance of powerful cultivators. You're courting death. Hua Qiu said calmly. Lang Yi was so frightened that his heart trembled. For some reason, he felt a tremor from the depths of his soul when he faced this monk. He clearly didn't have this feeling at all when facing his father, a powerful cultivator at the core formation stage. Senior, please forgive me. Lang Yi panicked. Hua Qiu was choking him, and he could hardly breathe. Senior, there are many guards in Liyang City. If you kill me, it will easily cause chaos and you won't be able to escape, he said hurriedly. Hua Qiu smiled noncommittally. Are you trying to threaten me with the Lord of Liyang City? You're just a mere early-stage core formation cultivator, you can't do anything to me even if I kill you here, what can the city lord do? Lang Yi's eyes widened at the light, casual words. Hua Qiu wasn't making empty boasts, he was stating a fact. He was shocked. This person actually dares to disregard even the city lord of Liyang City. Despite the critical situation, he couldn't help but get excited. Senior, I deserve to die. I did want you to teach Lang Tian a lesson, but now I realize how foolish that was. I know I was wrong, please forgive me. He immediately and sincerely admitted his mistake. Hua Qiu then let go, letting him fall to the ground. Lang Yi took a few breaths on the ground before his complexion improved. He dared not delay and immediately stood up and bowed deeply to Hua Qiu. Thank you for sparing my life, Senior, I have deeply realized my mistakes. Hua Qiu stared at him expressionlessly, waiting for him to continue. Senior, I dare to ask for your help in seizing the throne. He lowered his head and pleaded with Hua Qiu. If you agree to help me, as long as I can become the city lord of Liang City, you can ask for anything you want, I will do everything in my power to help you achieve it. He solemnly promised. Hua Qiu did not agree immediately. The fact that they didn't kill Lang Yi shows they had guessed his intentions. In fact, he had already made plans when he learned the whole story. In the secular world, having martial arts alliances, black market organizations, and martial arts families of all sizes working for him certainly saved him a lot of trouble. However, in the immortal realm, he was new to the place and didn't have any special skills yet. Yu Shuzi, who was sent in advance, seems to have encountered some trouble and his whereabouts are temporarily unknown. Moreover, the time is still short. Even if it helps him break through to the core formation stage, he probably won't achieve much in a short period of time. Having learned that the intelligence department of Liang City was among the best in the immortal realm, Hua Qiu began to have designs on it. He wanted to use Liang City for his own purposes. With his strength, he could do almost anything in the immortal realm, but to get others to do things for him wholeheartedly, he still needed to use both kindness and severity. How exactly does the competition for the position of city lord in Liang City proceed? Hua Qiu asked casually. Upon hearing this, Lang Yi immediately showed a hint of joy. Asking such a question indicates that Hua Qiu already has an interest. Reporting to the senior, my father did not make any specific demands, but only said one sentence to my brother and me. He said 4 words, each relies on their own abilities. Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. These 4 simple words can contain so much meaning. No matter how much the 2 brothers argue, in the end it all comes down to the city lord's decision. Now, almost all the cultivators in Liang City are on Lang Tian's side, because his mother's family is also very powerful and has won him over from all sides over the years, making him very popular, Lang Yi continued. As for me, I am nothing more than the illegitimate son born from a one-night stand between the Lord of Liang City and others. I have suffered endless humiliation over the years. No one will place their bets on me. Everyone would rather kick me while I'm down in order to curry favor with Lang Tian's faction. To everyone else, I have absolutely no hope, but too am not resigned to it. Lang Yi said through gritted teeth. Even if there's only the slightest chance, I will never give up. I will climb to that position and make all those who look down on me regret it. It's clear that Lang Yi is very persistent. So you've chosen to mingle in the streets, hoping to find a powerful figure to support you? Hua Qiu said with a hint of sarcasm. Because his idea is ridiculous. Not to mention how slim the chances are of encountering a powerful cultivator. Even if he did encounter one, 9 out of 10 wouldn't help him. After all, he had no resources, so no matter how tempting the conditions he was offered, they were just empty words. I know all of this is unlikely, but it's better than doing nothing. Lang Yi chuckled. That's why I met you, senior. Oh. Hua Qiu chuckled softly. Senior, I humbly request your assistance. Lang Yi bowed solemnly to Hua Qiu. I am now of little influence, but my mother taught me that a drop of kindness deserves a spring of gratitude. In return, if you help me, my chances of becoming the city lord will greatly increase, and I will certainly keep my promise. I can swear a solemn oath before you. As he spoke, he swore an oath in front of Hua Qiu, his words filled with utter determination and malice. Get up, Hua Qiu said calmly. Senior, you agreed? He was somewhat incredulous. It's just the position of city lord, how difficult can it be? Hua Qiu didn't take it seriously. You really agreed, thank you so much, senior, thank you so much. Lang Yi was overjoyed. He didn't have much hope. He didn't want to hide it, so he told Hua Qiu about the difference between him and Lang Tian. Any normal cultivator wouldn't choose him. He was just betting on that extremely slim chance. Unexpectedly, Hua Qiu agreed so readily. In an instant, Lang Yi was overjoyed, and even wished he could bow and kowtow to Hua Qiu 3 times and 9 times. Hua Qiu, who had been wearing a faint smile, suddenly frowned. He sensed a murderous aura. 582, Chapter 582 Assault. That's great, that's really great. Lang Yi was so excited that he danced with joy. Buzz. Suddenly, the air vibrated slightly, and a sword emerged from the darkness, thrusting straight at Lang Yi with speed and power sufficient to kill him. By the time Lang Yi realized what was happening, the sword was already in front of him. The chilling sword light made him change color and he truly felt the breath of death. He couldn't help but open his mouth, but before he could even make a sound. In that critical moment, he suddenly felt someone grab his shoulder and pull him back. That's how he barely avoided the fatal sword strike. Boom! The sword, having missed its target, landed on the stone wall beside it, instantly shattering the wall and creating a large, hollow hole. Seeing this, Lang Yi looked terrified and was still shaken. If Hua Qiu hadn't pulled him away, the sword would have struck him, leaving no trace of his body. The attacker had no intention of giving him a chance to live. The sword missed its target and whistled back into the darkness. Who is it, who wants to kill me? Lang Yi roared at the darkness. You dared to assassinate even a candidate for city lord in this Liyang city, you're incredibly audacious. He was furious. A figure slowly emerged from the darkness. The sword from just now is now hovering beside him. He was dressed in all black, completely covering himself up, so his true face was nowhere to be seen. Hua Qiu stared indifferently at the assassin. This person is skilled in stealthy killing. If Hua Qiu hadn't noticed his faint killing intent, he wouldn't have paid any attention to him. Who exactly are you? Lang Yi shouted angrily. Lang Yi, the illegitimate son of the city lord of Liyang City, the man in black said in a hoarse voice. You are the son of the city lord, yet you shamelessly engage in fraud, deception, extortion, and blackmail. He said angrily. Not long ago, one of my nephews came to Liyang City Market to buy medicine. You swindled him out of all his money and beat him so badly that he was covered in bruises and his health was severely damaged. He has been timid since childhood and rarely goes out. Do you know how much psychological trauma this trip has caused him? He is physically and mentally injured and will find it difficult to cultivate again. You ruined him. I've come to avenge him. What? What? Lang Yi was completely dumbfounded. Although what he did was dishonorable, he never seemed to have gone too far and didn't seem to remember such things. Lang Yi, prepare to die. The man in black did not allow him to think back, and controlled the flying sword to attack again. Senior, save me! Lang Yi exclaimed in alarm, hurriedly saying to Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu didn't speak, but just stared at the man in black. While claiming to kill Lang Yi, their attack also engulfed him. This was clearly an attempt to kill both of them right there. Moreover, this person was very cautious before taking action. He had already set up an array to cover the area and conceal the movements within. In this way, he could kill people in Liyang City without any scruples. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the flying sword had already arrived. Hua Qiu didn't even lift his eyelids, but stretched out 2 fingers and pinched the blade of the flying sword. The blade was caught between his fingers, and its sharpness vanished instantly, its light extinguished, and it became completely immobile. What? This scene shocked the man in black opposite him, who was utterly astonished. That was his natal flying sword. With his late foundation establishment Cultivation, under his full power, no cultivator in the entire Liyang City, except for the powerful core formation stage city lord, would dare to accept such a challenge. Even more shockingly, he actually caught it. In an instant, the man in black was shaken to his core. He never expected that the seemingly ordinary cultivator beside Lang Yi would be so powerful. His mind raced, and he quickly formed hand seals, trying to control his natal flying sword to strike Hua Qiu's head. But no matter how he urged it, his natal flying sword remained motionless between Hua Qiu's 2 fingers. This shocked him even more. Snort! Hua Qiu snorted coldly and tightened his fingers slightly. Snap! The next moment, the flying sword was snapped in 2. Puff! The man in black, whose breath was connected to his, immediately coughed up blood, staining the black cloth on his face red. You! He stared at Hua Qiu in disbelief, his eyes filled with utter horror. He's a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator, one of the top cultivators in Liang City. Yet they appeared extremely weak in front of this person. From this perspective, the cultivation level of the cultivator opposite is quite obvious. I never expected that this good-for-nothing Lang Yi could actually find a core formation grand cultivator as his backer. Shocked, he immediately abandoned the idea of attacking him. With such a powerful figure present, there is no possibility of success. He turned around decisively and tried to flee. Now that you're here, don't leave, Hua Qiu's indifferent voice rang out. The broken fragments of the flying sword that had fallen to the ground flew up and shot towards him. The man in black had just leaped into the air when he suddenly froze. He looked down in horror and was horrified to find that his heart had been pierced by his own natal flying sword. How could this be, he murmured, unable to believe that he was about to die by his own sword. Bang! The body of the man in black fell from the sky, lifeless. From the start of his attacks to his death, the time that passed was extremely short. Lang Yi was a little taken aback. After a moment, he calmed himself down and walked toward the corpse of the man in black. He turned the man in black over and removed the black cloth from his face. Upon seeing that unfamiliar face, he frowned. Could it be that I really robbed some powerful figure's disciples, and they sent people to seek revenge? He said quietly. Hua Qiu approached and took a look. He chuckled and waved his hand at the corpse. In an instant, the man in black's face began to change. The man in black had put on a disguise, a little trick that might fool others, but in Hua Qiu's eyes it was utterly ineffective and appeared clumsy. After the black-clad man's face was defined, Lang Yi's expression suddenly changed. Mr. Hu! He couldn't help but exclaim. Who is Mr. Hu? Hua Qiu asked. Lang Yi was shocked and it took him a while to come to his senses. This Mr. Hu was a master by my father's side, and a retainer in Liang City. He said incredulously. He usually ignores me and never bothers to say a word. I never expected that he would try to assassinate me. Why would Mr. Hu want to kill me? I haven't offended him at all. Lang Yi was very confused. Hua Qiu glanced at the corpse, his expression indifferent. It must have been sent by your good brother, he said calmly. What? Upon hearing this, Lang Yi was even more surprised. If Lang Tian really wanted to kill me, why didn't he do it before? If he had sent someone to ambush me before, I would never have survived. Hua Qiu shook his head. It's simple because you posed no threat to him before, he didn't take you seriously. Now that I am here, I am a huge threat. 583, Chapter 583 Guest Elder. Lang Yi fell silent. His expression shifted between light and dark, and he remained silent for a while. You ruthless bastard, Lang Tian, since you can be so heartless, don't blame me for not showing brotherly affection in the future. He said coldly. Originally, he thought that no matter how fiercely the two fought, they were ultimately from the same root and that Lang Tian wouldn't be so ruthless. But now he understands that in the struggle for power, even brothers are nothing. Fortunately, you were here, senior, otherwise, I wouldn't have survived this time. Lang Yi bowed to Hua Qiu, expressing his gratitude for saving his life. The Lang Tian lineage actually dared to do such a thing. If father finds out. Lang Yi looked at the corpse of the man in black and pondered. He wanted to use this as an excuse to make a fuss. It's no use, Hua Qiu said, immediately pouring cold water on his enthusiasm. According to you, this Mr. Hu doesn't appear to be involved in any conflicts, and there's no evidence to prove that he's in cahoots with Lang Tian and the others. Besides, even if you prove it, it may not have any effect. As Hua Qiu spoke, a mocking smile appeared on his lips. There's absolutely no need to report it. The city lord of Liang City already knows what happened here. As a core formation stage cultivator, how could he not have noticed the unusual activity happening in the city? Just now, Hua Qiu had already sensed a faint divine sense sweeping across this place. It seems that, apart from the city lord of Liang City, there is no one else. Since he didn't react much, even if Lang Yi really made a scene, it wouldn't have much effect. What is the lord of Liang City thinking? Hua Qiu chuckled, not interested in guessing. Lang Yi was somewhat unwilling. But since Hua Qiu had said that, he had no choice but to give up. "Senior, what do you think I should do with Mru's body?" he asked. Hua Qiu flicked his finger, and a spark flew out, instantly burning the black-clad man's corpse to ashes. A gentle breeze blew, and the smoke vanished. Lang Yi was stunned. He felt a pang of sadness. Mr. Hu held a high position in Liang City, yet he was easily killed by Hua Qiu. He couldn't guess Hua Qiu's cultivation level, but estimated it to be at least at the great perfection of foundation establishment, and very likely close to the pseudocore formation stage. This gave him a lot of confidence. "Senior, please come with me to the city lord's mansion," Lang Yi said. "Since you have helped me, you are now considered a guest elder of Liang City. As long as you register at the city lord's mansion and obtain a guest elder token, you can enjoy many privileges within the city. You are my only supporter, so I can't possibly neglect you." Hua Qiu nodded in agreement. He didn't want to spend money to stay at a guest house. The two left and headed towards the city lord's mansion. The city lord's mansion is located in the center of Liang City, covering a large area and featuring magnificent architecture. No matter how down on his luck Lang Yi was, he was still the son of the city lord of Liang City, and the people along the way treated him with respect on the surface. The city lord's mansion has a special place to manage matters concerning guest advisors. "Please trouble Steward Zhang to have a guest elder token made for the senior beside me," Lang Yi said loudly to the steward inside as soon as he entered the main hall. He had never entered this place, because no monk was willing to be his guest. Now that he has the confidence, he can walk in here with his head held high. "Young Master Yi, you have a guest retainer?" The steward looked at him in surprise. "This Senior Hua is my guest advisor," Lang Yi said with a smile. The people here all looked at Hua Qiu with surprise and doubt. They were eager to see what kind of person would agree to become Lang Yi's guest advisor. Seeing that Hua Qiu was breathing normally, everyone felt relieved. "Young Master Yi, the city lord's mansion has rules to become a guest elder in Liang City. One must at least be a cultivator at the foundation establishment stage," the steward said with difficulty. "Don't worry, Senior Hua's cultivation level is far beyond that of a mere foundation establishment cultivator," Lang Yi said proudly. Everyone looked surprised again. They tried to observe Hua Qiu closely, but they couldn't discern his strength. "Young Master Yi, what level of guest token do you require?" the steward asked after a moment's thought. "Naturally, it's a first-class guest advisor," Lang Yi answered without hesitation. The manager frowned. Whether it's Liang City or other forces in the immortal realm, recruiting guest elders will offer different levels of treatment based on the other party's cultivation level. A first-class guest advisor is already a very high level. There are only a handful of first-class guest elders in Liang City. Therefore, managing affairs is difficult. Just as he was about to decline, "Manager Zhang, register a new guest retainer for me." As the sound rang out, Lang Tian led a foundation establishment cultivator into the main hall. He seemed to be in a good mood, with a big smile on his face. However, the moment he entered and saw Hua Qiu and the other person, his smile instantly froze. His expression became contorted, as if he had seen a ghost. "You?" He pointed at the two of them, his face filled with disbelief. "Humph, Lang Tian, are you surprised to see Senior Hua and me standing here unharmed?" Lang Yi sneered. "I'm sorry to disappoint you, but we're still alive and well." Lang Yi opened his mouth, but couldn't speak. A storm raged within him. He knew that Mru's cultivation level was very high, and his strength was close to the great perfection of foundation establishment. If it weren't for sensing Hua Qiu's terrifying power and developing a strong sense of dread, I would never have used Mru's card. He thought the two of them were doomed. That's why he was in a good mood and continued to recruit retainers. I never expected to run into him here. Lang Tian lost his composure on the spot, finding it hard to accept. "Young Master Tian, what's wrong?" the steward asked. "And nothing," Lang Tian quickly said, regaining his composure. However, the shock in his heart could not be calmed down for a while. My guest elder is at the mid-foundation establishment stage. Please have Steward Zhang register him and have a level 2 guest elder token engraved on him, he instructed, trying to appear calm. Yes. Yes, please wait a moment, young Master Tian, the steward replied immediately. Manager Zhang, why did you agree to their request so readily, while we were left standing around? Lang Yi was unhappy. Young Master Yi, your rank as a guest elder is not something that can be defined arbitrarily. I cannot make that decision on my own, the steward said with a wry smile. A first-class guest elder? Lang Tian frowned deeply upon hearing this. Lang Yi stood beside Hua Qiu, but he dared not look directly at him. He was also quite certain that the man possessed the strength of a first-class guest elder. But how could he not trip him up a little? What kind of strength do you have to dare to ask for the title of first-class guest elder? He smiled maliciously. Lang Yi, everyone knows your abilities with your skills. You think you can recruit a first-class guest elder? You're probably not an imposter, are you? Don't let yourself be fooled. You're talking nonsense. Lang Yi said angrily. Want a level 1 guest elder token? Sure, let this so-called guest elder demonstrate his strength if he really has the ability. I can even ask my father for permission on your behalf, he said meaningfully. How do you want Senior Hua to demonstrate? Lang Yi countered. Simple, go and invite the city lord's chief retainer here, let him have a duel with him, and the outcome will be clear, Lang Tian said with a cold laugh. Lang Yi's face darkened. The first guest elder of the city lord's mansion is a powerhouse second only to the city lord. 584, Chapter 584, Lord of Liang City. Mr. Hui is the top guest elder in Liang City. Having him take action is enough to prove whether he truly possesses the strength to become a first-class guest elder. Lang Tian was relentless and determined to oppose Lang Yi. Lang Yi, however, had reservations and his face was gloomy, so he refused to agree. He knew that Mr. Hua was also a member of the Lang Tian lineage. Lang Tian's suggestion was simply to get that powerful figure to deal with Hua Qiu, and he might secretly use underhanded tactics. What, are you afraid that the retainers you recruited are too weak and will be defeated by Mr. Hua? Seeing his hesitation, Lang Tian laughed sarcastically. What am I afraid of? Senior Hua's strength may not be much weaker than Mr. Hua's. Lang Yi said indignantly. Then let them fight. No. Lang Yi objected. People around him burst out laughing, some of them mocking him. Then let Mr. Hua give it a try, Hua Qiu said calmly. Senior, Lang Yi looked at him with some concern. Okay. Lang Yi smiled and said immediately. Someone, go and invite Mr. Hua here. He shouted. Before long, Hua Qiu sensed that some cultivators were heading this way. So it was just a pseudocore formation stage cultivator, Hua Qiu said calmly. The people who came were a man and a woman. The man was an elderly man with an extraordinary demeanor. The woman next to him looked to be in her 30s, with a beautiful and elegant appearance. She is a very charming woman who can attract attention. The old man was, of course, Mr. Hua, whom they were referring to. Greetings, madam. As soon as the woman entered, the cultivators there quickly bowed to her and greeted her in unison. It's easy to see that the woman held considerable prestige in the eyes of these cultivators. Upon seeing the woman, Lang Yi's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. This woman is the wife of the city lord of Liang City, Lang Tian's mother, and the city lord's wife here. He was very wary of the city lord's wife, always feeling that the woman was terrifying. The city lord's wife smiled and nodded in response to the crowd. Mother Lang Tian was also very respectful to the city lord's wife. The city lord's wife then looked at Lang Yi. Lang Yi, you rarely return to the city lord's mansion. This is your true home. You shouldn't just be fooling around outside, so as not to cause your father any trouble, she reprimanded Lang Yi gently. Lang Yi ignored her with a cold expression. The city lord's wife didn't react, her gaze falling on Hua Qiu. Sir, you must be the new guest retainer? She asked with a friendly smile. Hua Qiu glanced at her indifferently and nodded. Sir, you are discreet and unassuming, surely no ordinary person, you are certainly worthy of this position as a guest elder. Her graceful demeanor and charming words captivated several cultivators with low self-control. However, Liang City has its own rules. Whether someone has the ability or not is not up to them to say. We have to try to find out. Please don't take offense, sir. Make your move, Hua Qiu said calmly. The city lord's wife smiled slightly and bowed to the old man beside her. Then please, Mr. Hua, give it a try, but stop short of a decisive strike. Don't worry, madam, I know what I'm doing, Mr. Hua returned the greeting. However, when he looked at Hua Qiu, his expression turned cold, making it impossible to believe what he was saying. Although I can control the strength of my power, accidents can still happen, fellow Taoist. You must be extra careful, he said meaningfully to Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu chuckled lightly, neither confirming nor denying. He's the one who should be careful. The two walked to an open space outside the main hall, ready to fight. One was the top guest elder of Liang City, and the other was a cultivator brought by Lang Yi. Everyone was eager to know the outcome of their battle, and no one blinked. The two stood still, ready to make their move. Call. Suddenly, a gust of wind rose in the arena. In an instant, there was another person between the two. The newcomer was a stern-faced middle-aged man with a calm and authoritative demeanor. His appearance immediately startled everyone. Greetings, City Lord. Mr. Hua quickly bowed in greeting. Why has the City Lord come? The cultivators were somewhat surprised. The City Lord of Liang City rarely shows himself in public. But he was a core formation cultivator, and everyone was filled with awe for him, so they quickly bowed respectfully. Father? Neither Lang Yi nor Lang Tian expected him to appear, and their expressions were different. Husband, have you come for the newly promoted guest elder? The city lord's wife asked with a smile. The lord of Liang City nodded slightly. It's rare that Lang Yi has finally recruited a guest advisor, and one who is quite extraordinary, possessing the qualities of a first-class guest advisor. I am about to have Mr. Hua test his abilities. No need, the lord of Liang City waved his hand. May I ask your name, fellow Taoist? He looked at Hua Qiu, slightly cupped his hands, and asked. Hua Qiu said calmly. The lord of Liang's action shocked everyone present. The lord of Liang City, a core formation cultivator, high above all others. He had never been so polite to any of his guest advisors, not even to Mr. Hua, the first guest advisor. Judging from his manner, he seemed to treat Hua Qiu as a fellow cultivator of the same generation. Such differential treatment inevitably leads to much speculation. Mr. Hua frowned slightly, looking Hua Qiu up and down, trying to figure out what was so special about him. Lang Tian's face was naturally gloomy. Although the city lord's wife looked at him strangely, she didn't show anything unusual, she just glanced at Hua Qiu a few more times. Lang Yi, you're quite good. You've recruited a powerful guest advisor, said the lord of Liang City, looking at Lang Yi. Lang Yi immediately became excited, his face turning red. This was the first time he had received praise from his father. Welcome, fellow Taoist Hua, to my Liang City. I will trouble you to take good care of my son. The Liang City lord bowed again. Manager Zhang, have a special grade guest token made for this Mr. Hua Qiu, he casually ordered. Top tier. Manager Zhang exclaimed in surprise. Everyone else had a similar expression to him. Lang Yi had originally wanted Hua Qiu to receive the treatment of a first-class guest elder, but he encountered all sorts of difficulties unexpectedly. When the city lord appeared, he directly designated him as a special-class guest elder. In Liang City today, only Mr. Hua is a special-grade guest elder. Could it be that this person is on par with Mr. Hua? Thank you, father. Lang Yi said quickly, overjoyed. Hua Qiu didn't react much. The lord of Liang City knew that he had killed a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator from the Lang Tian lineage with such strength. He was more than qualified to be a special-grade guest elder. Your subordinate will immediately prepare the token for Mr. Hua. Manager Zhang quickly replied after his initial shock. The lord of Liang City nodded. From now on, Mr. Hua will enjoy the special treatment of a guest elder in Liang City. You must not neglect him. He looked around and said. Everyone readily agreed. Then, the lord of Liang City instructed Lang Yi to arrange everything for Hua Qiu, and then his figure disappeared. It comes quickly and goes quickly. The cultivators left behind had various thoughts. 585, Chapter 585 The Madam's Late Night Visit. Hua Qiu thus moved into the special guest room of the city lord's mansion. Lang Yi was overjoyed and busied himself with arranging everything for Hua Qiu. He was very excited to be praised by his father for the first time today. Seeing how happy he was, Hua Qiu didn't say anything. Upon meeting the city lord of Liang today, he understood why he had his two sons vie for the position of city lord. Logically speaking, Lang Yi and Lang Tian are both young and their cultivation is not high. Even with someone's support, it would be difficult for them to control the situation. The lord of Liang City acted not on a whim, but out of sheer desperation. As soon as the lord of Liang City appeared, Hua Qiu saw through his true situation. That person appeared dignified and had a powerful aura. In reality, they are all bark and no bite, and won't last long. The lord of Liang City is weak and seriously injured. It is very likely that there was a mistake in his cultivation. He should have died, but he survived thanks to his strong willpower. Even so, he can only hold on for a very limited time. He doesn't have many days left. Hua Qiu was somewhat puzzled. Given the current state of the lord of Liang City, it is no longer possible for him to pass on his position. The two sons are simply incomparable. Lang Yi's cultivation level was low, not even reaching the foundation establishment stage, and he had no background whatsoever before him. No cultivator had ever supported him. On the contrary, Lang Tian has the support of the masses and the assistance of the city lord's wife behind the scenes, making him the most suitable candidate for city lord. Why did the lord of Liang City have to pull this stunt, making an illegitimate son with no chance of winning compete with the eldest son who was the popular choice? The question flashed through his mind, but he wasn't interested in delving into it. No matter how much outsiders don't think highly of Lang Yi, having Hua Qiu is enough. He will definitely become the city lord, and Hua Qiu's henchman. Hua Qiu walked to the table inside the room and sat down. There were many things on the table. It was delivered by people from the city lord's mansion. This is the privilege enjoyed by a special great guest elder. In addition to some precious resources, there are hundreds of spirit stones. Hua Qiu accepted it without hesitation. Then he opened the scroll from the intelligence department. This is information about Yu Shuzi. Although it was short, it made Hua Qiu frown. Former Linglong sect master Yu Shuzi appeared in the western mountains of the immortal realm on the 8th day of the 8th month, and is suspected to have reached the core formation stage. On the 9th day of the 8th month, a mysterious old man found Yu Shuzi. The two fought fiercely. Yu Shuzi was no match for him and was injured. Within 3 moves he fled and both of them disappeared without a trace. This is all the information on the scroll. A mysterious old man? Hua Qiu frowned. He had Yu Shuzi enter the immortal realm to develop first, but he never expected this to happen. He taught Yu Shuzi the cultivation techniques for immortality. That is considered an unparalleled cultivation technique for cultivators in the immortal realm. Even if Yu Shuzi's skills were not perfect, there were few cultivators in this immortal realm who could harm him, even if they were no match for him. The fact that the person severely injured Yu Shuzi within 3 moves indicates that he was at least at the late stage of core formation. According to his understanding, there is only one late-stage core formation cultivator in the immortal realm. Why did he attack Yu Shuzi? You have to consider the owner before you beat a dog. Do you really think that the late-stage core formation realm makes you invincible? Hua Qiu said, somewhat displeased. Yu Shuzi shouldn't die. Once he is found, everything will become clear. After burning the scroll, Hua Qiu looked out the door and raised an eyebrow. Outside the door, a graceful figure approached slowly. The aroma wafted over even before people got close. I had already experienced this fragrance during the day. The person who arrived was none other than the charming lady of the city. The city lord's wife, accompanied by a maid, walked to Hua Qiu's door. The door wasn't closed, and the two looked at each other. Sir, you have just become a special guest elder of Liang City. Today I have come here to welcome you and wash away the dust of your journey. The city lord's wife bowed outside the door and said with a smile. Hua Qiu looked at her strangely. It's a real welcome party, and it's not her turn to be there. Moreover, it was late at night and there were no outsiders around. The fact that the lady only brought a maid to see him would inevitably lead to speculation. Seeing that Hua Qiu didn't react much, the city lord's wife's smile remained unchanged, and she gestured for the maid to go into Hua Qiu's room. Then, she stepped inside. The maidservant gently placed a pot of wine on the table in Hua Qiu's room. Hua Qiu glanced at it casually, offering unsolicited favors. This wine probably has some ingredients added to it. The city lord's wife made no attempt to be polite, sitting down directly next to Hua Qiu and personally pouring him wine. The fragrance emanating from her body wafted straight into Hua Qiu's nose. The fragrance is much stronger than during the day, which can easily make people restless. The charm and allure of a mature woman are irresistible, making it difficult for ordinary cultivators to resist. Mr. Hua, this is the best of the 3 finest wines in the immortal realm. Drinking it is very helpful for cultivation. Even the city lord rarely gets to enjoy it more than a few times a year. The city lord's wife spoke seductively, holding the wine cup with her slender fingers and handing it to Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu did not answer. This level of reaction wasn't enough to elicit a strong reaction from him. Just say what you want to say, he said indifferently. The city lord's wife smiled slightly and placed the wine glass on the table. Mr. Hua, you really are a straightforward person. I have come to visit you late at night to show you the way. Hua Qiu chuckled softly upon hearing this. What clear path? You want me to abandon Lang Yi and join your camp instead? What you say is correct, sir. The city lord's wife, though her words had been pointed out, still wore that same smile. She was very composed, as if everything was under control. The difference between Lang Yi and Lang Tian is self-evident, and you, sir, are a wise man. I don't know why you chose Lang Yi, who is not a possibility. I can only guarantee that if you abandon the darkness and embrace the light, we will give you 3 times what Lang Yi can promise. No matter what you want, no matter how difficult it is, we will do it. Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow at such confident words. The city lord's wife acted as if she had him completely under her thumb, which disgusted him. Perhaps you are unaware of our strength, the city lord's wife said with a light laugh. As you can see, the entire area is Yangcheng. Besides you, everyone supports Lang Tian. In addition, we have a core formation grand cultivator who is even more powerful than the city lord as our backer, she said meaningfully. Mr. Hua, supporting Lang Yi was fraught with difficulties, but choosing Lang Tian was a smooth and effortless process. Whether someone is a friend or an enemy, I believe you can tell the difference. The city lord's wife calmly watched Hua Qiu, awaiting his choice. I just like doing things that are challenging, Hua Qiu said coldly. The city lord's wife's smile faltered slightly at this moment. Mr. Hua is indeed no ordinary person. The city lord's wife was not angry. It seemed that Hua Qiu's refusal didn't matter much to her. She reached out and hooked the wine pot on the table. Mr. Hua, you are wise. There was indeed poison in this wine, she said with a smile. However, this pot of wine isn't the only poisonous thing. Beauty is also a deadly poison. 586, Chapter 586 Mental Illness. The city lord's wife's words sparked all sorts of speculation. In particular, she exudes a unique charm that makes people's hearts flutter. No wonder so many cultivators support Lang Tian, whose abilities are mediocre. It's likely that this is related to the extraordinary charm of the city lord's wife. With a beautiful woman by his side, Hua Qiu's expression turned cold. Since Mr. Hua enjoys challenges, I will say no more. I wish you all the best in your endeavors, the city lord's wife said with a light laugh, standing up. Pretend I didn't come tonight. She bowed slightly and then walked out with her maid. Stop! Hua Qiu shouted coldly. The city lord's wife stopped and turned around with captivating charm. What, sir, you've changed your mind? She asked. You poisoned me, and now you think you can just walk away? Hua Qiu said coldly. What are you saying, sir? Haven't you already seen through my thoughts? I will not bear such a false accusation. Hua Qiu reached out and picked up the wine glass filled with fine wine on the table, abruptly stopping her words. He drank the entire beverage in one gulp. The city lord's wife showed a hint of surprise. What's a little bit of poison? Hua Qiu said dismissively. The real poison is in you. He looked at the city lord's wife. Although I don't know the name of the fragrance on your body, its effect is quite vicious. It can invade a cultivator's dantian, silently damage their qi, and cause their cultivation to regress, making them much weaker than before. Over time, even a core formation stage cultivator will become a cripple, Hua Qiu said calmly. The smile on the city lord's wife's face vanished instantly. Prior to this, she had always appeared calm and collected, seemingly alluring on the surface but composed and confident of victory. It wasn't until Hua Qiu calmly spoke those words that her emotions were stirred. Hua Qiu's ability to see through everything truly surprised her. What are you saying, sir? I didn't quite understand. She quickly regained her composure and pretended not to know. Hua Qiu looked at her coldly. His deep gaze made her expression turn serious. Sir's reaction suggests he is unaffected. It's truly astonishing. In the entire immortal realm, I've never heard of anyone being immune to the effects of the spirit-breaking incense. I am becoming increasingly curious about you, sir. Whether you're curious or not is your business, Hua Qiu said indifferently. If you dare to poison me, even if you fail, you will pay the price. Oh? The city lord's wife revealed a playful smile. Even when her poisoning was exposed, she remained calm. I wonder what price you want me to pay, sir? She asked casually. She is the wife of the city lord of Liang City, and she also has a core formation grandmaster as her backer. She didn't believe that Hua Qiu, a guest retainer who had sought refuge in Liang City, would dare to do anything outrageous to her. Hua Qiu said nothing, looked at the wine glass in his hand, and flicked it lightly. The last drop of wine in the glass flew out. With a flick of his wrist, the drop of wine shot towards the city lord's wife at an extremely fast speed. The speed was so fast that even the city lord's wife couldn't react in time. She's only at the late foundation establishment stage. The city lord's wife felt a sudden pain in her lower abdomen, and then she was blasted away by a tremendous force, crashing heavily into the courtyard outside, looking extremely disheveled. Lady! The maid was shocked and quickly ran out to help her up. The city lord's wife was disheveled, her former elegance and grace gone. She looked at Hua Qiu with a pained expression and disbelief. What did you do? She asked with difficulty. I've simply crippled your cultivation, reducing you to a mortal, Hua Qiu said calmly. What? The city lord's wife exclaimed in horror. Hua Qiu actually crippled her cultivation with just a single drop of wine. What she found most unbelievable was that Hua Qiu actually dared to do this. Where did he get the guts? The city lord's wife was not a simple woman. She did not resort to hysterical cursing. Mr. Hua, you will regret this behavior, and you may not be able to bear the consequences, the city lord's wife, supported by her maid, said softly. After that, she didn't say anything more and simply had her maid help her leave. This reaction made Hua Qiu take a second look. He frowned slightly. As the city lord's wife, having her cultivation crippled by a mere guest, she should, by all accounts, at least go to the city lord to complain and ask him to punish Hua Qiu. But she did nothing. What Hua Qiu couldn't understand the most was the lord of Liang City, who was watching everything from the shadows. That's right. The moment the city lord's wife arrived, the city lord of Liang's divine sense quickly enveloped her. He saw everything that happened here. But he didn't react at all? Ming Hua Qiu was clearly prepared to fight the main force of Liang City. Whoosh! A flash of inspiration struck the courtyard, and the lord of Liang City finally appeared. Only now are you coming to avenge your wife? Hua Qiu frowned as she looked at him. But the lord of Liang City had no intention of making a move. He simply watched the city lord's wife leave in silence. After a while, he finally looked away. Fellow Daoist, are you a core formation cultivator from the mortal world? He suddenly blurted out. Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow. His identity was actually discovered. Your aura is different from that of cultivators in the immortal realm, said the lord of Liang City calmly. Hua Qiu sized up the Lord of Liang City. The Lord of Liang City possesses a spiritual sense far stronger than that of an ordinary core formation cultivator, comparable to the late core formation stage. This suggests that he has cultivated a secret technique that enhances spiritual sense. It's not surprising that he noticed. I never imagined that a core formation cultivator like you could appear in the mortal world. It seems the world has truly changed, the city lord of Liang remarked without any apparent background. It is Lang Yi's good fortune to have a strong person like you supporting him. After saying this, he cupped his hands in a respectful gesture to Hua Qiu, then turned and left. I crippled your wife, and you have nothing to say? Hua Qiu and I couldn't help but ask that question. Upon hearing this, the Lord of Liang City paused slightly. If we really fight, I might not be your match, he said in a deep voice. Thank you, fellow Taoist, for sparing her life. Then, he vanished from the courtyard in a flash. Hua Qiu's brows furrowed this time. A dying lord of Liang City. A charming yet eccentric city lord's wife. Add to that the city lord's two sons who can't stand each other and are always at odds. This family seems to be devoid of normal people, everything about them is eerie. Hua Qiu never expected to encounter these strange cultivators so soon after arriving in the immortal realm. After a long while, Hua Qiu chuckled. Crazy, he uttered 3 words indifferently. 587, Chapter 587. Get him out of here. After the city lord's wife came, Hua Qiu suddenly became quiet, and no one came to disturb her anymore. For 3 days, neither the lord of Liang City nor his wife reappeared. The quietness was somewhat unexpected for Hua Qiu. The city lord's wife had her cultivation destroyed and was reduced to immortal, but it seemed that no word of it had spread, and the entire city lord's mansion continued to operate as usual. Not to mention, who would bother him? During this period, only Lang Yi came a few times. According to him, the Lord of Liang City has finally begun to take him seriously and is preparing to entrust him with important responsibilities in the next few days, thus officially kicking off the competition between him and Lang Tian for the throne. Hua Qiu was fully aware of the decision made by the Lord of Liang City. He doesn't have much time left and must choose a successor to the city lord as soon as possible. On the 4th day, Lang Yi entered Hua Qiu's villa early in the morning. Senior Hua, father has finally given me the power. Lang Yi excitedly came to Hua Qiu to report the good news. My father sent me to take over the Dan Pavilion in the market, saying he wanted to see my abilities. If I could manage and operate the Dan Pavilion well, it would prove that I was capable of serving as the Lord of Liang City. Is that so? Hua Qiu's expression was calm, with little reaction. Because this was expected. Senior Hua, I'm going to take over the Dan Pavilion today, Lang Yi said awkwardly. Could you accompany me on this trip? That pill pavilion was previously under Lang Tian's control. They're very good at winning people's hearts. I am afraid I won't be able to handle it on my own. Hua Qiu didn't refuse and got up to let him lead the way. Like the intelligence agency, Dan Pavilion is also a pillar industry of Liang City. On the way, Lang Yi shared some information with Hua Qiu. Our pill pavilion in Liang City is also quite famous in the immortal realm, all because it houses a very remarkable grand pill master. I've heard that the alchemist's skills are in no way inferior to the chief alchemists of the 5 major sects. Therefore, when we meet that grand alchemist, we must be very polite. Even when Lang Tian was in charge of the alchemy pavilion, he could only treat him with utmost respect and dared not offend him in the slightest. That great alchemist has a very fiery temper when he gets angry. Even my father can't do anything about it and can only give him face. Hua Qiu listened silently. It is obvious that Lang Yi would have a hard time taking over Dangu. He doesn't have the same resources as Lang Tian, so probably few people in the Dan Pavilion would pay him any attention. It seems I'll have to take matters into my own hands. Before long, the two entered the market and headed straight for the Dan Pavilion. Coincidentally, Dan Pavilion and the Intelligence Bureau are very close to each other, facing each other across the distance. At this moment, upstairs in the intelligence office, Lang Tian stood at the window, gazing at the Dan Pavilion across the street. Has Lang Yi arrived yet? He asked his men. We've already entered the market area and will be at Dan Pavilion soon, his subordinate reported. Lang Tian revealed a mocking expression. Lang Yi, your father has given you the opportunity to take control of the pill pavilion, but do you have the ability? He felt that a good show was going to happen today. He was ready to see the joke. Does Grandmaster Son of the Pill Pavilion give you face? He said disdainfully. After all, even when he was there, he suffered a lot of mistreatment and dared not show the slightest dissatisfaction. Soon, Hua Qiu and the other person came into his view. Cultivators came and went in an endless stream in front of the Dan Pavilion, making business booming. This is an extremely important aspect of Liyang City's operations. Lang Yi was a little nervous. Upon entering the Dan Pavilion, one would see that the staff inside were all busy at work. Gentlemen, nice to meet you. I am Lang Yi, here to take over the Pill Pavilion on the orders of the city lord. Lang Yi said loudly with a smile. However, his words were like air, nobody paid any attention to him. Lang Yi was immediately embarrassed and at a loss for what to do. He shouted again, but was still ignored. Hua Qiu's expression turned slightly cold. The other guys had already heard it, but they deliberately ignored it and left him hanging. This is a show of force to Lang Yi. Snort! Hua Qiu snorted coldly. Buzz. Suddenly, an aura emanated from him, enveloping the entire pill pavilion. This aura is targeted. The men's faces immediately changed, and their expressions turned ugly. The terrifying pressure made them feel as if a mountain was pressing down on them, making them feel overwhelmed. Everyone looked terrified. Are you all deaf? Can't you hear your young master? Hua Qiu said calmly, which made the workers tremble even more. Oh, you're going to play hardball right away? Lang Tian said with a playful smile on the third floor of the intelligence department. Unfortunately, this is the most foolish thing to do. He shook his head, his face full of contempt and disdain. Inside the Dan Pavilion. What a magnificent display! A voice rang out. Day. An elderly man with white hair walked down the stairs with his hands behind his back, his face long and displeased. Old son. Upon seeing the old man, Lang Yi immediately panicked and hurriedly bowed to him with trepidation. He was the Grand Alchemist of the Pill Pavilion. Humph, young master, you're so arrogant, this grand gift is too much for me to accept. The Grand Alchemist said coldly, angrily flicking his sleeve. Lang Yi's face immediately fell. Don't be angry, Mr. Sun, it's all Lang Yi's fault. He quickly apologized humbly. Please don't take offense, Elder Sun, this is just Elder Hua's personality, he didn't really mean it that way, please forgive him, Elder Sun. Lang Yi bowed repeatedly, sweat pouring down his face. This great alchemist is truly someone we cannot afford to offend. If you anger him and he leaves, not only will you not inherit the position of city lord, but even the city lord of Liyan will not forgive you. Take responsibility? The Grand Alchemist sneered, glancing at Hua Qiu. What, does this person not know how to speak? He said sternly. Who gave you the audacity to come to the Pill Pavilion and act so arrogantly? This is utterly outrageous. He shouted directly. Hua Qiu is now a special grade guest elder in Liyang City. But the Grand Alchemist didn't take him seriously at all. After all, he dared to reprimand even the city lord, let alone a mere guest minister. Mr. Sun, please calm down. On behalf of Senior Hua, I apologize to you. Please be magnanimous and do not be angry. Anger will harm your health. Lang Yi was practically kneeling down to him, coaxing him in a humble voice. Shut up! The Grand Alchemist snapped impatiently. Is this guy surnamed Hua mute? If he wants to apologize, let him speak up himself. He pointed at Hua Qiu. This Lang Yi looked troubled. He couldn't afford to offend this person, and Hua Qiu was the only one who supported him, so he couldn't afford to offend him either. All the cultivators in the Pill Pavilion were looking at Hua Qiu. The exciting part is about to begin. Lang Tian smiled as he stood on the third floor of the intelligence department. He knew it would turn out this way. Now that he's in a bind, he wants to see what that guy surnamed Hua will choose. To compromise or to stand firm to the end. Hua Qiu's expression was indifferent. Will you obey what I say? Hua Qiu asked Lang Yi. What are you saying, senior? I will naturally obey your instructions. Lang Yi replied, puzzled and not quite understanding his meaning. Very good. Hua Qiu nodded. The first thing I want you to do. We must get rid of this so-called great alchemist. Like a thunderclap from a clear sky. The moment those words were spoken, the entire pill pavilion fell silent for a moment, then suddenly erupted in uproar. 588, Chapter 588 is not difficult. Everyone wore expressions of disbelief. No one could believe that Hua Qiu would dare to say such a thing. Because that statement was utterly foolish. He actually wants to get rid of the grand alchemist of the pill pavilion. Doesn't he know how important and difficult it is to invite this great alchemist? This is someone who is no less capable than the chief alchemist of the 5 major sects. Of all the powerful forces in the immortal realm, any one of them would be willing to pay a huge price to persuade him to join them. If this great alchemist hadn't had some connection with the Lord of Liang City and been willing to stay in the small city, countless people would have begged him to join their cause. That new guest advisor actually wants to fire him? Is he alright? No one could understand it. They all thought Hua Qiu must have been out of his mind to say something like that. Upstairs in the intelligence office, Lang Tiandu was stunned for a moment. He considered both possibilities. Alternatively, the man surnamed Hua might have to compromise and grovel in order to support Lang Yi, enduring a barrage of insults and begging from Old Sun. Either he would stand his ground and let things escalate until the city lord intervened, reprimanded Lang Yi, and stripped him of his right to succeed him. Lang Tian felt that the latter was the most likely outcome and was more looking forward to that development. But he never expected that Hua Qiu would be so outrageous, daring to tell Old Master Sun to get lost. Who does he think he is? Senior Hua, what did you say? I didn't hear you clearly. Lang Yi stared blankly at Hua Qiu and asked in a trembling voice. He was really startled and his mind went blank. He was reminding Hua Qiu, hoping he would quickly take back what he said. I told you, get this old bastard out of here. Hua Qiu said unhappily. Lang Yi suddenly felt his vision go black and almost fainted. There's no way to salvage it. He felt utterly hopeless in an instant. He came to take over Dan Pavilion with great joy, ready to make a name for himself and show the city lord, but before he could even begin, Hua Qiu shattered all his hopes. Is this really to support him? He became suspicious. The Grand Alchemist was also stunned for a moment, then his face turned so gloomy it looked like it was about to drip water. Even the Lord of Liang City wouldn't dare speak to him like that. All 5 major sects have to treat him like royalty. How dare you kick out a mere guest advisor? Very good, very good. The Grand Alchemist sneered repeatedly. Young master, is this the guest retainer you recruited? How dare a mere guest retainer be so insolent to an old man like this? He questioned Lang Yi. Lang Yi waved his hand in a panic. Old son, it's not like that, he tried to explain. But the Grand Master didn't give him a chance to explain. Fine, you want me to get lost, huh? Then I'll do as you wish and leave this Dan Pavilion in Liang City. I'd like to see how the Pill Pavilion can continue to operate without me. With that, he turned and went upstairs to pack his things. Lang Yi was almost in tears. Senior, he looked at Hua Qiu timidly, hoping that he could do something to make amends. Remember, I'm the one who's supporting you, Hua Qiu said coldly. If you have any objections, that's fine. I will simply stop interfering in the affairs of Liang City. Lang Yi's face was as black as could be. The cultivators of Dan Pavilion had strange expressions. They looked down on Lang Yi even more. With such a performance, how can he compete for the position of city lord? Soon, the great alchemist came down from upstairs. Old Master Sun Lang Yi still wanted to persuade him to stay. Young master, you're quite capable. You're counting on this remarkable guest to take your place as city lord. The Grand Alchemist said with a mocking expression. He was seething with anger and very frustrated. After saying that, he turned and left without looking back. he didn't really want to leave. He believed that this matter would definitely alarm the Lord of Liyan City. At that time, this guest advisor will be severely punished and forced to apologize to him. Young master, if Elder Sun leaves, how will the Pill Pavilion continue to exist? The Pill Pavilion's employee said anxiously. Lang Yi was speechless. It's just one alchemist leaving, nothing serious, Hua Qiu said calmly. It's not a big deal. What, are you going to refine the pills? The shopkeeper retorted, dissatisfied. It's just alchemy, nothing difficult, Hua Qiu said in the same tone. Upon hearing this, the Grand Master Alchemist, who had just reached the door, stopped in his tracks. This is the first time I've ever heard someone say that alchemy is easy. He turned to look at Hua Qiu, his expression becoming increasingly sarcastic. I wonder how skilled you are in alchemy. Have you reached the intermediate or advanced level? In the immortal realm, alchemists are classified into beginner, intermediate, and advanced levels. Above that are top-tier alchemists like him. Alchemists are rare, and improving one's alchemy skills is far more difficult than cultivating. An intermediate alchemist already holds a high status, while an advanced alchemist can thrive in the immortal realm. As for great alchemists, they are few and far between, and they are revered wherever they go. Hua Qiu didn't even glance at the Grand Alchemist. The Pill Pavilion needs to make changes. He glanced around and said indifferently, the pills sold in this Pill Pavilion are all of mediocre quality. Everyone looked surprised upon hearing this. Many of the pills in the Pill Pavilion were refined by Elder Sun, and they were in high demand and short supply, so their quality was beyond question. This person is so arrogant, saying those pills are all just average. The Grand Alchemist also looked grim. Very well, I'll add a new type of pill to this Pill Pavilion first, Hua Qiu continued. Go and fetch the materials for refining the Foundation Establishment pill, he ordered. Everyone was slightly taken aback. Foundation building pills are considered a high-grade elixir in the immortal realm. Even Master Sun could only successfully refine a handful of them a year. His Foundation Establishment pills have a 20% chance of helping cultivators at the great perfection of Qi refining break through to the next level, placing him among the top alchemists. The staff in Dan Pavilion did not take any action, but instead turned their attention to Old Master Sun. Old Sun nodded in agreement. He also wanted to see what this boastful man was capable of. Soon, 3 sets of Foundation Establishment pill materials were placed in front of Hua Qiu. Foundation Establishment pills, being high-grade pills, have an extremely low success rate in refining. Even 10 portions of materials might not be enough to successfully refine 1 portion. The Dan Pavilion staff were already being very generous by providing 3 sets of precious materials. Go and fetch the alchemy furnace I usually use for refining pills for him, so he can have no complaints even if he fails, Elder Sun instructed again. Yes, the waiter quickly agreed. No need, Hua Qiu waved his hand. Old Sun frowned. The next moment, Hua Qiu waved his hand, and all 3 documents floated up. Hua Qiu flicked his finger, and a spiritual fire appeared, directly refining the materials. It's actually alchemical fire. Upon seeing the flames, Old Master Sun's expression immediately changed. He was extremely surprised. How can an ordinary alchemist condense the fire of the elixir? They all rely on alchemy furnaces and consume spirit stones to generate flames for alchemy. The presence of alchemical fire can multiply the success rate of alchemists in refining pills. In the immortal realm, only grand alchemists can condense alchemical fire. Hua Qiu's move stunned everyone present. He was very fast at refining elixirs. In a short time, the fire in the pills dissipated, and 3 round pills took shape, emitting a unique radiance, their fragrance filling the entire Pill Pavilion. At this moment, seeing the 3 Foundation Establishment pills, Elder Sun's eyes widened. 589, Chapter 589 Perfect Pill. Old Sun could no longer remain calm. His entire being was captivated by the 3 pills, and he couldn't look away. 3 were actually refined, a 100% success rate. The cultivators inside the Pill Pavilion were also in an uproar. As everyone knows, even a master alchemist would be lucky to refine 1 Foundation Establishment pill from 10 ingredients. But this person didn't waste a single one and successfully refined them all. Which great alchemist can compare to this? This means that the person in front of us is definitely a great alchemist, and his alchemy skills surpass those of other great alchemists in the immortal realm. No one was not shocked. At this moment, no one dared to underestimate Hua Qiu. With just this one move, his status has already been elevated to an extraordinary level. Unexpectedly, the special guest elder that Lang Yi recruited is actually an outstanding alchemist. The cultivators were greatly shocked. No wonder he dared to tell old Master Sun to get lost. His alchemy skills are so advanced that even Elder Sun would have to admit defeat. Upstairs in the intelligence office, Lang Tian's expression was stiff. A grand alchemist, how could he possibly be a grand alchemist? Lang Tian's expression gradually turned ferocious, finding it hard to accept. He couldn't watch the show anymore, it wasn't going in the direction he expected at all. I refuse to believe it. Lang Tian gritted his teeth, immediately went downstairs, and headed towards the Dan Pavilion across the street. Inside the pill pavilion, Elder Sun was completely mesmerized by the 3 pills. These 3 foundation establishment pills. No, this isn't the foundation establishment pill we have, he murmured. Elder Sun, is there something wrong with this foundation establishment pill? Lang Tian asked hopefully as he walked in. There's a problem, a huge problem. Old Sun shouted. Old Sun, please tell everyone quickly, Lang Tian urged with a cold smile. This is the legendary perfect foundation establishment pill. Elder Sun exclaimed in shock. What? Lang Tian was stunned. Elder Sun, what is the perfect foundation establishment pill? Someone asked curiously. Perfection means having no flaws whatsoever. Elder Sun said these 3 foundation establishment pills can guarantee that a qi refining cultivator will break through to the foundation establishment stage without any risk. Look at those 3 pills, they can produce a dazzling light, something only the legendary perfect pills can do. I never imagined that one day I could create a truly perfect pill so easily. This is something that no great alchemist in the immortal realm could ever achieve. Based on Mr. Sun's personal account, it is highly credible. Previously, he was full of prejudice against Hua Qiu, but now that the 3 foundation establishment pills have appeared, he has put all of that aside. Yes, it's admiration for those who have achieved success. The perfect elixir completely won him over. So, this alchemist's skill level is higher than all the great alchemists in the immortal realm? Someone exclaimed in shock. Judging from these 3 pills alone, no one can compare to them. Even I admit my inferiority. Old Sun sighed. Fellow Daoist, I was just ignorant and narrow-minded, never expecting there to be people more capable than myself. I have offended you. He cupped his hands to Hua Qiu, looking ashamed. This was the first time he had ever treated a monk in this way. The many cultivators in the pill pavilion were even more shocked. Lang Tian's face was ashen, and he didn't want to say a word. Lang Yi was overjoyed and could hardly contain his happiness. Hua Qiu gave him another huge surprise. The legendary perfect elixir, guaranteed to help someone break through to the foundation establishment stage, with absolutely no risk. In an instant, the surrounding cultivators were extremely excited. Esteemed Grandmaster Alchemist, would you be willing to sell these 3 foundation establishment pills? Someone immediately inquired. Selling is a natural thing to do, Hua Qiu said with a faint smile. However, this kind of pill is not easy to refine, and the pill pavilion will treat it as a special pill for its senior members. To become a senior member of Dan Pavilion, one needs to spend a certain amount of money in Dan Pavilion. A premium membership, no problem, I'll get one right away. I am determined to obtain this perfect foundation establishment pill. Even with the additional conditions, none of the cultivators present cared. Because this elixir is extremely precious and rare. Upon seeing this, the Dan Pavilion staff all showed unusual expressions. If things continue like this, Dongai's business will become even better, far surpassing what it was before. Lang was so angry he felt like grinding his teeth to powder. Lang Yi was so happy he almost jumped for joy. At this moment, he admired Hua Qiu to the point of complete awe. With the situation easily stabilized, 3 perfect foundation establishment pills will make the pill pavilion even more prosperous. There's nothing more he needs to do. But Hua Qiu had no intention of giving up. Go and get me a list of materials from this list. Hua Qiu tossed a list to the Dangu shop assistant. The staff at Dangu dared not slack off at all. Upon seeing the materials recorded there, they couldn't help but look at each other in bewilderment. Because the materials on this list are all extremely precious, even within the pill pavilion, there are usually only 1 or 2 copies, so they cannot be used lightly. May I ask, Mr. Hua, what kind of elixir do you wish to refine? Someone asked in a low voice. The materials you requested are not unavailable at Dan Pavilion, but they are all under strict guard without the city lord's order. No one dares to take them without permission. Hua Qiu frowned. Let me see. Old Sun snatched the list away. He looked at it for a long time but still didn't understand it. This was a prescription he did not recognize. However, every ingredient is extremely precious in the immortal realm, so Hua Qiu is definitely not making an ordinary pill. It is at least far superior to the perfect foundation establishment pill. After a moment's thought, Old Sun made up his mind. Go and get it. Use it in my name. I'll explain to the city lord afterwards, he said to the shop assistant. The guys were all taken aback. Go on, he waved his hand. I really want to see what kind of pills they're going to refine, he said with shining eyes and great interest. For an alchemist who is passionate about alchemy, this is not just about broadening one's horizons. With Mr. Sun's guarantee, the shop assistant no longer hesitated and immediately went to fetch the materials. After a while then, several materials were taken out and displayed in front of Hua Qiu. These materials were incredibly valuable, and the men's hearts trembled with fear. Mr. Hua, most of these materials only come in 1 copy, so you must be careful. They were very distressed. If you need my help, just say so I can lend a hand, Old Sun said earnestly. Everyone couldn't help but show a surprised expression. In just a short while, this great alchemist lost all his airs and willingly became someone's assistant. Which alchemist in the immortal realm can receive such treatment? No need, this isn't a difficult pill to make, Hua Qiu said with a faint smile. Then, as before, he casually lifted those precious materials and released alchemical fire to refine them on the spot. Everyone stared intently, their eyes wide open. The elixir had just begun to be refined when it was already filled with a wonderful fragrance that cleared the mind of anyone who smelled it. I have a feeling that this pill is extremely extraordinary, Old Sun murmured, his expression filled with excitement. 590, Chapter 591 in the Immortal Realm. Buzz. Suddenly, a dazzling spiritual light was released from the pill that was about to take shape, shooting straight into the sky. The light permeated the roof of the Dan Pavilion, condensing into colorful clouds that lingered for a long time. A wonderful fragrance emanated from the pill pavilion, reaching many cultivators in the market. At this moment, not only the pill pavilion, but also many cultivators in Liyang City were alarmed by the strange phenomenon and rushed towards the pill pavilion in astonishment. Inside the city lord's mansion, a figure flew into the sky. The lord of Liyang City stared at the location of the pill pavilion in the market, a strange look appearing on his face. A moment later, he also headed towards the pill pavilion. The many retainers of the city lord's mansion went to the pill pavilion with astonished expressions. This extraordinary phenomenon of alchemy caused a sensation throughout almost half of Liyang City. Inside the pill pavilion, all the cultivators were equally astonished. This was the first time they had ever witnessed such a phenomenon caused by alchemy. To think it has reached this level. Old Sun's breathing became rapid, his face filled with deep shock. Shock. Only he knew what that meant. That was the realm that every alchemist in the immortal realm dreamed of reaching, like a myth. Could it be that he has reached a level that all alchemists find difficult to reach? Old Sun stared intently at Hua Qiu, his gaze shifting back and forth between him and the half-finished pill. He was even more eager for the finished elixir. Before long, the Dan Pavilion was packed with people. Too many cultivators were drawn over, and upon hearing that a top-level alchemist was refining pills on the spot, they were eager to come in and find out. Mr. Hualang Tian saw that most of the guest elders of the city lord's mansion had arrived, with the first guest elder at the head, and immediately bowed to him. "Everyone has arrived?" Mr. Huo waved his hand. "I heard that another great alchemist has emerged in Liang City, and everyone has been drawn here." He looked into the arena. When he saw that the person refining the pills was Hua Qiu, his expression immediately hardened. That newly arrived top-tier guest elder is actually a grand alchemist. This not only threatens his position, but also means that Lang Yi, whom he supports, will become a strong competitor to the Lang Tian lineage. "Not only are we here, but the city lord is here too," Mr. Hua said in a deep voice. Sure enough, the crowd parted to make way for the lord of Liang City to enter. "Father! Lord City Lord!" The Lang brothers and the other cultivators hurriedly paid their respects. The lord of Liang City nodded, but his gaze remained fixed on the alchemy area. "Elder son, what kind of elixir are you refining?" he asked. Old Master Sun didn't even glance at him, he just stared at the pill. "Just wait and see, it'll definitely surprise everyone," he said expectantly. Seeing his appearance, the lord of Liang City's gaze flickered. Buzz. Before Hua Qiu, the refining of the elixir was nearing completion. A buzzing sound rang out in the air, and a pure golden pill appeared, floating in mid-air. At this very moment, the brilliance shines even brighter, becoming incomparably dazzling. The light faded away after a while. Everyone stared at the golden pill. Just by feeling it, one can sense the powerful spiritual energy it contains. This is enough to show that this elixir is extraordinary. This is yet another perfect pill. Old Sun murmured, his face full of admiration and envy. He had never heard of an alchemist who could refine perfect pills with ease. Let alone this immortal realm, even in the legendary upper realm, I'm afraid no one could reach that level. "Senior Hua, what kind of pill is this?" Lang Yi asked curiously. Everyone immediately perked up their ears. "This pill," Hua Qiu began, but did not immediately reveal its name. It whetted everyone's appetite. "This pill is the Chaoyuan pill," he said calmly. "The Chaoyuan pill, a breakthrough pill for those who break through from the foundation establishment stage to the core formation stage." Everyone exclaimed in surprise. In the immortal realm, core formation cultivators are extremely rare. No one can refine Chaoyuan Dan. No master alchemist can do it. It was actually refined so easily by the person in front of me. Just how skilled was he at alchemy? This can't be a simple Chaoyuan pill, can it? Old Sun said, staring at the golden pill. "For you, it is indeed extraordinary," Hua Qiu said with a light laugh. "This pill, once consumed by someone at the peak of foundation establishment, guarantees the achievement of core formation without any risk," Hua Qiu exclaimed. "Of course, this is only a basic function. This pill is rich in pure spiritual energy, which can greatly improve the absorption rate of cultivators if a foundation establishment cultivator takes it. After breaking through to the early stage of core formation, their cultivation level will be comparable to that of the middle stage." Whoosh! As soon as Hua Qiu finished speaking, the entire Dan pavilion erupted in an uproar. Such pills are an immense temptation for all cultivators in the immortal realm. 100% chance of breaking through to the core formation stage. The initial stage can be compared to the middle stage. These two sentences alone are enough to drive countless cultivators mad. What else could such a pill be but a supreme treasure of the immortal realm? Many people's eyes were red, and they were eager to grab the item at any cost. But with the Lord of Liang City here, no one dared to make a move. Even the Lord of Liang City stared at the golden pill without saying a word, as if he had lost his mind. If he had had this elixir earlier, how could he have ended up in this predicament? It was precisely because he recklessly broke through to the mid-stage of core formation that he suffered severe damage to his foundation, leaving him on the verge of death with little time left. And a single pill right before your eyes can easily create you to the mid-stage. The Lord of Liang City looked at the pill, his face expressionless, but his heart was far from calm. He was pondering whether taking this elixir could rejuvenate him. Such a pill is truly a top-grade divine pill. Old Sun exclaimed excitedly. No mistake, there's no way it can be wrong. Only alchemists of that level can refine such top-grade pills. In the thousands of years of the immortal realm, only one alchemist of that level has appeared, and now another one has finally appeared. His gaze was fixed on Hua Qiu. He looked completely convinced. Mr. Hua, you deserve the name Danzong. The Pill Sect, it really is the Pill Sect. Another Pill Sect master has appeared in the immortal realm. The cultivators all had an expression of having expected this, and they did not lose their composure too much. The Pill Master is the highest level among alchemists in the immortal realm. To date, only one immortal realm has ever been born. Even the alchemy master from 1,000 years ago could not refine a perfect Chaoyuan pill, Elder Sun continued. Mr. Hua's alchemy skills have clearly surpassed that one in terms of alchemy expertise. He can be called the number one person in the history of the immortal realm. This statement is powerful and resounding. But no cultivator dared to question it. That one golden pill is enough to prove everything. Everyone looked at Hua Qiu with different expressions. An unprecedented top-tier alchemy master, a perfect yuan gathering pill that could shake the entire immortal realm. This Mr. Hua is destined to become the most sought-after figure in the immortal realm. 591, Chapter 591 Bronze Fragments. How could this be? How did he become a master of alchemy? Looking at Hua Qiu, who was the center of attention, Lang Tian's face was extremely gloomy. He used to look down on Lang Yi, thinking that his father's decision to let them seize the throne was completely unnecessary. He has many supporters, and he's on a completely different level from Lang Yi. When Hua Qiu chose to support Lang Yi, he remained disdainful and secretly mocked Hua Qiu's foolishness. Even though he became a special grade guest elder, it only made Lang Tian's lineage feel a little threatened, but they didn't take it too seriously. But now, everything has been completely reversed. That person was actually a peerless alchemy master in the immortal realm. What does that mean? Keep in mind that even a grandmaster like Elder Sun was enough to earn him the respect of his father. Their lineage has never given up trying to win over old Master Sun's support. They have tried countless times to curry favor with him, but he has completely ignored them. They didn't dare to get angry and continue to treat him with smiles and respect. And now, a pill sect has suddenly appeared. The mere reputation of the Dan sect is enough to overshadow all of Lang Tian's resources. Even with the support of a core formation cultivator, its value might not compare to that of the pill sect. The Grand Alchemist was already so transcendent as the number one alchemist in the immortal realm. He could easily command countless people to serve him with a mere wave of his arm. Even the five major sects were no exception. Lang Tian could already foresee how popular Hua Qiu would become, and how famous he would be in the immortal realm. In contrast to him, Lang Yi was so excited he could hardly breathe. He understood that he might not be far from becoming the city lord. Lord Danzong, is this Chaoyuan pill for sale? How much? Finally, a cultivator mustered up the courage to ask. This is a question that all monks are concerned about. Such a pill would be absolutely priced exorbitantly. Even if they can't afford it, they still want to know. This pill will serve as the prized possession of the pill pavilion in Liang City, Hua Qiu said with a smile. As for the selling price and the conditions required, the city lord and the Dan pavilion staff will discuss and decide on the specifics. He looked at the city lord of Liang. The cultivators were somewhat disappointed. The conditions and prices for selling the pills will be announced in the next few days, said the lord of Liang City. The monks had different expressions. Some people immediately left Dan pavilion and left without looking back. It wasn't that he wasn't interested in the elixir, but rather that he needed to hurry back and report the news. They all come from different factions, so such a top-grade elixir has extraordinary significance. As long as one can create a core formation cultivator, they can immediately become one of the top figures in the immortal realm. Moreover, the core formation stage created by this perfect yuan gathering pill is comparable to that of a mid-stage grand cultivator. Only the 5 major sects possess such powerful individuals. It seems that Liyang City will be bustling with activity in a few days, Old Sun said with a smile. He moved closer to Hua Qiu, his face beaming with smiles. Master Hua Dan, I was ignorant of your true nature before and offended you greatly. I hope you will forgive me. He took the initiative to apologize. Hua Qiu looked at him with a mocking expression. Ahem, may I be permitted to continue serving at the Pill Pavilion? He asked shamelessly. I don't even need a salary, as long as you allow me to assist you when you're refining pills. This was the first time he had ever been so humble. But no one was surprised. That was the #1 alchemist in the history of the immortal realm. Even just learning a little bit from him would be enough to benefit Mr. Sun for a lifetime. You can stay if you want, but you'd better behave yourself in the future, Hua Qiu said calmly. Don't worry, Master Dan, I will do as you please. Elder Sun quickly replied. Of course, I will fully support your choice. He glanced at Lang Yi and said with a smile. Lang Yi was overjoyed. The great alchemists that Lang Tian's lineage had painstakingly tried to win over have now joined his camp. His strength has completely surpassed that of the Lang Tian lineage. Lang Tian's face was ashen as he silently walked out of the Pill Pavilion. He was deeply worried and knew he had to go quickly to the city lord's wife to discuss a solution. From now on, we will follow the orders of the Pill Sect Master without question and obey all commands. Please feel free to give any instructions, Pill Sect Master. The cultivators of the Pill Pavilion also expressed their stance. Don't forget, Lang Yi is the manager of Dan Pavilion, Hua Qiu said calmly. Everyone understood and bowed to Lang Yi. Please give your instructions, young master. Even Elder Sun bowed to Lang Yi. Lang Yi's face flushed with excitement, and he cast a look of immense gratitude at Hua Qiu. He understood that without Hua Qiu, he was nothing. I am incredibly fortunate to have found such an incredible guest advisor. Mr. Hua, please come to the back room to talk. The Lord of Liyang City walked up to Hua Qiu and said in a low voice. Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow and nodded. He knew what the Lord of Liyang City was thinking. After the two arrived at the back hall, the Lord of Liyang City immediately released his spiritual power to seal off the surroundings and prevent outsiders from disturbing or eavesdropping. Mr. Hua, you must have already seen through my situation, right? The Lord of Liyang City said in a deep voice. That's right, Hua Qiu readily admitted. The Lord of Liyang City gave a wry smile. Hua Qiu gave him the feeling that she was unfathomable. From the moment he sensed Hua Qiu's aura, he felt extremely wary of this mysterious cultivator. Under Hua Qiu's gaze, he felt as if he had no secrets. This was a warning given to him by his divine sense, which was far more powerful than that of an ordinary core formation cultivator. Mr. Iwa, how much longer do you think I can survive? He asked. 1 month, Hua Qiu said calmly. The Lord of Liyang City paused for a moment. This took even less time than he had anticipated. Would the Chaoyuan pill be of any help to me? If it is useful, I am willing to exchange it for this item. As he spoke, he took out an item. It was a fragment of bronze. This item was created thousands of years ago and contains an immense secret. If you collect them all, you will receive unimaginable blessings. Hua Qiu's expression shifted slightly. Because when this fragment was taken out, it emitted a special aura. And that is it. For a moment, something in his storage bag seemed to emit a faint light. That was the sacred relic representing his identity, the dragon seal of the 9 provinces. This bronze fragment, existing for a very long time, is definitely related to a secret once buried in Kyushu. Hua Qiu glanced at the fragment indifferently and shook his head. You've damaged your foundation. Even if you take the Chaoyuan pill and break through to the mid-stage of core formation, it won't be of any use, he said indifferently. Is that so? Upon hearing this, the Lord of Liyang City's expression darkened, he sighed, and put the bronze fragment back. It seems I'm truly beyond saving, he shook his head. Then please take good care of my son, Mr. Hua, and help him secure his position as city lord. In that case, you can own half of Liyang City. After saying that, the Lord of Liyang City turned and left. Hua Qiu's expression was strange. The two sentences spoken by the Lord of Liang City are profound and contain a great deal of information. Did he intend to support Lang Yi to become the city lord from the very beginning? If I wanted to, I'd want more than half, Hua Qiu scoffed. 592, Chapter 592 Not for Sale. Within just 2 or 3 days, Dan Pavilion in Liang City was packed with people every day. The existence of a perfect Chaoyuan pill alarmed all the forces in the immortal realm, with almost every force sending cultivators to try and purchase it. In addition, the 3 perfect foundation establishment pills also attracted a large number of cultivators. Chaoyuan Dan is not currently being offered for sale by Dongye. However, to purchase the perfect foundation building pill, certain conditions must be met. One must spend a sufficient amount in the pill pavilion before they can buy it. This directly led to some wealthy cultivators from the immortal realm spending lavishly at the pill pavilion. Originally, Elder Sun and the others were worried that 3 perfect foundation establishment pills would not be enough to satisfy those people, but Hua Qiu waved his hand casually, and another 10 or so foundation establishment pills appeared in front of everyone, each of them being of perfect quality, which surprised everyone. Truly worthy of being the foremost alchemy sect in 1,000 years. Elder Sun could only sigh with envy. Mr. Hua, Dongye's sales in just the last 2 or 3 days are almost equal to what they used to be in the last 2 or 3 months. Lang Yi excitedly reported to Hua Qiu. Such performance is enough to surpass what Lang Tian was in charge of. Hua Qiu remained completely calm. Master Sun, I will teach you a trick that will allow you to improve the quality of your pills. However, you will need to double your production of low and mid-grade pills sold in the pill pavilion in the coming period. Can you do that? He said, looking at Elder Sun. Old Sun was immediately extremely excited. Yes, I certainly can. Thank you for your instruction, Master Danzong. He quickly bowed and expressed his gratitude. Isn't this exactly what he wanted? He would be willing to endure hardship for even if it meant working hard for a while. With the quality of the pills upgraded and the price remaining unchanged, it won't be long before the pill pavilion in Liang City surpasses other places selling pills in the immortal realm, Hua Qiu said calmly. If that's the case, with the help of the Dan sect master, it won't be difficult at all. Elder Sun said with a smile. The number 1 in the immortal realm? Lang Yi couldn't help but fantasize, letting out a silly chuckle. Lord Danzong, the Dan Pavilion is already surrounded by people. It's time to open the doors and welcome guests, the Dan Pavilion employee respectfully reported. Hua Qiu waved his hand. As soon as the gates of the pill pavilion opened, cultivators who wanted to buy pills poured in. The entire Dan Pavilion was bustling with activity, except for Hua Qiu. He sat leisurely on the second floor drinking tea. We want to see that alchemy master from Liang City. A short while later, a loud shout rang out downstairs. In just 2 days, the name of the pill sect has spread throughout the immortal realm. People have been coming to visit in an endless stream, but they have all been turned away by Elder Sun. But today, the people downstairs were unusually domineering. Hua Qiu glanced down at it indifferently. For pseudocore formation cultivators. Are you from the 4 major sects? Elder Sun appeared in front of them, his expression shifting slightly upon seeing their attire. Obviously. The 4 said arrogantly. The Grand Master of the Pill sect does not receive guests. Elder Sun said coldly. Not even the envoys from the 4 major sects are being seen? The 4 frowned, somewhat dissatisfied. The 4 major sects are no exception, Elder Sun replied. We won't give up until we see that Dan sect. The 4 men's faces darkened. Are you going to cause trouble here? Old Sun's voice was even colder. What do you mean by running wild? What a joke. One of them sneered. If it weren't for the help of our 5 major sects when Liang City was first established, would it be where it is today? Any cultivator from the 5 major sects who set foot here will be treated as honored guests. How can you say they are acting wildly? We want to see the pill sect, how can you stop us? After saying that, the 4 of them immediately began to force their way in. Insolence! Old Sun was furious and reached out to stop him. A ruthless glint flashed across the four men's faces, and they immediately attacked each other. Although Elder's son was a grand alchemist, his cultivation was only at the great perfection of foundation establishment. How could he be a match for four pseudocore formation cultivators? In just one exchange, he was sent flying back into the Dan Pavilion. You think you can stop us? You're overestimating yourself. The four men showed disdain and were about to step into the pill pavilion. Snort! Suddenly, a cold snort rang out. Buzz! With that sound, an extremely powerful force instantly enveloped the four of them. This is... The four of them looked shocked. Such power, this is the power of a core formation cultivator. Someone exclaimed. Bang 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 bang. The next moment, the four of them were blasted away by that force and crashed outside the pill pavilion. It took them a while to get up, everyone was pale and had suffered serious injuries. Was it Lord Danzong who made the move, or perhaps, the city lord? Elder's son asked, somewhat incredulous. The power was undoubtedly at the core formation stage. Most people assumed that the person who made the move was the Lord of Liang City. After all, he was the only great cultivator in this city. Old Sun, however, was filled with doubt and uncertainty. He knew that the Lord of Liang City was not in good condition and would not easily make a move. But that Danzong master doesn't seem to be a great cultivator, does he? Lord of Liang City, how dare you hurt us? The four envoys from the four major sects questioned him angrily. Noisy Huaqiu stepped down from the second-floor window and uttered two words with displeasure. It's him! The onlookers were shocked. This Danzong master is not only highly skilled in alchemy, but is also a core formation cultivator. Exclaimed the crowd. Of all the alchemists in the immortal realm, very few have high cultivation levels. A grand alchemist like Elder's son, who possesses the cultivation of the great perfection of foundation establishment, is already considered to be among the top in terms of strength. After all, alchemy is extremely demanding in terms of energy and mental focus, so how could an alchemist have that much time to practice? Huaqiu is the first top-tier alchemist in the core formation stage. This is the #1 alchemy sect in the immortal realm for 1,000 years. Elder's son's emotions were in turmoil, and he felt increasingly admiring, as if he were proud of it. Senior Hua, what kind of amazing person are you? Lang Yi looked at Huaqiu with boundless admiration. This is yet another huge surprise. He felt that becoming the city lord was a foregone conclusion. So you're from the pill sect? The four envoys helped him to his feet. He came, his face grim. Originally, they were full of arrogance because they came from a top-tier sect. However, upon discovering that this Dan sect member was a core formation grandmaster, the four of them immediately lost much of their momentum. We're here on the orders of our sect leader to purchase perfect pills, one of them said, bowing respectfully. As for the perfect rejuvenation pill, we would like to ask the pill sect to name a price. As long as there is a price, our four major sects can afford it. Besides that, we also need perfect foundation establishment pills. We want as many as you can get. As they spoke, the four of them regained their confidence. The four major sects are wealthy and powerful, and they believe that few people in the immortal realm dare to compete with them. Oh! Huaqiu chuckled lightly, a hint of mockery in his expression. Not for sale. He uttered two words calmly. What? The four of them frowned in unison upon hearing this. What do you mean by that? One person asked, displeased. Anyone can sell any pills from the pill pavilion in Liang City, except the four major sects, Huaqiu said coldly. Coldly. Even if you offer an exorbitant price, I won't sell even half a piece. 593, Chapter 593 Lingxiao Supreme. The five major sects of the immortal realm have threatened the mortal world for over 1,000 years. They coveted the destiny of the Xia kingdom and used all sorts of means to try to plunder it. If it weren't for the legendary martial artists like the martial ancestor who once supported them, and the later emergence of the evil ancestor, the Xia kingdom would probably have long since become a puppet of the five major sects. As the supreme ruler of the 9 provinces in this era, Huaqiu would naturally not allow these qi refiners to act recklessly. Of the 5 major sects, he has already destroyed one of them, the Hidden Moon sect. Although the Hidden Moon sect was the weakest among the 5 major sects, Huaqiu didn't take the other 4 sects seriously. The main purpose of this trip to the immortal realm is to find the main material for creating a perfect physical body. There are no plans to deal with the other 4 major sects. However, with cultivators from the 4 major sects appearing before him in such an arrogant manner, he naturally wouldn't give them a friendly look. "Get out of here," Huaqiu said coldly. All around was quiet. Although one of the 5 major sects has been eliminated, the remaining 4 sects still form the most powerful alliance in the immortal realm, and virtually no cultivator in the entire immortal realm dares to offend them. This is the first time that the envoys of the 4 major sects have been publicly reprimanded in this way. Even though the person who reprimanded him was the only alchemist in the immortal realm, everyone was still worried for him. No matter how strong one's alchemy skills are, they are not true strength, and it is impossible for one person to fight against the 4 major sects on their own. Lang Yi stood at the entrance of Dan Pavilion, his face full of worry. Even his father wouldn't dare to be so defiant towards the 4 major sects. Old Sun frowned slightly. Although he didn't like these cultivators from major sects, he couldn't bring himself to humiliate them in public like that. "Are you sure you want us to get lost?" The 4 envoys looked extremely grim, each one filled with rage. Before they arrived, the sect leader had instructed them to be polite to the Dan sect cultivators. At this moment, none of the 4 could swallow their anger. "Do you even know who we are? We represent the 4 great sects in the entire immortal realm. Who dares to disrespect us?" Their expressions were somewhat ferocious. Huaqiu's gaze sharpened, a flash of murderous intent crossing his eyes. "Any cultivator from the 4 major sects who dares to approach the Pill Pavilion will die," he said coldly. Instantly, an uproar erupted near Dan Pavilion. The cultivators all stared at Huaqiu in disbelief. No one has ever dared to threaten the 4 major sects like this before. This alchemist is remarkable, but isn't he a bit too arrogant? Little did they know, Huaqiu was already being very restrained. "If I weren't busy with other matters, what would it matter if I overthrew the 4 major sects? What arrogance!" The 4 men were furious upon hearing this. "You think you can stand above the other 4 sects just because you're a mere alchemy sect? You won't let us in, but we'll go in anyway. What can you do about it?" They were fearless and were about to move forward. Huaqiu's gaze turned cold, and his spiritual power was already stirring. "Stop!" Suddenly, a melodious voice came from the sky. The cultivators looked up. In the sky, a white-robed cultivator rode his sword, exuding a powerful aura. That was none other than a core formation grandmaster. The white-robed cultivator had white hair and a youthful face, exuding an air of otherworldly elegance. He quickly flew to Dan Pavilion and landed in the air. "Supreme Elder!" one of the 4 exclaimed in surprise. "Elder, what brings you here?" He quickly stepped forward respectfully to pay his respects. "Greetings, Supreme Lord Lingxiao." The other 3 followed suit, bowing respectfully and calling out, "Supreme Elder Lingxiao." He is the Supreme Elder of Lingxiao sect, one of the 4 major sects. Such an important figure actually appeared here. The monks were quite surprised and began to discuss it amongst themselves. Huaqiu glanced at Lingxiao Taishan with a calm expression. Peak of the mid-stage core formation, extremely close to the late-stage core formation. In the immortal realm, this is already a top-tier existence. "Greetings, Supreme Lord Lingxiao." In an instant, all the surrounding cultivators bowed and paid their respects. Lingxiao Taishan ignored everyone. He smiled and cupped his hands in a respectful gesture towards Huaqiu. "This must be the most outstanding alchemist in the immortal realm in the past 1,000 years, Hua Danzong, right? It is a great honor to meet fellow Taoists from the Dan sect today," he said with a smile. As the supreme elder of the Lingxiao sect, he fully understood the importance of a pill sect and was not as arrogant as the 4 envoys. Huaqiu looked at him indifferently, without any reaction. He wouldn't give face to any of the 4 major sects. This is the influence of the pill sect. even the supreme elder of the Lingxiao sect treats them with utmost respect. However, despite the supreme elder of Lingxiao sect's fawning smile, the pill sect master doesn't seem to be too impressed. The murmurs began again. Senior Hua, please give him some face. Lang Yi cried out in his heart, but dared not say it aloud. Seeing that Hua Qiu ignored him, Ling Xiao Taishan was not angry. He looked at the four people. The sect leaders sent you here to purchase pills, yet you dared to treat a pill master like that. Who gave you the audacity? He rebuked coldly. The four of them didn't dare to breathe loudly and could only obediently accept the scolding. Apologize to Master Danzong immediately, otherwise, I will not be polite to you. Elder Lingxiao shouted. The four of them quickly did as instructed. We have been rude and offensive, please forgive us, Master Danzong. They bowed to Hua Qiu, not daring to utter a single complaint. Hua Qiu remained indifferent. Master Danzong is not satisfied. Do you know what to do? Elder Lingxiao said in a deep voice. The four were stunned. Slap him. Lingxiao Taishang said coldly. The four of them were stunned. But when Lingxiao Taishan glared at them, their bodies trembled. Slap, 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 slap. Immediately, the four of them started slapping themselves, and they slapped themselves very hard, until their mouths were covered in blood. This scene stunned all the cultivators. This the influence of the first pill sect. Someone exclaimed. Even the four great sects, powerful as they are, have to bow down to such an existence. We'll make them stop when Master Danzong has calmed down. Ling, I am the Supreme Lord Xiao, said with a smile. No need, Hua Qiu said calmly, unmoved. Even if we let them die here, it wouldn't make any difference. My rules will not change. No one from the four major sects is allowed to enter the pill pavilion in Liyang City, otherwise, they will bear the consequences. After saying that, he turned and went into the pill pavilion, leaving a group of cultivators looking at each other in bewilderment. The four envoys apologized so profusely, yet the Dan sect remained unmoved. He was the first cultivator to dare to disregard the four major sects like this. Everyone was observing Lingxiao Taishan's reaction. Lingxiao Taishan's expression also turned somewhat unpleasant. As a top being in the immortal realm, his ability to repeatedly tolerate and smile at others was already a great sacrifice. But that alchemist completely ignored him, showing him no respect whatsoever. This put him in an awkward position. What a magnificent title of the #1 alchemy sect in 1,000 years. He narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice. Your Majesty, shall we continue fighting? The Lingxiao sect envoy asked timidly. Lingxiao Taishang frowned. Get out of here, get far away from here and never come back to the Dan Pavilion in Liyang City. 594, Chapter 594 Lang Tian's backer. After Lingxiao Taishan left with four envoys, he never set foot near the pill pavilion again. Since they were sensible, Hua Qiu temporarily left their whereabouts unattended. He stayed at the Dan Pavilion for another half-day before leaving and returning to the City Lord's mansion. As they approached the City Lord's mansion, they saw almost all the people from the mansion standing outside. They stood in two orderly rows, seemingly welcoming some important person. All the retainers of the City Lord's mansion, regardless of their rank, were present. Hua Qiu looked at the front of the line, his brows gradually furrowing. A few days later, he finally saw the City Lord's wife again. Since the City Lord's wife had her cultivation destroyed by him that night, she hasn't shown up for the past 2 days, and Hua Qiu hasn't paid any attention to it. When I saw her again today, I found that she was as radiant as ever and as charming as ever. This made Hua Qiu frown slightly. How could someone whose cultivation had been destroyed recover so quickly? He sensed it slightly with his divine sense, and his gaze immediately sharpened. In his perception, the aura emanating from the City Lord's wife was clearly that of a foundation establishment grand perfection cultivator. The cultivation level that Hua Qiu had destroyed was not only restored, but also increased by a whole realm. From what Hua Qiu had seen and heard, such a thing was quite rare even for him. But this is a planet where the cultivation civilization has declined, where even nascent soul cultivators cannot be born. Such an event is simply unbelievable. Although he only used a trace of spiritual power to cripple the city lord's wife's cultivation and did not use any special methods, Hua Qiu felt that no one on this planet could have done it if he wanted her dantian to be repaired and her cultivation to improve. He scrutinized the city lord's wife again, his expression becoming somewhat serious. Perhaps I underestimated this woman, Hua Qiu said quietly. As if sensing Hua Qiu's gaze, the city lord's wife looked at Hua Qiu. She didn't react much, still smiling, and gave Hua Qiu a slight bow in politeness. Hua Qiu did not respond, her expression slightly cold. Before long, the lord of Liang City also appeared at the entrance and came out. Mr. Hua, he bowed slightly to Hua Qiu. With such a grand display, who are they welcoming? Hua Qiu asked casually. Welcome the Supreme Elder of Lingxiao sect, the lord of Liang City replied. Mr. Hua, you may not know this, but the Supreme Elder of the Lingxiao sect is Lang Tian's strongest supporter. Oh? Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow. I had long heard that Lang Tian had a core formation grandmaster supporting him. It turns out that it was none other than the Supreme Elder Lingxiao. I heard that today in front of Dan Pavilion in the market. Mr. Hua didn't give them any face at all, said the lord of Liang City, his expression unreadable. Yes, that's true, Hua Qiu nodded. Mr. Hua is going to kill any cultivators from the 4 major sects who step into the pill pavilion? Kill them all, Hua Qiu said. But what grudge do they have against the 4 major sects? It's not a matter of enmity, just dislike. The lord of Liang City had a strange expression. What, scared? Hua Qiu chuckled. Liang City will eventually be handed over to Lang Yi since Mr. Hua is his advisor. How you decide is your business, said the lord of Liang City. As the two were talking, someone else arrived from behind. The Supreme Elder of Lingxiao sect landed in front of the city lord's mansion with 4 envoys. Grandpa. Lang Tian immediately went to greet them with excitement, followed by the city lord's wife. Okay, Ling Xiaotai smiled kindly and was very gentle with the mother and son. Grandpa, you finally arrived, Tianer has been waiting for you. Lang Tian said, his eyes filled with tears, extremely excited. The pressure and sense of urgency that Hua Qiu and Lang Yi put on him were simply too great. The arrival of Ling Xiaotai gave him hope and confidence. Don't worry, Tianer, your godfather is here to support you, said Ling Xiaotai, patting his shoulder. Thank you, Grandpa. Lang Tian was overjoyed and gave Hua Qiu a provocative look. Your Majesty, the city lord's wife smiled and bowed. Ling Xiaotai seemed to flinch for a moment, then returned the bow. Hua Qiu witnessed this scene and his expression changed slightly. Lang Xiu, have you gone mad upon seeing this old man? Ling Xiaotai suddenly darkened his expression and shouted at the lord of Liang City. His expression was full of impatience, as if he were very disgusted. Welcome, your Majesty, the lord of Liang City bowed to him. That's more like it, Ling Xiaotai snorted coldly. Lang Xiu, I ask you, why is the tribute to Lingxiao sect this year half less than in previous years? He questioned again with a stern face. Please calm down, your Majesty, there has been some delay due to certain reasons, but it will be made up for soon. Soon, Lang Xiu replied. I'll give you another half-month if you still can't make up for it after half a month. You should just pass on Liang City to Tianer as soon as possible. The lord of Liang City remained silent, seemingly acquiescing. Hua Qiu frowned as he looked at it. Although I don't know much about the lord of Liang City, he doesn't seem like the kind of cultivator who would submit to others. However, the attitudes of the Supreme Lord Lingxiao towards this family of 3 varied greatly. The relationships within this family are indeed very complex. Master Danzong, we meet again. Ling Xiaotai looked at Hua Qiu one last time, still wearing the same smile he had shown before at the pill pavilion. It seems that he didn't take Hua Qiu's previous offense to heart at all. Hua Qiu's expression turned displeased. You guys are like leeches, you can be seen everywhere, he said casually. Ling Xiaotai smile froze. Presumptuous. The 4 envoys were immediately enraged and pointed at Hua Qiu, berating him. They had long been fed up with Hua Qiu's attitude and harbored deep hatred towards him. How dare a mere special grade guest elder offend my godfather, you have quite the nerve. Lang Tian also shouted coldly. Shut up, all of you. Lingxiao Taishang shouted to stop them. Supreme One. Grandpa. The others looked at him, puzzled. Why should a grandmaster of the great sect, a mid-stage core formation cultivator, have to suffer such humiliation and repeatedly swallow his anger? Just because he's from the pill sect, does that mean he can act with impunity? The Lingxiao sect envoy was extremely dissatisfied. The Dan sect certainly has the confidence to do so, the supreme elder of Lingxiao sect said with a stern face. The four major sects still rely on you for some things, and you cannot do anything about it. The group could only reluctantly shut their mouths. Master Danzong, you seem to have some prejudice against our four major sects. I wonder where we have offended you. Please tell us so that we can make amends and correct our ways. Elder Lingxiao bowed to Hua Qiu, lowering his posture. It's not a matter of offending each other, it's just that we're on opposite sides, Hua Qiu said calmly. The opposing side? Lingxiao Taishang frowned. He thought it over and over, but couldn't recall when the four major sects had any conflict with this mysterious Dan sect. I am currently busy, but I may visit you all in person when I have some free time, Hua Qiu added. Even the Supreme Lord Lingxiao couldn't tell whether his words were good or bad. Then we will wait and await the arrival of Master Danzong. He replied. Hua Qiu chuckled softly. When he actually arrives, I fear the four major sects won't be able to greet him properly. 595, Chapter 595 The Minister's Sword. The night was pitch black. Senior Hua, may I come in? Lang Yi stood outside Hua Qiu's room and gently knocked on the door. Today, the Supreme Elder of Lingxiao sect arrived, stating that he was there to support Lang Tian, which made Lang Tian uneasy. Therefore, he decided to come and discuss things with Hua Qiu. Enter. Lang Yi pushed open the door and entered the room. Senior Hua, do you have any strategies for dealing with that Supreme Elder of the Lingxiao sect? He asked directly as soon as he entered the room. Let nature take its course, Hua Qiu said calmly. Lang Yi was stunned. He didn't understand what Hua Qiu meant by that. Suddenly, Hua Qiu's expression changed, and she looked towards the door. Since you're here, come in, he said, gesturing towards the outside. Huh, there's someone else? Lang Yi was surprised and quickly looked over. A moment later, a figure entered the room. Father. Lang Yi was even more surprised. The person who entered was actually his father, the Lord of Liyang City. Father, what brings you here to see Senior Hua? Lang Yi asked cautiously. The Lord of Liyang City glanced at him and sat down next to Hua Qiu. Mr. Hua, can you help Lang Yi secure his position as city lord? He asked inexplicably. Father, what do you mean by this? Lang Yi asked, puzzled. Hua Qiu chuckled softly. What, is the succession about to be passed on already? He joked. Time is running out, sighed the Lord of Liyang City. Lang Yi listened to their conversation with a blank expression, not understanding a thing. I have come here today seeking an answer from Mr. Hua, he said solemnly. Can you help Lang Yi secure his position as city lord? Hua Qiu did not answer him immediately. Wouldn't it be simpler to choose Lang Tian as the city lord? He countered. The city lord of Liyang's face darkened. Lang Tian is not my son, he said. What? Lang Yi was so shocked he almost jumped up. Hua Qiu remained relatively calm. He had long suspected that the family had complicated relationships. A wicked thought suddenly popped into his head. Could it be that the city lord's wife and the supreme elder Lingxiao? Bang! Suddenly, the Lord of Liyang City took out a crystal ball and placed it on the table. With a wave of his hand, the crystal ball glowed, revealing a scene. The scene depicts the city lord's wife and the supreme elder Lingxiao. That was in the boudoir of the city lord's wife. Hua Qiu paused for a moment. Did he really guess right? Thump! Suddenly, Lingxiao Taishang knelt down in front of the city lord's wife. Greetings, goddess! He exclaimed with utmost respect. Rise, the city lord's wife said with a smile. Only then did Lingxiao Taishang dare to stand up from the ground. Hua Qiu's expression changed. The supreme elder of Lingxiao sect actually knelt before her. Lang Yi was so shocked that he couldn't help but exclaim. The supreme elder of the Lingxiao sect is one of the most powerful figures in the entire immortal realm. That woman was merely the wife of the lord of Liang City. This overturned his understanding. In the scene, Lingxiao Taishang was about to speak, but was stopped by the city lord's wife. She glanced at a spot in the room with a faint smile, as if she were making eye contact with the three of them. With a wave of her hand, the image vanished instantly, and the crystal ball lost its light. She knew all along that I was spying on her, the lord of Liang City frowned. This woman is no ordinary person. I have never touched her. Lang Tian could not possibly be my son, he said slowly. This mother and son are probably not just after Liang City. Liang City cannot fall into their hands. I wanted to investigate carefully, but unfortunately, I was powerless to do so. I know that Mr. Hua is no ordinary person either. He must be someone beyond the imagination of cultivators in the immortal realm. I trouble you to take good care of Lang Yi. After saying that, he took out 2 pieces of the broken glass and placed them on the table. It was the same bronze fragment he had taken out earlier, only now there was one more. This item contains a great secret. Consider it a gift of gratitude. If you can find it, you will be rewarded handsomely. Father, what happened? Lang Yi sensed something was wrong and quickly asked anxiously. The lord of Liang City looked at him, his expression gradually softening. I haven't fulfilled my responsibilities to you as your father, he said regretfully. You must protect this item well. He then took out another item. This time, it was a small bronze sword, only 7 inches long. Hua Qiu's expression shifted. Because after the bronze sword appeared, the dragon seal in his storage bag reacted again, and it was much larger than when the bronze fragment appeared. The seal represents the ruler, the sword represents the subject. A sentence inexplicably popped into Hua Qiu's mind. This was transmitted from the dragon seal, which was connected to his aura. This was passed down from our ancestors, which means an inescapable responsibility. The lord of Liang City said solemnly. You must protect this sword with your life. He instructed Lang Yi. There is a secret room beneath my room. You may open it only after my death. Inside lies the secret of our Lang family. Tears welled up in Lang Yi's eyes. He had already discerned some of the unspoken meaning in his father's words. I can't hold on much longer, Lord Liang sighed, his breath suddenly becoming much weaker. Father, how are you? Lang Yi panicked. It seems you really can't keep going, Hua Qiu said calmly. They can't even tell how many tails are behind them. After saying that, he vanished from the room in a flash. In the shadows outside, for cultivators were using secret techniques to eavesdrop on the conversation inside. That damn Lang Xiu has no intention of passing the position of city lord to Lang Tian at all. Someone said angrily. He's being hypocritical, he's incredibly audacious. You still dare to plot against that Hua fellow? Do you think you can stand against the 4 major sects with just a Dan sect? Ha, wishful thinking. The group communicated silently using their divine senses, their expressions filled with disdain. Whoosh! A slight whooshing sound rang in their ears, startling the 4 of them. They turned around and were shocked to find Hua Qiu standing behind them, looking at them coldly. How could you? The 4 of them looked shocked. They used a secret technique that even a nascent soul cultivator would find difficult to detect. Hua Qiu appeared in the room in an instant, leaving them no time to react. So what if you found out? Then we'll act sooner and send you all to your deaths. The Lingxiao sect envoy said with a sneer. The 4 pseudo-Dan stage cultivators joined forces, believing they could hold out until Elder Lingxiao arrived. That will be Hua Qiu's death day. A murderous intent surged in Hua Qiu's eyes. When he unleashed his terrifying power, the 4 of them turned pale and became terrified. At that moment, all hope turned into despair. What a terrifying power that is! In the blink of an eye, there was no sound at all. Beneath Hua Qiu's feet, the 4 pseudo-Dan stage envoys had all turned into corpses, their faces still bearing expressions of disbelief. It's a pity you won't have a chance to deliver the message, Hua Qiu said dismissively. Even if I went, it wouldn't make a difference. 596, Chapter 596 Determining the City Lord. The sun was blazing overhead. On the training ground of the City Lord's mansion, all the people from the City Lord's mansion were present. This morning, the Lord of Liang City suddenly announced that he would use a competition to decide his successor to the position of City Lord. All the guest elders and cultivators belonging to the City Lord's mansion were present, and no cultivator from the Lang Tian lineage was absent. What does the City Lord mean by this? Why suddenly decide to use a competition to decide? Most of the guest elders in the City Lord's mansion seemed to be from the same lineage as Tiger, and they were all puzzled at this moment. If we had done this earlier, why waste so much time making them do so many things? No one felt there was any suspense in the fight. Lang Tian has been nurtured with various precious resources since childhood, and his cultivation has already broken through to the foundation establishment stage. Lang Yi, on the other hand, was carefree and only at the late stage of qi refining. The two were worlds apart in cultivation. Ling Xiao Taishang and the City Lord's wife sat together, frowning as they spread their divine senses to search for the pseudocore stage envoys of the four major sects. He ordered 4 men to keep a close watch on the Lord of Liang City, but the 4 men left last night and have not returned since. This made him very unhappy. He believed that with 4 pseudo-Dan cultivators joining forces, no one in Liang City except him could kill them. Something must have gone wrong. Your Excellency, in your opinion, what are the City Lord's plans? A guest elder asked in a low voice. The difference in strength between Lang Tian and Lang Yi is so great. Ling Xiao Taishang glanced at Hua Qiu, who was sitting next to Lang Yi. Don't forget, the person next to Lang Yi is the only alchemist in the immortal realm. Lang Yi is certainly not below the foundation establishment stage now. The guest advisors all frowned. Then, isn't it possible that young Master Lang Tian might be no match for him? They worried. Ling Xiao Taishang snorted coldly. The only City Lord of Liang City can be Lang Tian. He said calmly, with absolute certainty. He gave the Lord of Liang City a deep look, his expression somewhat disdainful. Lang Xiu, you'd better not try anything funny, otherwise The Lord of Liang City stood up and gestured for Lang Tian and Lang Xiu to step forward. Today, I will have you two compete to see who wins. Whoever wins will become the new City Lord, the City Lord of Liang said succinctly. Upon hearing this, the two assumed a fighting stance. Let's get started. As soon as the Lord of Liang City finished speaking, the two attacked each other almost simultaneously. Lang Tian, with his profound knowledge and skills, directly unleashed a high-level magic weapon, activating golden light to bombard Lang Yi. Lang Yi was rather pathetic, so he attacked with his bare palms, which collided with the magical weapon. Boom! The instantaneous bombardment sent Lang Tian's magical weapon flying back, and also sent Lang Tian flying backward. What? At this moment, almost everyone was taken aback by the extraordinary aura emanating from Lang Yi. Lang Tian's face was also filled with disbelief. Foundation establishment late stage. Ling Xiao Taishang said with a gloomy expression. That's right, at this moment, Lang Yi's aura has undoubtedly reached the late stage of foundation establishment. Even more powerful than 80% of the people present. But just 2 days ago, Lang Yi was only at the late stage of qi refining. In just 2 days, he actually climbed a whole major realm. What a fine alchemy sect. Ling Xiao Taishang's expression was extremely solemn. Everyone knew that Hua Qiu would definitely use pills to help Lang Yi break through, but no one expected it to be this outrageous. A major realm is not so easy to cross, even with the help of miraculous elixirs. It's hard to imagine what incredible elixir Hua Qiu concocted for Lang Yi to achieve such amazing results. The City Lord's wife is the most peaceful member of the Lang Tian lineage. She gave Hua Qiu, who was expressionless, a deep look, and smiled faintly. Lang Tian, you will surely be defeated today. In the center of the training ground, Lang Yi, full of vigor, launched a fierce attack on Lang Tian. Lang Tian's face turned ugly, and he had no choice but to retreat step by step. The suppression of his cultivation level was too great. Even with his many magical treasures, he was no match for Lang Yi. If this continues, he will really lose. Lang Tian found it hard to accept and turned to Ling Xiao and the city lord's wife for help. Ling Xiao Taishan gave him a wink. Lang Tian understood, revealed a cold smile, and instead of retreating, he advanced, once again using his magic weapon to blast towards Lang Yi. Boom! The magical artifact shone with golden light, its power increasing more than fivefold. Lang Yi's expression changed. Hua Qiu's face darkened as he stood by the training ground. Lang Tian certainly didn't have that kind of power. He saw through it at a glance. Ling Xiao Taishan secretly intervened, infiltrating a stream of spiritual energy to help Lang Tian. The secret technique was obscure, probably only he and the Lord of Liang City could discern it. He had no reservations about the Lord of Liang City, feeling that the other party wouldn't dare to speak up at all. He believed that even if Hua Qiu discovered and accused him, the Lord of Liang City would have no choice but to swallow his anger and stand on his side. Do you think I don't exist? Hua Qiu's expression turned slightly cold as he also channeled a surge of spiritual energy. His spiritual power was even more subtle, and no one here could detect it. Boom! The magical artifact that Lang Tian unleashed suddenly exploded in mid-air, destroyed before it could unleash its true divine power. Seeing this, Lang Yi seized the opportunity and unleashed a palm strike, sending the stunned Lang Tian flying. Ling Xiao Taishan's face turned ashen. Although he couldn't figure it out, he knew that someone must have done something. Only Hua Qiu and the Lord of Liang City are likely to be involved. He immediately recognized the man as the Lord of Liang City and was furious. After Lang Tian fell to the ground, he was seriously injured and couldn't get up for a long time. The outcome is clear, and everyone can see it. Lord Liang stood up and said loudly. Therefore, Lang Yi will inherit the position of City Lord of Liang City. Thank you, Father. Lang Yi exclaimed with great joy. All around was quiet. Apart from Hua Qiu and a few neutral guest elders, all the cultivators here are from the Lang Tian lineage. At this moment, everyone's expressions were strange. No one believed that Lang Yi could become the city lord. Even now that he has defeated Lang Tian, it is still the same. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao Taishan, awaiting his reaction. Snort! Ling Xiao Taishan snorted coldly and smashed the chair he was sitting on to pieces with a single palm strike. He stood up, his eyes flashing with a fierce light, and stared intently at the Lord of Liang City. That gaze was filled with fury and warning. It seemed to be a silent and disdainful question. You dare to rebel? Lang Yi is nothing but a bastard, unworthy to be the city lord of Liang City. Ling Xiao Taishan said coldly. The position of Lord of Liang City should be held by Lang Tian. The tone was unquestionable, completely commanding. Father, Lang Yi looked at the Lord of Liang City, his face showing worry. He knew that his father would not obey him today. The Lord of Liang City glanced at Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu's calm and composed demeanor brought a slight smile to my face. The Lord of Liang City is Lang Yi, this is a decision made by me. The opinions of outsiders are of no use. The guest advisors looked even stranger. They all knew about the master-servant relationship between Liang City and the 5 major sects over the years. The city lord's wife frowned slightly, seemingly scrutinizing the city lord of Liang City for the first time. Lang Xiu, how dare you? Ling Xiao Taishan was furious and shouted loudly. 597, Chapter 597 The Man Who Destroyed the Sect. Lang Xiu, you are nothing but a dog of the 4 major sects, how dare you disobey your master? Ling Xiao Taishan's face was contorted with rage. He no longer gave the Lord of Liang any face and started cursing. It's not hard to see that the Lord of Liang City is extremely insignificant and of low status in his eyes. The Lord of Liang City's face darkened, and anger flashed in his eyes. Heh, a dog? He sneered. You hypocrites who sell out your masters for personal gain are truly worse than dogs. My Lang family has been oppressed by you for many years today. We will no longer be subservient and formally declare war on the 4 major sects. The words of the city lord of Liang made Ling Xiao's expression extremely ugly. Good, very good, he said through gritted teeth. Declaring war, how ridiculous. You piece of trash, you dare to declare war on us, I can take your life right now. As he spoke, Ling Xiao Taishang immediately made his move. Enraged, he wanted to kill the lord of Liang City directly. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of the lord of Liang City. This caused Ling Xiao Taishang to pause, temporarily halting his attack. Master Danzong, what do you mean by this? He asked with a gloomy face. If I disagree with killing the Lang family father and son, then no one in this immortal realm can kill them, Hua Qiu said calmly. Ling Xiao Taishang narrowed his eyes. So, you're determined to protect them? Hua Qiu chuckled softly. Master Danzong, you are the #1 alchemist in the immortal realm for 1,000 years. I have great respect for you, which is why I have been so tolerant. I hope you can see the situation clearly and not mistake my respect and tolerance for indulgence. Ling Xiao Taishang said with a hidden threat. Even if you are from the Pill sect, you probably don't have the ability to contend with the 4 major sects. I hope you, Master Pill sect, think this through. If you can realize your mistake and turn back in time, I can pretend that nothing happened. Hua Qiu suddenly sneered. The 4 major sects are nothing but bullshit, he sneered. Ling Xiao Taishang's anger surged and roared. You asked for it yourself, he said with great regret. Because Hua Qiu's alchemy skills were unmatched, the 4 major sects originally intended to treat him with courtesy and have him work for them. But now, Ling Xiao Taishang's patience has reached its limit. He sent out a precious mirror, which, once activated, emitted a brilliant divine light. That light had the terrifying power to evaporate everything. Holding the magic mirror, he rose into the air, his expression cold and stern as he controlled the divine light to shine down upon Hua Qiu and the other 2. Lang Xiu, reveal the secret location of all of you from the 9 provinces, otherwise, I will annihilate your souls. Ling Xiao Taishang shouted loudly. A fierce look appeared on the face of the lord of Liang City, and he was about to launch an attack. Hua Qiu stopped him with a stern face. He realized that the lord of Liang City had a backup plan, one that would lead to mutual destruction. Hua Qiu coldly waved his hand towards the sky, unleashing the power of creation, causing ripples to spread throughout the space. In an instant, the divine light emanating from the Supreme Elder Ling Xiao's precious mirror dimmed rapidly. What? Ling Xiao Taishang couldn't help but change his expression. Splash! As soon as he finished speaking, the precious mirror in his hand shattered and became a piece of junk. Ling Xiao Taishang was extremely shocked, his face filled with disbelief. His precious mirror is extremely powerful. Coupled with his peak mid-stage core formation cultivation, once he activated it, few in the entire immortal realm could withstand it, let alone put up a fight. But that person. With a mere wave of his hand, he annihilated all the divine light, shattering and destroying the precious mirror. This is already incredible. How is this possible? Lang Tian was dumbfounded. The cultivators present were all shocked and extremely surprised. Ling Xiao Taishang's strength is beyond doubt, he is among the top tier in the immortal realm, extremely powerful. But Hua Qiu, a mysterious alchemist who suddenly appeared, no one thought his strength could be that great. This move stunned everyone. What a fine dance sect, the city lord's wife murmured with a smile, her gaze fixed on Hua Qiu. I don't believe it, I can't do anything to you. Ling Xiao Taishang was somewhat unconvinced, and threw out several powerful magic treasures in succession, activating them all. For a moment, the sky was filled with dazzling divine light, extremely bright. Hua Qiu's gaze sharpened. Bang bang bang. All those high-grade magical artifacts shattered. Ling Xiao Taishang was greatly alarmed, and fear appeared on his face. The energy from the explosion of the magical artifact blasted him directly down from the sky. That level of energy is no joke. Puff! Ling Xiao Taishang coughed up blood in public, his face turning pale. This scene stunned the cultivators present. Ling Xiao Taishang was injured even though he hadn't even used many of his techniques and magical treasures. And that person barely moved at all. This shows that there is a significant gap in strength between the two. What is his cultivation level? How could there be such a cultivator in the immortal realm? This was completely beyond their comprehension. The foremost alchemy school in 1,000 years. Their cultivation level is actually this powerful. Senior Hua, you. Langy acted as if he didn't recognize Huaqiu at all. The Lord of Liyang City also had a look of amazement in his eyes. He recognized Huaqiu's strength, which is why he dared to entrust him with the task. But its power far exceeded his expectations. What realm are you in? Lingxiao Taishang stared at Huaqiu with a pale face and asked a question. Late stage of core formation or higher? Everyone was stunned. Currently, the immortal realm only has one late-stage core formation cultivator on the surface. This mysterious Dan sect must have cultivators at the late stage of core formation, otherwise they wouldn't have left Elder Lingxiao helpless. I'm afraid his cultivation level is beyond everyone's comprehension. Everyone was filled with surprise and doubt. What is the background of this cultivator, and why did he suddenly appear when he was previously unknown? He descended upon the immortal realm with earth-shattering force. What exactly was his purpose? I've said it before, I'll pay a visit to the 4 major sects sooner or later, Huaqiu said calmly. I've been to the Hidden Moon sect before. Why don't you go and keep them company too, them? In an instant, Lingxiao Taishang's pupils shrank. The cultivators present seemed to have been greatly frightened, their expressions filled with terror. After hearing this, who wouldn't know who Huaqiu is? The destruction of the Hidden Moon sect, one of the 5 major sects, caused a huge shock in the immortal realm. That mysterious and powerful cultivator has always been a topic of conversation among cultivators, who speculate about his identity. That cultivator was an extremely powerful killing god. Huaqiu is actually the ruthless person who wiped out the Hidden Moon sect. It's you! Lingxiao Taishang gasped, pointing at Huaqiu, his voice trembling. This title terrified him even more than the formidable strength Huaqiu had displayed. Because they had all been to the destroyed Hidden Moon sect. At that time, all of them who had reached the core formation stage jointly launched a spell to calculate the origin and strength of the person who destroyed the sect. The result was devastating. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't detect even a trace of the mysterious cultivator. They had jointly reached a conclusion. The person who destroyed the Hidden Moon sect is very likely a legendary nascent soul cultivator. 598, Chapter 598 I am Supreme. Who are you? Lingxiao Taishang stared intently at Huaqiu, asking with some fear. Based on everything that had happened before, he had a strong premonition. The true identity of this mysterious alchemy sect will make cultivators from the 4 major sects tremble. Who am I? Huaqiu smiled slightly. He has many identities. He is the supreme immortal emperor from the immortal realm, a ruler who transcends countless planes. However, these are things that mere cultivators in the immortal realm cannot comprehend, because their latitude is too low, and they probably don't even know what they are in the immortal realm. In their eyes, perhaps that ethereal upper realm is already the pinnacle of all things. I come from Kyushu, Huaqiu said calmly. These words froze Lingxiao Taishang, widened the pupils of the Liyang City Lord, and caused the City Lord's wife's smile to freeze instantly. Hold head high. Suddenly, a dragon's roar emanated from Huaqiu, its sound seemingly piercing through everything, causing all the cultivators' hearts to tighten. A 5-clawed golden dragon appeared on Huaqiu's body, seemingly containing supreme divine power, its pressure covering the entire world. At that very moment, Huaqiu emitted an extremely peculiar aura, causing all the cultivators' expressions to change drastically. That aura was supreme. That aura was incredibly majestic. That aura made everyone want to submit involuntarily. In their eyes, Huaqiu became the most majestic and awe-inspiring being in the world, as if he were the master of all living beings, not to be profaned and only to be submitted to. Yu or Lingxiao Taishang's eyes widened in shock as he pointed at Huaqiu, unable to utter a complete sentence. The city lord's wife, who had been smiling the whole time, stopped smiling and stood up abruptly from her chair. This was the first time she had ever lost her composure like this. However, they were not the ones whose emotions changed the most. The Lord of Liang City opened his mouth slightly, his eyes fixed on the divine golden dragon coiled above Huaqiu's head. His body began to tremble slightly. An excited expression slowly emerged from his usually expressionless face. It seems that the believer, who had been searching for God through pilgrimage and devotion, had finally found the true God he had been seeking. His eyes were a little red. An expression that seemed to be both crying and laughing appeared on his face. Supreme One, he truly exists. He murmured. Bang! The next moment, his expression became solemn and devout, and he knelt down heavily before Huaqiu. All people of the 9 provinces, Lang family and Lang Xiu, pay homage to your majesty. He shouted those words from the bottom of his heart. Huaqiu looked at him with a faint smile. From the moment the Lord of Liang City first took out the bronze fragment, Huaqiu knew that he must have some connection with Kyushu. That night, the Lord of Liang City entrusted his son to Huaqiu, giving him 2 bronze fragments and passing on a small bronze sword to Lang Yi. Huaqiu then understood that it was a sword meant for a subject. After being recognized as the supreme ruler of the 9 provinces by the dragon seal of the 9 provinces, the leader of the martial alliance told Huaqiu all the secrets he knew. Once upon a time, the supreme ruler of the 9 provinces was the sole ruler of this world and the guardian deity of earth. In ancient times, countless beings worshipped and loved the supreme being of the 9 provinces. The most powerful cultivators at that time were his capable generals and loyal subordinates. Each branch has a bronze sword bestowed by the supreme being as a token, representing their glory and contributions. According to the leader of the martial alliance, times have changed, and a great upheaval occurred long ago, causing Earth to decline. With the fall of the supreme being, the powerful branch possessing the minister's sword may have also been completely destroyed and no longer exists. When Huaqiu saw the Lang family's bronze sword, he knew that it belonged to his subjects. Therefore, he would not stand idly by and watch Lingxiao Taishang kill the Lord of Liang City. Huaqiu had some questions to ask him about the 9 provinces dragon seal and the 9 provinces supreme. This includes Earth's once glorious cultivation civilization and the subsequent cataclysmic changes that occurred. I, Lang Xiu, am fortunate to witness the birth of a new supreme being of the 9 provinces in my lifetime. My life has not been in vain. The Lord of Liang City knelt at Huaqiu's feet and said miserably. At the same time, he was also very pleased and relieved. Originally, he inevitably had some concerns about entrusting Lang Yi to Huaqiu. But now that he learned that this was the ruler his family worshipped and followed, he had no more worries. The supreme ruler of the 9 provinces is the highest faith of all the people of the 9 provinces, and they are willing to sacrifice anything for their sovereign. And the Supreme One will never mistreat his loyal subjects. The people of Kyushu unconditionally trust the Supreme One. Father, what's going on? Lang Yi stared blankly at the Lord of Liang City kneeling in front of Huaqiu, completely bewildered. Ear, come here and kneel down. Lord Liang City shouted with a stern face. Lang Yi was taken aback. But he would not disobey his father. He obediently walked over and knelt down next to his father in front of Huaqiu. This is the supreme being whom our Lang family has revered for generations. He is the true emperor of all cultivators who possess the minister's sword. He is also the greatest being in this world. Lord Liang said to Lang Yi. Our Lang family was once a subject of the supreme ruler. This is our honor and our mission. Ear, remember this, the Lang family must always follow the Supreme One, they must obey the Supreme One's every command. He solemnly instructed Lang Yi. Lang Yi seemed to understand, but not quite. Father, I remember, he said earnestly. Even without his father saying it, he would have immense respect for Huaqiu. Following the Supreme One, you will not be mistreated. Lord Liang smiled with satisfaction. Your Majesty will surely ensure you hold on to the position of Lord of Liang City, and then I will have no more worries. Father, what's wrong? Lang Yi asked in alarm. He recognized the tone and the voice, which sounded like someone giving their last words. Get up, Huaqiu said calmly. Upon hearing this, Lang Yi quickly helped the Lord of Liang City to his feet. Huaqiu's gaze turned to Lingxiao Taishang, who was not far away. Ling Xiao Taishan's face turned pale again, and his expression became even more terrified. Facing the supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, there is a fear that comes from the depths of one's soul. Your Majesty, there were some cowardly cultivators who betrayed the entire 9 provinces when enemies came from beyond the heavens. The first supreme one perished because of this, the Lord of Liang City said to Hua Qiu with a cold face. The descendants of those people were the ones who founded the 5 major sects later on. This supreme elder of the Lingxiao sect is a descendant of one of these branches. Is that so? Hua Qiu smiled meaningfully. He paid little attention to the terrified Ling Xiao Taishan, and instead looked to the other side. There lived the extraordinary lady of the city. At this moment, she was looking over here with a blank expression. When Hua Qiu looked over, he met her gaze. The city lord's wife revealed a faint smile, seemingly quite interested in Hua Qiu. Interesting, Hua Qiu chuckled softly. Others can't tell. He knew, however, that some unknown changes were taking place in the city lord's wife at that moment. 599, Chapter 599 Heavenly Goddess. Suddenly, a radiant glow emanated from the city lord's wife. The glow of the sunset made her appear even more sacred, and her charm was instantly amplified many times over. The surrounding cultivators looked over, and after their initial surprise, they couldn't help but reveal expressions of utter fascination. Upon seeing this, Ling Xiao Taishan quickly got up from the ground and rushed to the city lord's wife's side as fast as he could, seemingly to protect her. In truth, he couldn't suppress his fear of the supreme ruler of the 9 provinces and wanted to find protection here. Hua Qiu calmly observed the strange changes occurring on the city lord's wife. At this point, her identity is pretty much revealed. This person is not a cultivator from Earth. She must have come from the upper realm, as described by the cultivators of the immortal realm, and possessed an extraordinary identity there. She went to great lengths to descend to the mortal realm and become the wife of the Lord of Liang City. She must have some ulterior motive, which must be related to the secrets of the 9 provinces. Hua Qiu's eyes gleamed. He concentrated the power of creation in his eyes to see through the origins of the city lord's wife. The supreme being of the 9 provinces. So what if a new supreme being has been born in the 9 provinces? Ling Xiao Taishan sneered, shouting somewhat madly. Thousands of years ago, the powerful beings of the upper realm were able to kill even the first generation of supreme beings, let alone a weakling like you from a later generation? Do you know who this person is? She is the goddess of the heavenly palace, the highest organization in the upper realm. With the goddess here, no matter how powerful you are, you can't cause any trouble. The goddess can suppress you with a wave of her hand. Ling Xiao Taishan seemed to have grasped at a lifeline with this support. He began to mock Hua Qiu relentlessly, using this as a cover for his inner fear. Because their ancestors were servants who served the supreme ruler. The identity of the supreme ruler of the 9 provinces exerted a bloodline-based suppressive force on them, the descendants of the supreme ruler's servants, forcing him to tremble. You traitors will never have a good end. Lord Liang glared at Supreme Elder Ling Xiao and said angrily. Ha ha ha! Ling Xiao Taishan laughed mockingly. What traitor? That's just being pragmatic. Look at how miserable you Kyushu people, who are loyal to this so-called supreme being, are. You're almost all dead, and those who survived will be trampled under our feet and never be able to rise again. You really expect this new supreme being to lead you to new glory? How utterly laughable. Even the first supreme being, who was so powerful, died at the hands of a great being from the upper realm. How dare this weak new supreme being fight against a great being from the upper realm? Humph, he's overestimating himself. This is like throwing an egg against a rock, a suicidal act. Ling Xiao Taishan's arrogance made the Lord of Liang City grit his teeth in hatred. But he had to admit that what the other party said was true. He looked at the celestial goddess undergoing her transformation and found it terrifying. He wanted to persuade the supreme being to take Lang Yi and flee. Noisy Hua Qiu spoke first, uttering 2 words with some displeasure. He casually made a gesture towards Ling Xiao Taishan. Call. The next moment, Ling Xiao Taishan's body flew up uncontrollably, heading towards Hua Qiu. Ling Xiao Taishan was instantly terrified. What kind of tactic is this? His powerful cultivation at the peak of the mid-stage of core formation was completely frozen at this moment, and he could not use even a fraction of his strength, leaving him completely at the mercy of others. "Goddess, save me!" He quickly turned around to look at the goddess in the heavenly palace and cried out for help. However, the goddess of the heavenly palace had her eyes closed and was bathed in divine light, and did not respond to his cries for help. Ling Xiao Taishan's face turned deathly pale. A moment later, he flew to Hua Qiu's side. With just one glance from Hua Qiu, he trembled and knelt at Hua Qiu's feet, unable to move. The chilling killing intent terrified him to the point of utter panic. "Supreme Lord, why are you so afraid?" The Lord of Liang asked him with a mocking look. "It seems your goddess cannot save you." Ling Xiao Taishan's body trembled even more violently. He didn't dare to look at Hua Qiu at all. Your Majesty, spare my life," he began to beg for mercy. "The upper realm is truly powerful, even the first supreme being was no match for them. You have no hope. Why not bow down to them and give them what they want? They won't make things too difficult for the beings of the 9 provinces, he tried to persuade them. Hua Qiu remained indifferent. "I am not the first supreme being," he said calmly. Bang! Suddenly, purple flames ignited on Ling Xiao Taishan's body. This is a spiritual fire controlled by Hua Qiu, which once struck fear into the hearts of even the immortal kings in the immortal realm. This is a spiritual fire that can completely burn any powerful being, erasing all traces of them from the world, including the souls of living beings. Ah! Ling Xiao Taishan was in excruciating pain, rolling on the ground and letting out heart-wrenching roars. The sound was so terrifying that all the cultivators present turned pale. It's unimaginable how immense the pain must be to produce such a scream. "This is what happens to traitors," Lord Liang said with a smug expression. He had been oppressed by the 5 major sects for many years, and now he could finally vent his pent-up frustration. After a while, Ling Xiao Taishan lost his voice. There was no trace of his presence left in this world, only a charred mark remained on the ground. The surrounding cultivators fell silent, not daring to even breathe. A top expert at the peak of the mid-stage core formation realm was utterly weak and helpless before that so-called supreme being of the 9 provinces, whose life and death were easily controlled by him. They were filled with fear. Buzz. At this moment, the goddess of the celestial palace on the other side also seemed to have completed her transformation. She was dazzling, her fairy-like clothes fluttering, showcasing a completely new look. He exuded an aura of holiness and sublimity, a transcendence that seemed to place him above all living beings. The aura emanating from her caused the pupils of all the cultivators to contract. Her aura was rising steadily. Early stage of core formation, middle stage of core formation, late stage of core formation, great perfection of core formation. When her breathing finally stabilized, she stood atop the core formation stage, reaching the maximum limit that this world could currently withstand. Strange phenomena appeared in the heavens and earth, and space itself becoming unstable. The powerful aura that suffocated even the cultivators of the immortal realm spread out like a raging storm, alarming many old monsters in the immortal realm. At this moment, they looked terrified and were filled with anxiety. Nascent soul stage, a powerful being. A single word uttered carries immense pressure. Inside the city lord's mansion training ground, the city lord of Liang had an extremely solemn expression. The aura of the heavenly goddess was so powerful that it exceeded his expectations. "Your Majesty, we must conserve our strength now," he said in a deep voice. "Only when you receive the inheritance of the first supreme being will you have the opportunity to contend with the great powers of the upper realm." Hua Qiu smiled faintly, unmoved. She's just a nascent soul goddess, not enough to make him panic. The heavenly goddess still looked at Hua Qiu with a smile on her face. "Supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, I have descended to the mortal realm this time to find you," she said with a smile. "Now, I'm giving you only one choice. I want you to lead the entire 9 provinces to submit to the heavenly palace." 600, Chapter 600. The fate of the 9 provinces rests on his shoulders. The celestial goddess, her jade feet touching the ground, floated in the air, her snow-white skin radiating light. Her figure was graceful, seemingly pure and ethereal, yet also possessing a captivating charm that exuded a powerful allure. Her words possessed a strange power that compelled people to obey them and prostrate themselves at her feet. She looked down at Hua Qiu, her eyes alluring, trying to use her powerful charm to control this new supreme ruler of the 9 provinces and make him her subject. She was full of strong self-confidence. As a goddess of the heavenly palace, the most powerful organization in the upper realm, she is the darling of the great Tao, possessing innate charm and talent. Even the great powers of the upper realm cannot resist her special power. Hua Qiu is merely a newly promoted supreme being in the lower realm, not even a nascent soul cultivator. The immortal cultivators around them couldn't help but worship the goddess of the heavenly palace, their expressions filled with rapture, completely captivated. Supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, you have no choice but to submit. The heavenly palace goddess said to Hua Qiu again with a smile. Hua Qiu looked at her calmly. The sharp light in his eyes slowly faded. This means that he has already figured out the origin of the so-called heavenly goddess. You think you can make me submit with just an avatar? You're underestimating me, the supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, Hua Qiu sneered. Upon hearing this, the goddess of the heavenly palace showed a strange expression. What, an avatar? Isn't this the true form of the heavenly palace goddess? The city lord of Liyan's expression stiffened, somewhat incredulous. The rules of earth restrict cultivators in the upper realms, making it difficult for them to break through these rules and descend. Otherwise, they would have easily ruled the 9 provinces and enslaved all its inhabitants long ago. Every cultivator from the upper realm who wants to descend to earth must pay a tremendous price, and cannot maintain a high level of cultivation on earth. Especially after the ancient war, the 9 provinces became more fragile, and the limits of the laws governing the earth could only accommodate nascent soul stage cultivators. Moreover, even those at the nascent soul stage cannot stay long, they will trigger the ascension channel and be teleported to the upper realm. It's not surprising that the heavenly goddess, as a powerful being descended from the upper realm, could unleash the power of a nascent soul cultivator. But little did I know that this was just an avatar. The lord of Liyang city could not imagine how terrifying a real heavenly goddess must be. You actually managed to see that I am an incarnation. Your eyesight is quite good, supreme ruler of the 9 provinces. Have you already inherited everything from the first supreme ruler? The heavenly palace goddess chuckled. Hua Qiu continued to look at her indifferently. It is quite rare for a cultivation world to give birth to a Qilua Dao body. Upon hearing this, the goddess of the heavenly palace froze in her smile and suddenly frowned. This was beyond her expectations. She is indeed an extremely rare Dao body, and it is a secret even in the upper realm, known only to those in high positions in the heavenly palace. And this newly ascended supreme being from the lower realm was able to see it at a glance. The Qilua Dao body is a fairly good Dao body, but unfortunately, you don't have a guide, so your cultivation is only a so-so, Hua Qiu commented indifferently. The smile on the celestial goddess's pretty face finally disappeared. In the upper realm, she was a peerless genius, a talent unmatched in a millennium, whose cultivation speed was unparalleled among her peers. But only she knew that she had not been able to bring her Dao body to its full potential. It was far from perfect. There are almost no records of the Qilua Dao body in the upper realm, and even the strongest beings could not give her any advice. She could only explore it little by little on her own. What has descended to the mortal realm is merely an avatar of hers. However, there was a cultivator from the lower realm who could see her problem just by looking at her avatar. For a moment, the goddess of the heavenly palace was filled with doubt and uncertainty. As a powerful being from the upper realm, he naturally held a contemptuous view of cultivators from the lower realm. In a place where even nascent soul cultivators are hard to find, and where no one even knows what the Qilua Dao body is, how could anyone see through her? You are the weakest supreme being in Kyushu to date, the heavenly palace goddess said calmly, looking down at Hua Qiu with no outward expression. But I believe you are even more dangerous than the first supreme being of the 9 provinces. Hua Qiu smiled slightly. The first supreme being of the 9 provinces was probably a very remarkable and powerful cultivator. I came from the immortal realm, invincible, and am the supreme immortal emperor revered by all the heavens and myriad realms. How could I be compared to a mere earth star supreme? He didn't say it aloud. There's no need to say so much to a celestial goddess. It's not easy for the Chiluwadao body to condense an external avatar. Huaqiao shook his head and said. The celestial goddess frowned deeply. She didn't understand what Huaqiao was trying to say. Suddenly, she realized that her Dao heart had begun to waver. I almost wavered in my Dao heart because of a cultivator from the lower realm. How laughable. The heavenly palace goddess quickly returned to normal, and her expression began to show a slight chill. Supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, I ask you, do you submit? She asked loudly. Submit and live. If you do not submit, the entire 9 provinces will be destroyed because of your decision. This time, the heavenly palace will not give the 9 provinces any more chances. I hope you will choose carefully. After saying that, she looked at Huaqiao with a cold expression, waiting for him to make a choice. You are not qualified to make me make a choice, Huaqiao said indifferently. The goddess of the heavenly palace shook her head regretfully. Unfortunately, the entire Kyushu will be destroyed because of your wrong choice, and countless lives will perish as a result, she said condescendingly. When the heavenly palace descends upon the 9 provinces world, it will be the end of the 9 provinces. Before that, I will erase your existence. As soon as she finished speaking, the goddess of the heavenly palace raised her slender hand and gently pointed at Huaqiao. In an instant, strange phenomena appeared behind her, and brilliant divine light condensed into various divine weapons and dharma images as she pointed at Huaqiao. They all shot towards Huaqiao. Such power is enough to instantly kill any native cultivator on Earth. Even if one breaks through the core formation barrier and reaches the nascent soul stage, one still cannot survive under such power. Because this comes from a higher level, the power of latitude is the divine power of the profound and mysterious Chiluwadao body. The heavenly goddess went so far as to use an avatar to break through obstacles and descend to the lower realm in order to explore the secrets left behind by the first supreme being and to eliminate any potential threats in the future. With the new supreme ruler of the 9 provinces appearing before her, she no longer needed to hide. Having used such power, she would soon be rejected by the rules of the 9 provinces and have to return to the upper realm. Even a nascent soul cultivator is inferior. Death is the only outcome, she said softly, a hint of pity in her beautiful eyes. The powerful force of the heavenly goddess enveloped Huaqiao and the other 2. The lord of Liyang City was horrified, and Lang Yi was stunned with fear. The power of the Chiluwadao body is really nothing special. A soft laugh came from their ears, and they saw Huaqiao finally take action. This sudden movement caused ripples to spread through space, as if space itself was beginning to distort. 601, Chapter 601 Blasphemy against the Goddess. Huaqiao stretched out one hand and drew a circle with it. As he moved, various mysterious runes appeared in front of him, and then a sizable circular vortex appeared in the air in front of the 3 of them, spinning rapidly. The vortex was extremely deep and difficult to fathom. The next moment, the heavenly goddess's dazzling attack arrived, crashing into the vortex. The vortex accepted everything without hesitation, continuously devouring all divine power, yet it showed no sign of collapsing. This scene caused the goddess of the heavenly palace to slightly freeze in shock. Her power, enough to obliterate an ordinary nascent soul cultivator, was completely absorbed by the vortex created by Huaqiao. Even in the upper realm, the goddesses of the heavenly palace had never seen such a profound method. This technique, even the first supreme didn't know, she said softly, her eyes flickering. On the ground, Huaqiao gently waved his hand. Then the vortex started spinning in the opposite direction again. The celestial goddess frowned slightly. Boom! In an instant, a dazzling divine power erupted from the vortex, its target being the goddess of the heavenly palace. This was the divine power she had just unleashed, which was now being countered back without the slightest error. The heavenly goddess remained calm. She raised her slender hand, her ribbons fluttering as she struck the incoming divine light. After a short while, the divine light dissipated in the air and could not harm her. Her entire body is covered with powerful magical treasures from the upper realm, each possessing immense power. I underestimated you, she raised her eyebrows slightly. She looked at someone who had long been ignored by the other cultivators present. That was Lang Tian, who appeared to be mentally impaired on the ground, and his offspring, the son of the city lord's wife. She waved to Lang Tian, who was on the ground. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, Lang Tian emitted a dazzling light. After the light faded, he had transformed into a gleaming blue sword. The Lord of Liyang City was stunned. Everyone was somewhat stunned. The city lord's wife's son is not human, but her weapon. That weapon could actually transform into a flesh and blood person with full emotions. What a high-level weapon this must be. This sword, the Lord of Liyang City only glanced at the cold light of the cyan sword, and his hair stood on end, and his neck felt cold, as if he had already been cut by the sword. With another wave of her hand, the celestial goddess sent the cyan sword flying into her hand. Holding a sword, she soared into the air, standing high above Liyang City, appearing as a blurry dot to the cultivators below. What is she going to do? Asked the Lord of Liyang City, puzzled. It's highly likely they're going to launch a large-scale attack capable of destroying the entire city, Huaqiu said. What? The city lord of Liyang's expression changed drastically. Liyang City is quite large. That woman actually wants to destroy the entire city. Does she really have such terrifying power? Everyone panicked upon hearing Huaqiu's words. The entire city was destroyed. How could so many people in the city possibly survive? Who would have thought that the goddess of the heavens would be so cold-blooded and ruthless? Senior Hua, what should we do? Lang Yi's voice trembled. She wants to destroy the city and kill people, but she needs my permission first, Huaqiu sneered, with a hint of sarcasm. High in the sky, the goddess of the heavenly palace, her expression cold and indifferent, raised the blue sword in her hand. The Lang family of Liyang City were former officials of the first emperor. She wanted to destroy the entire Liyang City, annihilate all the cultivators there, and end it all. With a slight exertion of force, the sword was about to be swung down. However, he could only swing it halfway before he could no longer swing it. She suddenly looked up and found that Huaqiu had appeared above her at some point, holding the blade of a blue sword in one hand. That's why she couldn't bring herself to swing. The celestial goddess showed surprise for the first time. Huaqiu appeared as if he had crossed space, and she didn't sense him at all. Her expression shifted, and a blue light suddenly emanated from the cyan sword. However, the flickering blue light did not cause Huaqiu any harm. The goddess of the heavenly palace looked even more astonished. She knew very well how powerful this divine weapon was. Let alone nascent soul cultivators from the lower realms, even top-tier nascent soul cultivators from the upper realms wouldn't dare to touch them. The material of your sword is barely acceptable, Huaqiu said with a smile. Perfect timing, I'm just missing a usable weapon with that. He easily snatched the sword from the goddess's hand. You? The goddess of the heavenly palace froze for a moment, her eyes filled with disbelief. That was a weapon she had refined with her divine sense for many years, and it was so easily taken away by that person. She immediately activated her divine sense to control the divine weapon and slay Huaqiu. Behave yourself. Huaqiu stroked the cyan sword in his hand, immediately calming it down and stopping its restlessness. The goddess of the heavenly palace turned pale, somewhat unable to believe it. Her spiritual imprint with the divine weapon was actually erased. Even in the upper realm, very few people possess this ability. The goddess of the heavenly palace was immediately terrified, as if she had seen a ghost, and could no longer underestimate the man in front of her. As a goddess from the upper realm, you must possess many treasures, right? Huaqiu suddenly said. What do you want to do? The goddess of the heavenly palace asked warily. There's nothing I can do, I'm poor, I can only rely on the goddess to help me out, Huaqiu said with a smile. That smile seemed somewhat strange to the goddess. Huaqiu sheathed his cyan sword and approached the goddess of the heavenly palace. Get out! The goddess of the heavenly palace revealed her anger and unleashed a powerful attack. Huaqiu remained non-committal, casually raising his hand in step, and appeared behind the heavenly palace goddess. He quickly tapped the back of his neck. In an instant, the goddess of the heavenly palace froze, unable to move. How is this possible? The goddess of the heavenly palace was shocked. The next moment, her pupils suddenly contracted. Because because she felt two hands shamelessly groping her pure and inviolable body. This person actually. The celestial goddess felt feverish all over, and her delicate body trembled uncontrollably. As the goddess of the highest organization in the upper realm, she was high above and respected by countless cultivators. I have never been so offended by a man before. The celestial goddess was filled with shame and anger, and could no longer maintain her composure. "Stop!" she shouted in extreme anger, her voice trembling. "Stop making noise, we're almost done touching," Huaqiu said unhappily, her hands becoming even more unrestrained. These words made the goddess in the heavenly palace blush with shame and indignation. Huaqiu beamed with joy. He actually managed to extract quite a few good things from the goddess of the heavenly palace. As expected of a goddess, she is indeed extraordinary, Huaqiu said. These words, however, take on a completely different meaning when heard by the other person. "I'm going to kill you," she said through gritted teeth, her voice filled with malice. This is the greatest humiliation she has suffered in 1,000 years. "You're done touching me, you can go now," Huaqiu said coldly, withdrawing his hand. The goddess of the heavenly palace was suddenly startled. She sensed a strong killing intent emanating from Huaqiu. This greatly shocked her. A newly ascended supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, whose power is beyond the imagination of all cultivators in the upper realm. Even her avatars were helpless against her, and were instead imprisoned by her. This new supreme ruler of the 9 provinces is far more terrifying than the first supreme ruler. She didn't doubt that Huaqiu had the ability to kill her avatar. Buzz. A beam of spiritual light suddenly shot out from the heavenly palace goddess, heading straight to the top of the sky and instantly blasting open a passage. At the same time, the restraints on her body were also broken off. This was a life-saving measure she kept just in case, and she never imagined that she would actually have to use it. Even for her, condensing an external avatar was extremely difficult, and she did not want to perish in the lower realm. She's determined to return to the upper realm. "Trying to run, dream on," Huaqiu said coldly, reaching out and swiping his hand towards the sky. The newly opened spatial passage immediately closed. The goddess of the heavenly palace showed an expression of extreme shock. A mere lower realm supreme being could actually accomplish such a thing. "What exactly are you?" she cried out, but she was met with a loud bang and a faint flash of light. Boom! Above Liang City, a huge ripple burst out, like a nuclear bomb exploding in the sky. The monks on the ground stared in disbelief, speechless. In that massive and terrifying explosion, the avatar of the heavenly goddess was reduced to ashes. In the far north of the Xuanzhen realm, a massive and magnificent palace complex stands high above the vast sky. That is the location of the heavenly palace, the supreme organization. At one moment, a deafening roar erupted from the western palace of the heavenly palace, and numerous objects were annihilated along with the sound. "Supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, you deserve to die." 602, Chapter 602 The Supreme's Reward. The passage to the upper realm in the sky was completely closed, and the goddess of the heavenly palace had nothing left. The immortal cultivators on the training ground stared in disbelief, unable to recover for a long time. The shocking events that occurred at the city lord's mansion today have reduced even a top-tier figure like the supreme elder of the Lingxiao sect to cannon fodder, easily annihilated. The battle between the mysterious Dan sect and the heavenly palace goddess transcended the level of a battle beyond the core formation stage. Everything was beyond their comprehension. One can imagine the huge sensation it would cause if these things were leaked. Huaqiu had a very fruitful harvest after destroying the incarnation of the heavenly palace goddess. He descended from the sky with satisfaction. At this point, the cultivators on the ground finally came to their senses. Their expressions varied, and their thoughts were all different. Someone wanted to leave quickly to report the news. After all, even the supreme elder of the Lingxiao sect died here. As cultivators of the Langtian lineage, they had to quickly seek the protection of the 4 major sects. None of these people can leave here, the lord of Liang City said sternly. Whoosh! Already on the verge of collapse, he used his last breath to make a desperate move. A large array also rose up around the training ground, sealing it off and preventing the cultivators of the Lang Tian lineage from escaping. At the same time, the usually neutral guest elders joined forces with the city lord of Liang to kill the guest elder cultivators with disloyal intentions. Although the lord of Liang City was on the verge of death, the power he unleashed at the critical moment was enough to reach the mid-stage of core formation with the assistance of his trusted cultivators. These cultivators, whose strongest were only at the pseudo-core formation stage, had no chance at all. In less than a quarter of an hour, all the cultivators of the Lang Tian lineage were slaughtered by them. Puff! Having exhausted all his strength, the lord of Liang City coughed up blood and fell from the sky. Lang Yi rushed forward and caught him. Unfortunately, the lord of Liang City was already on his last breath. Father! Lang Yi cried out in a sorrowful voice, his voice trembling with tears. He used to think that his father didn't care about him at all, and he tried hard to get his father's attention. Only now does he realize the immense expectations placed upon him. Your Majesty, the lord of Liang City reached out his hand and weakly called out to Hua Qiu. Your humble servant Lang Xiukong has the heart to serve your Majesty, but unfortunately, I am powerless to do so, he said softly. I beg your Majesty to take care of my son, Lang Yi. He will uphold the ancestral precepts of my Lang family and swear to follow your Majesty to the death. Lang Yi burst into tears, overwhelmed with grief. Hua Qiu looked at the pleading face of the city lord of Liang and shook his head. You should know yourself what kind of person Lang Yi is. He's not up to the task now, he said, frowning. Alas, the lord of Liang City looked somber. He knew Hua Qiu was telling the truth. He thought Hua Qiu had rejected him and could only sigh helplessly. You should hold on to the position of lord of Liang City for a few more decades, Hua Qiu continued. The lord of Liang City was taken aback, and his gaze flickered. Lang Yi also understood the implied meaning in Hua Qiu's words and looked at him excitedly. Could it be that he can bring the dead back to life? Hua Qiu chuckled softly. Such things have never been miracles for him. He chose to use the pure and refined spiritual power of creation within his dantian. Just a wisp. A wisp of pure spiritual energy entered the body of the lord of Liang City, and green light bloomed instantly. The lord of Liang City floated up, and an extremely powerful life force burst forth from his body. In an instant, he was reborn, his lifeless body seemingly recreated. The severe injuries he suffered due to his mistakes in cultivation also healed quickly. Even the usually composed lord of Liang City was staring at his own body in disbelief, utterly astonished. Such an amazing ability doesn't seem to be something even the first supreme being possessed. My body is even stronger than before I was injured. He was even more astonished as he felt the abundant vitality within him. This is just the beginning. His body seemed to be being transformed, changing in a more perfect direction. Moreover, his cultivation level is also improving. He once tried his best to reach the mid-stage of core formation but failed, and was left to die in despair. Now, he had reached that level in one fell swoop, without any constraints, so simple that he couldn't believe it. As the green light faded, the lord of Liang City landed on the ground, full of energy. Father, how are you feeling? Lang Yi quickly stepped forward to ask. I have at least 300 more years of lifespan, and my physique is stronger than that of a late-stage core formation cultivator, said the lord of Liang City. The group was extremely surprised upon hearing this. Thank you, your Majesty. He bowed to Hua Qiu in gratitude. The Lang family is loyal and devoted, remaining faithful to the supreme ruler of the 9 provinces for over 1,000 years. I have witnessed your loyalty, Hua Qiu said calmly. All those who are loyal to me in Kyushu will not be treated unfairly. This is what the Lang family should do. The lord of Liang City shouted. I am new to the immortal realm and need people to serve me faithfully, Hua Qiu added. The lord of Liang City immediately pledged his loyalty and asked Hua Qiu to give his orders. Your cultivation level is not enough to serve as a facade, Hua Qiu said, shaking his head as he looked at him. Then let me help you improve. He took out a glittering pill, somewhat similar to the perfect Chaoyuan pill he had refined in the pill pavilion. The Supreme One is going to bestow this treasure of the pavilion upon me? The Lord of Liyang City looked surprised. Hua Qiu smiled slightly and flicked her finger to send the pill into his body. The Lord of Liyang City changed his expression, his whole body radiating golden light. Hua Qiu once again used his spiritual power to help him refine the elixir. The Lord of Liyang City sensed the extraordinary nature of the elixir and immediately devoted himself to refining it. The others watched with tense and envious expressions. This refining process lasted for a full half hour. Boom! An extremely powerful aura emanated from the Lord of Liyang City, impacting the minds of the group like a raging storm. They were utterly shocked. "Lord, what's going on?" they asked in surprise. He stared intently at the Lord of Liyang City. "I have reached the great perfection of core formation," he said slowly, his expression tense. "What, great perfection?" The mouths of the group gaped open, speechless with astonishment. The strongest being in the immortal realm, on the surface, is only at the late core formation stage. Just one pill was enough to elevate him to such an astonishing level. Wouldn't that make him invincible below the supreme ruler? "I feel that the effects of this elixir are far more than this," the Lord of Liyang City murmured. "Not bad," Hua Qiu said calmly. "The main function of this pill is not to improve your cultivation level, but to lay a solid foundation for you, so that there will be no obstacles in your subsequent realms." The Lord of Liyang City shuddered violently. "So, you're saying I can become a nascent soul cultivator?" Short-sighted, Hua Qiu rebuked unhappily. "This pill was not easy to refine, it consumed a lot of my precious medicinal herbs. If you take this stuff, it will guarantee you a smooth transition to the nascent soul stage." Like a thunderclap from a clear sky, the people present were so shocked that their souls seemed to fly out of their bodies. 603, Chapter 603 The Secrets of Kyushu. Clang. As the heavy stone door opened, the secret chamber built by the Lang family ancestors came into Hua Qiu's view. The Lord of Liyang City led him to open this secret chamber that had been sealed for many years, which contained some secrets of the ancient 9 provinces. The first thing that catches the eye is a bone. It was a human thigh bone, embedded in the stone wall, covered with a special transparent membrane. Hua Qiu's gaze was drawn to it, and she stopped to stare at it. "Father, what is this?" Lang Yi asked curiously. "These are the remains of our Lang family ancestors," said the city lord of Liyang solemnly. Lang Yi was startled and quickly and respectfully worshipped. This ancestor once followed the first supreme being and fought alongside him into the upper realm. His hands are stained with the blood of powerful cultivators from the upper realm. The Lord of Liyang City said in a low voice. "That battle was too brutal. Our cultivators from the 9 provinces suffered heavy casualties. Our ancestor did not return alive. Only this set of remains was brought back and given to our Lang family cultivators. Later, it was preserved and passed down by the Lang family. This represents the Lang family's loyalty and belief. The Lang family ancestors firmly believed that one day a prophetic person comparable to the first supreme being would appear to lead us to fight again and wash away the past shame. And now, that being has appeared." City Lord Liang said excitedly, looking at Hua Qiu. He had witnessed many incredible events in Hua Qiu, feeling that he was unfathomable and contained infinite possibilities, and was definitely the great supreme being who was prophesied to revitalize the 9 provinces. "This leg bone of your Lang family ancestor?" Hua Qiu stared at the remains and smiled slightly. "This leg bone is no ordinary bone in the cultivation world. This is the leg bone of a cultivator at the void returning stage." He could guess that the ancient cultivation civilization on Earth was very prosperous, with no shortage of powerful cultivators. But when he saw the leg bone, he realized that his thinking was somewhat narrow-minded. A powerful cultivator who once followed the first supreme being actually possessed the cultivation level of the void returning stage. Above the nascent soul stage is the transformation into spirit, and above the transformation into spirit is the return to emptiness. There are many cultivation planes in the star field, with varying strengths. However, having a cultivator at the void returning stage already elevates one to the level of a first-rate cultivation world. Earth was once so prosperous and thriving. Unfortunately, the Xuanjin realm above is the most powerful of the 3,000 planes. The once thriving theory of Earth star has fallen to such a wretched state that even nascent soul cultivators are hard to find, and those who cultivate immortality are extremely few. It is unknown what kind of tremendous change has occurred. Your cultivation is at the void returning stage, so the first supreme, Huaqiu guessed again. However, since there are no records, his conjecture cannot be corroborated. Your ancestor's leg bone is well preserved and is a good material for refining weapons. If you are interested, I can help you forge a powerful magic weapon for your Lang family, Huaqiu said calmly. The father and son looked astonished upon hearing this. They never thought of it that way. They subconsciously felt that such behavior was blasphemous to their ancestors. I was just mentioning it casually, Huaqiu smiled and didn't say anything more. The Lord of Liyang City seemed to be deep in thought. If one day I could fight alongside the Supreme One in the upper realm, wielding the bones of my ancestors to slaughter cultivators there, perhaps that would be fulfilling my ancestors' last wish. Huaqiu paced back and forth in the stone chamber, looking around as he went. Most of the items in this stone chamber are ancient relics from a previous era. Because of their age, they have basically lost their spiritual essence and are almost like junk. They can only be collected as souvenirs. The Lord of Liyang City found an ancient book and respectfully presented it to Huaqiu. Your Majesty, this book was recorded by ancient cultivators and is said to contain ancient secrets, he said in a deep voice. Unfortunately, I cannot understand the text above. Huaqiu took the ancient book and began to peruse it. He has extensive experience and knows a vast amount of written material. But he frowned. This was the first time he had ever seen the script used by the ancient cultivators of Earth. He had never seen it before. This piqued Huaqiu's interest. This script seems to contain something mysterious and profound. Unable to decipher it, he could only use the divine soul of the immortal emperor to perceive the form and meaning of the characters and forcibly read them. This ancient book is missing too much, and the contents recorded are mostly incomplete. Fortunately, Huaqiu was able to read it and get the gist of it. According to descriptions by ancient cultivators, there seems to be something extraordinary in the 9 provinces world that has aroused the covetousness of powerful cultivators in the Xuanzhen realm. Very suddenly, the top forces of the Xuanzhen realm launched a large-scale attack on the 9 provinces world. It's not just the heavenly palace that's a dominant force, it's just that it holds a dominant position. Countless cultivators from the Xuanzhen realm invaded the 9 provinces world, committing massacres and plunder, causing rivers of blood and countless deaths in the 9 provinces world. The first supreme being led the cultivators of the 9 provinces in a fierce resistance against the invading cultivators from the Xuanzhen realm. The two sides fought so fiercely that the sun and moon were obscured, mountains and rivers collapsed, and the 9 provinces world suffered irreparable damage, with spiritual energy being greatly depleted. The first supreme being was extremely powerful, and he successively killed several top experts of the Xuanzhen realm, causing the cultivators of the Xuanzhen realm to be terrified. He even led a group of loyal subjects into the Xuanzhen realm, causing considerable damage to the top forces in the Xuanzhen realm. Both sides suffered heavy losses in that battle. The power and fearlessness of the first supreme being and his ministers made the top forces in the Xuanzhen realm extremely wary. Unable to conquer them after a long siege, they could only choose to negotiate in the end. The first supreme ruler led his ministers to the appointment, but was betrayed by a traitor and fell into a trap set by the powerful figures of the Xuanzhen realm. According to the descriptions of ancient cultivators, even when they were in dire straits, the first generation of supreme beings and their ministers refused to surrender, and they killed so many of the top powers in the Xuanzhen realm that they were terrified and many powerful figures perished. Unfortunately, they were outnumbered and the first emperor perished, along with most of his ministers, in that great battle. Afterwards, cultivators from the Xuanzhen realm recklessly invaded and conquered the 9 provinces world, plundering and encroaching upon this land at will. Ancient books. The document contained numerous crimes committed by cultivators from the Xuanzhen realm, causing Huaqiu to frown deeply. They were brutal and cold-blooded, like beasts, plunging the world of Kyushu into darkness. The top powers divided up the spiritual energy of the 9 provinces world, seized the blessed lands and grottos, causing the mountains and rivers to dry up and the world to change drastically. The world of Kyushu could only decline rapidly afterward. Later records are missing. But it's not hard to imagine. The cultivation civilization has seriously regressed, to the point that the number of cultivators is extremely small now, and it is difficult for someone to reach the nascent soul stage. The 9 provinces world has fallen from a first-class cultivation world to this state. Hua Qiu closed the book, his expression turning cold. In various cultivation worlds, war and slaughter are commonplace. However, there are not many acts of aggression as brutal and inhumane as those committed by the top forces in the Xuanzhen realm. Many of these crimes are so heinous that they are utterly outrageous. The era in which Hua Qiu was born was far removed from ancient times. But he was, after all, a person from Kyushu. Now in a supreme position, he is in opposition to the Xuanzhen realm. I am not the first supreme being, Hua Qiu looked up and said calmly. Although the 9 provinces have declined, they are still more fearsome to you than in ancient times. 604, Chapter 604 That Person. Liyang City Intelligence Office. Your Majesty, this is the latest information regarding Yu Shuzi. Lang Yi presented a brocade box to Hua Qiu. With the turmoil in Liyang City quelled, the city lord of Liyang City was busy handling all matters, secretly preparing for a head-on confrontation with the 4 major sects. Lang Yi gradually took over all the affairs of Liyang City. Hua Qiu had just instructed him yesterday to pay close attention to information about Yu Shuzi and gave him a list of materials he needed to find. Today, he reported a new discovery. Hua Qiu asked Lang Yi to read the intelligence to him. The cultivators of Alai sect, one of the 4 major sects, captured Yu Shuzi, the former sect leader of Linglong sect, outside Shishandaozi of Alai sect, personally crippled Yu Shuzi's cultivation and is preparing to escort him back to the sect to await punishment. Lang Yi read out the urgent intelligence from the brocade box. Upon hearing this, Hua Qiu's expression instantly turned cold. Yu Shuzi was sent back to the immortal realm by him. How could we have fallen to such a state? His cultivation had been crippled, and he was to be escorted back to the Alai sect to be dealt with. Hua Qiu was very displeased. You have to consider the owner before you beat a dog. Why would the Alai sect arrest Yu Shuzi? He asked coldly. Your Majesty, I have investigated and found that it is because the current Linglong sect master has long since defected to the Alai sect, offering them valuable treasures and requesting them to hunt down Yu Shuzi. This has been going on for many years. As for Yu Shuzi being captured, it's because he was severely injured by a mysterious expert in Shishan not long ago, and his cultivation was reduced to less than 1/10, so he was no match for the Taoist of Alai sect. Hua Qiu stood up from the chair. Your Majesty, are you preparing to go to the Western Hills? Lang Yi asked respectfully. After experiencing a series of events, he became much more shrewd and learned to read people's expressions. My father is busy with city affairs. Please allow Lang Yi to accompany him, so that I can serve you, he volunteered. The Western Mountain of the Immortal Realm is a sacred mountain full of legends. It is said that this mountain was preserved from ancient times and was moved into the Immortal Realm by a powerful being who created the Immortal Realm. The Western Mountains are rich in resources and rumored to hold the treasures of ancient cultivators, but they are also fraught with dangers. At this time, in a city outside the Western Hills. Inside the most luxurious inn, Yu Shuzi was imprisoned by cultivators from the Alai sect. He was covered in blood and badly injured. A man who looked to be in his 30s was sitting opposite me. That is the Taoist disciple of Alai sect. A genius cultivator renowned throughout the Immortal Realm. At only 40 years old, he had already reached the great perfection of foundation establishment and was regarded as one of the candidates for the next sect leader of Alai sect. At this moment, he sat in front of Yu Shuzi with an arrogant expression, looking at him with disdain. Yu Shuzi, you're really stubborn, said the Taoist of Alai sect coldly. I've already destroyed all your cultivation, broken your arms and legs, and subjected you to numerous tortures, yet you still refuse to talk back, you old bastard? If you don't tell me the whereabouts of that treasure, believe me, I'll skin you alive. He threatened sternly. Although Yu Shuzi was extremely weak, he still bravely looked up at him. That adulterous couple from the Linglong sect revealed everything to you in order to take my life, but it's no use, you'll never get the treasure, he said with a sneer, panting. If I hadn't been seriously injured, I could have killed you, a weakling in the foundation establishment stage, with a single slap. Bang! Ally sect Daozi was furious and kicked Yuxuzi, sending him rolling to the ground. Look at yourself now, and you still dare to talk back to me, you're asking for trouble. You were seriously injured and fled the immortal realm, yet you managed to break through to the core formation stage outside. That's truly remarkable. Tell me, did you obtain some kind of fortuitous opportunity? Confess. Daoist ally sect pressed. He. Yuxuzi laughed sarcastically. Indeed, I did have a stroke of luck, he said meaningfully. What kind of opportunity? The Daoist master of ally sect was shocked. I met someone in the mortal world, an incredible person. Yuxuzi said slowly. He easily healed me and restored me to my peak condition. A single pill he casually bestowed upon me allowed me to break through to the core formation stage. Daozi of ally sect was greatly surprised to hear this. How could there be such a person in this mortal world? How is that possible? He couldn't believe it. Where is this person? He hurriedly asked. He is quick-witted. If he could also obtain such a pill, wouldn't he become the youngest core formation cultivator in the history of the immortal realm? Just thinking about it is exciting. This person is the one I follow, and he will be the nightmare of your 4 major sects. Yuxuzi sneered. He will wipe you all out one by one. Upon hearing this, Daozi of ally sect frowned deeply. This person, could it be that you made him up? He said incredulously. Such a person could not possibly exist in the mortal world, and if such a person truly existed, why wouldn't they come to save you? Look at the state you've become, the one you followed has vanished without a trace. Could it be that they are afraid of my ally sect and dare not show up? Yuxuzi let out a disdainful sneer. He can wipe you out as easily as crushing ants. Fart. Ayalazong Daozi was furious. He's just a coward. If he dares to show his face, I, the Daoist, will destroy him immediately. As he spoke, he walked toward Yuxuzi. He has lost patience and will resort to extreme measures if the resistance continues. Boom! Suddenly, chaos erupted, and a fierce wind arose. Daozi of ally sect was shocked. He and 3 fellow cultivators were swept up in the air before they could even react. He didn't understand what was happening and looked terrified. A while later, the wind subsided, and they fell to the ground, wincing in pain. When he looked up, he found that there were 2 more people in front of Yuxuzi. This shocked Daozi of ally sect, who immediately got up and prepared for battle. What a person! He demanded. Senior Yuxuzi looked at Huaqiu, who had suddenly appeared before him, with a pitiful expression, his nose and eyes wet with tears, looking utterly pathetic. You finally arrived. He made a face as if he was about to cry. Lang Yi stared blankly at the old man who was crying and sniffling. Is this really a core formation cultivator? Are you the mysterious person that Yuxuzi mentioned? Daozi of ally sect pointed at Huaqiu and questioned him condescendingly. Who are you? Tell me immediately, or I'll cripple you just the same. Huaqiu, standing in front of Yuxuzi, didn't even turn his head, but instead waved his hand back. Call. In an instant, a fierce wind raged, obliterating everything in its path. The 4 members of the ally sect, including Daozi, changed their expressions drastically and tried to escape in terror, but they were completely unable to dodge. All 4 were swept up by the gale, and screams of agony filled the air. After the gale subsided, the 4 Daoist disciples of ally sect had vanished without a trace, leaving only a few tattered fragments of their clothing. 605, Chapter 605. The Mysterious Old Madman. Senior Hua, I've been waiting for you for so long. Yuxuzi crawled up to Huaqiu and cried out pitifully. I knew you would come to save me. He cried, tears streaming down his face, overwhelmed with emotion. A dignified core formation cultivator was now wailing as if his heart was being torn apart. Your Majesty, is this person really your attendant? Even Lang Yi felt disgusted. Alright, Huaqiu kicked Yuxuzi impatiently. Senior, I was tortured beyond recognition by those cultivators from the ally sect. They even destroyed my cultivation. I am now a cripple. Even if I wanted to help you again, I am powerless to do so, Yuxuzi complained to Huaqiu. Shut up. Huaqiao snapped at him, annoyed by his noise. He first pointed at Yushuzi and unleashed a burst of creative spiritual power. A single strand of creative spiritual energy was enough to heal Yushuzi's injuries. Enveloped in green light, Yushuzi recovered quickly, returning to full health within minutes with no further injuries. Senior this junior's cultivation level, Yushuzi looked at Huaqiao expectantly. The loss of one's core formation stage cultivation would have been a devastating blow to anyone else. Having followed Huaqiao for so long, he had long regarded Huaqiao as an omnipotent figure from the upper realm, and had no worries at all. Huaqiao casually flicked his hand, and several precious medicinal herbs appeared in front of him. He immediately began refining pills, producing a bluish-green pill in a very short time, which he then flicked into Yushuzi's mouth. Yushuzi quickly sat cross-legged on the ground and began to circulate his internal energy to restore the effects of the medicine. The elixir was incredibly miraculous. It quickly repaired his damaged dantian and awakened the inner core within him. After some more time passed, Yushuzi opened his eyes and exhaled a long breath of turbid air. Mid-stage core formation, have I turned misfortune into blessing? He stood up with a look of surprise. Thank you so much, Senior. If it weren't for your rescue, I might have really perished here. He bowed deeply in gratitude. Looking at Yushuzi, whose cultivation had been restored, Lang Yi was filled with admiration. Even a core formation cultivator whose cultivation had been crippled could be restored in such a short time. The supreme being revered by the Lang family is truly no ordinary person. You've wasted several of my rare medicinal herbs, Huaqiao said, somewhat displeased. Tell me, what happened? He sent Yushuzi to the immortal realm to investigate, and even specially raised his cultivation to the core formation stage, but the matter was not accomplished and he still needed Yushuzi's help. Senior, it's not that I'm incompetent, it's just that I'm incredibly unlucky. Yushuzi said with a dark face, looking very aggrieved. That day, I was ordered to enter the immortal realm. I didn't even bother to avenge my past grievances. I immediately threw myself into the task of gathering intelligence, but unfortunately, I didn't achieve much. This western mountain in the immortal realm contains many ancient secrets, and most importantly, it is rich in resources. I thought I might try my luck here and find the precious materials you need. As a result, as soon as I arrived here, I actually ran into that despicable couple from the Linglong sect. He revealed a look of resentment. It turns out that during the years I was severely injured and left the immortal realm, they had shamelessly pledged allegiance to the ally sect. The Linglong sect also became an affiliated sect of the ally sect, and all its members became lackeys. Under the ally sect's instructions, they moved their sect to the vicinity of West Mountain and kept a close watch on intelligence within West Mountain for the ally sect. I kept in mind the task my predecessors had entrusted to me, so I suppressed my desire for revenge and entered West Mountain to investigate, but I ended up running into an old madman at the entrance of West Mountain. At this point, Yushuzi's expression turned extremely ugly. That old madman was very strange. He was lying on the outskirts of West Mountain like a dead man. He didn't even notice his presence. I tripped over him, and he insisted that I had disturbed his sweet dream. He immediately started fighting with me. At first, I didn't take him seriously, but I didn't expect that old madman to be so powerful. With my core formation stage cultivation, I couldn't even withstand a single move from him. He injured me badly with just one move. He almost crippled me. One move? Huaqiao frowned slightly upon hearing this. The cultivation method practiced by Yushuzi was personally taught by him. That kind of cultivation technique is considered top-notch even in the Xuanzhen realm, a top-tier cultivation world. With this technique as support, even cultivators in the late core formation stage within the immortal realm could be dealt with by Yushuzi. How could he have been almost crippled in one move? That's right, just one move, and it seems that the old madman didn't even use much of his true strength. Yushuzi was also surprised and uncertain. I've traveled the immortal realm for so many years, and I've never heard of such a powerful figure. Even the strongest late-stage core formation cultivator from the 5 major sects is probably no match for him. I don't even know what level of cultivation he has. How can he be so powerful? Huaqiao began to ponder. That old madman's identity is probably not that simple. Without a doubt, this is a reclusive powerhouse. According to Huaqiao's guess, to have such abilities, his cultivation level might have already reached the nascent soul stage. However, Earth's natural laws do not allow nascent soul-stage cultivators to stay on Earth for too long. No one knows how long he has been hiding in the immortal realm. After I was injured by that old madman, I was so scared that I ran away as fast as I could. Luckily, the old madman didn't catch up with me, otherwise I would have been dead. Yushuzi continued to recount. After escaping from West Mountain, I happened to encounter the Aolai sect cultivators who were tracking me down. That Taoist from Aolai sect was only at the great perfection of foundation establishment, but I was seriously injured and used all the spiritual power I could to escape. I was at my wit's end when they ran into me. You know what happened next? Yushuzi revealed a relieved expression. Fortunately you arrived in time, otherwise I'm afraid I would have died at the hands of those bastards from the Aolai sect. When I arrived, I seemed to hear them interrogating you about some treasure, Huaqiu said calmly. Yushuzi's expression froze for a moment. But soon, he sighed again. If you wish to know, Senior, I will certainly not hide anything and will tell you the truth, he said in a low voice. He thought that giving it to Huaqiu was much better than giving it to Aolai sect. Never mind. Huaqiu waved his hand when he saw that he was somewhat reluctant. No matter how extraordinary the treasures of the immortal realm were, they could not catch his eye. Can we go now? Lead the way, Huaqiu said. Where to? Yushuzi was taken aback. You should know the new address of the Linglong sect, right? Yushuzi's expression suddenly became excited. Senior, you mean to? Even when beating a dog, you have to consider its owner, Huaqiu said indifferently. I will not stand idly by as the Linglong sect and the Aolai sect act with impunity. Didn't you want revenge? Yushuzi revealed an excited expression. He had long wanted to vent his anger. This Juniorobes. 606, Chapter 606. You two are someone's dog. Beyond the western hills, the Linglong sect stands atop a towering peak. This is a blessed place, with far more spiritual energy than our previous residence. The Linglong sect is now much more prosperous than before, having joined forces with the Aolai sect and received many rewards from them. Inside the main hall of the Linglong sect, the sect leader and his wife were entertaining distinguished guests from the Aolai sect. Elder Lin, this is the spirit stone mine that Linglong sect has mined in the past 3 months as agreed. 50% will be presented to your sect. The Linglong sect master smiled and took out 2 storage bags, respectfully presenting them to the elder of Aolai sect. Not bad. The elder of Aolai sect opened it, glanced at it, and smiled with satisfaction. Elder, how is your sect's interrogation of Yushuzi going? The Linglong sect master asked tentatively. Our sect's Taoist is still interrogating Yushuzi, but he's really stubborn, and we haven't gotten anything out of him yet, the Aolai sect elder said, frowning. My senior brother's bad temper hasn't changed after all these years. The sect leader of Aolai sect sneered. However, you need not worry. He appears fearless on the surface, but he is actually more afraid of death than anyone else. He is just sure that you will not dare to kill him before you obtain the treasure. As long as his life is threatened, he will surely tell you everything. I would like to request that after you obtain the treasure, you may hand over Yushuzi to my wife and me for disposal? Hand it over to you? The elder of Aolai sect glanced at the two of them with a hint of sarcasm. Most people in the immortal realm have heard of the Linglong sect's disgraceful history. The current sect leader's wife was once Yushuzi's Taoist partner. As Yushuzi's junior brother, the sect leader of Linglong sect had a secret affair with him, cheating on Yushuzi with his lover. After Yushuzi discovered this, they conspired to plot against him, which led to Yushuzi's escape from the immortal realm. Fearing that Yushuzi would return to seek revenge, they sought refuge with the Aolai sect and asked the sect to send powerful cultivators to hunt down Yushuzi. Please rest assured, Elder, we dare not covet the treasure, we merely wish to settle our grievances, the Linglong sect master said, cupping his hands in greeting. It's not necessarily a bad thing, the elder of Aolai sect said calmly. The two immediately showed their delight and thanked him profusely. Boom! Suddenly, a loud bang resounded, shaking the entire Linglong sect. What happened? The Linglong sect master asked the cultivators outside with a cold face. Reporting to the sect master, a cultivator is attacking our sect's protective formation. A voice came from outside. What, who dares to be so bold? The sect leader of Linglong sect was furious. The elders of the ally sect also frowned. Nowadays, who doesn't know that Linglong sect is a dog race by ally sect? Such a blatant attack, do they even take the ally sect seriously? This elder will go out with you to take a look, the elder of ally sect said in a deep voice. Elder, please. The Linglong sect master and his wife quickly led him outside. Outside the Linglong sect's mountain gate, Hua Qiu and his two companions arrived. Looking at the completely unfamiliar Linglong sect, Yu Shuzi had a complicated expression. He was filled with rage whenever he thought of his painful past. Stop! Who are you, scoundrels? How dare you trespass here? You must present your visiting card and await the sect leader's approval. At the mountain gate, cultivators from the Linglong sect blocked the way, their aura menacing. Yu Shuzi flew into a rage and struck out, smashing the two cultivators into mincemeat with a single palm strike. The other Linglong sect cultivators were shocked and immediately activated the sect's protective formation. Yu Shuzi unleashed a powerful strike at the Great Formation, attempting to shatter it. To his surprise, the Linglong sect's Grand Formation was able to defend against his attack. Damn it, these bastards have upgraded their weapons since becoming dogs of the ally sect. Yu Shuzi cursed angrily. The Linglong sect is stationed here on orders from the higher-ups of the ally sect to mine their abundant resources. This is extremely important to the ally sect, so naturally they are willing to spend a lot of money, Lang Yi explained. Yu Shuzi was cursing and about to make another move when the Linglong sect master and others appeared at the right time. Yu Shuzi, it's you! Upon seeing Yu Shuzi, the Linglong sect master and his wife were greatly shocked and could hardly remain calm. The elders of the ally sect also turned grim. The fact that Yu Shuzi was able to appear here unharmed means that something must have happened to Daozi and the others. Junior brother, how have you been? Yu Shuzi said in a gloomy voice, as if he were gritting his teeth. And you harlot, over 100 years have passed, yet your appearance has been preserved remarkably well. He stared coldly at the sect leader's wife. Both of them turned pale. They felt guilty for doing something wrong. Yu Shuzi, how did you end up here? Where is Daozi of ally sect now? The elder of ally sect asked in a deep voice. Why don't you go ask him yourself? Yu Shuzi replied with a cold laugh. How dare you, Yu Shuzi, this is Elder Lin of the ally sect, how dare you disrespect him? The Linglong sect master shouted. Unlike you, I'm not willing to be a dog for the ally sect. Whether he's an elder of the ally sect or not is none of my business. Yu Shuzi sneered. The three men looked grim. Senior Hua, in a moment, I may need your help to break this great formation, he said, bowing to Hua Qiu. This scene astonished those inside the formation. He even disdains the elders of the ally sect, yet he is so respectful to a young man. Yu Shuzi, you call us dogs, but you're not much better. You're just as subservient to people. What right do you have to insult us? The Linglong sect master mocked. Yu Shuzi snorted coldly. I'm not like you guys, he said dismissively. I have more dignity than you, and your groveling ally sect cannot compare to Senior Hua, whom I follow. Ridiculous. Who is that kid? How can he compare to the ally sect? Are you blind? You're treating a nobody like a god. The Linglong sect master retorted coldly. Yu Shuzi's anger had reached its peak. He ignored the other person. Senior Hua, please make a move. He said to Hua Autumn is a time for rituals, with many layers of ceremony. Hua Qiu nodded. He raised one hand. As he moved, spiritual light condensed outside the Linglong sect's grand formation, forming a 10-foot-long sword of light. Compared to the Linglong sect's grand formation, the light sword seemed insignificant and lacked any powerful energy fluctuations. Overestimating themselves. The people inside the formation didn't take it seriously at all, and their faces were full of sneers. Our Linglong sect's protective array was personally set up by a top array master from the ally sect, consuming many precious array stones. Even a mid-stage core formation cultivator cannot break through it. You, an unknown cultivator with only a small sword, think you can shake a tree like an ant? How utterly laughable. The Linglong sect cultivators were all laughing, their expressions as if they were watching a show. They were extremely confident and had no worries whatsoever. Hua Qiu's gaze turned slightly cold, and he raised his hand and waved it downwards. Buzz. The seemingly unremarkable lightsaber shot straight toward the Linglong sect's protective formation. 607, Chapter 607. You followed the wrong person. The formation personally set up by the formation master of my ally sect is far too underestimated. The elder of ally sect said something unpleasantly. Rest assured, elder, I will order the sect's protective formation to be removed shortly, and I will personally capture Yu Shuzi and the other two and hand them over to you for your judgment. The Linglong sect master said with a smile. They didn't even notice the lightsabers shooting down. In their eyes, that thing couldn't even scratch an itch in this huge formation. In the blink of an eye, the light sword that Hua Qiu had condensed had already shot into the Linglong sect's great formation. Whoosh! A slight whooshing sound rang out, and the lightsaber dissipated. I knew it, it's like an ant trying to shake a tree, it's futile. The Linglong sect master looked up disdainfully. However, no sooner had he finished speaking than a strange thing happened. Splash! Suddenly, the Linglong sect's protective formation shattered, disappearing like a broken mirror. What? In an instant, everyone from the Linglong sect changed their expressions, revealing extreme shock. The sect leader of Linglong sect looked stiff. The elders of the ally sect were almost stunned. They all knew how powerful that formation was. There is no hope of breaking through if the enemy does not emerge at the late stage of core formation. But now, it was easily shattered by a small lightsaber, leaving not a trace. No one could remain calm. That's impossible. The sect leader of Linglong sect exclaimed in disbelief. With this grand formation destroyed, it will be extremely difficult to ask a master of formations from the ally sect to set it up again. If things go wrong, you might be held accountable and punished. How did you do that? What methods did you use? The elder of ally sect stared at Hua Qiu with a solemn expression and asked loudly. Hua Qiu didn't even glance at him. Resolve this quickly, he said calmly to Yu Shuzi. Thank you, senior. Yu Shuzi said, then leaped into the air. Weren't your cultivation crippled? Upon seeing this, the Linglong sect master and his wife were shocked. I was crippled, but Senior Hua easily restored me, Yu Shuzi said smugly. This shocked them even more. With his dantian destroyed, he's practically half dead. How could he possibly recover? The Linglong sect master looked utterly incredulous. But he had no time for further reflection. Because Yu Shuzi went straight for the two of them. The cultivators from the Linglong sect who tried to stop them were all annihilated by the spiritual power that Yu Shuzi casually unleashed. The powerful aura emanating from him terrified everyone. Core formation, he's actually back to core formation. The elder of ally sect exclaimed in surprise. He didn't understand. Even as an elder of a top-tier sect, he found such a thing impossible. It was something he had never heard of or seen before. He didn't believe that anyone in the immortal realm possessed such abilities. You've really recovered your cultivation. The Linglong sect master exclaimed, pulling his wife back rapidly. Not only has it recovered, but it has also improved. Yu Shuzi sneered, and with a casual movement, a powerful surge of spiritual energy swept through. The Linglong sect master and his wife coughed up blood and flew backward. I am now at the mid-stage of core formation. Yu Shuzi shouted. The other person turned pale, both shocked and frightened. I owe everything I have today to Senior Hua. Junior brother, if you have someone to blame, it's only because you followed the wrong master. Yu Shuzi's words made the Linglong sect master so angry that he felt like vomiting blood. He couldn't understand where Yu Shuzi got such incredible luck. I can't understand why such divine beings truly exist on Earth. At this point, he could not rely on the elders of the ally sect, because that person's cultivation was not as good as his. That person is extremely important to Yu Shuzi. Came the voice of the elder of ally sect. The sect leader of the Linglong sect understood immediately. The next moment, he and the elder of Alai sect acted simultaneously, rushing towards Hua Qiu on the other side at top speed. They believed that as long as they captured that person, they could force Yu Shuzi to surrender. As for that person's strength, they didn't pay much attention to it. How strong could a cultivator with an ordinary aura and an extremely young appearance be? Seeing this, Yu Shuzi remained calm, revealing a mocking expression as he watched their performance with his arms crossed. There might still be a sliver of hope if you fight me, but you insist on choosing a dead end. He shook his head and sighed. Seeing that they had reached Hua Qiu without any hindrance, the two were overjoyed, their faces turned ruthless, and they grabbed at Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu's face was full of indifference. He didn't move, but his gaze sharpened as he looked at the two of them. Boom! An incredibly terrifying and immense pressure seemed to descend from the sky. The two men, their expressions contorted in rage, plummeted from the sky and crashed heavily to the ground. The ground shook violently twice. Wow! Both of them coughed up large amounts of blood, which contained shattered internal organs. They looked utterly shocked and horrified, their nerves numb. An aura as majestic as the heavens surrounded the two, causing their hearts to tremble involuntarily. What is this? The two of them couldn't even bring themselves to look up at Hua Qiu. What is this thing? The elder of Alai sect was so frightened that he almost lost his soul. The sect leader of the Linglong sect was no better off. This was a terror I had never felt before, pushing me to the brink of collapse. Like ants before a god, they are so small and powerless. It was an existence so powerful that it inspired despair. A powerful being? Is this a powerful being? The elder of Alai sect uttered a few words with difficulty. The sect leader of the Linglong sect stared wide-eyed upon hearing this. The person that Yu Shuzi followed was so earth-shattering. He regretted it. She regretted doing something that betrayed Yu Shuzi, otherwise she wouldn't be in such despair now. Humph, I told you long ago, Senior Hua is an extraordinary person. It's laughable that you all thought he was easier to deal with than me. Yu Shuzi walked over and mocked gloatingly. The two of them couldn't utter a single word, their faces were deathly pale. Junior brother, when you betrayed me, did you ever think about today? Yu Shuzi stepped on the Linglong sect master's face and asked coldly. Did you think that by serving as a lackey for the Alai sect, you could rise to the top overnight? Let me tell you, even the Alai sect will be destroyed by Senior Hua. The Linglong sect master's face turned ashen. The elder of Alai sect's pupils contracted. Such an existence actually wants to destroy the Alai sect. The greatest crisis in the history of Alai sect. Unfortunately, he had no ability to go back and deliver the message. Stop dawdling, Hua Qiu snapped. Yu Shuzi really talks too much. This junior is done. Yu Shuzi said awkwardly. Bang! He killed the Linglong sect master with a single palm strike. The other person's eyes were wide open, staring blankly into death, their face filled with remorse. Yu Shuzi flew to the sect leader's wife again and, without waiting for her to beg for mercy, simply killed her. The cultivators of the Linglong sect trembled with fear, worried that they too would be wiped out. But Yu Shuzi had no interest in them. Senior, this one, Yu Shuzi looked at the elder of Alai sect on the ground. Hua Qiu glanced at him indifferently. Understood. Yu Shuzi understood, and added another life to his hand. Let's go. Hua Qiu turned around and led the two away. He wanted to venture into the western mountains of this immortal realm and meet that mysterious old madman. 608, Chapter 608 Ancient Stone Tablet. The western mountain of the immortal realm lies like a sleeping giant in the western part of the immortal realm. Shishan is not its original name, it is just that it has been called that by cultivators in the immortal realm over time. This is a sacred mountain from the ancient times of Earth. It was moved to the immortal realm by a powerful being from the immortal realm and thus preserved. As Hua Qiu approached the towering mountain for the first time, his expression hardened slightly. He could sense that the western hills possessed an ancient and unique atmosphere, seemingly concealing many long-forgotten secrets. Shishan is the place with the richest resources in the immortal realm, and many immortal realm cultivators come and go. It is precisely for this reason that the Aolai sect helped the Linglong sect establish itself outside the Western Mountains, making it easier for them to exploit the resources that the Aolai sect cultivators had explored. Hua Qiu asked Yushuzi to lead the way to the place where he had been injured by the mysterious old madman. That was a valley on the outskirts of West Mountain. When Yushuzi went to investigate, he disturbed the old madman's sleep and was severely injured by a single blow, almost dying. "Senior, this is the place," Yushuzi said, pointing to a patch of grass. "Back then, that old madman was lying here. It was strange, he didn't have a breath. Ali thought he was a stone, otherwise I wouldn't have stepped on him," Yushuzi muttered. Hua Qiu glanced at the scene and raised an eyebrow slightly. Several days have passed, and the old madman's presence is no longer felt here. But this didn't stump Hua Qiu. He formed hand seals and activated a high-level secret technique. Tracing back to the origins. With a low shout, he sensed traces of faint spiritual light appearing on the ground. "This person is at least at the nascent soul stage," Hua Qiu said calmly. "What?" Yushuzi and Lang Yi looked surprised. "There are actually nascent soul stage experts in the immortal realm." Hua Qiu frowned slightly. That old madman was very cautious and deliberately erased his aura. If Hua Qiu hadn't used a secret technique, even a nascent soul cultivator wouldn't have been able to detect him. But it was difficult for him to obtain more information. Hua Qiu decided to continue the investigation. He strode forward, heading deeper into the Western Mountains. "Senior, this Western Mountain is extremely dangerous. The deeper you go, the more terrifying it becomes. Even the strongest cultivators from those top sects dare not venture into the deepest part," Yushuzi said in a low voice. "Many strange things have happened in Shishan, some of them too bizarre and frightening, so we should be careful." Hua Qiu ignored him and strode forward. The Western Hills may be dangerous, but he is fearless. The deeper he went into the Western Mountains, the more moved he became. The dragon seal, representing the supreme status of the 9 provinces, emitted a peculiar fluctuation. Whenever this happens, it means that something related to the ancient 9 provinces exists. The further they went in, the stronger the traces of the old madman's presence became. Hua Qiu quickened his pace, while Yushuzi, carrying Lang Yi, chased after him at breakneck speed, both of them drenched in sweat. After a long while, Hua Qiu stopped. There was a cliff ahead, with no way forward. The old madman's breath stopped here. At the same time, Hua Qiu sensed that the fluctuations of the dragon seal were becoming more and more frequent. Hua Qiu looked down the cliff, a thoughtful expression on his face. "What is that?" Suddenly, Lang Yi pointed to the edge of the cliff not far away and shouted loudly. "There's something sparkling over there." The 3 of them walked over quickly, their expressions showing surprise. 3 incense sticks were stuck in the ground at the edge of the cliff. The incense smoke still curled upwards, never going out. "This is spiritual smoke that can burn for 10 days without going out. Judging from the degree of burning, it should have been burning for 3 or 4 days, Yushuzi said. "In this desolate wilderness, who comes here to pay respects to the dead? Could it be to mourn someone who fell off a cliff and died?" As he spoke, he looked down the cliff, but could see nothing but wisps of smoke and mist. "There's something down there," Hua Qiu said calmly. "What is it?" Yushuzi asked curiously. "This place is a good final resting place," Hua Qiu said, looking down. Neither Yushuzi nor Lang Yi understood, and they both looked puzzled. Hua Qiu stood on the edge of the cliff for a moment, then decided to go down and find out what was going on. But as soon as he took a step, things suddenly changed below the cliff. The thick fog suddenly began to churn violently, like giant waves surging and rolling in the sea. Yushuzi and Lang Yi were so frightened that they stepped back. Many supernatural events have occurred in Shishan, and many nascent soul cultivators have mysteriously perished. Such places are filled with eerie winds and are most feared by cultivators in the immortal realm. Hua Qiu watched the changes below with a blank expression. "Wah!" A mournful sound emanated from below the cliff, ethereal and desolate, sending chills down one's spine and making one's heart tremble. It seems that a demonic spirit is whispering below, luring living beings closer to devour them. Suddenly, a bright red light shone from the sky above the cliff, forming a huge circular array of patterns. Such a strange phenomenon could be seen even from outside the western hills. A divine light shot into the sky, parting the clouds. In an instant, the cultivators active on the outskirts of West Mountain discovered the astonishing phenomenon and couldn't help but be alarmed. The western hills are full of mysteries, but they also hold immense opportunities. A great treasure has been discovered, or perhaps the treasure of an ancient powerful being has been found. Let's go there immediately. Report this to the sect immediately. Such a display of power suggests that the treasure of the most powerful cultivators from ancient times has appeared. For a time, the area around Shishan was in an uproar and extremely noisy. On the edge of the cliff, Huaqiu was staring down when he suddenly reached out and grabbed Langi and Yushuzi, then flew backward. The next moment, a surging wave of air rose into the sky from below the cliff, producing a deafening roar. If Huaqiu hadn't pulled them back, both of them would have been injured. Because that blast wave has a strong corrosive effect. Buzzing, rumbling. The entire cliff edge shook violently. Something extended up from the clouds, causing violent fluctuations. What is that? Yushuzi and Langi stared wide-eyed at what was emerging from the bottom of the cliff. It appears to be made of stone, exuding an aura of antiquity and age. Before long, the thing emerged from the cliff and stood tall. It's actually a stone tablet. Yushuzi's mouth dropped open in shock. Langi stared wide-eyed. An extremely huge stone tablet extends up from the bottomless cliff, its width alone being nearly 20 zhang. And there are words on the stone tablet. Neither Langi nor Yushuzi recognized the characters on it. Huaqiu didn't recognize her either. But he was very familiar with it. This script is the same as the one in the book in the Lang family's stone chamber that records ancient events on Earth. That's a special script used by ancient cultivators. Huaqiu used his powerful spiritual energy to forcefully decipher the text on it. The heavens are vast and boundless, but our souls are immortal. Huaqiu's expression turned slightly serious upon seeing the first sentence. He sensed a unique atmosphere in that sentence. This is a tombstone. Huaqiu said slowly. What, a tombstone? This thing is called a tombstone. Yushuzi looked incredulous. This monument is enormous. What kind of person would build such a huge tombstone? Could it be that gods and demons are buried beneath this cliff? 609, Chapter 609. My name is on the stele. Huaqiu continued reading. The massive tombstone was covered with densely packed characters, all of them the names of ancient cultivators. These cultivators all died in the ancient war, and their names were engraved on stone tablets. Huaqiu quickly scanned the list and even found the names of the Lang family's ancestors. So many Earth cultivators died, all fighting to protect Earth, Huaqiu murmured. He held these monks in high esteem. The tombstone is over 20 feet wide and long, and its height is so great that one cannot see the end of it. It depends on how deep the cliff is. The countless names inscribed on it are enough to foreshadow how fierce the ancient war must have been. Aside from the fact that the first supreme being of the 9 provinces was extremely powerful, the power of the lower and middle levels of Earth was actually vastly different from that of the Xuanzhen realm. Despite the vast disparity in combat strength, these cultivators fought bravely to protect Earth, which is truly commendable. Who built this tombstone, and whose remains are buried beneath it? Huaqiu wondered. The first supreme ruler has fallen, and less than 1/10 of his ministers remain. The 9 provinces suffer a crushing defeat and are invaded by the Xuanzhen realm. It's astonishing that someone could build a large tomb here to commemorate the cultivators of the 9 provinces. Huaqiu glanced again at the 3 incense sticks still burning beside her. Was that left behind by the old madman? Could he be a cultivator who survived from ancient times? Huaqiu stepped forward, walking in mid-air. He wanted to see the back of the huge stone tablet because he sensed there were inscriptions on it. When he reached the other side, he once again used his divine power to decipher the text. On the back of the tombstone are only 2 names. The supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, Huaqiu slowly recited. The supreme ruler of all time was named Yi. There was no description on the tombstone, but the words alone seemed to inspire a sense of awe. This is Yushuzi also flew over to join in the fun, but as soon as he saw the name of the first supreme being, his expression changed immediately, and he couldn't help but kneel down. I don't know why, but I feel an overwhelming sadness and want to worship and remember these words, he said in great surprise. Huaqiu ignored him and looked at the second name instead. This name must belong to that martial ancestor, Huaqiu pondered. He had heard the leader of the martial alliance say that the martial ancestor had also possessed the dragon seal, which meant he had been recognized as the supreme ruler of the previous 9 provinces. Although Huaqiu felt that even if martial ancestor was strong, he couldn't be that strong and didn't quite deserve the title of supreme ruler of the 9 provinces. However, the Earth's immortal cultivation civilization declined, and by then, the martial ancestor was already the strongest being in the 9 provinces. Huaqiu smiled faintly and began to decipher the second name he believed to be that of the martial ancestor. The second generation supreme of the 9 provinces. As he deciphered the code, Huaqiu's expression suddenly changed drastically, his face stiffening, revealing an unprecedented level of shock. Senior Hua, what's wrong? Yushuzi asked in even greater surprise. Because he had never seen Huaqiu with such an expression before. In the past, no matter when or what kind of sudden change occurred, it could not cause him much of a change in expression. But now, seeing the words on the stone tablet, he froze completely. Startled, Yushuzi quickly stared intently at those words. No matter how hard he stared, he couldn't discern anything amiss. What remained unchanged was the aura that made him want to worship. That's impossible. Huaqiu uttered those 4 words heavily. He stared intently at the second line of text on the back of the tombstone. He has deciphered the name. It wasn't what he expected. That name doesn't belong to the martial ancestor of the Xia kingdom. It says on it, Huaqiu, the second generation supreme ruler of the 9 provinces. Huaqiu was deeply troubled. He was quite certain that the inscription was extremely ancient, carved thousands of years ago. But his name actually appeared on it. Could it be that the ancient cultivators of Earth could foresee the future? Who was it that foresaw the future and was so certain that he would become the second generation supreme ruler of the 9 provinces? Huaqiu's emotions were in turmoil and in great disarray. He was once an invincible supreme immortal emperor, worshipped by countless planes. Earth is not even a top-tier plane in the cultivation world, so how could anyone possibly predict his fate? Moreover, his fate had long been freed from the control of the rules of heaven and earth, completely transcending them. Huaqiu couldn't understand. This tombstone is a memorial to the deceased. Why is his name listed there? Could it be that the person who made this tombstone believed I would also perish? Huaqiu frowned. He didn't believe in that superstition. As an invincible and supreme immortal emperor, even though his cultivation level is far from what it was at its peak, there is no being in the myriad realms that can truly destroy him. Even if an immortal intervened and shattered his physical body, his eternal soul would never perish. Who exactly commissioned this tombstone? Huaqiu asked, his expression turning displeased. He felt this was an offense and a desecration against him. It was as if they wanted to curse him to die. Unfortunately, the era is too ancient even with my current cultivation level. If I were to use the ancient tracing technique at full power, I would most likely gain nothing. Huaqiu frowned, not very happy. Otherwise, he would really want to find the person who made the tombstone and question them properly. If he truly possessed the ability to predict the past and present, it's impossible that he wouldn't know he was a celestial emperor descended to Earth. To dare to inscribe his name on this tombstone is utterly disrespectful. Whether you live or die, watch closely, this emperor will not fall. Huaqiu said coldly. He grabbed Yushuzi and pulled him up. Only then was Yushuzi finally able to break free from that aura and stop kneeling. Senior Hua, what is engraved on this? Why did you react so strongly? He asked curiously. Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask. Huaqiu blared at him coldly. Yushuzi immediately fell silent, as if trembling with fear. However, he was even more curious about the inscription on the stone tablet, but unfortunately he couldn't understand it. The two returned to the edge of the cliff. The strange changes below the cliff continued, with constant booming sounds coming from below, as if the sky and earth were about to collapse. What's going on down there? Yushuzi and Langi were somewhat frightened. The rising chill made them very uncomfortable. It's nothing, just that a large tomb down below has been opened. Huaqiu glanced at it and said casually. What, a huge tomb? Upon hearing this, the two were immediately terrified, their lips trembling. They couldn't help but think of the supernatural legends about the Western Mountain in the immortal realm. It is said that even a powerful cultivator at the core formation stage was eaten down to just a few bones. Even though his cultivation had reached the mid-stage of core formation, Yushuzi still couldn't help but feel fear. Why is the great tomb of the ancient 9 provinces being opened at this moment? Huaqiu looked down and muttered to himself. As I was pondering this, a commotion arose behind me. The first group of cultivators alerted by the strange phenomenon have arrived. It really is the tomb of an ancient cultivator. Upon seeing the breathtakingly huge stone monument, they were thrilled, their faces revealing undisguised greed. 610, Chapter 610 Scared Away. More and more cultivators from the immortal realm approached the edge of the cliff. The strange phenomenon covered such a vast area that it could be seen throughout the entire outer perimeter of West Mountain. Almost all the cultivators who saw it rushed over excitedly, as no one wanted to miss out on the treasure. A similar scene had occurred in Shishan before, where an ancient cultivator's treasure was unearthed, and the various treasures unearthed were extraordinary. None of the previous unusual phenomena could compare to this one. This immediately caused a stir among the cultivators in the immortal realm. Some cultivators rushed off to report to their respective backers, and it wouldn't be long before the place was overflowing with people. Upon seeing 3 people already standing there, the arriving cultivators each harbored their own ulterior motives. Fellow Taoists, have you seen anything unusual? Someone asked with a smile and a cupped hand salute, trying to probe. Huaqiu ignored those people, and Yushuzi and Langi remained silent. The cultivator who didn't get the desired response naturally looked displeased. These 3 have probably seen something extraordinary and don't want to share it with us, they whispered to each other, plotting. In the struggle for treasure, the death of cultivators is a common occurrence. Senior Hua, should we go down and investigate now? Yushuzi asked in a low voice. He was afraid that if more and more people gathered, things would become complicated. Who wouldn't be tempted by a treasure trove? Huaqiu didn't speak, but pointed to several cultivators on the edge of the cliff who couldn't resist flying down on their swords. Ah! Soon, heart-wrenching and terrified screams came from below, followed by a swift return to silence. This caused the cultivators above to show fear, and for a moment no one dared to go down. No way, could there really be something ominous down there? Yushuzi said, trembling. No ominous creature has appeared, but the miasma below is very thick, Huaqiu said calmly. Anyone below the late stage of core formation will be completely destroyed if encountered. So powerful! Yushuzi exclaimed, quickly taking a few steps back, no longer wanting to go down. Others who heard it were skeptical. However, no one dared to try it in the short term. Huaqiu wasn't very interested because he knew this was the burial ground of ancient cultivators from the 9 provinces, and he didn't really want to disturb it. However, thinking of his own name on the stone tablet, he decided to go down and take a look, but he wasn't in a hurry. He would only set off once the foul-smelling miasma dissipated. Everyone is waiting. As time passed, more and more cultivators arrived. The cultivators from the Aolai sect have arrived. They come quickly. Someone remarked. A group of more than 10 cultivators strode in from behind, their imposing aura quite intimidating. The 4 major sects all have outposts on the outskirts of West Mountain. The Aolai sect is the closest, so their arrival was naturally very timely. The 4 major sects are too domineering with them involved. The difficulty of seizing the treasure will increase greatly. Many cultivators from the immortal realm had gloomy expressions. Aolai sect, Yushuzi revealed a half-smile. Not long ago, they slaughtered the dogs of the Aolai sect and killed an elder of the Aolai sect. Instead of rushing to deal with the aftermath, you still have the mood to come here and fight for treasure, huh? Yushuzi sneered. Get out of the way. The cultivators of the ally sect adopted an arrogant attitude and drove away the cultivators who blocked their way. The cultivators in front of them dared not speak out in anger and had no choice but to obediently step aside. In the middle of this group of people was a gaunt old man. His aura had already reached the core formation stage, but it was somewhat unstable. Even the newly promoted core formation cultivator from the ally sect has come. It seems our hopes are slim this time, someone said softly and unwillingly. The cultivators from the ally sect arrived at the edge of the cliff to assess the situation. The man who had reached the core formation stage looked down at the bottomless cliff and frowned deeply. Clearly, he sensed the danger below. Isn't that you, Shuzi? Suddenly, a cultivator from the ally sect caught sight of Yushuzi, who was deliberately being flamboyant, and his expression immediately changed. He's here too? The ally sect cultivator was immediately shocked, his face turning cold as he glared fiercely at Yushuzi. Judging from their reaction, they already knew about the shocking changes at Linglong's sect. Yushuzi, why are you here? The newly promoted core formation cultivator instantly locked onto Hua Qiu and the other two, pressing down on them fiercely. Speak, where is Daozi of ally sect now? What about Linglong sect, who is helping you? He interrogated him on the spot. He assumed that Yushuzi was still a cripple, and with his aura locked on, he wasn't afraid of any tricks Yushuzi might pull. These two, could they be your accomplices? Ally sect's core formation cultivator glanced coldly at Hua Qiu and Lang Yi, his tone even more indifferent. Go, break their arms and legs, so none of them can escape. He ordered the men beside him. Understood. The cultivators from the ally sect approached the three men menacingly. The onlookers, all cultivators from the immortal realm, shook their heads, adopting a spectator's mentality. These good-for-nothings think they can capture us? Yushuzi said with disdain. Senior, I will take care of these eyesores myself, so there's no need for you to take action, he said, bowing to Hua Qiu. Hurry up, Hua Qiu said calmly. Yes. Yushuzi received the approval and walked out with a cold smile. With a wave of his hand, a powerful spiritual force swept towards the dozen or so people like a whirlwind. The ally sect cultivators' expressions immediately changed drastically. You actually recovered your cultivation, how is that possible? The core formation cultivator from ally sect looked on in disbelief. He knew very well how badly Yushuzi had been tortured. Logically speaking, it's impossible for him to recover, he'll be a cripple for life. They were initially wondering who could possibly break through the Linglong sect's great formation. Now it's clear. The core formation cultivator from ally sect fixed his gaze on Hua Qiu. He had just clearly seen that Yushuzi treated this young man with extreme respect, as if he were a deity. Without a doubt, it was this person who rescued Yushuzi and broke through the Linglong sect's great formation. He was shocked. When did such a terrifying cultivator appear in the immortal realm? Ah! Yushuzi made his move, beating those ally sect cultivators as if they were nothing. With a casual move, he injured or killed more than 10 people. This Yushuzi is incredibly powerful. The onlookers exclaimed in surprise. Yushuzi quickly dealt with the ally sect cultivators and then turned his attention to the ally sect cultivators who had reached the core formation stage. It's your turn, he said with a playful expression. The core formation cultivator from ally sect gave Hua Qiu a deep look, and seeing that Hua Qiu did not make a move, he narrowed his eyes. Whoosh! The next moment, he took to the air and fled without hesitation. The cultivators present were all stunned. The core formation cultivator from the top sect, ally sect, was actually scared away without even fighting. Even Yushuzi hadn't expected this turn of events. He was stunned for a moment, and when he came to his senses, the core formation cultivator from ally sect had already flown quite a distance away. Hua Qiu watched the fleeing figure with indifference, his gaze sharpening. In an instant, space froze. 611, Chapter 611. People from the four major sects arrive. The core formation cultivator from the ally sect was frozen in mid-air, unable to move. His expression was filled with terror, he had never encountered anything like this before. Like everyone else, he desperately mobilized all the spiritual power in his body, trying to break free from the restraints, but to no avail. Who exactly is this person? Even a late-stage core formation cultivator probably doesn't have such abilities. He was filled with fear, and terror spread through his heart. The immortal cultivators on the edge of the cliff watched this scene with puzzled expressions. What are the great cultivators of Aulai sect doing? They thought that the Aulai sect's core formation cultivators felt it was too humiliating to run away, so they deliberately stopped to try and get back at them. It wasn't until Hua Qiu waved his hand, causing Aulai sect's core formation cultivator to fly back, that they realized something was wrong. What? A dignified core formation grand cultivator couldn't even escape. The immortal realm cultivators showed expressions of disbelief, deeply shocked by the scene before them. What kind of person could make a powerful cultivator from the Aulai sect flee without hesitation? What kind of methods could prevent a powerful core formation cultivator from escaping? Numerous questions filled the minds of the cultivators in the immortal realm. They had never heard of such a person in the immortal realm. Hua Qiu flicked his hand, and the core formation cultivator from Aulai sect crashed down at his feet. Who are you? Aulai sect's core formation cultivator stared at him, his neck stiff, and asked. What is your relationship with Yu Shuzi? What is your Taoist name? He was trying to get some useful information. He was terrified that Hua Qiu was some kind of old monster who had disappeared many years ago. Before Hua Qiu could speak, Yu Shuzi had already kicked him hard. Who do you think you are? How dare you ask my master's Taoist name? Yu Shuzi sneered. What? He's your master? Upon hearing this, the core formation cultivator from Aulai sect gaped in astonishment. The immortal cultivators on the edge of the cliff were also in an uproar. Yu Shuzi's cultivation level is that of a true core formation grandmaster. A powerhouse of this caliber undoubtedly stands at the very top of the entire immortal realm. Now, a powerful cultivator at the very top of the pyramid is actually calling a young cultivator master. Who wouldn't be shocked to hear that? He's a core formation cultivator, so how powerful must his master be? In the entire immortal realm, it seems that no powerful figure has ever been able to take a core formation cultivator as a servant. Just who is this person? Why does no one recognize him? Immediately, the cultivators of the immortal realm were abuzz with discussion. Master, should we kill this core formation cultivator? Yu Shuzi changed his mind on the spot in order to highlight Hua Qiu's abilities. Kill them, Hua Qiu said indifferently. Yes, sir. Yu Shuzi responded loudly, making sure that all the cultivators in the immortal realm present could hear him. They actually want to kill a core formation cultivator from the Aulai sect. The cultivators of the immortal realm were deeply shocked and filled with doubt. Aulai sect ranks second among the 5 major sects, and its strength is extraordinary. Moreover, after the destruction of the Hidden Moon sect, the 4 major sects, which were already closely connected, became even more united, sharing both prosperity and adversity. Over the years, virtually no one has dared to oppose them, let alone kill cultivators from various sects. These two are not only going to kill, but also to annihilate a powerful cultivator. This makes it impossible for them to remain calm. Seeing that Yu Shuzi was about to make a move, the core formation cultivators of the Aulai sect panicked. You should think this through. If you kill me, it won't just be an offense against my Aulai sect. He shouted. The 4 major sects will hunt you down to the ends of the earth. No matter how strong you are, you will not escape your fate. He threatened. I'm not afraid to tell you, the news has already spread at this moment. A large number of cultivators from the 4 major sects have arrived at the outer edge of West Mountain through the teleportation array and are heading here at full speed. They will arrive soon. Kill me, and none of you will escape. This, Yu Shuzi hesitated. He was still somewhat intimidated by the arrival of the 4 major sects. The Western Hills are full of strange occurrences. If a fight breaks out here and something terrible is unearthed, everyone will be in danger. Senior Hua, how about we spare this man's life for now? He tentatively asked Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu gave him a cold look. Yu Shuzi shuddered. Understood, I'll kill him right away. He said hastily. This time, he didn't hesitate and raised his hand to kill the core formation cultivator from Aulai sect. Bang bang bang. Suddenly, a loud noise came from behind, with the sound of wind being cut incessant. The cultivators looked up and saw a large group of cultivators flying in, causing the air to vibrate widely. Among them were the auras of core formation cultivators. They've arrived, people from my Aulai sect have arrived, all 4 major sects have arrived. Upon seeing this, the core formation cultivator from Aulai sect immediately revealed a look of wild joy. If you know what's good for you, release this elder now, or you'll all die a horrible death. He felt emboldened and even dared to order Hua Qiu and the other 2 around. Hua Qiu didn't even look at it before pointing with his finger. Whoosh! The core formation cultivator from Aulai sect had his brow pierced by sword energy and collapsed, looking utterly bewildered. He didn't understand why the other side would still dare to kill when most of them had arrived. They even dared to kill them. The cultivators from the immortal realm were greatly shocked. The cultivators from the 4 major sects arrived together, their aura overwhelming, yet he didn't even take them seriously? Soon, the cultivators from the 4 major sects arrived and landed one after another. The Aulai sect cultivators' expressions changed drastically upon seeing the corpse on the ground. Elder He, what's wrong? They quickly went forward to check on him. Upon discovering that the person was completely dead, they revealed expressions of extreme anger. Who killed my Aulai sect's core formation elder? They glared around and shouted. The cultivators of the immortal realm fell silent in fear. While they were hesitating about whether to inform on them. I killed him, Hua Qiu said calmly. You killed Elder He? All the cultivators from the Aulai sect stared at him, but some were filled with doubt and suspicion. Hua Qiu is too young and his aura is mediocre. How could he possibly kill a core formation cultivator? He did indeed kill the Aulai sect elder, everyone saw it, a cultivator declared confidently. I dare to say it, he said. That's right, he was the one who carried out the assassination. This person is hiding his true abilities, he should not be underestimated. Other cultivators chimed in. How dare you kill an elder of my Aulai sect, you have some nerve. The Aulai sect cultivator roared, pointing at Hua Qiu. They did not act immediately. Although there were quite a few cultivators from Aulai sect, none of them were core formation cultivators. They were originally coming to meet Elder He and his group. They could only look to the leaders of the other 3 sects for help. Every sect has a core formation cultivator in charge. Please, 3 elders, uphold justice for my Aulai sect. Why should the elders seek revenge? The leader of the Aulai sect bowed and shouted. The 3 core formation cultivators stepped out, their expressions icy cold. The 4 major sects are very united, killing one person is to provoke the entire group. Killing Elder He is the same as killing our sect's higher-ups. One of them said coldly. This boy deserves to die. He should be executed. The other 2 also exuded murderous intent. Hua Qiu, too, began to reveal his murderous intent. 612, Chapter 612 Annihilation with a wave of the hand. The cultivators from the 4 major sects gathered together, although not all of them were present, their presence was still imposing. The sight of hundreds of cultivators standing together was awe-inspiring and gave people a great deal of pressure. He should be executed. Everyone shouted together with murderous intent, their voices so loud that they even shook the clouds and mist outside the cliff. After the destruction of the Hidden Moon sect, all 4 major sects felt threatened. This was to demonstrate to outsiders the strength of their alliance and the power of their combined forces. We, the 4 great sects, do not kill nameless individuals. State your name and origin. A powerful cultivator said coldly, adopting an arrogant and condescending attitude. Hua Qiu smiled faintly. In the past, cultivators from the 4 major sects had asked him this question many times, but he never answered. Today, he suddenly wanted to confront everyone. My name is Hua Qiu, a commoner from the Xia kingdom, he said. His words, spoken like a thunderclap from a clear sky, were like a bolt from the blue. The mundane world, he's actually a mundane person. The cultivators present were all greatly shocked, their expressions filled with disbelief. Almost all cultivators in the immortal realm speak of the mortal world with disdain. In their eyes, ordinary people are weak and mediocre, no different from ants. Even ordinary martial artists can't amount to much, they are no match for these cultivators who have seized the essence of heaven and earth. The person in front of them casually killed a great cultivator from the Ally sect, leading everyone to guess that he was a reclusive immortal powerhouse. It's hard for people to accept that he's now considered a worldly person. How could a mere ant in the mortal world kill a top expert from the immortal realm? What makes such a being possible in the mundane world? They don't deserve it. That's impossible, the spiritual energy in the mortal world is so scarce, and resources are so limited, it's impossible for a core formation cultivator to achieve that. A core formation cultivator said, frowning. Who are you? Tell me the truth at once. Perhaps you can call me, the supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, Huaqiu said again. At this moment, the 3 core formation cultivators were suddenly shocked, and their pupils shrank. Those 4 words felt like a poison needle, piercing them deeply and making them feel extremely uncomfortable. The supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, what is that? Many cultivators from the immortal realm were completely baffled. Even ordinary cultivators from the 4 major sects had never heard of such a thing. However, the expressions of the 3 core formation cultivators had become extremely solemn. Their ancestors were all ministers of the first supreme ruler of Kyushu and were traitors to the entire Kyushu. They all had some knowledge of their ancestors' glorious history. Therefore, upon hearing those 4 words, the 3 of them immediately flew into a rage. How could a supreme being emerge from such a wretched land as Kyushu? The 3 men looked at each other with grim expressions, each seeing the same thought in the other's eyes. That was a chilling, killing intent. Unlike before, this time, they were determined to kill them no matter what. We must never allow the supreme ruler of the 9 provinces to grow stronger. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, the 3 core formation cultivators launched a fierce attack, each unleashing their killing moves to deliver a fatal blow to Huaqiu. This scene not only stunned the cultivators of the immortal realm, but also left the other cultivators from the 4 major sects momentarily speechless. The killing intent of the 3 core formation elders was like a monstrous wave, forcing the surrounding cultivators to retreat repeatedly, their faces filled with terror. That was an intense, pure killing intent. Supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, how dare you walk into our trap, die! One of them shouted with a ferocious expression. Boom! Before the words were even finished, the 3 men had already unleashed their deadly attacks. The 7-colored light engulfed Huaqiu, and the cliff was almost blasted apart. Was it really necessary to be so violent? Many cultivators from the immortal realm cursed and flew into the air to dodge, while some who were unable to dodge in time lost their lives on the spot. No one believed Huaqiu was still alive. Too weak, absolutely too weak. Suddenly, a disdainful voice came from within the smoke. Call. The thick smoke dissipated instantly, revealing Huaqiu's unharmed figure. It's all right. The cultivators present couldn't help but widen their eyes. 3 core formation cultivators joined forces, yet they couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes? Is this mortal boy some kind of monster? This kid is too tough. The cultivators from the 4 major sects were speechless. The 3 core formation cultivators looked extremely pale and grim. A strong sense of crisis was born. Huaqiu's strength exceeded their expectations. Only they themselves knew that in that joint effort, no one held back, they all used their full strength, yet they still couldn't defeat that person. The supreme ruler of the 9 provinces is indeed not someone that an ordinary person can hold the position. The 3 looked at each other, their eyes filled with apprehension. This person is extremely powerful, even the 3 of us combined cannot defeat him, we must report to the sect as soon as possible. They whispered to each other. His cultivation level has likely reached the late stage of core formation, he has already matured, we can only ask the ancestor to take action, or communicate with the upper realm to have a powerful being from the upper realm descend and kill this boy. The 3 reached a consensus, they would abandon even the ancient cultivator's treasure and focus on reporting back to their sect. Get down here, all of you. Hua Qiu sneered. Buzz. In an instant, the space above the three of them hummed, as if an immense force was pressing down on them. The three of them immediately lost their balance in the air and fell like cannonballs. They slammed hard against the edge of the cliff, creating a crater. The cultivators from the immortal realm were all stunned. The previous cultivator from Aulai's sect had only recently broken through to the core formation stage, and his realm was unstable, so it was understandable that he was no match for him. But these three are all powerful experts who have already achieved the core formation stage for many years. Their supernatural abilities and methods are far more powerful. In addition, when the three of them join forces, they are comparable to the mid-stage core formation stage. He was still no match for that worldly youth. A single word can bring them down. The hidden moon sect was destroyed by me, and the supreme elder of the Lingxiao sect was killed by me, Hua Qiu said expressionlessly. You 5 sects are all traitors, yet you still dare to dream of seizing the Xia kingdom's destiny. None of you will survive. His voice was somewhat flat, but it sounded like a heavy hammer blow to the ears of the 3 core formation cultivators. The cultivators from the immortal realm were extremely shocked and horrified upon hearing about Hua Qiu's deeds. In the mortal world, there once existed a martial ancestor and a wicked ancestor. They humiliated the 5 major sects, but this one is even more terrifying than them. He single-handedly stormed into the immortal realm, vowing to annihilate the remaining 4 major sects. You are all ants, your life and death are but a thought away to me, Hua Qiu said with a light laugh, raising his hand. Zhun. A clear and melodious sword cry rang out in the air. But for the cultivators of the 4 major sects, it was a deathly demonic sound. With a wave of his hand, Hua Qiu unleashed countless sword shadows that shot down. Ah! Screams rang out, one after another. A large number of cultivators from the 4 major sects died, and no one could escape the lock of the sword intent power. The 3 core formation cultivators stared in disbelief. It has never suffered such a huge loss in thousands of years. You deserve to die, someone will avenge us, they'll make sure you die a horrible death. One of them roared. I'll wait, Hua Qiu said noncommittally. After saying this, the 3 of them lay dead on the ground, dying unwillingly. None of the cultivators from the 5 major sects survived. The cliff edge was littered with corpses. The cultivators of the immortal realm all fell silent, as quiet as cicadas in winter. 613, Chapter 613. Entering the tomb. He killed them all. The cultivators of the immortal realm looked at the corpses of the cultivators from the 4 major sects with heavy hearts. Hua Qiu is a person from the secular world. They were somewhat prejudiced and hostile, hoping that the 4 major sects could suppress and kill Hua Qiu, so as to demonstrate the transcendence and superiority of the cultivators of the immortal realm. In the blink of an eye, all the cultivators from the 4 major sects here were wiped out. Even the 3 core formation cultivators died mysteriously, without any chance to resist. Just how powerful is he? Is he really immortal? The world is about to change. The mortals have surpassed the top experts of the immortal realm by so much. The cultivators from the immortal realm began to whisper among themselves. But the crowd was clearly afraid of Hua Qiusheng, keeping their distance and afraid that he would hear them when they spoke. You may freely send messages to the 4 major sects, Hua Qiu said after looking around. Tell them to make thorough preparations, dig out all those old guys who've been in seclusion, and unleash all their hidden strengths and trump cards. Because their end will come soon. The cultivators of the immortal realm couldn't help but show their indignation. In their eyes, Hua Qiu appeared extremely arrogant, which displeased them. Apart from the weakest sect, the hidden moon sect, the other 4 major sects all have deep foundations and are hiding their strengths. He really thinks he can destroy the 4 major sects after killing a few core formation cultivators. That's a bit overestimating himself. Someone muttered. After muttering to himself, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine and broke out in a cold sweat. Because he noticed the cold, worldly young man looking at him. In an instant, he was terrified. Hua Qiu smiled coldly and pointed a finger at him. A ray of light entered his body, making him feel cold all over. Within 3 days, deliver my message to the 4 major sects, without missing a single one, or you will explode and die, Hua Qiu said calmly. The cultivator's face was as pale as paper, and his body trembled with fear. He gritted his teeth and stood there stunned for a moment before turning his head and flying away from the edge of the cliff. Time was precious, his will to live was strong, and he didn't want to die yet. No one dared to discuss it privately anymore. They avoided Hua Qiu and his companions like the plague. Not long after. Bang! The clouds and mist on the edge of the cliff churned again and quickly began to dissipate. Without the obstruction, the unfathomable darkness below was revealed. Looking down, it was extremely eerie and frightening. Everyone used their divine senses to probe. The tomb has been opened. Soon, they exclaimed in surprise. The miasma has dissipated, and cultivators can now enter. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, the cultivators from the immortal realm jumped down in a rush. The allure of the treasure made them forget everything that had happened before, and they did everything in their power to be the first to enter the ancient cultivator's tomb. Hua Qiu stood on the cliff, looking down. His brow furrowed slightly. He had a feeling from the very beginning. This large tomb did not seem to be opened by chance. There may be a sinister force behind it. Senior, aren't we going down? Lang Yi asked cautiously. Walk. Hua Qiu uttered a single word and then leaped down. Yushuzi quickly grabbed Lang Yi and followed. The wind was howling, and after descending for an unknown amount of time, we finally saw a light. A massive tomb gate appeared before them. In front of the tomb, on the left and right, there are two tall stone sculptures of mythical beasts, whose eyes emit light that illuminates the outside of the tomb. A qilin guarding the tomb. Hua Qiu glanced at the two stone sculptures and raised an eyebrow slightly. This is an auspicious beast, and it is rarely used to guard tombs. Moreover, these two stone sculptures are not just simple stone sculptures. However, apart from Hua Qiu, no other cultivator here could detect it. The cultivators were perplexed as they looked at the massive stone gate of the tomb. The stone door gleamed with an eerie light and was very difficult to open. Everyone couldn't help but look at Hua Qiu. He is the only one here who might have the ability to open the stone door. Rumble. The stone door suddenly made a muffled sound and opened automatically, revealing the darkness inside. For a moment, everyone looked at each other in bewilderment. This makes it sound like we're welcoming them to rob tombs. This the skull, this be a trap? Yushuzi's face turned pale with fright. There was once an ancient tomb deep in the western mountains that opened automatically, attracting many cultivators to enter. As a result, there was a terrifying and ferocious demon inside the tomb that devoured all the cultivators, leaving not even bone fragments. Yushuzi said, his lips trembling. Hearing his words, the cultivators felt a chill run down their spines and their hearts turned cold. It felt like there were unseen eyes watching me from all around, which gave me the creeps. Yushuzi shrank behind Hua Qiu. For a time, no one dared to enter the tomb. Everyone stared at each other, waiting for someone to take the lead. Hua Qiu glared at Yushuzi, then took a step and walked towards the stone gate. The crowd automatically made way for him. Yushuzi and Lang Yi followed Hua Qiu cautiously, and the three of them were the first to enter the stone gate. Seeing that the three had entered safely, the cultivators from the immortal realm breathed a sigh of relief and rushed in one after another. Inside the stone gate was a dark passage. Tap tap tap. The sound of water droplets falling on the ground could be heard, quite rhythmic. Hua Qiu flicked his finger, and a ray of light floated in front of him, moving with him and illuminating his path. The cultivators from the immortal realm also created glowing objects and moved forward slowly. Although the passageway was wide, no one dared to wander around at this moment, fearing an accident. Wah-ah! Not long after they started walking, a cold wind blew by, sounding like the howling of a vengeful ghost, causing many cultivators to break out in a cold sweat and become even more cautious. After walking a few steps, Hua Qiu suddenly stopped. Senior, what's wrong? Yushuzi asked. Hua Qiu turned around and looked back. The cultivators from the immortal realm kept a certain distance from the three of them. The few cultivators closest to them could not see in the deep darkness it's crystal clear. Seeing that Hua Qiu and the other two had stopped, they also stopped. Hua Qiu's gaze was fixed on one of the people. Crunch, crunch. At this moment, the man was facing away from the group, chewing on something. It was so dark that even human figures were hard to see. Seriously, buddy, you're still in the mood to eat at a time like this? His companions said helplessly. Stop eating, let me see what you're eating. It's so loud that someone patted him on the back. The dark figure paused, then handed over something. His companion took it with a frown. When he illuminated the object being handed to him with the pearl in his hand. Ah! He let out a terrified scream, and the pearl in his hand fell to the ground. What was handed over was a creature that was still warm. A bloody arm. 614, Chapter 614 Treating the ants of the 9 provinces as food. In the darkness, a shadowy figure, its features indistinct, was gnawing on a living person's arm. This scene terrified the surrounding cultivators, turning their faces deathly pale. We've encountered something ominous. Yushuzi cried out in great fear. Playing tricks. Hua Qiu showed no fear and waved his hand at the dark figure. A dazzling light emanated from his palm, dispelling the dense darkness. This also revealed the true face of the shadowy figure to everyone. However, upon seeing clearly, everyone trembled and became even more frightened. This is something that looks almost like a dried-up corpse. Its eyes were blood red, its body was covered with fleshy bumps, and its skin was brown and as dry as tree bark. Its appearance was truly terrifying. It exuded a bloody aura and had a strong, pungent smell of blood permeating the air. At this moment, lying next to it was the corpse of a cultivator, which was the arm of the cultivators from earlier. The monk had died sometime during the night, his eyes wide open, filled with endless terror. His body had been half-eaten by the monster, and it was bloody and a gruesome sight. When its true form was revealed to everyone, the monster showed no fear whatsoever. Instead, it brazenly continued to tear at the flesh of the dead right in front of the cultivators, eating with relish like a wild beast. In an instant, the cultivators retreated in fear. Even nascent soul cultivators would flee for their lives if they encountered the ominous creature within the western mountains, let alone dare to approach it. You man-eating demon! The cultivator, who had been terrified earlier, was filled with rage as he watched his close friend being devoured by the monster. I'll kill you! Enraged, he mustered his courage and thrust his sword forward fiercely. Snap! However, when his magical sword struck the monster, it shattered instantly, failing to harm it in the slightest. The monster roared, stretched out its claws and grabbed him, its sharp teeth biting directly at his throat. An extremely bloody scene unfolded before everyone's eyes. The monk's neck was bitten off on the spot, and the monster sucked his blood. In just a few moments, all the blood in his body was drained, leaving only skin and bones, a truly horrifying sight. This made the cultivators in the immortal realm even more fearful, and some of the more timid ones even screamed and fled. Whoosh! The monster moved suddenly, so fast that it was impossible to see it, faster than lightning. Ah! A blood-curdling scream rang out, piercingly shrill. Some had their heads crushed, some had their hearts ripped out, some had their blood drained. Wherever the monster goes, people are sure to die a gruesome death on the spot, and the manner of the deaths is bloody and horrific. The cultivators of the immortal realm couldn't even track the monster's movements. In an instant, chaos erupted here. Only Hua Qiu watched calmly. You're the strongest here, why aren't you taking action against that monster? Someone shouted anxiously at Hua Qiu. Your lives and deaths are none of my business, Hua Qiu said indifferently. You the cultivator who spoke had a livid face. He wanted to continue his accusations, rebuking Hua Qiu for failing to save him, but the next moment a dark figure appeared in front of him. Instantly, his expression froze, and he quickly became a headless corpse. That terrifying monster roamed the dark passage, wantonly slaughtering cultivators from the immortal realm. Hua Qiu, on the other hand, remained on the sidelines and showed no intention of making a move. He had no good feelings towards cultivators from the immortal realm. According to the description of the Lord of Liang City, most of the cultivators in the immortal realm today are descended from the bloodlines of those who betrayed the 9 provinces in the past, and have little to do with the ancient people of the 9 provinces who fought for the 9 provinces. Therefore, Hua Qiu did not care about the lives or deaths of these people. After a while, the ground was covered with mutilated corpses. The monster was already full and seemed to be killing purely for the purpose of torture. The observant Hua Qiu even sensed pleasure from the ferocious expression on its face. He also sensed the soul consciousness emanating from the monster. The cultivators of the 9 provinces are all ants, all food for me. Die, all of you, die. I will slaughter all the cultivators of the 9 provinces, slaughter them all. The hysterical emotions reached Hua Qiu's senses, causing him to frown slightly. He observed the monster carefully and finally figured out its secrets. So it turns out they cultivated a special evil technique that transformed their life form, requiring the flesh and blood of cultivators to sustain their survival, Hua Qiu said calmly. What's the use of living for another 1,000 years if you're neither human nor ghost? He commented dismissively. These words immediately fell into the hands of the monster with its keen hearing. He threw away the severed limbs of the cultivator in his hand, turned around and glared fiercely at Hua Qiu and the other 2. This monster's killing intent was extremely strong, possessing a soul-stirring effect. Ant's food. Its eyes were red as it stared at Hua Qiu, making sounds and muttering something. Trying to use me as food, Hua Qiu sneered, his voice full of sarcasm. Whoosh! The monster suddenly moved, transforming into a streak of light and rushing towards Hua Qiu. Its sharp claws reached towards Hua Qiu's neck, trying to break it in one swift motion. It was excited because it sensed that Hua Qiu was much stronger than other cultivators, and the flesh and blood of powerful cultivators had a much better effect on it. Hua Qiu could see a strong appetite in its eyes. In the blink of an eye, the monster rushed in front of Hua Qiu, and a nauseating stench hit him. Get out! Hua Qiu spat out a single word with disgust. Boom! The moment that word roll was uttered, it seemed as if the ancient cultivator's tomb trembled violently. The charging monster was immediately blasted away by the power contained in the word roll, crashing heavily into the stone wall of the passage and embedding itself deeply. The cultivators from the immortal realm watched with their hearts trembling. The man-eating monsters that had inflicted devastating damage on them appeared utterly helpless in front of Hua Qiu. Even the crazed monster was stunned, remaining embedded in the stone wall for a long time without moving. It seems that none of them. I can hardly believe that I was sent flying by a single word uttered by an insignificant ant from the land of Kyushu. Wah! Soon, the monster let out a roar and became extremely violent. Hua Qiu sensed intense anger emanating from it. It seems that humanity has not been completely extinguished, and the transformation is not complete, he chuckled. Whoosh! The monster roared, bursting out of the shattered stone wall, its body emitting a hazy crimson light, and launched another attack on Hua Qiu. This time, it was enraged, its murderous intent more intense than ever before, no longer containing any playful element as before. Hua Qiu frowned slightly, revealing his impatience. Court death. He took a step forward and threw a punch. Boom! The terrifyingly powerful punch swept over like a tidal wave, creating a thunderous roar. The punch landed on the monster, sending it flying once again and crashing into the stone wall. Bang bang bang. All that could be heard was a violent tremor and a loud explosion, as if the force of the punch had blasted it through. From the outside, you can't see any monster, all you can see is a deep, dark hole. 615, Chapter 615. This can be called supreme? The monster fell silent after being blasted into the stone wall. After a moment of silence in the passage, someone mustered up the courage to go and take a look. That damn thing, it actually dug a hole in the rock wall and escaped. Soon, the observing cultivator said with an incredulous expression. What, they ran away? The cultivators exchanged bewildered glances. The monster was utterly terrifying to them, they had no power to resist and could only become food. Such a terrifying thing is something that even a core formation cultivator cannot protect themselves from. But that extremely ferocious creature was actually driven away by Huaqiu. Even if they were unwilling to admit it, if it weren't for Huaqiu's intervention, they would likely have been devoured by the monster long ago. Huaqiu was their savior. For a time, the cultivators of the immortal realm had mixed feelings about the people of this mortal world. Senior, should we give chase? Seeing the monster being crushed by Huaqiu, Yushuzi was no longer afraid and instead became eager to try. Go after them, Huaqiu said. Yushuzi immediately deflated. If I really chase after it, won't it eat me? He muttered. Keep going, Huaqiu said, and walked forward. Yushuzi and Lang Yi quickly followed. The immortal cultivators behind them had uncertain expressions. The many mutilated corpses on the ground foreshadowed the dangers ahead. After a moment of internal struggle, they gritted their teeth and followed. Ultimately, the allure of the precious treasure outweighed the fear of death. After traveling for hundreds of years, the view suddenly opened up and became bright. Two mounds appeared ahead. Two huge, deep pits stand side by side. Huaqiu and his two companions were the first to approach. The first deep pit was filled with white skeletons. Countless piles of bones filled the pit. Huaqiu glanced at it, his expression darkening. A sense of sorrow emanated from the dragon seal. He then knew that these were the remains of the ancient people of the 9 provinces. Thousands of years have passed, and most of the remains have weathered away. What remains are the skeletons of the more powerful Kyushu people. This first deep pit stretches as far as the eye can see. It's impossible to calculate exactly how many cultivators' remains are in here. Huaqiu only knew that every one of them had died fighting for the sake of Kyushu. Perhaps there are many more dead whose remains were never found, and whose names were never recorded. Huaqiu held a degree of respect for these people. Although he was the supreme immortal emperor, he asked himself honestly, he couldn't do such a thing, he wasn't that selfless. The remaining cultivators from the immortal realm also arrived at the scene. Upon seeing the endless skeletons, they were extremely astonished, but that was all they were astonished about. A moment later, they walked toward another large mound nearby. Unlike this place, that was a soldier's graveyard. Countless weapons were piled up in the pit. Because of their age, most of those weapons have weathered away, and very few have survived intact. However, those few that survived must be top-grade high-level magic treasures, possessing powerful divine might. These are all weapons and magical treasures of the 9 provinces. Huaqiu's eyes flickered slightly. The person who built the great tomb thoughtfully buried all the weapons of Kyushu with them in the tomb. The tomb builder must have gone through a lot to collect so many remains of people from all over the 9 provinces, along with their weapons and magical treasures. A divine weapon, a truly supreme divine weapon. The cultivators from the immortal realm nearly popped their eyes out when they saw the few well-preserved, gleaming weapons in the weapon tomb. They knew very well that the ancient cultivators' magical treasures that had survived to this day were far superior to the high-level magical treasures of the immortal realm today. In an instant, the cultivators of the immortal realm turned red-eyed and even forgot their previous fear. They immediately took action, jumping into the tomb to fight for the magical treasures. Within the soldier's tomb, there are also the remains of some people from Kyushu. They trampled recklessly over the skeletons. This scene made Huaqiu frown deeply. His face darkened, and he prepared to make a move. Boom! However, before he could actually use his methods, a tremendous force suddenly erupted from the tomb of soldiers, blasting all the immortal realm cultivators who had jumped down out. What happened? The cultivator who hadn't yet descended looked surprised and quickly stopped. Huaqiu's expression shifted, and he looked down at the mound of soldiers. In the graveyard, a skeleton crawled out from the pile of bones. A glint appeared in his eyes, as if he were awakening from a deep sleep, and his movements were very stiff. But soon, he was able to move freely and leaped out of the tomb. How dare you offend the heroes of the 9 provinces? He said, opening his skull-like mouth to the crowd. The cultivators from the immortal realm were horrified, their expressions of fear returning. Another ominous creature. They were terrified, all thinking it was another deadly omen like the monstrous corpse. You You are the cultivators of Earth now? The skeleton scanned the crowd, then suddenly froze. Is this the level of Earth cultivators nowadays? Too weak, far too weak. How did you cultivate? How could you be so useless? The skeleton suddenly cursed, looking utterly disappointed. This completely baffled the frightened cultivators of the immortal realm. Is it a subject of the Supreme Being? Hua Qiu asked, staring at the skeleton. The skeleton suddenly froze and turned to look at the three of them. His gaze instantly fixed on Hua Qiu. On your body. How come you have the aura of the dragon seal on you? The skeleton trembled and stared at Hua Qiu as it asked. Upon seeing this, Lang Yi quickly stepped forward and bowed deeply to the skeleton. I, Lang Yi, a descendant of the Lang family, pay my respects to the 10 ministers of our ancestors. He said respectfully. The Lang family, are you a descendant of the Lang family? Upon hearing this, the skeleton became somewhat excited. Good, the fact that there are still descendants of the Lang family alive means that the other 10 ministers also have hope. Lang Yi's expression was gloomy. He didn't tell the skeleton that, apart from their Lang family, there was no news of any other descendants of the 10 ministers of their ancestors on Earth today. Very likely, the continuation has been completely cut off. My lord, the one before you is none other than the current supreme ruler of the 9 provinces. Lang Yi introduced to the skeleton. He is the supreme ruler of the 9 provinces? Upon hearing this, the light in the skeleton's eye sockets froze, and it stared at Hua Qiu without moving. If he had flesh and blood, he would surely be frowning in disbelief right now. How could someone like that become the supreme ruler of the 9 provinces? This is impossible. The skeleton was somewhat angry. Sir, is there a problem? Lang Yi quickly asked. The problem is too big. The skeleton shouted, sounding somewhat exasperated. Weak, too weak. He said, pointing at Hua Qiu. How could such a weak cultivator possibly gain the dragon seal's approval, and how could he bear the name of the Supreme One? How can such a weakling save the world and the land? I, the governor, do not acknowledge such a supreme ruler. 616, Chapter 616 revealing the method. Otsuka had fallen into an awkward silence. That skeleton was one of the 10 ministers of the ancient supreme being, a true ancient powerhouse from Earth. They were all Earth star powerhouses loyal to the supreme ruler of the 9 provinces. Lang Yi revealed Hua Qiu's identity with the intention of gaining the skeleton's goodwill and asking him to help Hua Qiu grow. Unexpectedly, the skeleton showed no mercy and directly mocked Hua Qiu for being too weak. Lang Yiren was dumbfounded and didn't know how to handle the situation. Hua Qiu raised an eyebrow, but didn't react much. Given the skeleton's cultivation level in life, it could indeed look down on him now. However, as the Supreme Immortal Emperor, he has only been cultivating on Earth for a few months now. If these words were spoken to a skeleton, they would be enough to frighten it. In fact, given the skeleton's current state, its strength is less than 1% of its peak, so it has no right to look down on him. My lord, this is truly the new supreme ruler of the 9 provinces. Lang Yi said irritably. Do you think this is still ancient times? Things have changed a long time ago. The spiritual energy on Earth is now scarce, and even a core formation stage cultivator is considered extremely powerful. For the Supreme Being to have reached such a level is already a once-in-a-millennium achievement. The skeleton opened its mouth, then froze in shock. So Kishua's fallen into such decline? He said in a desolate voice. He looked like he had been greatly shocked. Alas, no wonder, with cultivators from the Xuanzhen realm breaching the barriers of the 9 provinces and plundering on a massive scale, how could the 9 provinces not decline? The skeleton walked around dejectedly for a few moments, then re-examined Hua Qiu. Lang Yi thought that this time he would finally understand something and show some respect to the new supreme ruler. The 9 provinces are doomed, the skeleton suddenly blurted out. It's hopeless. How can such a weak supreme being turn the tide? What makes them think they can win? They have absolutely no chance. Forget it, I'd rather continue to slumber and guard the tomb. The decline of Kyushu is irreversible. As he spoke, he made a gesture as if he was about to go back to Otsuka to take a nap. Hua Qiu's face turned cold. How dare you be so presumptuous before the Supreme One? He said coldly. As he spoke, an overwhelming aura of imperial power emanated from Hua Qiu, fiercely pressing down on the skeleton. The skeleton stopped abruptly, and the spiritual fire in its eye sockets flickered a few times. Supreme Dragon Aura, you can actually wield such divine power. It was clear that he was deeply shaken. I never expected that you would be so highly regarded by the Dragon Seal, to the point that it is willing to serve you as its master. The skeleton, no longer acting nonchalant, began to seriously examine Hua Qiu. Only then did he realize that he couldn't see through this weak supreme being at all. The Dragon Seal never easily recognizes a master in ancient times. Countless powerful figures fought for it, and only he was able to gain the Dragon Seal's recognition. Your Majesty, he is an unparalleled emperor to whom all living beings in the 9 provinces submit with heartfelt devotion. And you? I don't quite understand, what exactly does Longxi see in you? The skeleton scratched his head, completely baffled. Perhaps, you really are the new hope of Kyushu. However, you give me no hope now, and I will not follow you when you can truly rival the first supreme being. I will kneel at your feet and fight for the 9 provinces. The skeleton spoke these words very seriously. Hua Qiu smiled noncommittally. Whether you follow me or not is of little significance to me. Whether you fight or not is your business, he said calmly. As for the so-called hope of the 9 provinces, I don't have time to care about that. It's just conquering a Xuanzhen realm. It's not a huge challenge. I did it casually, and it's enough to live up to the title of supreme ruler of the 9 provinces. Upon hearing these words, the spiritual fire within the skull's eye cave instantly froze. He stared intently at Hua Qiu's expression. What Hua Qiu said was nothing short of a pipe dream, like a frog in a well looking at the sky. But somehow, he couldn't seem to bring himself to laugh. Because the powerful confidence in his words was astonishing. No wonder Dragon Seal chose you, the skeleton said slowly. Based on this absurd yet unwavering self-confidence alone, this person is beyond the reach of 90% of cultivators. I have a few questions to ask you, Hua Qiu said. His name appeared on the huge tombstone, which bothered him, and he wanted to find out the truth. The skeleton suddenly reached out, stopping Hua Qiu from speaking, as if sensing something. Damn it, that wretched old corpse from the heavenly palace is still alive. The skeleton cursed angrily. I've been fighting that old corpse for so many years, but I still can't destroy him. I never expected that when I woke up, he would have become such a force to be reckoned with. This is a huge problem. If this fellow escapes from the tomb, countless lives across the 9 provinces will be lost. No, even if it costs me my old bones, I will make sure he never leaves this tomb. After the skeleton finished speaking in a heavy tone, it ignored Hua Qiu and the others and went to find the dried corpse. Why make such a fuss over a mere living corpse? Hua Qiu said calmly. Why bother? The skeleton asked, its voice tinged with displeasure. Do you know how dangerous that thing is? Hua Qiu smiled slightly and began to draw circles in front of her. What are you doing? The skeleton asked, puzzled. Hua Qiu did not answer. As he moved his finger, ripples spread through the space, and a circular void opened up, gradually expanding. A scene appeared in the void. A grotesque, mummified corpse was squatting on the ground, devouring the body of a cultivator from the immortal realm. The skeleton looked at Hua Qiu, its eye sockets flickering with spiritual fire. Such supernatural powers are not something that cultivators below the nascent soul stage can use. Hua Qiu smiled faintly and reached his hand into the hollow. In an instant, a pair of large energy hands appeared out of thin air on the head of the monster's mummified corpse and reached down to grab him. The mummified corpse was very alert and immediately noticed, then tried to escape in terror. But he was too late, he was grabbed by those large hands and shrunk into the hollow. Before Otsuka, Hua Qiu gently tugged at her hand and pulled it back. Bang! The next moment, the monster's mummified corpse fell out of the hole and crashed to the ground. The cultivators of the immortal realm screamed in fright upon seeing him. How is this possible? Looking at the equally bewildered mummified corpse on the ground, the the skeleton stiffened and slowly spoke. Huaqiu's move completely shocked him. In his perception, Huaqiu's hidden strength was at most equivalent to a powerful nascent soul cultivator, which was far inferior to his peak strength, and even less comparable to the first-generation Supreme who was revered by all living beings in the 9 provinces. Therefore, he had no hope and was unwilling to follow. But the supernatural power that Huaqiu was displaying at this moment was beyond his comprehension. Those were techniques and supernatural abilities that even at his peak, he couldn't comprehend. This is more than just a simple spell. This is a remote arrest. It concerns profound and mysterious laws. 617, Chapter 617 The God of Punishment. Huaqiu remotely captured the mummified monster, causing the skeleton to tremble. But for Huaqiu, it wasn't difficult. With his current cultivation level, it is indeed difficult for him to use such supernatural abilities that utilize the laws of space. However, during their first encounter with the mummified monster, Huaqiu left an invisible mark on it now. With the help of his powerful immortal emperor soul and a secret technique, he easily captured it. Earthly dog, die. The skeleton paused for a moment, then suddenly attacked, its bone claw reaching for the dried-up monster. The mummified monster reacted extremely quickly, like a phantom, swiftly dodging and leaping far away. All of Kishware but ants, he stood at a distance and let out a sinister laugh, uttering a few words with disdain. When my mighty army reigns supreme over the 9 provinces, all living beings of the 9 provinces will die. He roared in a low voice, hoarse. This mummified corpse is trying to open a spatial passage to fairy cultivators from the earthly realm. We must not let him succeed. The skeleton said solemnly to Huaqiu and the others. He, the mummified monster chuckled sinisterly. I have already devoured many cultivators from the 9 provinces and am about to regain my strength. What can you, with your decaying old bones, do to me? He fixed his gaze on Huaqiu. This person possesses dragon energy, he must be the new supreme ruler of your 9 provinces? Excellent, such a weak supreme being, yet his blood energy is stronger than I've ever seen before. By eating him, I can change my fate and be reborn, living a peak life once more. As he spoke, he suddenly lunged at Huaqiu. Seeing this, the skeleton quickly intercepted it. If he were to actually let the opponent eat Huaqiu, he would be no match for him in his current state. Roll! The mummified corpse roared and exhaled a thick cloud of blood, instantly enveloping the skeleton. The blood energy rapidly corroded the skeleton's bones, leaving it unable to do anything about it. In the blink of an eye, the mummified corpse rushed in front of Huaqiu. He suffered a loss when he fought Huaqiu before. But now that he has eaten many corpses and regained some of his strength, he no longer takes Huaqiu seriously. He reached out his bloodied hand to grab Huaqiu's neck. Huaqiu's face darkened. He didn't make a move, but stared directly into the eyes of the mummified monster. Buzz! He used the divine soul of an immortal emperor to launch a divine sense attack that he rarely used. Generally speaking, cultivators only dare to use their divine sense to attack when there is a significant difference in their spiritual realm. Because the consciousness is the foundation of the soul's power, even a slight mishap can cause far more serious damage than a severe injury to the physical body, and using it also requires a huge amount of energy from the body. This mummified corpse is a kind of evil spirit, and spiritual attacks will be even more effective. Awu! The mummified corpse's bloody hand, which was reaching for Huaqiu, suddenly stopped the next moment. It clutched its head and let out a shrill scream of pain, then collapsed to the ground and began to roll around in agony. My soul, you have hurt my soul! He roared in terror and disbelief. He never expected that such a weak supreme being of the 9 provinces would possess such astonishing abilities. The skeleton was also somewhat surprised. This child's soul is actually more powerful than that of the earthly demon. He understood what kind of existence this mummified corpse had been in life. The realm of the soul is much harder to advance than the realm of cultivation. How could a newly emerging supreme being from a later generation possibly possess a soul stronger than that of an ancient cultivator from the earthly palace? I'll devour you! The mummified corpse on the ground suddenly roared, suppressing the pain in its soul, and lunged at Huaqiu. He realized that this new supreme ruler of Kyushu was no ordinary person, and decided to kill him at all costs. They actually used self-harm to unleash their potential. The skeleton was shocked and rushed to their aid. But he was ultimately too far away to reach them. Just when he thought the new supreme ruler of the 9 provinces was about to perish before him. "With my imperial soul, I command the light." A voice faintly sounded. Buzz. Suddenly, divine light shone brightly within the tomb. An extremely dazzling light appeared in front of Hua Qiu, so bright that all the cultivators present could hardly open their eyes. Wah! The mummified corpse's shrill and terrifying cries rang out, incredibly jarring. He seemed to have encountered something incredibly terrible, and was in extreme fear and pain. The screech lasted for a long time. The people could neither see nor hear. After a while, the light dimmed, and the cultivators were able to open their eyes with difficulty. Only then did they notice a tall figure standing in front of Hua Qiu. It was a humanoid figure formed purely of light, standing before Hua Qiu, its large hand tightly gripping the body of the mummified corpse. The mummified corpse roared and struggled in agony, its body hissing and shrinking. It seemed she is being purified by the light. The skeleton stared at the towering figure of light and felt the aura of the laws of light emanating from it, and instantly froze in place. That is. He stared intently at the light and shadow in front of Hua Qiu, deeply shocked. Gods! He uttered the 2 words heavily, making his bones creak. As top cultivators from the ancient earth, they came into contact with information from higher dimensions. Those who have reached the pinnacle of cultivation all know the power and importance of the laws of heaven and earth. They tried to comprehend and apply the laws, and those with higher cultivation levels could control and apply more of them. The former supreme ruler of the 9 provinces was able to kill many powerful beings from the upper realms and strike fear into the hearts of all the major forces precisely because he possessed extremely powerful laws. But no matter how much a cultivator comprehends and cultivates, their application of the laws can never compare to that of a legendary being. That is the gods. Legend has it that they are the highest form of life in the world, born with the ability to control all kinds of laws and above all living beings. Just as mortals worship illusory gods and immortals, cultivators worship the laws and deities. Even in ancient times, no one had ever heard of a skeleton being able to summon the power of a god. Even if all that money spent is just a tiny, indistinct shadow in front of you. At this moment, the skeleton was deeply shocked and completely awed by China things changed in the fall. An existence capable of summoning the phantom of a god, no matter how weak he may seem, is still far superior to the top cultivators of ancient times. Once he can comprehend and apply the laws, he will naturally surpass 99% of powerful cultivators. This potential surpasses even that of the first supreme being. The law of light is the best counter to evil, the skeleton murmured, subconsciously retreating a considerable distance. He wasn't a living person either. Although the power of the God of Light's laws wasn't directed at him, it still had a significant impact on him. If we get too close, he might also suffer a severe injury. The mummified corpses, however, shrouded in the laws of light, were as if they had fallen into the 18th level of hell. Intense pain, pain that penetrates to the very marrow. The fear that emanated from his very soul made his body tremble. The 9 provinces are not all insignificant. At least, I can destroy you, Hua Qiu said coldly. The mummified corpse's eyes widened in disbelief. The illusory divine figure before Hua Qiu squeezed hard, and the desiccated corpse instantly turned to ashes. 618, Chapter 618 concerning the name of the Supreme One. After destroying the mummified corpse, the divine phantom in front of Hua Qiu gradually dissipated. This made the skeleton secretly breathe a sigh of relief. He used to look down on Hua Qiu. If Hua Qiu held a grudge, he could have that divine phantom give him a good beating, which would be enough to make him suffer. When Hua Qiu looked over, he felt a little embarrassed, but the skeleton couldn't reveal any expression. How did you do that? What kind of supernatural power is that? The skeleton asked Hua Qiu, trying to appear calm. You're just a nascent soul cultivator, so you shouldn't be able to summon a divine phantom. Are you really from the 9 provinces? The skeleton even began to doubt Hua Qiu's origins. It's just a secret technique, not worth mentioning, Hua Qiu said indifferently. The skeleton fell silent. If he had flesh and blood, he would be driven mad with rage. The gods have been summoned, so how can this be considered insignificant? Even the most powerful beings of ancient times could not achieve this. I admit, you have some skills, no wonder you were chosen by the dragon seal, the skeleton said in a muffled voice. However, you are still not ready to make me submit and follow you. Hua Qiu was ultimately a supreme ruler of later generations. As one of the 10 ministers of ancient times, he could not lower his head. I have absolutely no interest in your submission, Hua Qiu said calmly. I only have a few questions I want answered. Boy, I was once one of the 10 strongest people below the supreme being of the ancient 9 provinces. The skeleton felt slighted and was somewhat indignant. Let me ask you, who erected the tombstone outside this large tomb? Hua Qiu asked directly. This is what he most wants to know. Who is it that can foresee the future and inscribe the name of an unparalleled immortal emperor upon it? Tombstone? The skeleton paused for a moment upon hearing this. Why are you asking this? His voice turned low. Who carved my name? Hua Qiu's face darkened. Oh, so that's what you're concerned about, the skeleton whispered. The names on the tombstones are not carved by anyone, but rather arise naturally, he said slowly. Naturally generated? Hua Qiu frowned upon hearing this. Not bad, the skeleton nodded. The tombstone outside is actually the heavenly mystery stone, one of the 3 great treasures of our human race. It can automatically calculate good and bad fortune and also has some ability to foresee the future. However, after the ancient war, the heavenly mystery stone was severely damaged, its spiritual power was greatly reduced, and it no longer possessed the power of a supreme treasure. After I completed this tomb, I placed the heavenly stone outside and used its last bit of energy to create a tombstone that displays the names of all the people of Kyushu. As for your name appearing on it, perhaps it's the last bit of spirituality of the heavenly stone doing a divination. There's no need to worry about it. The skeleton spoke calmly. But this answer did not satisfy Hua Qiu. A magical artifact from Earth. Even if one could truly predict the future. However, predicting the fate of a supreme immortal emperor is almost impossible. That involves too many mysterious causes and effects and the laws of heaven and earth. Even the top-tier immortal artifacts of the immortal realm do not possess such abilities. Moreover, it's just a mere magical artifact from Earth. Hua Qiu had previously examined the tombstone carefully while outside. As the skeleton said, it was indeed a broken artifact, its spiritual power gone. But even when it is full of spirituality, it cannot have such an ability. Could I have misjudged him? Hua Qiu's face darkened, and he prepared to go out and investigate further later. Perhaps, that tombstone really is some top-tier treasure beyond his expectations. Or perhaps, the skeleton was lying. That mummified corpse was originally a powerful figure from the earthly palace, the second dominant force in the Xuanzhen realm, the skeleton said to itself. After the ancient war, I returned mortally wounded, knowing that I alone could not turn the tide. I collected the corpses of the people of the 9 provinces and built this great tomb so that they could rest in peace. I plan to slumber there and make further plans after my injuries healed. However, just as the great tomb was about to be sealed after its completion, a powerful being from the earthly palace broke in. Left with no other choice, I mustered my last strength to fight him, and in the end, we both perished. Our souls still exist. He cultivated the evil techniques of the earthly palace and became like that, while I also cultivated this kind of skeletal body. For thousands of years, we have been fighting in this tomb, and we have never been able to destroy each other. If you had not come today, we might have continued to fight forever. At this point, the skeleton paused, glancing at the immortal cultivators in the distance. What happened here must not be spread, otherwise it will attract the cultivators of the dominant forces in the Xuanzhen realm. Not only will the spirits of the heroes of the 9 provinces not be able to rest in peace, but some secrets of the 9 provinces will also be known to them. Do you have any way to prevent these low-level cultivators from leaking information, such as erasing their memories of this place? A way, of course there is, Hua Qiu nodded. After saying that, he opened his palms towards the immortal cultivators. Buzzing. In an instant, countless tiny points of light condensed in the air. Each point of light is a small, luminous sword formed from a wisp of sword energy. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Without giving them a chance to react, thousands of lightsabers shot out. What followed was a chorus of screams. The cultivators from the immortal realm never expected Hua Qiu to suddenly launch a deadly attack, leaving them with no way to escape. That light sword could easily kill even a late-stage core formation cultivator, so they couldn't possibly stop it. No one can escape death. After a round of shooting, none of these immortal cultivators survived. You? The skeleton stared at the hundreds of corpses on the ground, speechless. How could you kill them? He asked angrily. Sir, you've misunderstood. Lang Yi quickly stepped forward to explain. The cultivators on Earth today are almost all descendants of those who betrayed the 9 provinces. Very few of the true ancient 9 provinces people can pass on their bloodline to future generations. So that's how it is. The skeleton was deeply shocked and filled with sorrow upon hearing this. This land of 9 provinces, we ultimately failed to protect it. His tone was full of self-blame and helplessness. My lord, there's no need to be too sad. I assent their hope again now? Lang Yi comforted him. The skeleton did not speak. He probably didn't have much confidence in Hua Qiu. Here, take this. The skeleton took a ring from its bones and handed it to Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu's eyes lit up slightly, and she took it. It was a high-grade storage ring, far more useful than the storage bag he carried. Inside lies the legacy of the first supreme being, the skeleton said solemnly. I hope you make good use of this opportunity and develop it well. If one day you can truly bring the light of day back to the land, then this old minister will lead the withered bones and heroic souls in this tomb to fight one last time for the Supreme One. In the future, if you ever want to learn about the ancient 9 provinces, you can come here to find me, and I will answer your questions. 619, Chapter 619. The Mysterious Old Madman. Carrying the legacy of the first supreme being, Hua Qiu and the other 2 left the great tomb. Of the cultivators who entered the tomb, only these 3 came out alive. The first supreme being may have been a very powerful cultivator, but Hua Qiu wasn't particularly interested in his legacy. As the supreme immortal emperor, he considered himself far superior to a mere Earth Star Supreme, and naturally looked down upon the cultivation techniques and supernatural abilities he had left behind. In Hua Qiu's view, those things were not as useful to him as the storage ring. The first supreme being may have expended too many resources in the ancient war, so there wasn't much in his storage ring. There were only a few magical artifacts and some materials. This is quite helpful to Hua Qiu, and he can definitely put it to good use. After exiting the tomb door was closed by the skeleton. When Fang Saiqiu asked about the opening of the tomb, he was also completely clueless. According to him, although he planned to open the tomb in later generations and allow cultivators from all over the country to enter and explore for treasures, it was not now. He had no idea why the tomb had suddenly appeared. This is yet another mystery. This reminded Hua Qiu of the old madman that Yu Shuzi had mentioned. They came here following the traces of the old madman, and then the great tomb suddenly appeared. To this day, they still haven't seen that person. Hua Qiu soared into the air and arrived at the back of the giant tombstone once again. His name is still displayed there, alongside that of the first supreme being of Kyushu. This time, Hua Qiu used the power of the immortal emperor's divine soul to see through the tombstone completely. After a long time, his furrowed brows did not ease. Because the tombstone is now unremarkable. Admittedly, it was once a magical artifact, but after losing its spiritual power, it has been reduced to a stone with only the function of magnification and shrinking. How could such a stone possibly determine Hua Qiu's supreme path? Either one of the 10 ministers deceived me and didn't tell me the truth, or even he knew nothing. Hua Qiu muttered to himself. He is more convinced that it is the former. Is it because I don't trust him enough? Hua Qiu chuckled lightly, not caring much. He would naturally not use any soul-searching techniques on the Supreme Minister. He believed that when he became powerful enough to crush everything, all that had been hidden would be revealed to him. Below the cliff, the earth trembled. The tombstone is rapidly shrinking, and the tomb itself is sinking, trying to hide again. Hua Qiu and the other two stood on the edge of the cliff, silently watching the tomb disappear and return to calm. Some of the 10 ancient ministers survived, but they ended up like that, Lang Yi said with a sigh. The future of Kyushu is bleak. Let's go, Hua Qiu said, turning and leaving. The three walked out of the cliff area, preparing to continue their search. The mysterious old madman has not yet been found. That's really strange. Could that old codger have just vanished into thin air? Yu Shuzi muttered to himself as he walked. He had barely finished speaking when he suddenly stumbled, as if he had tripped over something. What the hell is this bad luck? Yu Shuzi cursed loudly and glanced back. He was immediately stunned by that one glance, and his expression changed drastically. You. He trembled, pointing directly at the ground, his body uncontrollably retreating, his face filled with terror. A somewhat disheveled old man was lying on the ground, looking at him with a smile. This made Yu Shuzi's hair stand on end, and he turned pale with fright. How could he not recognize this old man? That day, right here, he tripped over this old man and was nearly killed in one blow. He almost died at the hands of the Taoist of Aolai sect. Young cultivator, how have you been? The old man said jokingly. Senior, look. Yu Shuzi cried out in fright and quickly hid behind Hua Qiu. At this moment, Hua Qiu was staring at the old man on the ground with a grim expression. He was astonished to find that the old man's aura was extremely faint, even less noticeable than a weed by the roadside. This is not normal. There is only one possibility: this person has reached a special state, merging with all things. That is a state of being known as following the natural way. In the realm of cultivation, almost no cultivator can reach such a level. Your Excellency, it's a pleasure to meet you, the old man said with a smile as he looked at Hua Qiu. Hua Qiu's expression turned cold. Did you open the tomb of the people of Kyushu? He asked coldly. It was this old man who did it, the old man readily admitted. Hua Qiu's expression grew increasingly somber. As he walked out of the tomb, reflecting on everything, he felt that he had been tricked. Someone deliberately guided them to the great tomb of Kyushu and even opened the tomb door in advance. The man's purpose was unclear. Hua Qiu felt that perhaps even the initial encounter between Yu Shuzi and this old man was something he had intentionally orchestrated. He had been targeted long ago. You must have already obtained the inheritance of the first supreme being, right? The old man said casually as he stood up from the ground. You lured me here so that I could obtain the inheritance? Hua Qiu frowned. Not bad, the old man smiled and nodded. You, the new supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, are quite interesting. I'll give you a push and see what you can achieve. Hua Qiu narrowed his eyes slightly. At first glance, the old man seemed to be trying to help out of kindness. But his identity remains a mystery, and everything about him is strange. Who exactly are you? What is your purpose? Yu Shuzi asked from behind. I come from the upper realm and am a chess player, the old man said with a smile, like a kind and amiable gentleman. Upon hearing this, Hua Qiu's gaze sharpened. Chess player. Are you from the heavenly palace or the earthly palace? Lang Yi asked with a grim expression. If these are indeed powerful cultivators from those 2 dominant forces, then they will be in great danger, and the 9 provinces may also face a great calamity. The old man smiled and shook his head. The new supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, I have high hopes for you, he said, looking at Hua Qiu. In this duel between Kyushu and Xuanzhen, I hope you will emerge victorious. Lang Yi and Yu Shuzi looked at each other in bewilderment upon hearing this. This old man, which side are you on? It's baffling. His strength, identity, and purpose are all shrouded in mystery. I will continue to keep an eye on you, so don't let me down. He wiped the smile off his face and said something meaningful. After he finished speaking, his figure gradually became transparent and disappeared into the air. He waved to Hua Qiu and the other 2, and then disappeared completely. This. Yu Shuzi and Lang Yi were terrified, looking as if they had seen a ghost. It's just a projection, nothing to be surprised about, Hua Qiu said calmly. Projection? Yu Shuzi's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. He probably knew what a projection was. But a single projection, a single move, almost finished him off. Just what kind of incredible thing is that, old man? Hua Qiu didn't tell the too much. His expression turned extremely cold, and his eyes revealed a murderous intent. He had already figured out some of the old man's background. How dare you treat me, the emperor, as a pawn on a chessboard, you how dare you? 620, Chapter 620 Ambush. What kind of mess is this today? Yu Shuzi complained with a gloomy expression. In that ancient cultivator's tomb, they were terrified by the powerful earthly realm expert, and the disappearance of the old madman was even more baffling. Hua Qiu looked up, his gaze fixed on the sky, as if he had pierced through space and seen places that others could not reach. Using all living beings as chess pieces, manipulating the rise and fall of numerous planes, thinking himself in existence like the heavens, in reality he is like a frog in a well, Hua Qiu sneered and said. When he was the supreme immortal emperor, he disdained the behavior of certain immortals. Now, some people are actually using him as a pawn, trying to manipulate his fate in life. This ignited a fire of anger in Hua Qiu's heart. He was angry at those arrogant people for offending a supreme immortal emperor, and angry that they regarded all living beings as worthless weeds. Senior, what do you mean by that? Yu Shuzi asked curiously. Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. Hua Qiu glanced at him and turned to walk down the mountain. Yu Shuzi pursed his lips and followed closely behind Lang Yi. Too many strange things happen today, I only feel safe when I'm close to Hua Qiu. Something's not right. Why is the outer area of West Mountain so quiet? Yu Shuzi said with a frown after walking for a short while. It is indeed a bit strange. There are usually many cultivators coming and going around the outer perimeter of West Mountain. Lang Yi nodded. Even if all the cultivators who went to the ancient tomb died, the outer area of West Mountain would not be so quiet. Hua Qiu looked around, smiled slightly, and extended his divine sense. Someone has prepared quite a grand welcome for us, he said casually. Upon hearing this, Yu Shuzi and Lang Yi immediately became alert. You guys actually managed to find out, you're quite capable. A voice suddenly came from the dense forest ahead, carrying a hint of mockery. Then, 8 people flew out of the dense forest. Their demeanor was authoritative, radiating an aura of superiority, as they stood in the air, coldly staring at Hua Qiu and his companions. 8, all core formation cultivators. Yu Shuzi's expression changed immediately upon seeing the 8 cultivators. These 8 people were all at the core formation stage, and some of them possessed extremely powerful auras. There are 4 people at the mid-stage of core formation. There was another person who was stronger than the other 7, and his cultivation had definitely reached the late stage of core formation. This lineup is a true elite group of cultivators in the immortal realm, unstoppable by anyone. Their identities are becoming increasingly clear. The sect leaders and supreme elders of the 4 major sects have all arrived. Lang Yi exclaimed in surprise. Such a large-scale operation is all aimed at them. It would be more accurate to say that they came for Hua Qiu. Is this the foundation of the 4 major sects? Yu Shuzi was very surprised. Including the destroyed Hidden Moon sect, Hua Qiu has already killed quite a few core formation cultivators. However, the 4 major sects were still able to assemble such a powerful group. During their time in the ancient cultivator's tomb, someone must have relayed the message to the 4 major sects. The emergence of a new supreme ruler of the 9 provinces is enough to cause them panic and fear. Therefore, in order to eliminate the new supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, the leaders of the 4 major sects immediately conspired and rushed out in full force, using the teleportation array to intercept and kill Hua Qiu at the foot of the mountain. The supreme ruler of the 9 provinces, the master of the 9 provinces, all living beings in the 9 provinces are born to submit to him. How could these traitors not be afraid? Lang Yi said with a cold smile. So you're the so-called supreme being of the 9 provinces? The great cultivators from the 4 major sects stared at Hua Qiu with predatory eyes. Even though their ancestors, with the help of powerful figures in the Xuanzhen realm, were no longer so afraid of the suppression of the supreme being of the 9 provinces. But at this moment, looking at Hua Qiu, they still felt an urge to kneel down and submit. This instilled fear in them and fueled their murderous intent. You choose the path to heaven but refuse to take it, while barging into the gates of hell when there are none. The late-stage core formation cultivator sneered. Do you think you can compare to the first supreme being? Now, without the intervention of the powerful beings of the upper realm, our 4 major sects can bring you to your demise. Hua Qiu scanned the entire room, a look of disdain gradually appearing on his face. Use whatever means you have, he didn't care at all. The late-stage core formation cultivator waved his hand. The forest below became noisy as groups of cultivators emerged, each taking up positions in different directions. A rough estimate puts there at least 400 or 500 people. These are all cultivators from the 4 major sects. Yu Shuzi's expression became very solemn. He could tell that these cultivators each had their own roles, and their auras were connected. They formed a large formation using manpower, which looked extremely complex. Who cares about being a supreme being or not? Once the great formation taught by the powerful beings of the upper realm is unleashed, it will surely suppress him completely. The core formation cultivators sneered. The person who gave the order waved his hand again, and the cultivators from the 4 major sects began to move, approaching Hua Qiu and his companions from 4 directions. A hazy spiritual light emanated from the ground, and a ray pattern shimmered, along with a terrifying pressure that spread and pressed down on the 3 of them. There was a buzzing sound all around, as if the space itself was overwhelmed. Senior! Yu Shuzi panicked and quickly shouted. Although he had reached the mid-stage of core formation, he was completely unable to withstand such immense pressure. How much do you look down on a supreme being? Hua Qiu's face darkened. A cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. He lifted his foot and slammed it heavily to the ground. Boom! In an instant, the earth shook violently, as if a devastating earthquake had struck. A massive explosion occurred on the ground, and a surging and destructive shockwave rippled outwards from Hua Qiu and his companions. Bang bang bang! The great formation formed by the cultivators of the 4 major sects could no longer release its pressure, and the formation patterns had all been worn away. The cultivators hit by the first wave of shockwaves didn't even have a chance to make a sound before they were instantly pulverized, leaving not even a trace behind. Although the latter survived by sheer luck, they were left disabled and in immense pain. Only those on the outermost edge can remain intact. But most of them were covered in blood, seriously injured, and lying on the ground, unable to get up. This was passed down by a powerful figure from the Xuanzhen realm, and was achieved through human effort. The great formation was destroyed in an instant and could never be formed again. The mountains and fields were filled with cries of agony. The disciples of the 4 major sects were either dead or wounded, leaving them with no strength left to fight. How could this be? The 8 core formation cultivators in the air stared in disbelief, their expressions frozen in shock. They never imagined that the combined efforts of so many disciples, using the immensely powerful array of a great being from the upper realm, would fail to trap a supreme being who had emerged from the mortal world, and instead be completely dismantled by him. Didn't they say that once this great formation is used, it can even trap a nascent soul cultivator? The core formation experts from the 4 major sects were incredulous. Could it be that the powerful beings of the upper realm have deceived us, or perhaps we have used them incorrectly? They fell into deep self-doubt. Even after all this, you still don't believe that the Supreme Lord is invincible? Lang Yi shook his head sarcastically. Today is the end for the 4 major sects, he said slowly, gazing at the invincible figure.